Chapter 310. Intelligence of the Academy, Above the Emperor. The guard gestured for Zhou Chen to halt. Zhou Chen tossed out his token. The guard's consciousness swept over it, and he immediately bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to the chief elite disciple. Please enter. They cleared a path, and Zhou Chen stepped into the intelligence repository. Next, he sought answers. The Xianxia Academy, a repository of classified information. Upon entering the repository, Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The space within was vastly larger than it appeared from the outside, filled with densely packed bookshelves that seemed to stretch endlessly. Each shelf was laden with jade slips, ancient tomes, and scrolls. These materials comprised the intelligence accumulated by the Xianxia Academy over thousands of years, encompassing all aspects of the Xianxia continent. Young one, what intelligence do you seek? A venerable voice inquired. Zhou Chen turned to see an elderly man clad in a gray robe seated in the center of the hall, leisurely sipping tea. May I ask who you are? I'm the elder guardian of the intelligence repository. You may call me Elder Mo. The elder smiled and said, the chief elite disciple is permitted to access all intelligence, including classified levels. However, I must caution you that some information may bring you trouble. Thank you for your warning, esteemed elder. Zhou Chen clasped his hands in respect. I wish to inquire about two areas of intelligence. First, the realms above the Emperor realm. Second, clues regarding fragments of treasured artifacts. Elder Mo narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhou Chen. The realms beyond the Emperor realm. It seems your ambitions are considerable. He set down his teacup and rose. Follow me. Zhou Chen followed Elder Mo deeper into the repository. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, Elder Mo halted before a bookshelf. This shelf, unlike the others, was entirely crafted from purple gold, emanating a faint glow. It held only a dozen ancient texts, each exuding an extraordinary aura. What is contained here is classified among the most confidential, forbidden from dissemination. Elder Mo stated, the information regarding the realms above the Emperor realm is found within this tome. He retrieved an ancient book and handed it to Zhou Chen. The cover of the book bore 4 ancient characters, the secret classic of the royal Tao. Zhou Chen accepted the book, his consciousness probing within. Countless pieces of information flooded into his mind. The cultivation realms of the Xianxia continent are, in order, body refinement, qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, sacred realm, and emperor realm. The 8th realm is the royal realm, and the 9th is the sovereign realm. Zhou Chen's heart trembled. Indeed, there are realms beyond the emperor realm. He steadied himself and continued to explore. The classic mentioned that the hallmark of the royal realm is the mastery of the royal Tao laws, the condensation of the royal Tao body, enabling the control of local celestial rules. Within this domain of law, one can command authority, becoming a sovereign of a miniature world with but a thought. However, the conditions for breaking through are exceedingly stringent. One must not only transcend the 99 royal tribulation, but also successfully condense the royal Tao mark to achieve the royal Tao body, resulting in a 100-fold increase in physical strength. The 99 royal tribulation consists of 81 heavenly tribulations. Each tribulation's power is equivalent to a full force strike from a peak emperor realm cultivator. With 81 tribulations descending in succession, a moment's carelessness could lead to utter destruction. In the annals of history on the chosen continent, cultivators who have successfully endured the royal tribulation are 1 in 10,000. Zhou Chen took a deep breath. The royal realm is indeed terrifying. Furthermore, the conditions for breaking through are exceedingly harsh. The 99 royal tribulation, with 81 heavenly tribulations falling in succession, is a thought that evokes despair. He continued to examine the text. As for the subsequent realms, Zhou Chen discovered there were none available. It seemed his privileges were insufficient. After all, to the world, the Emperor realm is regarded as the pinnacle. Indeed, one must ascend to a grander platform to gain a broader perspective. Zhou Chen could not help but exclaim, were he a loose cultivator, such information would be unattainable. Even if acquired, it would be far in the future. However, on the other hand, this path is truly arduous, Zhou Chen lamented. Yet, there was no retreat in his eyes. Rather, a fierce determination ignited within him. The more challenging it is, the more I shall strive to overcome. One day, I will stand atop the pinnacle, mastering my own destiny. He tucked away the secret classic of the Royal Tao and looked toward Elder Mo. Thank you, esteemed Elder. No need for thanks, Elder Mo replied with a smile. Such information is typically reserved for cultivators who have reached the 10th layer of the Emperor realm. However, now that you are the chief elite disciple, you naturally have the right. By the way, you wish to inquire about clues regarding the fragments of treasured artifacts, correct? Indeed. Zhou Chen nodded. Follow me. Elder Mo led Zhou Chen to another bookshelf. He retrieved a scroll and handed it to Zhou Chen. This contains all intelligence regarding the fragments of treasured artifacts. Zhou Chen unfurled the scroll and began to scrutinize it meticulously. Fragments of treasured artifacts, legendary remnants of some supreme treasure, possess the ability to suppress all, though their exact rank remains unknown. In the ancient cataclysm, the treasured artifacts were shattered, scattering across the vast expanse of the Xianxia continent. Each fragment harbors formidable power, and according to the latest intelligence, the largest core of a treasure artifact was last sighted in the Wanyao Plain. The Wanyao Plain is situated in the far eastern region of the Xianxia continent, approximately 30 million miles from the central continent, separated by boundless maritime expanses where countless fearsome demonic beasts roam. To attempt to traverse this endless sea is nothing short of a delusion. This territory belongs to the myriad of demon tribes, rendering it perilous for human cultivators to enter. Within the Wanyao Plain, innumerable powerful demonic beasts reside, the weakest of which possess cultivation at the sacred realm. Furthermore, the demonic tribe cultivators harbor intense animosity towards humans. Upon discovering any human cultivator, they will undoubtedly swarm to attack. Several powerful human cultivators at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm have ventured into the Wanyao Plain in search of treasures, yet all have vanished without a trace. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. The Wanyao Plain. Evidently, it is an exceedingly dangerous place. However, the core fragment of the Chaos Bell lies there. He cannot afford to abandon it. Elder, does the Academy possess a teleportation array to the Wanyao Plain? Zhou Chen inquired. Indeed, Elder Mo nodded. The Academy has established teleportation arrays throughout the Xianxia continent, including those near the Wanyao Plain. However, he paused. The distance to the Wanyao Plain is considerable, necessitating a substantial expenditure of spirit stones. Approximately 10 million premium spirit stones. 10 million premium spirit stones? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. That is no trivial sum. Nonetheless, as the chief elite disciple, he possesses the authority to access certain resources of the Academy. He should be able to apply for the use of the teleportation array. Elder, I wish to apply to use the teleportation array to the Wanyao Plain, Zhou Chen stated. Are you certain? Elder Mo frowned. The Wanyao Plain is exceedingly perilous. Even cultivators at the 10th level of the Emperor realm may meet their demise. You are currently only at the 7th level of the Emperor realm. Should you proceed, the odds of survival are slim. I am certain, Zhou Chen replied resolutely. Elder Mo sighed. Since you are insistent, I shall not impede you. Elder Mo shook his head. However, I must caution you that the Wanyao Plain is not only dangerous, but also complex. It is divided into 3 regions, the outer, inner, and core zones. The outer region is primarily inhabited by demonic beasts at the sacred realm level, which should pose little issue for you. Chapter 311. The Wilderness of 10,000 Beasts, Peripheral Region. In the peripheral area, the majority of the beasts are of the Imperial realm, and they are numerous, necessitating a cautious approach. As for the core region, he paused. There reside the sovereigns of the myriad beast tribes, whose strength is at least at the Emperor level. If you wish to return alive, do not venture into the core region. Zhou Chen nodded, committing this information to memory. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed Elder. No need for thanks. Elder Mo retrieved a token from his robes and handed it to Zhou Chen. This is a teleportation token. Take it to the teleportation hall of the Academy, and someone will naturally activate the teleportation array for you. As for the spirit stones, he waved his hand, and a storage bag flew into Zhou Chen's grasp. Here are 10 million top-grade spirit stones, a token of support from the Academy for its chief elite disciples. However, remember, this sum of spirit stones is only sufficient for a single use. Should you wish to utilize the teleportation array again, you will need to provide your own spirit stones. Zhou Chen accepted the storage bag and performed a respectful bow. Thank you, senior. Proceed with caution. Elder Mo waved his hand. Should you encounter life-threatening danger, crush this life-preserving jade talisman immediately. It will teleport you to a place 100,000 miles away. He handed Zhou Chen a jade talisman, which was entirely golden and radiated a powerful spatial fluctuation. Zhou Chen carefully stored the talisman and turned to leave the information repository. Upon exiting, Zhou Chen did not return to his cave dwelling, but instead made his way directly to the teleportation hall. Time was of the essence. He needed to hasten to the wilderness of 10,000 beasts to search for the shards of the Chaos Bell. The teleportation hall is located in the central area of the academy, a colossal structure towering 1,000 feet high, entirely forged from starry stone. Inside the building, countless teleportation arrays are densely packed, capable of reaching every corner of the Xianxia continent. Zhou Chen entered the teleportation hall and presented the teleportation token. Chief Elite Disciple? The elder responsible for the teleportation, upon seeing the token, immediately bowed respectfully. Where would you like to go? To the wilderness of 10,000 beasts. Zhou Chen replied. The wilderness of 10,000 beasts? The elder hesitated momentarily, then regarded Zhou Chen earnestly. Chief Elite Disciple, the wilderness of 10,000 beasts is exceedingly perilous. Are you certain you wish to go? Absolutely. Very well. The elder sighed. Please follow me. He led Zhou Chen to the depths of the teleportation hall, where a special teleportation array awaited. The array, spanning 100 feet, was inscribed with intricate runes and emanated terrifying spatial fluctuations. This is the Academy's ultra-long-distance teleportation array, capable of transporting you 10 million miles away, the elder explained. However, it consumes a tremendous amount of energy, requiring 10 million top-grade spirit stones as fuel. I have already prepared the spirit stones. Zhou Chen retrieved the storage bag and handed it to the elder. Subsequently, the elder placed all the spirit stones from the storage ring into the core of the array. Countless top-grade spirit stones piled into a small mountain, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. After a short incense stick's time, the elder nodded at Zhou Chen and began to activate the teleportation array. He formed seals with his hands, channeling streams of spiritual power into the array. In the next moment, the array began to operate. Myriad runes illuminated, and the complex symbols flickered. Even with Zhou Chen's current understanding of formations, deciphering all the runes of the teleportation array was quite a challenge. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the teleportation array was fully activated. At the elder's gesture, Zhou Chen stepped into the center of the array. Boom! The teleportation array erupted with blinding light, and countless spatial energies surged into Zhou Chen's body. He felt himself enveloped by an immense force, which then instantaneously tore through space, propelling him towards the extreme east. The landscape before him shifted rapidly, countless mountains and rivers flashing past his vision. The central continent, the eastern domain, the wasteland. Numerous regions flickered before his eyes. After a brief span of 3 breaths, Zhou Chen felt solid ground beneath his feet once more. He opened his eyes to behold a desolate expanse. The land here was strewn with withered trees, rocks, and barren desert, devoid of any greenery. The sky was overcast, lacking sunlight, with only a dark red blood moon hanging in the sky. The air was thick with a heavy demonic aura, creating a suffocating atmosphere. So, this is the wilderness of 10,000 beasts. Zhou Chen frowned. The environment here was even more inhospitable than he had imagined. Moreover, he sensed that numerous formidable beasts were lurking nearby, some exuding an aura that reached the Imperial realm. And this was merely the peripheral area. One could only imagine the terror that lay in the core region. It seemed caution was imperative. Zhou Chen activated the divine concealment technique to mask his presence. I should investigate further. Zhou Chen employed the formless celestial steps and sped towards the direction of the peripheral region. Along the way, he encountered countless beasts, massive demon bears, swift wind wolves, and fire-spitting flame pythons. Each creature possessed strength above the Saint realm. However, Zhou Chen concealed his aura, and these beasts were completely unaware of his presence. After flying for about an hour, Zhou Chen entered the inner area. The beasts in the inner area were evidently stronger, predominantly at the Imperial realm, and their numbers were staggering. Nearly every 1,000 miles, an Imperial beast lay in wait. Zhou Chen exercised even greater caution, slowing his pace. He advanced while carefully observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he felt a powerful presence lock onto him. Zhou Chen abruptly turned his head to see a colossal demon eagle descending from the sky, its eyes fixated on him. The demon eagle was enormous, with a wingspan of 100 feet, covered in black scales, exuding an aura of the 10th layer of the Imperial realm. Human? The demon eagle spoke. Its voice hoarse. A human cultivator dares to intrude upon the wilderness of 10,000 beasts? Seeking death, it opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of black energy hurtling towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen did not confront it directly. Instead, he activated the formless celestial steps to evade. Yet the demon eagle's speed was astonishing, relentlessly pursuing him. Damn it, I forgot to guard against the skies, and I've been discovered. Knowing he could not evade it any longer, Zhou Chun decided to confront it head-on. Azure Lotus opens the heavens. A terrifying Azure Lotus sword chi projection fiercely struck towards the demon eagle. The demon eagle sneered, flapping its wings to summon a terrifying black storm that engulfed the sword chi entirely. A mere human dares to act so arrogantly before me? It roared, diving down with its claws outstretched towards Zhou Chun. Void-defying 8 desolation slash. Zhou Chun shouted in fury, unleashing 8 beams of sword chi simultaneously. The demon eagle's expression changed dramatically, hastily retreating. However, the 8 sword chi were too swift, and several struck it. Uffed. Numerous wounds appeared on the demon eagle, blood splattering forth. Damn human! It roared, fury blazing in its eyes. The demon eagle let out a piercing cry. It howled at the heavens, the sound waves transforming into a tangible attack that barreled towards Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun activated the formless celestial steps, vanishing and reappearing 1,000 feet away. Yet the demon eagle's attack range was too vast, and the sound waves still struck him. Bang! The sound wave shredded the edges of Zhou Chun's garments. And then Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened. You dare to damage my clothing? You shall pay with your life. Chapter 312. The Demon Tiger and I Die, Small Drillwind City. The demon eagle, enraged by Zhou Chun's words, unleashed 100-foot-sized torrent of terrifying demonic breath, hurtling towards him at incredible speed. Simultaneously, its claws tore through space, targeting Zhou Chun with unimaginable ferocity. However, Zhou Chun remained composed, nonchalantly summoning the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell, a temporal and spatial prison. The phantasmal figure of the Chaos Bell manifested instantaneously above the head of the demon eagle, its chime resonating melodiously. Boom! The terrifying power of chaos erupted, instantaneously solidifying the surrounding spacetime. The demonic breath froze mid-air, and the demon eagle's lethal claws appeared to be suspended in time. Its eyes widened in shock and fear. The void and 8 desolations slash. In the next moment, 8 terrifying sword energies, traversing space, simultaneously struck from 8 directions towards the demon eagle. Bound by the constraints of the temporal cage, the demon eagle was utterly incapable of evading. Thud, thud, thud. The 8 sword energies struck simultaneously, leaving gaping wounds that revealed bone on the demon eagle's body. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crackling sounds ensued. The demon eagle was cleaved into 8 segments. Its demonic form shattered into 8 pieces. Zhou Chun, feeling somewhat conspicuous as a human among the demon race, sought a concealed location and began to invoke the divine concealment technique. A shroud of black mist enveloped his form, commencing the transformation of his appearance and aura. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, Zhou Chun had transformed into a black demon tiger, standing 8 feet tall, its body cloaked in dark fur, emanating the aura of a 7th-tier Emperor Realm demon. Excellent. Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction. In terms of both appearance and aura, he now bore an uncanny resemblance to a genuine demon tiger. Even a powerful monarch would find it exceedingly difficult to see through his disguise. Now, he required an identity. After some contemplation, Zhou Chun decided to adopt a name fitting for the demon race. He would be called Ni Dai, perfectly aligning with his current low-profile approach. With his disguise complete, Zhou Chun soared towards the outskirts of the Wanyeo region. He resolved to gather intelligence on the demon clan's situation before devising a plan to infiltrate the demon emperor's palace and acquire the fragments of the Chaos Bell. After flying for about an hour, Zhou Chun arrived at the outer region. The demonic aura here was not as dense as in the core area, and he could discern various structures. Those were the cities of the demon race. In the distance, a colossal city came into view. The city spanned 1,000 miles, its walls towering 100 feet high, constructed entirely of black rock, exuding a heavy atmosphere. Above the city gate, 3 large characters were inscribed: Xiao Zuanfeng City. Xiao Zuanfeng City? Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow. What an intriguing name. He approached the city gate, where 2 guards stood, both of whom were at the Holy Realm. One was a leopard demon, and the other a wolf demon. Halt! The leopard demon blocked Zhou Chun's path. Entering the city requires a fee of 10 inferior demon crystals. Demon crystals? Zhou Chun was momentarily taken aback. He truly had no demon crystals. I don't have any demon crystals, Zhou Chun replied honestly. No demon crystals? The leopard demon sneered. Then be gone. You think you can enter the city without money? Zhou Chun feigned an explanation. Wait. I'm from out of town and only have human spirit stones on me. Can I exchange spirit stones for demon crystals? Spirit stones? The wolf demon scoffed. That's human currency. We demons do not recognize it. If you want to enter the city, go earn some demon crystals. No demon crystals, no entry. Zhou Chun frowned. It seemed the currency systems of the demon and human races were indeed different. He had to find a way to earn some demon crystals. Where can I earn demon crystals? Earn demon crystals? The leopard demon pointed towards the wilderness outside the city. Go hunt the mindless demonic beasts outside, collect their demon cores, and sell them in the city for demon crystals. Or take on mercenary tasks. Completing them will also earn you demon crystals. Can I exchange an ancient spirit pearl for demon crystals? Ancient spirit pearl? The leopard and wolf demons exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. You, a 7th-tier Emperor Realm little demon, possess an ancient spirit pearl? Stop boasting and get lost. Without further ado, Zhou Chun produced an ancient spirit pearl. The pale blue pearl radiated a soft glow, brimming with terrifying energy. The leopard and wolf demons were instantly rendered speechless. Is it truly an ancient spirit pearl? Their eyes brimmed with astonishment. The wolf demon frantically signaling the leopard demon. The ancient spirit pearl was a sacred artifact of the Wanyeo clan, each one worth its weight in gold. One ancient spirit pearl could easily be exchanged for at least 100,000 inferior demon crystals. Where did you acquire the ancient spirit pearl? The leopard demon asked, eyeing Zhou Chun warily. That is not important, Zhou Chun replied nonchalantly. What matters is that I wish to enter the city. Will you allow me in? Of course. The leopard demon nodded eagerly. Please come in. They didn't even mention the demon crystals anymore. They dared not offend a demon with an ancient spirit pearl. It was highly probable that this tiger demon was merely toying with them. Some exceptionally talented demons sought to create trouble for gatekeepers like them. And if they insisted on collecting fees, the ensuing events would likely involve a beating. They were well aware of such scenarios, having faced the consequences before. Thus, they were quite eager to grant Zhou Chun passage. Zhou Chun stepped into Xianxia City. Inside the city, people bustled about, filled with demons of all kinds, bull demons, horse demons, tiger demons, and wolf demons. The mingling of various demon races created a vibrant atmosphere. Zhou Chun meandered through the city, observing his surroundings while gathering information. Soon, he overheard a shocking piece of news. Have you heard? The thousand-faced nine-tailed fox saintess is holding a grand celebration in Wanyeo City. Of course I've heard. The saintess obtained 100 ancient spirit pearls during the ancient secret realm expedition, making history. 100 ancient spirit pearls? My heavens, what does that even mean? Those are the finest among ancient spirit pearls, each equivalent to 10 ordinary ones. The saintess is truly remarkable. It is said that even the demon emperor wishes to meet her in person. Moreover, the celebration will invite various factions to witness, making it undoubtedly lively. Zhou Chun listened, his expression growing peculiar. The thousand-faced nine-tailed fox saintess. 100 ancient spirit pearls? Wasn't that Qi Ling? He had casually given Qi Linger 100 ancient spirit pearls during their time in the ancient secret realm. He had not anticipated that these pearls would hold such significance within the Wanyeo clan. How intriguing. Zhou Chun chuckled to himself. With a thought, he opened the system panel to check Qi Linger's fortune information. Name: Qi Linger. Fate: nine-tailed bloodline, golden. Enchantress of the world, golden. Favored by the heavenly Tao, golden. Destiny: 8th-tier Emperor Realm, bearer of the thousand-faced nine-tailed fox bloodline, saintess of the Wanyeo clan, adept at bewitching hearts. Ultimately betrayed by her kin, she fell into a trap set by enemies and perished, halting at the 10th-tier Emperor Realm. Recent opportunity: 3 days hence, during the grand celebration in Wanyeo City. She will receive a reward from the Demon Emperor, acquiring a fragment of the core of the Chaos Bell. Chapter 313. I am Ni Dai, 7 Treasures Pavilion. A fragment of the core of the Chaos Bell? Zhou Chun's eyes lit up. It was truly a stroke of fortune. This would be manageable. Zhou Chun exhaled in relief. As long as he infiltrated the celebration and devised a way to intercept Qi Linger's opportunity, he would be set. Even if he failed to intercept it, it was of little concern. His greatest fear was floundering about like a headless chicken. Not only would that waste time, but it would also hinder his ability to seize other opportunities. However, time was of the essence. He needed to head to Wanyeo City. After inquiring around the city, Zhou Chun learned that Xianxia City had a teleportation array that could take him directly to Wanyeo City. He made his way to the teleportation hall, where a black-robed bull demon emanating the aura of a 5th-tier Emperor Realm stood at the entrance. Teleport to the city of 10,000 beasts. 100,000 low-grade demon crystals, the bull demon coldly declared. 100,000 low-grade demon crystals? Zhou Chun mused, patting his pocket. He currently possessed not a single crystal. I lack demon crystals. May I exchange for something else? Zhou Chun inquired. Lack demon crystals? What are you doing in the teleportation hall then? Looking to exploit the teleportation array for free? Get out. The bull demon scoffed, waving his hand, unleashing a surge of demonic energy aimed to throw Zhou Chun out. Zhou Chun frowned. This bull demon was exceedingly arrogant. Wait, Zhou Chun said coolly. Do you know who I am? Who are you? The bull demon paused, taken aback. Could this unassuming black tiger be someone of significance? May I ask your name? He inquired, his tone slightly more courteous. I am an I Die, Zhou Chen replied indifferently. An I Die? The bull demon was momentarily stunned. What sort of name was that? He had never heard of a prominent figure by that name within the 10,000 Beasts clan. An I Die? His expression darkened. Never heard of it. He cast a glance at Zhou Chen's waist token, which indeed bore the name An I Die. Yet, how could someone with an unknown name dare to act so grandly before him? Without demon crystals, what right have you to play the part of a big shot? The bull demon retorted angrily. Get out of here and don't hinder my business. He waved his hand again, dispatching a stronger wave of demonic energy toward Zhou Chen. However, the bull demon was astonished to find that his energy seemed to vanish into oblivion, causing not even the slightest ripple. Zhou Chen merely regarded the bull demon with a calm glance before departing the teleportation hall. Within his perception, there were approximately a dozen demon beasts at the 10th level of the Imperial Realm inside the hall. While Zhou Chen was not afraid, engaging in a brawl would be a considerable waste of time. For him, matters that could be resolved with wealth were trivial. Subsequently, Zhou Chen wandered through the city and discovered a relatively large establishment, the Seven Treasures Pavilion. The Seven Treasures Pavilion was the largest merchant firm in Little Diamond Wind City, dealing in the acquisition of various precious items and the sale of numerous treasures. Upon entering the Seven Treasures Pavilion, Zhou Chen was greeted by opulent decor, adorned with rare specimens of human cultivators, demon beast taxidermy, and magical artifacts. A dog demon attendant clad in a yellow robe approached, sizing Zhou Chen up from head to toe. Upon seeing Zhou Chen's tattered attire, a look of disdain crossed his face. Oh, where did this beggar come from? The dog demon attendant sneered. This is Seven Treasures Pavilion, not a soup kitchen. Hurry and get lost. Zhou Chen cast a nonchalant glance at him. I am an I Die, not a beggar. An I Die? The dog demon attendant was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. What an I Die? Die an I don't care what you call yourself. A pauper is still a pauper. Get out of here before you dirty our Seven Treasures Pavilion floor. He prepared to force Zhou Chen out. Just then, Zhou Chen retrieved an ancient spirit pearl from his pocket. A soft blue glow illuminated the shop. The dog demon attendant was instantly rendered speechless. The manager of the Seven Treasures Pavilion, hidden behind the scenes, also changed his expression dramatically. An ancient spirit pearl. A pig demon clad in purple rushed out from the back, his face beaming with smiles. An I Die, my friend. My apologies. This dog here has eyes that cannot see the mountain. He has offended you. Please forgive him. With that, he shoved the dog demon attendant aside and turned to Zhou Chen with a beaming smile. Come, my friend and I Die, let us discuss matters in the private room upstairs. Zhou Chen nodded and followed the pig demon manager to the second floor. Upon reaching the private room on the second floor of the Seven Treasures Pavilion, Zhou Chen seated himself at the main table, a fine pot of tea laid before him. The pig demon manager stood beside him, still wearing a broad smile. Friend and I Die, I am the manager of the Seven Treasures Pavilion, Zhu Fei. You may call me Zhu Fei, he announced respectfully. Zhou Chen nodded, remaining silent. Zhu Fei continued, the item you just presented is indeed an ancient spirit pearl, correct? Yes. Zhou Chen placed 10 ancient spirit pearls on the table. I wish to sell these pearls in exchange for demon crystals. Zhu Fei's eyes widened at the sight of the 10 ancient spirit pearls. 10 ancient spirit pearls? This is a substantial fortune. My friend, the ancient spirit pearl is a sacred object of our 10,000 Beasts clan and is of immense value. Each ancient spirit pearl is worth 100,000 low-grade demon crystals, totaling 1 million low-grade demon crystals for 10. However, he paused. If you choose to sell them to us at the Seven Treasures Pavilion, we can offer you an excellent price, 110,000 low-grade demon crystals. How does that sound? Zhou Chen nodded. That works. While he was not entirely familiar with the value of demon crystals, 110,000 low-grade demon crystals seemed quite substantial. Then it's settled. Zhu Fei exclaimed joyfully, swiftly pulling out a storage bag and handing it to Zhou Chen. Here are 110,000 low-grade demon crystals, equivalent to 11,000 medium-grade demon crystals, or 1,100 high-grade demon crystals. To make it easier for you to carry, I have converted it into high-grade demon crystals. Zhou Chen accepted the storage bag and scanned it with his divine sense. It indeed contained 1,100 high-grade demon crystals, each radiating a rich demonic aura. Pleasure doing business. Zhou Chen rose and prepared to leave. Safe travels, friend. Zhu Fei personally escorted Zhou Chen to the door. Yet, a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. As Zhou Chen exited the Seven Treasures Pavilion, he sensed he was being followed. Indeed, a cold smile crept across Zhou Chen's lips. An innocent man has nothing to fear, yet one who possesses treasure invites suspicion. A seemingly inconspicuous little demon suddenly producing 10 ancient spirit pearls would surely incite others' avarice. Feigning ignorance, Zhou Chen continued toward the city outskirts. Upon leaving the city gates, he made his way toward a small grove. Seeing this, his pursuers hastened their pace. Once deep within the grove, Zhou Chen abruptly halted. "Come out. You've been following me for quite a while. Aren't you tired?" As soon as he spoke, several figures emerged from the trees. Leading them was none other than Zhu Fei, flanked by 3 pig demons at the 8th level of the Imperial Realm. "Friend and I die, how have you been?" Zhu Fei sneered. "You carry such precious treasures, yet venture outside the city alone. What does this mean? Are the origins of these treasures dubious? We must investigate thoroughly." His words dripped with self-righteousness. Zhou Chun turned to face Zhu Fei, his expression nonchalant. As expected of the pig demon clan, indeed clever. Is there anything else?" Zhu Fei licked his lips. "You must have more ancient spirit pearls on you, right? Hand over all your ancient spirit pearls and demon crystals, and I may spare your life. Otherwise," a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "You shall remain here today." Zhou Chen chuckled, genuinely amused. "I suggest you consider changing your name to Pei Qi in your next life. It might prolong your existence." Though Zhu Fei could not comprehend Zhou Chen's words, he recognized they were not flattering. Furious, Zhu Fei bellowed, "Enough with the nonsense. Kill him. Brothers, charge." The 3 8th-level pig demons lunged at Zhou Chen simultaneously. Yet, in the next moment, they found themselves frozen in shock, because Zhou Chen had vanished. "Where is he?" Zhu Fei's expression changed dramatically. "Here." Zhou Chen's voice emanated from behind him. Zhu Fei turned abruptly, only to find Zhou Chen had appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. Tai Su Yin-Yang slash. Zhou Chen raised his hand, unleashing a blade of energy. The energy instantly vanished, reappearing the next moment at Zhu Fei's throat. Splurt. Zhu Fei's head flew off. His eyes filled with disbelief. How are you so strong?" His voice ceased abruptly, and his body collapsed. The 3 pig demons at the 8th level of the Emperor Realm were struck with terror. "Flee." They turned and ran. But how could Zhou Chen allow their escape? Tai Su Ba Huang slash. 8 blades of energy simultaneously struck out, attacking the 3 pig demons from 8 different directions. Splurt, splurt, splurt. The 3 pig demons were instantly slain, unable to let out a single cry of despair. Zhou Chen approached Zhu Fei's corpse and searched him, retrieving a storage bag. Scanning it with his divine sense, he found 10 ancient spirit pearls within. This transaction netted him a staggering 11,000 demon crystals. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction, stowing the storage bag away. After bestowing them with the 3 mystical true fire, Zhou Chen departed the small grove. Upon returning to Little Xuanfeng City, Zhou Chen made his way directly to the transmission hall. This time, he possessed ample demon crystals. He teleported to Wanyao City. Zhou Chen handed 100 top-grade demon crystals to the Ox Demon. The Ox Demon accepted the crystals, counted them, and nodded, saying, "Please enter." His demeanor was markedly improved compared to before. After all, Zhou Chen was now a customer capable of affording the fee. Zhou Chen stepped into the teleportation array, and the Ox Demon activated the formation. Boom. A terrifying force of spatial energy surged forth, enveloping Zhou Chen's body. The scenery before him transformed rapidly, with countless mountains and rivers flashing past his vision. Approximately 10 breaths later, Zhou Chen landed. He opened his eyes. Before him stood a colossal city, far larger than Little Xuanfeng City. The city walls towered 1,000 feet high, forged from purple gold, emanating a dreadful oppressive aura. The city gate bore 3 ancient characters. Wanyao City. Finally arrived, what an effort. Zhou Chen took a deep breath. Wanyao City, the heart of the myriad demon races, a gathering place for countless powerful demon tribes. He entered through the city gate. Inside, people bustled about. A dense throng of various demon races. The demons here exhibited formidable strength. Even the most ordinary passerby possessed a cultivation of the Saint Realm. While Emperor Realm demons were commonplace, Zhou Chen could sense the city's aversion and hostility towards the human race. The air was thick with demonic energy, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Truly, this was Wanyao City. Wandering through the city, Zhou Chen observed his surroundings. Soon, he stumbled upon an intriguing phenomenon. Discussions abounded regarding the celebration banquet for the 1,000-faced nine-tailed fox saintess. It was rumored that the banquet would take place in 3 days. The saintess was truly remarkable, having acquired 100 ancient spirit pearls. Moreover, the demon emperor himself had personally met her, bestowing countless treasures. It was said that among them was a fragment of the chaotic bell. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this news. It seemed his intelligence was accurate. The fragment of the chaotic bell would indeed be awarded to Qian Linger at the banquet. 3 days hence. Zhou Chen stroked his chin. Then I shall meander through the city for a while, seeking other opportunities. He opened the system's opportunity panel to check for chances in the vicinity. Soon, a plethora of opportunity information appeared on the panel. Most were low-tier opportunities of the yellow and profound grades. However, a few advanced opportunities of the earth and heaven grades also caught his eye. Zhou Chen selected several nearby opportunities, preparing to seize them. The first opportunity was located in a pharmacy in the eastern district of Wanyao City. Name, Long Aotian. Recent opportunity, soon to acquire the 9 transformations dragon blood herb at a pharmacy in the eastern district of Wanyao City. A spirit herb from the dragon clan of ancient times, born from the essence of true dragon blood, which significantly enhances bloodline capabilities when refined. He arrived at the pharmacy and quickly located the 9 transformations dragon blood herb. The shopkeeper, a snake demon, noticed Zhou Chun's interest and immediately began a fervent introduction. Esteemed friend, you have a discerning eye. This 9 transformations dragon blood herb is our store's prized possession, valued at 100 top-grade demon crystals. 100 top-grade demon crystals? Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow. Clearly the snake demon was unaware of the true value of the dragon blood herb, mistaking it for a cheap item. I'll take it. Package it up, Zhou Chun said nonchalantly. The snake demon was momentarily taken aback before bursting with joy. Excellent. Excellent. Esteemed friend, your decisiveness is commendable. He hurriedly retrieved the 9 transformations dragon blood herb and handed it to Zhou Chun. This herb had been traded for a single top-grade demon crystal and had languished unsold for quite some time, frustrating the shopkeeper who had watched it sit there in good condition without interest. The 9 transformations dragon blood herb was blood red, shaped like a dragon. However, it did not emanate a powerful dragon aura, instead appearing quite restrained, which explained the shopkeeper's misjudgment. Zhou Chun accepted the spirit herb, paying 100 top-grade demon crystals. Ding. Congratulations to the host for intercepting the demon genius Long Aotin's 9 transformations dragon blood herb, triggering a 10-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving an Imperial Grade Supreme 9 transformations dragon blood fruit. Within Zhou Chen's system space, a fruit the size of a fist materialized. The fruit shimmered with a purple-gold hue, radiating a terrifying dragon aura while containing chaotic power. The 9 transformations dragon blood herb could only enhance the bloodline of demon beasts. But the 9 transformations dragon blood fruit could not only enhance the bloodline, but also significantly augment Xiao Hong's innate talent. This little glutton, Xiao Hong, had struck gold. Zhou Chun exited the shop and continued to the next opportunity point, located in a secret market in the northern district of Wanyao City. Name, Jinggang. Recent opportunity, acquiring the Imperial Grade Supreme Xianxia Mother Root in a secret market in the northern district of Wanyao City. A plant root formed from the condensation of Xianxia Qi nurtured by heaven and earth, which significantly enhances physical strength upon absorption. Zhou Chen arrived at the secret market, quickly locating the Xianxia Mother Root. This was a concealed underground trading market, dedicated to the exchange of illicit treasures. Zhou Chen disguised himself as a demon tiger and blended in. Soon, he found the Xianxia Mother Root. A badger demon was hawking the root. Xianxia Mother Root. An ancient spirit plant that can greatly enhance physical strength. Only 50,000 top-grade demon crystals, first come, first served, true to the demon race. Their illiteracy rate was still somewhat high, often misidentifying spirit plants. Zhou Chen approached directly, stating in a deep voice, "Here are 50,000 demon crystals. I'll take the Xianxia Mother Root." The badger demon rejoiced, promptly handing the Xianxia Mother Root to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen paid 50,000 top-grade demon crystals, accepting the root. This payment had been made with the demon crystals he had previously exchanged for in Wanyao City, having traded ancient spirit pearls for a total of 100,000 top-grade demon crystals. Congratulations to the host for intercepting the demon genius Jingang's Xianxia Mother Root, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving a low-grade immortal Xianxia Divine Tree Seedling. In the system space, the Xianxia Divine Tree Seedling appeared, shimmering with a purple-gold hue, exuding a rich Xianxia aura and chaotic power, leaving Zhou Chen elated. This was the legendary Divine Tree. Capable of nurturing countless Xianxia energy, its value immeasurable. When placed within a small world, it could greatly enhance and stabilize the internal small world. Chapter 315, Continuous Breakthrough. 10th Layer of the Emperor Realm. Subsequently, Zhou Chen sought a decent inn, paying for a cultivation room. With a casual gesture, a barrier formation was established to isolate breath and sound, and only then was Xiao Hong summoned forth. After a period of growth, Xiao Hong had reached the 3rd layer of the Emperor Realm. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "Master, where are we? I feel so comfortable. Have you brought me something wonderful again?" Little foodie, this is the realm where the myriad of demons reside, known as the Plains of the Myriad Demons. Zhou Chun tossed the 9 transformations dragon blood grass, the 9 transformations dragon blood fruit, and the Xianxia Mother Root directly to her. The dragon blood grass and dragon blood fruit were specifically for demon beasts, while the Xianxia Mother Root held little value for Zhou Chun, so he decided to gift it all to the Jiu Mingyu. These are ancient demon plants. Once you absorb them, Your bloodline will undoubtedly ascend once more. Upon seeing these 3 treasures, Xiaohong's eyes widened in astonishment. She shouted with exhilaration, "Master, these are far too precious. Enough chatter, hurry and absorb them," Zhou Chen instructed. Xiaohong wasted no time and immediately began to absorb the 3 treasures. The dragon blood grass and dragon blood fruit transformed into countless dragon-shaped energies that surged into her body. The Xianhuang mother root also dissipated into an abundance of Xianhuang energy, merging with Xiaohong's being. As these 3 formidable energies flooded in simultaneously, her body began to tremble violently. Her bloodline underwent a frenzied metamorphosis, and her aura continuously ascended. Emperor Realm, 4th layer. Emperor Realm, 5th layer. In just a quarter of an hour, Xiaohong had broken through 2 small realms consecutively. Furthermore, her bloodline underwent a qualitative transformation. Her originally dark fur gradually shimmered with a layer of purple-golden luster. "Master, my bloodline has evolved," Xiaohong shouted with excitement. Fortunately, Zhou Chen had set up a soundproof formation. Otherwise, the commotion would have been considerable. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. Based on her aura, Xiaohong had successfully evolved into a Jiyu Xianhuang tiger. After absorbing these 3 treasures, her future growth potential had significantly increased. Focus on your cultivation and strive for an early breakthrough. "Yes, master." Xiaohong joyfully returned to Zhou Chen's small world to stabilize her cultivation. Zhou Chen also sat cross-legged, holding the sapling of the Xianhuang divine tree in his palm. With a mere thought, the sapling transformed into a purple-golden streak of light, entering the inner world and plummeting like a meteor into the western land, resonating with the world tree of the eastern land. Nurtured by the immense spiritual energy of the small world, the roots instantly penetrated the earth's veins, the trunk soaring to a height of thousands of feet. And as the branches and leaves unfurled, an overwhelming Xianhuang energy surged forth. Boom! The heavens of the small world began to tremble, and colorful cloud vortexes slowly rotated. As a pillar of Xianhuang light erupted from the top of the divine tree, pouring into Zhou Chen's crown. Crack! The bottleneck of the 7th layer of the Emperor Realm shattered with a resounding echo, as Zhou Chen's pores inhaled and exhaled chaotic spiritual mist, with Xianhuang patterns emerging on his skin. Bang, bang, bang. Emperor Realm, 8th layer. Emperor Realm, 9th layer. Emperor Realm, 10th layer. Zhou Chen's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that the Xianhuang divine tree would facilitate 3 consecutive breakthroughs. Rumbling. The roots of the divine tree connected with his meridians, and every tremor of its leaves triggered an expansion of the small world by 100 miles. As the 10th Emperor rune solidified on his forehead, the entire divine tree began to resonate with him, and the sky was filled with Xianhuang energy transforming into golden lotus rain, cascading into the small world. Vibrant with life, as all things flourished, the oppressive aura of the 10th layer of the Emperor Realm swept across the surroundings. Xiaohong felt the most profound impact. At this moment, she sensed that her cultivation speed within the small world had increased tenfold. This instilled a sense of urgency in her, lest she be left far behind by her master. Zhou Chen continued to wander through the city of myriad demons. In the following 2 days, he intercepted several opportunities from talented demon clan members, acquiring numerous treasures. However, the quality of these treasures was not high, with the best being merely high-grade heavenly level. They held little significance for Zhou Chen, but served as excellent nourishment for Xiaohong. Over the course of 2 days, Xiaohong absorbed countless treasures. Although her cultivation did not break through again, her strength became more solidified. 3 days swiftly passed. In the central square of the city of myriad demons, a fervor enveloped the atmosphere. Countless demon clans thronged from all directions, eager to catch a glimpse of the 1,000-faced nine-tailed fox saintess. At the center of the square, upon a raised platform, sat the Golden Crow Demon Emperor in a position of authority, flanked by several powerful figures of the Emperor Realm, all leaders of the various clans of the myriad demons. The leader of the Tianhu clan, a stunning woman clad in white robes, exuded a sacred aura, emanating the presence of the 3rd layer of the Emperor Realm. She was none other than Bai Linger, the mother of Qian Linger. "Linger, come forth," Bai Linger gently beckoned. As her words fell, the sky abruptly changed color. Countless colorful rays of light descended, enveloping the entire square. A graceful figure emerged slowly from the radiant light. She was a woman adorned in a multicolored long dress, with a beauty that could topple empires, her skin as smooth as jade, and her eyes twinkling like stars. What was more remarkable was her radiant presence, carrying a hint of youthful charm that evoked a sense of tender affection. Behind her, 9 snow-white fox tails gently swayed, each radiating a sacred glow. The 1,000-faced nine-tailed fox, one of the most esteemed bloodlines of the myriad demons. Qianlinger, how beautiful! Countless demons held their breath. their eyes filled with infatuation. Even the seasoned elders, accustomed to beauty, could not help but be moved. Indeed, the thousand-faced nine-tailed fox possessed such beauty and grace. The saintess has truly become more enchanting. It was said that the saintess not only had an unparalleled beauty but also possessed remarkable cultivation. Having acquired 100 ancient spirit pearl kings in the ancient secret realm while still at the 6th layer of the emperor realm. Moreover, I heard that the bloodline of the saintess's thousand-faced nine-tailed fox is the purest the Tianhu clan has seen in thousands of years. The demons buzzed with excitement, their eyes brimming with admiration. Xianxia gracefully ascended the platform, bowing to the Golden Crow Demon Emperor and the esteemed leaders. Linger pays respects to the emperor and to all the esteemed elders. Her voice was melodious, like a celestial melody. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Linger, you have done well. With a wave of his hand, countless treasures fell from the sky. Emperor-grade artifacts, emperor-grade techniques, precious spiritual herbs, over 100 items in total. All of these treasures are yours, he declared. And there is one last item. He retrieved a palm-sized fragment from within his robe. The fragment, a deep bronze color, emanated a terrifying chaotic energy. It was none other than a fragment of the Chaos Bell. Upon seeing the Chaos Bell fragment, a peculiar glint flashed in Xianxia's eyes. Although she did not recognize the fragment, she sensed that its aura was strikingly similar to that of the bell-shaped artifact held by that scoundrel. I wonder if I will ever cross paths with that rascal again. Xianxia chastised herself internally, shaking off the thoughts. But just as she prepared to accept the fragment, a sudden voice interrupted. Wait. The crowd turned to see a golden figure rising from the VIP area. Chapter 316, Celebration Ceremony. Zhou Chun takes the stage. It was a youthful man clad in a golden robe, his handsome visage radiating a blazing golden flame. Behind him loomed a massive golden crow apparition, exuding the terrifying aura of the 10th layer of the Emperor realm. Jin Yan of the Golden Crow clan. Jin Yan. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor frowned and asked, "What is it that you seek?" "To report to my father." Jin Yan stepped forward to the platform, his gaze fixed intently on Xianxia. "I have admired the saintess for a long time, and today I have come to propose marriage. May the esteemed leader of the Celestial Fox clan bestow the hand of the saintess upon my son, thus uniting our two clans in a marriage that heralds an era of prosperity." The moment these words were uttered, a cacophony of astonishment erupted throughout the assembly. What? The Golden Crow Prince intends to wed the saintess? This revelation is utterly unexpected. The union between the Golden Crow clan and the Celestial Fox clan is of monumental significance. The gathered beings murmured amongst themselves, their eyes wide with shock. Bai Linger's expression shifted slightly, yet she retained a courteous smile. "Your Highness Jin Yan, you jest. Linger is still quite young. Such matters of marriage require careful consideration." "Consideration?" Jin Yan scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "Leader of the Celestial Fox clan, my Golden Crow clan sincerely seeks this union. Are you truly intending to refuse?" The weight of his words was laden with an undeniable authority. Bai Linger furrowed her brow. She understood that Jin Yan was leveraging the might of the Golden Crow clan to coerce her into an unwanted marriage. Should she refuse, the Golden Crow clan might very well turn against them. Jin Yan's reputation was notoriously vile, having indulged in debauchery with various demon clans. And he had shown a particular fondness for married women, sparing none, even the innocent Komodo dragon demons. However, acquiescing to his demands would spell ruin for her future. Just as Bai Linger prepared to voice her objections, Jin Yan interrupted her. "Leader of the Celestial Fox clan, I perceive your hesitation. Let us resolve this through a contest of martial prowess to determine the saintess's fate. Should any demon capable of besting me emerge, I shall relinquish my pursuit. But should none prove victorious, then the saintess shall be mine. What say you?" His words radiated confidence and arrogance. Although Jin Yan was merely at the 10th level of the Emperor realm, he was the prince of the Golden Crow clan, trained in their secret arts. The Golden Crow Burning Heaven technique, which endowed him with combat prowess surpassing that of his peers. Even a first-level sovereign would struggle against him. Moreover, most of the talented demons present were only at the Emperor realm. Who would dare challenge him? Bai Linger gritted her teeth, on the verge of refusal. When the Golden Crow Demon Emperor spoke up, "This is an excellent proposal," he stated calmly. "Linger, what is your opinion?" Bai Linger clenched her jaw. She recognized that the Golden Crow Demon Emperor was coercing her into submission. To refuse would be to dishonor him, and the Celestial Fox clan would be rendered adversaries of the Golden Crow clan. Furthermore, she wished to spare her mother any embarrassment. "I shall comply," she murmured, her eyes brimming with resentment. "Ha ha." Jin Yan laughed heartily. "Since the saintess has consented, let the contest commence. Who among you dares to challenge me? Step forth." He leaped onto the stage, which spanned 1,000 feet, forged entirely from mysterious iron, capable of withstanding battles of sovereign caliber. Standing in the center, he scanned the crowd. Who dares to engage in combat? His voice dripped with provocation. Below the stage, countless demon prodigies exchanged glances. Many harbored unspoken affections for Linger. Yet none dared to ascend the platform. Xianxia's strength was overwhelming. At merely 800 years old, he stood at the 10th level of the Emperor realm. Coupled with the Golden Crow clan's forbidden techniques, who could stand against him? What's this? No one dares to step forward? Xianxia sneered. Is this the extent of the courage possessed by the talents of the myriad demon clans? Some among the crowd gritted their teeth in frustration, yet remained silent. If only I possessed the sovereign's power, I would teach him a lesson. Xianxia is exploiting his higher cultivation to bully us. How infuriating it is to simply watch the saintess be taken away by him. Nonetheless, despite their grievances, no one rose to challenge him. Observing the spectacle, Xianxia's smile grew increasingly arrogant. Since no one dares to approach, the saintess shall be mine. He turned towards Linger, eyes glinting with avarice. From this day forth, you shall be my fiancé. Linger bit her lip, despair washing over her. Must she truly wed this arrogant scoundrel? Just then, a languid voice broke through the tension. Wait, I shall step up. The crowd turned to see a young man clad in a blue robe striding forth from the masses. This youth was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of refinement, yet his eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. It was Zhou Chun, having shed the guise of the demon tiger to reveal his human form. Upon seeing the familiar Zhou Chun, Linger felt a rush of joy, though tears of frustration threatened to spill from her eyes. Linger observed Linger's reaction, a flicker of suspicion crossing her features. A human? Xianxia faltered momentarily, then burst into laughter. A mere human dares to meddle in the affairs of my myriad demon clans? From whence does this stray dog come to court death on my stage? Zhou Chun smiled nonchalantly. I am Zhou Chun, the chief elite disciple of the Xianxia Academy. Today, I come at the behest of the Academy to witness this event. Seeing the Golden Crow Prince's valor has inspired admiration within me, and I seek to learn from your esteemed prowess. His words dripped with provocation. By invoking the name of Xianxia Academy, he made it clear that the Demon Emperor would think twice before acting rashly, while simultaneously expressing disdain for Xianxia. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of whispers. While the Golden Crow Demon Emperor's pupils constricted, his expression remaining unchanged, but turmoil brewed within. The average demon beast may not grasp the significance of Xianxia Academy, yet he was well aware. A mere sneeze from Xianxia Academy could send tremors throughout the myriad demon clans. What? He is human? Xianxia Academy? Does that faction hold such power? Madness danced in their eyes. A human dares to challenge the Golden Crow Prince? This is sheer folly. Countless demons buzzed with shock and mockery. Xianxia stood dumbfounded. A human dares to challenge him? And before such a multitude of demons? How amusing. Xianxia sneered. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. However, he paused, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Martial contests are blind to fairness. Life and death are of no concern. Will you dare to sign a life and death contract? Xianxia was not foolish. Noticing that his father, the Golden Crow Demon Emperor, did not intervene, he understood that Zhou Chun must possess significant backing. Thus he sought to ensure his own safety with the life and death contract. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor observed this exchange with a hint of appreciation. If a life and death contract were signed, even if Zhou Chun were to perish, the Xianxia Academy would find it difficult to retaliate. After all, the lives of a few thousand demons paled in comparison to his son Xianxia's life. Zhou Chun smiled lightly. This suits me perfectly. However, should I emerge victorious, I would also require the fragments of the treasured artifact. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor replied nonchalantly, eager to avoid any potential change of heart from Zhou Chun. This was Zhou Chun's clever strategy to openly seize the opportunity. Subsequently, the Golden Crow Demon Emperor raised his hand, and a life and death contract materialized in the air, shimmering with spiritual energy. Both Zhou Chun and Xianxia simultaneously pressed their handprints upon it. Instantly, the contract emitted a brilliant golden light, signifying its establishment. Excellent. I hope you can maintain your arrogance a little longer, Xianxia sneered. Let the battle commence. His aura erupted, and terrifying golden flames surged from within him, enveloping the entire arena with the oppressive force of the 10th layer of the Emperor realm. Golden Crow Devastation Technique. Golden Crow True Form. A colossal golden crow burst forth from his body, its wings spanning 1,000 zhang, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. The golden crow opened its beak and unleashed a terrifying torrent of golden flames toward Zhou Chun. This strike represented the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the Emperor realm. Below the stage, countless demon clansmen shook their heads in despair. While they admired his prowess, they were convinced that this human would surely perish. The 10th layer of the Emperor Realm's Golden Crow true form was beyond the reach of any Emperor Realm practitioner. He was far too impulsive, sacrificing his life merely for show. Bai Linger also shook her head, lamenting. Though Zhou Chen fought to assist her, what was the point of such a self-destructive act? But at that moment, Zhou Chen acted. He raised his hand, and an ancient bronze bell appeared above his head. Chaotic bell. Time and space prison. I command you to suppress. The bell's chime resonated melodiously. Boom. A terrifying force of chaos erupted from the bell, instantly solidifying the surrounding time and space. The flames spewed by the Golden Crow froze midair, and Jinyan's body was likewise immobilized. After breaking through to the 10th layer of the Emperor Realm, the chaotic bell's time and space prison had been significantly enhanced. Even the Golden Crow Demon Emperor could not help but exhibit a hint of trepidation. Truly, a disciple of the Xianxia Academy, the Golden Crow Demon Emperor privately envied, regretting that his own talent had been insufficient to join the academy in his youth. What? Jin Yan's eyes widened, filled with shock. This is the power of time and space. How could a human possibly wield such power? Zhou Chen did not respond, but merely raised his hand again. Void 8 directions / up, down, left, right, forward, backward. And on both sides, 8 streaks of immense sword energy surged forth simultaneously from all directions toward Jin Yan. Even more terrifying was that each sword strike contained the complete essence of the law of slaughter. Under the constraints of the time and space prison, Jin Yan could not evade. Puff, puff, puff. The 8 sword energies struck simultaneously, leaving deep wounds that exposed bone on Jin Yan's body. Jin Yan let out a miserable scream, spewing blood. Yet, he was still a formidable 10th layer emperor, his physical body exceedingly robust. Though injured, he had not yet lost his combat capacity. Damn human, Jin Yan roared, channeling the Golden Crow devastation technique. Golden Crow rebirth. His body suddenly ignited, transforming into a sphere of golden flames. Within the flames, Jin Yan's injuries rapidly healed. This was the Golden Crow tribe's innate divine ability, rebirth through nirvana. As long as the wounds were not fatal, he could swiftly recover through this process. Interesting, Zhou Chen chuckled. However, if you possess no further tricks, this shall be the end. He activated the Green Lotus creation body, and a terrifying Green Lotus phantom flickered into existence. Green Lotus skyslaying sword technique. Countless sword energies erupted from the Green Lotus, each imbued with the complete law of slaughter. The sword energies poured forth like rain, completely enveloping Jin Yan. Jin Yan's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly summoned his Golden Crow true form to defend. Yet, Zhou Chen's sword energies were too numerous, and each possessed horrific might. Boom. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Crow true form was gradually diminished, ultimately shattering entirely. The sword energies continued their relentless advance, striking Jin Yan's body. Puff. Puff, puff. Countless wounds appeared on Jin Yan, blood splattering everywhere. I am a genius. How could I possibly lose? His eyes brimmed with unwillingness. But the next moment, an almost imperceptible sword energy sliced through his throat. Blood gushed forth from his mouth. Jin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, his body swayed. And he ultimately collapsed to the ground. The arena fell into a deathly silence. All the demon clansmen stared blankly at this scene, their minds blank. The Golden Crow Prince, the 10th layer of the Emperor Realm, had been instantaneously slain by a human practitioner, who seemed to be only at the 10th layer of the Emperor Realm himself. How could this be? It was well known that the Golden Crow tribe was terrifying. In a fair match, humans could never rival the demon clans, let alone the Golden Crows. On the high platform, the Golden Crow Demon Emperor suddenly stood, his face ashen. You dare to kill my son? His aura erupted, enveloping the entire square with the oppressive force of the 5th layer of the Emperor Realm. The terrifying killing intent left all demon clansmen breathless. Yet Zhou Chen remained calm and composed. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, this is indeed a life and death contract, Zhou Chen stated coolly. The sword knows no eyes, and life and death are irrelevant. This was proposed by Prince Jin Yan himself. I am merely adhering to the rules. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor's eyes blazed with fury, unable to maintain his composure any longer. He knew Zhou Chen spoke the truth. The life and death contract had already been signed. Even if Jin Yan perished, he could not seek vengeance, lest he violate the rules of the myriad demon clans. Moreover, Zhou Chen had the backing of the Xianxia Academy. Very well. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his rage. Human, you have impressed me. I shall remember you. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. The other demon clan powerhouses followed suit, leaving behind numerous talented demon youths, all stunned as they gazed at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen descended from the arena and approached Qianlinger. Saintess, I have won, he said with a smile. According to the rules, with Jin Yan's defeat, you shall henceforth be my betrothed. Xianxia looked at Zhou Chun, her eyes a whirl of complex emotions. You are truly Zhou Chun, she said incredulously. Indeed, it is I, Zhou Chun replied with a smile. Saintess, it has been a long time. Xianxia bit her lip, at a loss for words. She had never anticipated that the person who would save her at this critical moment would be Zhou Chun, the very man who had once been so frivolous with her in the ancient secret realm and gifted her 100 ancient spirit pearl kings. Strangely, since their encounter, Xianxia had astonishingly found her cultivation speed accelerating to dozens of times that of the past. Furthermore, the man before her had achieved such rapid advancements in his own realm. Thank you, she murmured, her heart in turmoil. Chapter 318, The First Layer of the Chaotic Bell. Zhou Chun gestured toward the fragment of the chaotic bell. No need for thanks. It was merely a matter of personal displeasure. That fragment of the treasured artifact was originally intended as a reward from the Demon Emperor to the Saintess. Since Prince Jin Yin has lost, this fragment rightfully belongs to me as compensation. Zhou Chun retrieved 100 ancient spirit pearl kings from his storage ring. Here are 100 ancient spirit pearl kings for you, serving as the price for acquiring this fragment. At this proclamation, the entire arena erupted in astonishment. 100 ancient spirit pearl kings? Such a figure was astronomical. When Xianxia initially received 100 ancient spirit pearl kings, it had already sent shockwaves through the myriad demon clans. Now, Zhou Chun casually produced another 100? And he was exchanging them for a fragment of an artifact whose purpose remained unknown? Just how wealthy could this human practitioner be? The Golden Crow had already departed. Xianxia, finally regaining her composure, gazed at Zhou Chun in astonishment and said, "You may take that shard. According to our wager, you have emerged victorious. And there is no need for compensation." Zhou Chun, however, did not afford her another moment to decline. Flicking his fingers to summon a storage ring containing 100 ancient spirit pearls, which promptly found its way into her hands. The surrounding demon clan members beheld this scene with fervent eyes, for 100 ancient spirit pearls were no trifling matter. They were priceless and beyond valuation. Ascending to the high platform, Zhou Chun stowed away the chaotic bell fragment. The moment it touched his palm, the system's notification resounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, for intercepting the core fragment of the chaos bell from the thousand-faced nine-tailed fox Saintess, Xianxia, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, for acquiring all remaining fragments of the chaos bell. Detected that the host has gathered all fragments of the first tier of the chaos bell. Would you like to synthesize a complete chaos bell? Zhou Chun's heart trembled. A 10,000-fold return? All remaining fragments? Did this imply he could finally synthesize the complete chaos bell? He had not anticipated such a generous reward from the system this time. In truth, this fragment was among the largest core fragments, while the others were too dispersed and perhaps collectively inferior in quality to this core piece. Synthesize. Zhou Chun willed it. And in the next moment, a brilliant light erupted in his small world. Countless bronze fragments materialized from the void, rapidly coalescing together. The fragments grew in number and size until, ultimately, a complete bronze ancient bell manifested in his consciousness. Towering to great heights, the bell, resplendent in bronze, was etched with ancient runes. Each rune contained a terrifying force of chaos, emanating an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. This was no mere fragment. It was the true, complete chaos bell. To Zhou Chun's astonishment, the chaos bell appeared to have birthed a new spirit, conveying to him its intrinsic knowledge. The chaos bell was once a supreme artifact capable of controlling time, comprising 9 tiers that corresponded to 9 different temporal dimensions. The Xianxia continent possessed only the fragments of the first tier. With each tier synthesized, the power of the chaos bell would amplify 1,000-fold. Currently, the chaos bell's grade was low-grade celestial, yet this was not its ultimate potential. Within the chaos bell lay 9 boundless tiers, each nurturing unfathomable might. Merely unlocking the first tier of the chaos bell granted Zhou Chun access to several formidable combat techniques. Chaos suppression, the primary defense, capable of forming a chaotic shield to ward off all attacks. Even a full-force strike from a 10th-layer emperor could be withstood once. The chaos cage served as an advanced version of the time-space prison, primarily for control, while chaos burial was the main offensive technique, unleashing destructive chaotic energy that could obliterate everything. Zhou Chun, harnessing the power of a 10th-layer emperor, could achieve combat strength at the emperor level, even challenging opponents of higher tiers. Although he had yet to test it, he sensed it would yield delightful surprises. Another incredulous piece of information was the notion of the 9 tiers. This meant that what he had synthesized was only 1/9 of the complete chaos bell. Just how formidable would the true, complete chaos bell be? Moreover, to shatter the chaos bell into 9 tiers, scattering them across 9 different temporal dimensions, What kind of cataclysmic battle had transpired in the past? It seemed that the depths of this world were far more profound than he had imagined. Zhou Chen murmured to himself. With a satisfied nod, Zhou Chen recognized that with the complete chaos bell, his strength had once again surged, and, most importantly, his safety was significantly assured. Now, even if he encountered a third-layer emperor, he possessed the capability to contend. Excellent. Zhou Chen stored the chaos bell and descended the high platform. Xianxia observed him with a tangle of emotions swirling in her eyes. Thank you, Zhou Chen, she spoke softly. Although the fragment of the chaos bell had been taken by him, he had compensated her with 100 ancient spirit pearls. Moreover, he had just rescued her from being wed to the arrogant Xianxia. No need for thanks, Zhou Chen replied with a smile. Saintess, until we meet again. With that, he turned to depart. Yet, after a few steps, Bai Linger's voice suddenly called out, Young friend Zhou, please hold. Zhou Chen turned to see Bai Linger approaching. I have had the pleasure of meeting the matriarch of the thousand-faced nine-tailed fox, Zhou Chen said with a respectful salute. Young friend Zhou is too polite. Bai Linger responded with a gentle smile. Today's events owe much to your timely intervention. Otherwise, Linger would have been forced to marry that scion of Xianxia. On behalf of the thousand-faced nine-tailed fox clan, I express my gratitude. She bowed earnestly. Zhou Chen hurriedly returned the gesture. The matriarch is too kind. It was merely a matter of convenience and does not warrant such grand gestures. You are too humble, Bai Linger remarked. Not only do you possess formidable strength, but your demeanor is also admirable. You are a rare talent. Should you not mind, feel free to visit the thousand-faced nine-tailed fox clan often. Zhou Chen nodded appreciatively. Thank you for the invitation, matriarch. Bai Linger glanced at Xianxia and smiled. Linger, why not accompany young friend Zhou on his way? Xianxia, her cheeks tinged with crimson, nodded shyly. Yes, mother. The moonlight flowed like water, cascading over the palaces of the myriad demon city. Standing atop the palace of the Tianhu clan, Xianxia swayed her 9 snowy tails gently in the moonlight, gazing thoughtfully towards the direction of the inn. Linger, still pondering that human? Bai Linger's voice resonated from behind her. Xianxia turned to face her mother, biting her lip. Mother, I merely, you need not explain. Bai Linger said, stepping beside her, her gaze softening. That Zhou Chen is indeed remarkable. To defeat Xianxia at the 10th layer of the Emperor Realm signifies combat prowess that surpasses most Emperor Realm cultivators. Moreover, he is backed by the Xianxia Academy, indicating his extraordinary status. After a moment of silence, Xianxia murmured, but he is human, and I am of the demon race. Race is not an issue. Bai Linger replied with a smile, her tone growing even gentler. Your father was also of the human race. Did I not remain with him? Xianxia looked up, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Father was human? Indeed, Bai Linger affirmed with a nod. Your father was a prodigy among humans. We encountered one another during an expedition, and then a wistful expression crossed her face. Alas, he perished while protecting me from the pursuit of the myriad demon clan. From that moment, I took you into seclusion within the thousand-faced nine-tailed fox clan until you matured. Xianxia clenched her fists, a glimmer of pain flashing in her eyes. So, mother has never opposed my interactions with humans? Correct, Bai Linger responded softly. Linger, your life should be dictated by your own choices. If you truly harbor feelings for that Zhou Chen, I shall not object. Yet remember, matters of the heart require patience. Do not rush. Xianxia nodded, her earlier confusion gradually dissipating. Mother, I wish to see him. Go, Bai Linger encouraged with a smile, but do exercise caution. The Jinyu Demon Emperor will undoubtedly not let this matter rest. I will be careful, Xianxia declared, and in a flash, she vanished from sight. Inside the inn, Zhou Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, examining the system panel, when he suddenly sensed a familiar presence approaching. He opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. She has arrived. In the following moment, a gentle voice floated in from outside the window. Zhou Chen, may I come in? Zhou Chen waved his hand, and the door swung open of its own accord. Xianxia stepped into the room, bathed in moonlight, which rendered her exceptionally beautiful. The saintess visits at this late hour. I wonder what brings you here, Zhou Chen remarked with a smile. Xianxia shot him a glance. At this hour, you still address me as saintess? What should I then call you? Just call me Linger, she replied. Moving to the window, she gazed at the moonlit scene outside. Zhou Chen, there is much I wish to discuss with you. So do I, Zhou Chen replied, rising to join her. Shall we take a stroll outside? All right. The two departed the inn and found themselves in a garden within the city of 10,000 beasts. The garden was replete with an array of exotic flowers and plants, all emanating a faint glow under the moonlight. Xianxia wandered among the blossoms and softly asked, Zhou Chen, why do you wish to help me? Because I cannot bear the thought of you marrying that scoundrel, Zhou Chen stated plainly. Xianxia halted, turning to face him. Is it truly that simple? Indeed. It is that simple, Zhou Chen affirmed. Though we have had our misunderstandings in the ancient secret realm, I believe you are someone worthy of assistance. Xianxia bit her lip. Those ancient spirit pearls you gave me were intentional, weren't they? You could say that, Zhou replied with a smile. Since I have no use for them, it is better to gift them to you than allow them to benefit someone else. A flicker of complex emotions flashed in Xianxia's eyes. You know, ever since then, my cultivation speed has accelerated significantly. What would have taken me centuries to break through can now be achieved in mere years. I have often wondered why. Zhou scratched his head. Perhaps it is due to the unique cultivation technique I practice, which has aided you in some way. He certainly understood the reason. Once the Azure Lotus transformation body reaches a profound level, a special energy is generated within, greatly benefiting female cultivators and significantly enhancing their cultivation speed. However, Zhou found it somewhat awkward to articulate this directly. Xianxia looked at him and suddenly smiled. You are quite an enigma, having done such a thing. Yet you continue to act as if nothing has happened. Possessing such immense strength, yet you always choose to remain low-key. You could demand much from me, yet you ask for nothing. She approached Zhou earnestly, looking him in the eye. Zhou, what is it that you truly desire? Zhou paused for a moment before slowly responding. What I seek is quite simple. To grow stronger, protect those around me, and eventually find my way home. Home? Xianxia was taken aback. Yes, home. Zhou raised his gaze to the starry sky. I hail from a distant place, where my family and friends reside. One day, I shall return there. A hint of melancholy flickered in Xianxia's eyes. Will you come back? Yes. Zhou turned to her, speaking earnestly. If there are ties that bind, I shall certainly return. They locked eyes for a moment, and the air was thick with a peculiar atmosphere. Xianxia suddenly turned away from him. Zhou, may I pose a question? Go ahead, he replied. If, one day, I wish to walk alongside you, would you agree? Zhou was momentarily stunned before laughing. Are you confessing your feelings? Xianxia's face flushed instantly. Who is confessing? I am merely asking casually. All right, just asking casually. Zhou teased as he moved closer to her. However, if that day truly comes, I would not refuse. Xianxia turned her head, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Really? Indeed, he affirmed. They fell into a brief silence. Xianxia suddenly produced a delicate heart knot from her bosom. The knot, entirely emerald green, radiated a soft, ethereal light. This is a heart knot I wove myself, symbolizing the promise of the thousand-faced nine-tailed fox. I give it to you, hoping we shall meet again. Zhou accepted the heart knot, feeling the sincerity within. Thank you. I will treasure it. Xianxia smiled, but her expression quickly turned serious. Zhou, you must be cautious of the Golden Crow Demon Emperor. He is a formidable foe at the 4th tier of the Emperor realm, and he harbors a vengeful heart. After you killed his son, he will certainly seek retribution. Zhou nodded. I understand. I will be careful. Then I can rest easy, Xianxia sighed. It is getting late. I must return. Be careful on your way, Zhou replied. As she turned to leave, she paused and glanced back. Zhou, when we meet next, I will be stronger. By then, I will be able to fight by your side. With that, her figure vanished into the night. Zhou stood rooted in place, watching her depart, a faint smile gracing his lips. An intriguing woman, he mused, looking down at the heart knot in his hand. Feeling the depth of emotion it contained, it seems that this journey to the plains of 10,000 beasts has yielded significant rewards. Zhou turned and returned to the inn, preparing to rest well for the night. Tomorrow, he had much to attend to. The following morning, Zhou left the inn and meandered through the city of 10,000 beasts. He opened the system panel to explore the nearby opportunities. Soon, a special opportunity caught his attention. Name, Golden Crow Demon Emperor. Cultivation, 4th tier of the Emperor realm. Recent opportunity, in 3 days. He will head to the core area of the plains of 10,000 beasts to the ancient battlefield to acquire a royal-grade Nirvana Sacred Lotus, which, when consumed, can facilitate a breakthrough to the 6th tier of the Emperor realm. Zhou's eyes lit up. The Nirvana Sacred Lotus is indeed a remarkable treasure. The Nirvana Sacred Lotus is a legendary sacred herb capable of completely reshaping a cultivator's physical form and breaking through bottlenecks. For those at the Emperor realm, it is nothing short of priceless. In 3 days, to the ancient battlefield, Zhou pondered, stroking his chin. Time is of the essence. I wonder if I shall make it in time. However, he was well aware that the Golden Crow Demon Emperor would not let him off easily. It was possible that the enemy was already on his way, and they might cross paths. But it mattered little. He would face whatever challenges arose. Zhou chuckled, turning to leave the city of 10,000 beasts. First, he would scout the ancient battlefield and assess the situation there. At the intersection of the inner and core regions of the plains of 10,000 beasts, there lay an unfathomable chasm. This mere chasm spanned thousands of miles in width. Its length immeasurable, it served as a forbidden area for the myriad beasts, brimming with both peril and potential. Countless powerful demon beasts resided here, and even those at the Emperor realm dared not tread lightly. Deep within the core area lies an ancient battlefield. The ground is littered with shattered artifacts, fragmented bones, and collapsed palaces. The air is thick with the essence of death and malevolence. This is the ancient battlefield. Legends tell of a cataclysmic battle that once transpired here, where countless mighty warriors perished, leaving behind innumerable treasures and legacies. Zhou Qin stood at the edge of the battlefield, feeling the terrifying aura that lingered. The atmosphere here may very well bear the remnants of battles at the level of the sovereign realm. Cautiously, he stepped into the battlefield, his senses fully alert as he remained vigilant of his surroundings. The battlefield was fraught with danger. In certain areas, powerful formations lay in wait, ready to unleash deadly consequences upon activation. In certain locales, a terrifying aura pervades, capable of corroding the flesh and spirit of cultivators. In other areas, formidable beasts roam, their power reaching the imperial realm and even beyond. Zhou Qin, relying on his formidable spiritual awareness and the protection of the Chaos Bell, cautiously traverses the battlefield. Before long, he discovers the location of the Nirvana Sacred Lotus. It lies within a deep pit, at the bottom of which stands a dilapidated altar. At the center of the altar blooms a lotus, resplendently crimson, exuding a rich essence of life. Indeed, it is the Nirvana Sacred Lotus. Having located it, Zhou Qin is poised to descend and pluck the flower when an overwhelming presence draws near. This unexpected turn of events leaves him disheartened, despite his haste. He is overtaken by the Golden Crow Demon Emperor. In an instant, Zhou Qin employs the hidden god technique, concealing his form behind a massive boulder. The next moment, a golden figure descends from the heavens, none other than the Golden Crow Demon Emperor himself. He alights at the edge of the pit, gazing at the Nirvana Sacred Lotus below, his eyes glinting with avarice. At last, I have found it. For days, an inexplicable sense has lingered in my mind, leaving me distracted. My son has proven to be a disappointment, yet fortune smiles upon me. Though I have lost one son, I still have others. With this Nirvana Sacred Lotus, I shall ascend to the 6th layer of the Imperial Realm, and at that point, the thousand-faced nine-tailed fox shall be eliminated, serving as a fitting burial companion for Xianxia. Just as he prepares to reach for the lotus, he halts abruptly. Wait, it seems someone has been here. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor's brow furrows as his spiritual awareness sweeps the surroundings. However, Zhou Qin has already utilized the time-space powers of the Chaos Bell, along with the hidden god technique, to mask his presence, rendering him undetectable. Perhaps I am merely being overly cautious, the Golden Crow Demon Emperor muses, shaking his head before leaping into the pit. He approaches the altar, ready to seize the Nirvana Sacred Lotus. At that moment, Zhou Qin strikes. The void in 8 directions unleashes 8 terrifying sword energies simultaneously from all directions, striking directly at the Golden Crow Demon Emperor. His expression shifts dramatically. It's you. He instantly recognizes Zhou Qin, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You, a mere human, dare to ambush me? Golden Crow Burning Heaven Technique. Golden Crow True Body. From within him bursts forth a colossal golden crow, its wings spanning a myriad of miles, radiating the terrifying aura of the 4th layer of the Imperial Realm. The Golden Crow opens its mouth and unleashes a cataclysmic torrent of golden flames, devouring the 8 sword energies entirely. Humph. A trifling 10th layer of the Imperial Realm dares to be audacious before me. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor sneers. Since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep, allow me to send you on your way. Golden Crow Burning Heaven Technique. Burning heaven and annihilating earth. A fearsome conflagration of golden flames descends, enveloping the entire pit. The flames reach such extreme temperatures that even space itself warps under their intensity. Zhou Qin's expression grows grave. The 4th layer of the Imperial Realm is indeed formidable. However, I too possess my own trump cards. He raises his hand, and the Chaos Bell appears above him. Chaos Suppression. The Chaos Bell expands instantaneously, completely enveloping Zhou Qin. The golden flames crash against the Chaos Bell, but fail to breach its defenses. A flicker of astonishment crosses the Golden Crow Demon Emperor's eyes. This is the aura of a treasure fragment. What level of spiritual artifact is this? Zhou Qin offers no reply, instead continuing to activate the Chaos Bell. Chaos Prison. A terrifying force of time and space erupts from the Chaos Bell, instantaneously ensnaring the Golden Crow Demon Emperor. His body becomes immobilized, unable to move. Damn! What is this power? He struggles desperately, yet the time-space force is far too potent. He cannot escape. Zhou Qin chuckles coldly. Golden Crow Demon Emperor. Your son perished at my hands. You surely will not let this go. Rather than await your retribution, I shall take the initiative. Today, you shall remain here. With that, he invokes the final function of the Chaos Bell. Chaos burying heaven. An overwhelming force of chaos erupts from the Chaos Bell, transforming into a beam of annihilating light that hurtles towards the Golden Crow Demon Emperor. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor's face pales. Impossible. How could a mere 10th layer of the Imperial Realm wield such power? He desperately channels his Golden Crow true body to defend against it. Yet, the might of chaos burying heaven is too great, effortlessly shredding the Golden Crow true body apart. A thunderous explosion reverberates, leveling the entire pit. As the dust settles, the Golden Crow Demon Emperor lies on the ground, drenched in blood. His aura is woefully diminished, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Zhou Chun, however, feels no overwhelming joy. This technique of the Chaos Bell is indeed formidable, yet it has squandered the accumulated billions of top-tier spirit stones, leaving him devoid of resources. In other words, Zhou Chun finds himself unable to replicate the feat of annihilating a 4th-layer Imperial Realm opponent in the near future. He is simply too impoverished. A twinge of pain lingers in Zhou Chun's heart as he gazes at the Golden Crow Demon Emperor with eyes full of hatred. Who exactly are you? The Golden Crow Demon Emperor's eyes brim with disbelief. He never imagined he would perish at the hands of a mere human at the 10th layer of the Imperial Realm. Zhou Chun steps forward, nonchalantly stating, I could not care less about who I am. In your next life, keep your eyes open and remember not to provoke me again. With that, a flash of sword light cuts through the air. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor's head is severed, his eyes filled with regret. Thunderous roars erupt as torrential blood rain begins to fall from the sky. Impossible. Could this truly be the Golden Crow Demon Emperor? At this moment, the thousand-faced nine-tailed fox, Bilinger, gazes incredulously at the ominous phenomenon above, unable to find peace. The 4th-layer Imperial Golden Crow Demon Emperor has thus fallen at Zhou Chun's hands. Zhou Chun regards the lifeless form of the Golden Crow Demon Emperor with no trace of compassion. The slayer is inevitably slain in turn. Moreover, the Golden Crow Demon Emperor harbors a narrow-minded disposition, always seeking vengeance. Allowing him to live would only invite disaster. It is better to resolve this early. Once and for all, should the Golden Crow Demon Emperor find himself aware in the afterlife, he would likely be enraged enough to die once more. Having slain his own son and brazenly seizing opportunities before him, he dares to call me narrow-minded? Chapter 321. The Nirvana Golden Lotus, the Black Serpent's Ambush. Zhou Chun approaches the corpse of the Golden Crow Demon Emperor and searches through his belongings, retrieving his storage pouch. A sweep of his spiritual awareness reveals countless treasures within. Imperial-grade artifacts, royal-tier techniques such as the Great Sun Golden Crow technique, and a plethora of precious spiritual herbs, no less than several hundred items. Alas, the Great Sun Golden Crow technique can only be cultivated by those of the Golden Crow bloodline. Truly, the Demon Emperor possesses a wealth of resources. Zhou Chun nods in satisfaction as he stows the storage pouch away. He then strides to the altar and plucks the Nirvana Sacred Lotus. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting the Royal Grade Supreme Nirvana Sacred Lotus of the Golden Crow Demon Emperor, triggering a 10-fold return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 3-transformation Nirvana Golden Lotus. Within the confines of the system space, a lotus of resplendent purple gold emerges. The lotus radiates a formidable chaotic power and an essence of life, far surpassing that of an ordinary Nirvana Sacred Lotus by 100-fold. The 3-transformation Nirvana Golden Lotus leaves Zhou Chun in a state of astonishment. He had encountered references to it in the archives of the Xianxia Academy. In ancient times, a powerful being shattered the sun of the Xianxia continent with a single punch, causing fragments of the true sun fire to scatter across myriad realms, one of which fell into the Nirvana Sea of Fire, eventually giving rise to the Golden Crow lineage. The Nirvana Sea of Fire later became the ancestral ground of the Golden Crow Demon Clan. Absorbing millennia of sun's essence and nirvana energy, it gradually transformed into a purple lotus known as the Nirvana Sacred Lotus, becoming the treasured medicinal herb of the Golden Crow Demon Emperor's lineage. This is the legendary Imperial-grade elixir, capable of allowing cultivators to completely reshape their physical forms and even evolve their bloodlines. The ancestors of the Golden Crow clan transcended their tribulations through the consumption of a 3rd-tier Nirvana Golden Lotus, thus establishing the profound heritage of the Golden Crow clan as it stands today. The tier of the 3rd-tier Nirvana Golden Lotus ascends to the pinnacle of Imperial grade, facilitating the triple nirvana of body, spirit, and bloodline for cultivators. Its most significant function is to enhance the probability of breaking through to the Imperial realm by 50%, and it may even present opportunities to glimpse the threshold of the revered state in the future. One must not underestimate this 50% chance. Many prodigies at the 10th level of the Imperial realm exhaust their lifetimes in search of the threshold for breakthrough, let alone the 50% probability. Even the mere whisper of such a chance is enough to drive one to madness. For Zhou Chun, this is indeed a remarkable opportunity. Yet a 50% probability does not suffice for assuredness. With the system in place, one must at least prepare for a 120% chance. However, now is not the time for refinement. It is prudent to leave this place first. Subsequently, Zhou Chun nonchalantly returned to the city of 10,000 beasts. In the city of 10,000 beasts, within the palace of the thousand-faced nine-tailed fox, Xianxia was diligently cultivating when she suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching. She opened her eyes to find Zhou Chun standing outside her window. Surprised, Xianxia stood up and opened the window. "What brings you here?" Zhou Chun leaped into the room, smiling. "I came to see you." Xianxia shot him a disapproving glance. "Don't play coy. You must have stirred up trouble again." "Seems like you've seen through me," Zhou Chun shrugged. "I killed the Golden Crow Demon Emperor." "What?" Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. You killed the Golden Crow Demon Emperor?" "Indeed," Zhou Chun nodded. "He sought to kill me, so I retaliated." Xianxia opened her mouth, at a loss for words. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor was a formidable being at the 4th level of the Imperial Realm, holding a prestigious position within the myriad demon clans. The fact that Zhou Chun had slain him was simply too outrageous. You're courting death," she exclaimed anxiously. "The Golden Crow Demon Emperor is dead. The myriad demons will surely not rest until they avenge him. They will dispatch stronger warriors to hunt you down. You must leave this place, and I will handle the rest." Zhou Chun felt warmth in his heart. "That's why I'm here to bid you farewell." Xianxia bit her lip, a hint of reluctance flickering in her eyes. "Promise me you won't die." Zhou Chun nodded reassuringly. "Do not worry, we will meet again." After a moment of silence, Xianxia suddenly embraced Zhou Chun. "You rascal, you always do this." Her voice was slightly choked. Zhou Chun patted her back gently. "Do not fret, I will be fine. When I return, I will give you an explanation." Xianxia lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes. "You better not lie to me. I would never deceive you." Their gazes lingered for a moment, and Zhou Chun unexpectedly leaned down, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Here, 3 days and 3 nights, 300 encounters are omitted. Wait for my return." With that, his figure vanished from the spot. Xianxia stood there, a trace of a blissful smile gracing her face. "You scoundrel. When we meet again, I will be stronger. Then, I will be able to protect you." Outside the city of 10,000 beasts, Zhou Chun stood atop a mountain peak. Glancing back at the city, at the 10th level of the Imperial Realm, he was but a step away from the Imperial Realm. However, with my current combat strength, bolstered by the Chaos Bell, I am unafraid of those below the 6th level of the Imperial Realm. Should I break through to the Imperial Realm, I might even be capable of slaying those at the 9th level of the Imperial Realm, or even those of the Sacred Realm. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Zhou Chun's eyes. Yet, to ascend to the Imperial Realm requires an abundance of resources and fortuitous encounters. It seems I must venture elsewhere in search of opportunities. He opened the system's opportunity panel to explore nearby prospects. Soon, a particular opportunity caught his attention. Name: Long Ao Tian, Realm, 10th level of the Imperial Realm. Recent opportunity: 7 days from now, at the edge of the core region. A fall into the abyssal forbidden zone will lead to an ancient cave, where one may acquire an Imperial-grade dragon blood-breaking pill, which can facilitate a breakthrough to the 1st level of the Imperial Realm and awaken a trace of true dragon bloodline. Without hesitation, Zhou Chun departed. However, not long after he left, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted within the city of 10,000 beasts. A figure clad in a black robe appeared, his visage aged, with a cold glint in his eyes. He was at the 3rd level of the Imperial Realm. The elder stood upon the city wall, gazing in the direction Zhou Chun had gone, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. With that, his figure vanished from the spot, pursuing Zhou Chun. As Zhou Chun soared through the air, he suddenly sensed a dreadful aura approaching. He halted, brow furrowed. Imperial Realm. In the next moment, the black-robed elder materialized before him, coldly regarding him. "Human brat, you dare trespass into our demon territory? Your death is imminent." Zhou Chun took a deep breath, his expression grave, clearly aware that this individual harbored an intense disdain for humanity. When a scholar encounters a soldier, reasoning falls silent. The reputation of the Xianxia Academy holds no weight in the face of such mindless demons who prioritize their kind above all else. At the 3rd level of the Imperial Realm, though not as powerful as the Golden Crow Demon Emperor, the pressure he exerted on Zhou Chun was nonetheless substantial. At this moment, his premium spirit stones had been entirely depleted, and the Chaos Bell could only be utilized to withstand local attacks. It would be extravagant to draw upon the void spiritual energy of the small world. After all, this pertains to the fundamental spiritual energy of the small world, and Zhou Chun wished to avoid utilizing it unless absolutely necessary, as it could impact the future growth potential of the small world. Zhou Chun was not confident in defeating this opponent, He could only maneuver cautiously. It seemed that today would demand a desperate struggle. Zhou Chen summoned all his spiritual energy, preparing for battle. But just then, a gentle voice suddenly resounded. Stop. Chapter 322, by Ling's assistance, acquisition of the breaking pill. Both the black-robed elder and Zhou Chen turned simultaneously to see a beautiful woman in a white robe descending from the heavens. It was none other than Xianxia's mother, Bai Linger. Bai Linger stood before Zhou Chen, addressing the black-robed elder with a calm demeanor. Elder Black Snake. This human is a guest of my thousand-faced nine-tailed fox clan. If you wish to kill him, you must first seek my permission. The elder's expression darkened. Bai Linger. What do you mean by this? The Golden Crow Prince is dead, and the Golden Crow Demon Emperor has perished. This brat is the prime suspect. And the myriad demons have suffered grave losses. This human must die. Bai Linger shook her head. You possess no evidence regarding the death of the Golden Crow Demon Emperor, and it is not your place to pass judgment. Moreover, the fate of the Golden Crow Prince has been sealed. In the chaos of battle, life and death are indifferent. Are you prepared to violate the rules of the myriad demons? The black-robed elder gritted his teeth. Bai Linger, do not force my hand. Today, I will certainly kill this human. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Bai Linger's eyes. Then you may attempt it. Her aura erupted, enveloping the area with the oppressive weight of the third level of the Imperial realm. Although her cultivation was inferior to that of the black-robed elder, she was the leader of the thousand-faced nine-tailed fox clan, and her strength should not be underestimated. The black-robed elder's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he huffed coldly. Very well, Bai Linger, today I shall spare you face. But this human will eventually meet his demise. With that, he turned and departed. Bai Linger breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Zhou Chen. Are you all right? Zhou Chen shook his head. Thank you for saving me, clan leader. Bai Linger smiled. There is no need for thanks. You are someone Linger has chosen, and I will naturally protect you. However, you should leave the city of 10,000 beasts as soon as possible. The 10,000 demon clan will not rest easily, next time. It may not merely be the third layer of the Imperial realm. Zhou Chen nodded. I understand. I shall exercise caution. Bai Linger remained silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. Zhou Chen, I can see that you are a good boy. Linger has taken a liking to you, and I do not oppose it. However, you must remember, if you dare to let her down, I will not spare you. Zhou Chen replied earnestly, Senior, I am sincere. Yet, there was a sentiment he refrained from voicing. He held genuine feelings for every girl. Bai Linger nodded in satisfaction. That is good. Go now, cultivate diligently, and grow stronger. When you have become formidable enough, return to Mary Linger. Zhou Chen nodded, foregoing further words as he invoked the Wuxiang immortal shadow to depart. Bai Linger stood in place, watching his retreating figure, her eyes reflecting a hint of contentment. Linger, your judgment is commendable. With an ethereal beauty and a solid foundation as steadfast as a mountain, this Zhou Chen shall surely accomplish great things in the future. At the edge of the core region of the abyssal plains, Zhou Chen stood at the precipice of a cliff, gazing down into the unfathomable abyss below. This was the periphery of the abyssal forbidden zone. Legend spoke of terrifying ancient beasts sealed deep within the abyss. So much so that even the mightiest of the sovereign realm dared not tread lightly. However, the location Zhou Chen aimed for was merely the outer edge, relatively safer. In a flicker, Zhou Chen soared towards the outskirts of the abyssal forbidden zone. There, jagged rocks and bottomless fissures abounded, and the air was thick with oppressive demonic energy. Zhou Chen navigated cautiously among the crags, his senses fully alert to his surroundings. Soon, he located the spot where Long Aotian would soon plummet over the edge. It was an exceptionally concealed cliff, beneath which lay a vast chasm devoid of light, as if an abyssal beast had opened its gaping maw. This is it, Zhou Chen thought, standing at the cliff's brink and peering down. According to the system's guidance, Long Aotian would be pursued 7 days hence, and in his panic, would tumble into this fissure, inadvertently discovering an ancient cave dwelling. With a determined leap, Zhou Chen plunged into the chasm. The depths were unfathomable. He fell for thousands of meters before finally reaching the bottom. There lay a spacious underground chamber, at the center of which stood a dilapidated stone door, etched with ancient runes that emanated a faint, ethereal glow. This was the entrance to the ancient cave dwelling. Zhou Chen approached the stone door, examining it closely. The runes were exceedingly intricate, imbued with formidable sealing powers. However, after countless eons of erosion, the seal had grown exceedingly fragile. Zhou Chen extended his hand to touch the stone door, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into it. With a resounding rumble, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a shadowy passageway. A rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted from within, invigorating his spirit. Such a potent aroma. The dragon blood breakthrough pill must be inside. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen ventured into the passage. It was lengthy, and after walking several hundred meters, he arrived at a spacious stone chamber. In the center of the chamber stood a jade altar, upon which rested an exquisite jade box. The box emanated a soft golden light, and within, a pill could be discerned. I found it. Zhou Chen approached the altar and opened the jade box. Inside lay a pill the size of a dragon's eye, entirely golden red, adorned with dragon-like patterns, exuding a formidable aura. It was indeed the Imperial-grade Supreme Dragon Blood Breakthrough Pill. Beep. Congratulations to the host for intercepting Long Aotian's Imperial-grade Supreme Dragon Blood Breakthrough Pill, triggering a tenfold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sovereign-grade Supreme Wuja Breakthrough Pill. The system's notification resonated, and a golden pill materialized within Zhou Chen's storage ring. It radiated a terrifying pressure, causing Zhou Chen's heart to race. The Wuja Breakthrough Pill, a legendary sacred medicine for breaking through realms, boasted a 70% success rate for breakthroughs, effective even for those in the sovereign realm. Not only did it facilitate breakthroughs, but it also solidified one's foundation, with no side effects whatsoever. Moreover, as a sovereign-grade supreme item, its efficacy surpassed that of the Dragon Blood Breakthrough Pill by more than 100-fold. At last, the prospect of breaking through to the Imperial realm appeared within reach. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction, stowing away the original Dragon Blood Breakthrough Pill. Although it held little use for him, it could benefit those around him. After securing the pill, Zhou Chen did not hasten to leave, but rather searched the stone chamber meticulously. Before long, he uncovered additional treasures, several Imperial-grade techniques, some precious spiritual herbs, and a number of exquisite spirit stones. Though they could not compare to the Wuja Breakthrough Pill, they were still a delightful windfall. Indeed, this journey was not in vain. Zhou Chen collected all the treasures and turned to exit the stone chamber. As he emerged from the ancient cave dwelling, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching. It was the Black Serpent. This old fiend truly was tenacious. Zhou Chen frowned, swiftly vacating the fissure. He ascended to the surface, seeking a relatively safe location. It was less than 100 miles from the transmission array of the Xianxia Academy. Should danger arise, he could flee immediately. I shall break through here. Chapter 323, Third Layer of the Imperial Realm, Counterattack against the Black Serpent. Zhou Chen settled into a meditative position, retrieving the 3 transformation Nirvana Golden Lotus and the Wuja Breakthrough Pill. Upon grasping the pill, a wave of terrifying energy surged forth. Without hesitation, he simultaneously ingested the pill and the 3 transformation Nirvana Golden Lotus. Boom. The moment the 2 spiritual items entered his body, a cataclysmic force erupted. Zhou Chen's form was enveloped in a golden radiance, and the spiritual energy within him began to surge uncontrollably. The bottleneck of the 10th layer of the Emperor realm began to loosen under the assault of the medicinal power. Zhou Chen's flesh, soul, and bloodline underwent a triple nirvana, continuously annihilating and rebirthing. Simultaneously, within Zhou Chen's small world, 2 powers of law began to merge. One was the perfected law of slaughter, while the other was the perfected law of the Great River. The 2 laws collided and fused within his small world, ultimately transforming into a brand new law power, the law of severance. To seize the opportunities of heaven and earth, to intercept the fortunes of others, to cut off the essence of all things. This was a unique law Zhou Chen had comprehended based on his own cultivation journey. Thunder rumbled suddenly from the skies. Dark clouds gathered, obscuring the sun. Golden lightning crackled within the clouds, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the world. This was a sign of breaking through to the Imperial realm. To attain the Imperial realm, one must condense the Imperial Dao mark and invoke the phenomena of heaven and earth. Zhou Chen's law of severance began to coalesce, forming a golden mark within his dantian, inscribed with the character Sever. The font was ancient and robust, emanating a terrifying pressure. Boom! A massive golden lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking Zhou Chen directly. The 9-9 Imperial Calamity, a moment's carelessness could lead to death. Zhou Chen's body trembled violently, yet he did not evade. Instead, he actively guided the power of the lightning to temper his flesh. The body of the Imperial realm requires the baptism of lightning tribulation to truly undergo metamorphosis. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts. A total of 9 bolts of lightning struck down, fortifying Zhou Chen's physique. His realm ascended from the 10th layer of the Emperor realm to the 1st layer of the Imperial realm. Yet, this was not the end. The potency of the infinite barrier-breaking pill is utterly terrifying. Zhou Chen's cultivation continues to ascend, especially with the assistance of the 3 transformation Nirvana Golden Lotus. 2nd layer of the Emperor realm. 3rd layer of the Emperor realm. It was only upon reaching the 3rd layer that the medicinal effects were completely exhausted. Boom. The phenomena in the heavens grew increasingly ominous. From the golden thunderclouds emerged a gigantic ethereal figure, a colossal sword, its blade inscribed with a myriad of intricate runes. The sword's tip pointed towards the heavens, emanating an aura of dominance over all. This was the manifestation of Zhou Qin's imperial mark, which he named the Qingping sword. At the instant this phenomenon appeared, the spiritual energy of the surrounding 10,000 miles was drawn in, surging wildly into Zhou Qin's body. In the land of 10,000 beasts, countless powerful beings looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with astonishment. Is this an imperial phenomenon? What an overwhelming pressure! Who is breaking through? The scale of this spectacle suggests it is no ordinary first layer of the Emperor realm, but at least a prodigy with a top-tier imperial mark. Within the palace of the thousand-faced nine-tailed fox, Bai Linger and Qian Linger also sensed this aura. Could this be Zhou Qin? A hint of surprise flickered in Qian Linger's beautiful eyes. He has actually broken through to the Emperor realm? Bai Linger's expression revealed a touch of astonishment. This child's talent is indeed extraordinary. However, the terrifying phenomenon he has triggered may attract some trouble. Indeed, at the moment the spectacle appeared, a chilling aura rapidly approached from the distance. It was the Black Serpent. Found you, human brat. The figure of the Black Serpent loomed above Zhou Qin, a glint of ferocity flashing in its eyes. To trigger such a terrifying phenomenon right after a breakthrough, your talent is indeed remarkable. Yet, it's a pity, today, you must die. Zhou Qin opened his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. Black Serpent, you are truly relentless. However, your timing is impeccable. I have just broken through and require a worthy opponent to test my skills. The Black Serpent sneered. Arrogant. Do you believe that merely breaking through to the Emperor realm allows you to contend with me? I am at the third layer of the Emperor realm, while you are but a freshly broken first layer. Zhou Qin stood up, brushing off the dust from his attire. Third layer of the Emperor realm? So what? You do not truly believe that I am merely at the first layer, do you? The Black Serpent paused, furrowing its brow. In the next moment, Zhou Qin's aura erupted. First layer of the Emperor realm, second layer, third layer. The Black Serpent's expression changed instantaneously. This is impossible. You just broke through. How could you possibly ascend directly to the third layer of the Emperor realm? Without responding, Zhou Qin waved his hand. The void 8 desolation slash. 8 terrifying sword chi sliced through from 8 directions simultaneously, each imbued with the power of the cutting law. Wherever the sword chi passed, the space was carved with innumerable fissures. The Black Serpent's face changed drastically, hastily mobilizing all its spiritual energy to defend. Black Serpent true body. A massive black python surged forth from within it, opening its gaping maw to unleash a terrifying plume of black toxic mist. However, it was too late. Empowered by the cutting law, Zhou Qin's sword chi was too swift, piercing through the toxic mist and striking the Black Serpent's true form. PFF, PFF, PFF. The Black Serpent's true body was instantaneously severed into numerous segments, dissipating into a sea of black mist. The Black Serpent's corporeal form was also struck by the sword chi, numerous wounds appearing upon it. How could this be? The Black Serpent's eyes widened, disbelief etched across its face. Even at the third layer of the Emperor realm, how could your strength be so formidable? Zhou Qin replied indifferently, because you are too weak. With that, he raised a finger. The chaos bell manifested above the Black Serpent's head, instantly ensnaring it within a time-space cage. Heavenly burial of the Green Lotus. The terrifying power of the cutting law erupted within the time-space cage of the chaos bell, transforming into a horrific beam of death that struck the Black Serpent directly. Boom. The Black Serpent did not even have time to utter a cry of despair before being utterly obliterated by the chaotic forces. The third layer Black Serpent thus met its demise at Zhou Qin's hands. Zhou Qin stowed the chaos bell, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. The strength of the third layer of the Emperor realm is indeed commendable. I should now be capable of contending with a sixth layer Emperor realm expert. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the depths of the abyssal forbidden land. It was a presence of extreme malevolence and horror, as if a dreadful entity were watching him. Zhou Qin's hair stood on end, a chill running down his spine. Not good. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Wuxiang immortal footprints and dashed towards the teleportation array leading to the Xianxia Academy. Just as he was leaving, a gigantic hand of demonic energy reached out from the depths of the abyssal forbidden land, grasping towards Zhou Qin. The hand blotted out the sky, radiating an aura of destruction. Zhou Qin felt the overwhelming pressure behind him. He exerted the Wuxiang immortal footprints to its utmost, pushing his speed to its limits. Damn it! What in the world is that? This aura is at least at the 10th layer of the Sovereign Realm, if not stronger. As the massive hand was about to seize him, he finally reached the teleportation array. Open for me. Zhou Qin channeled all his spiritual energy, pouring in the 2 million top-grade spirit stones he had reserved to activate the teleportation array. Chapter 324, Stabilizing the Realm, Tidings of Teishu. Buzz. The teleportation array emitted a brilliant radiance, enveloping Zhou Chun. In the next instant, Zhou Chun's figure vanished from his location. The demonic hand grasped at empty air, letting out a thunderous roar. Roar. The terrifying sound reverberated throughout the land of 10,000 beasts, causing countless beasts to tremble in fear. In the depths of the abyssal forbidden land, an ancient voice echoed. How intriguing, he managed to escape. The little human's talent is indeed monstrous. When we meet next, you may not be so fortunate. At the Xianxia Academy, within the teleportation hall, Zhou Chun's figure appeared on the teleportation array. His complexion was pale, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. In that fleeting moment, he truly felt the threat of death. What exactly was that? Zhou Chun took a deep breath, calming his racing heart. The depths of the abyssal forbidden land indeed seal away terrifying existences. Fortunately, I had chosen my breakthrough location wisely, being close enough to the teleportation array. Otherwise, today might have been my end. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it further. The most pressing matter now was to solidify his realm. Although he had broken through to the third layer of the Emperor realm, his foundation was still not sufficiently stable and required time to consolidate. Zhou Chun exited the teleportation hall and made his way to his residence. Along the way, he noticed an unusual atmosphere within the academy. Many disciples gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves. Have you heard? A terrifying phenomenon appeared in the land of 10,000 beasts. I heard it too. Apparently, someone broke through to the Emperor realm, triggering the spectacle. Moreover, it seems the Jinyu Demon Emperor has also perished. The Jinyu Demon clan is now in chaos. What? The Jinyu Demon Emperor is dead? How could that be? Upon overhearing these discussions, a smile crept across Zhou Chun's lips. It seems the phenomenon triggered by my breakthrough has already spread throughout the Tianxian continent. However, this is to be expected. A spectacle of such magnitude would be hard to overlook. Returning to his residence, Zhou Chun set up a soundproof formation and began his seclusion to stabilize his realm. He sat cross-legged, turning his focus inward to his dantian. Within it, a golden imperial mark floated above his foundational essence. The seal bore the inscription of the word Jia, emanating an aura of terrifying authority. This was his imperial seal of Jia. With a mere thought, the seal could transform into the true form of the Qingping sword. Zhou Chun meticulously attuned himself to the power contained within the seal. The imperial seal of Jia encapsulated the entirety of the laws of Jia, capable of severing the attacks of others, siphoning their spiritual energy, and even disrupting the connection between heaven and earth, sealing the skies and locking the land, leading to the extinction of all things. This imperial seal was even more formidable than I had imagined, Zhou Chun thought, nodding in satisfaction. He commenced his cultivation, channeling the spiritual energy within him, repeatedly cleansing his meridians. To fully stabilize his third layer of the Emperor realm was essential for maximizing his combat prowess. As seconds ticked by, 3 days later, Zhou Chun opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. His realm had solidified. He rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. With a series of cracking sounds, his bones echoed, and Zhou Chun felt invigorated with strength. At this moment, he believed he could easily defeat a fifth-layer Emperor Realm expert. If he were to utilize the Chaos Bell, he could even contend with a sixth-layer Emperor Realm powerhouse. Zhou Chun was brimming with confidence in his abilities. He opened the door, intending to visit the scripture pavilion to seek out suitable cultivation techniques. Just as he stepped outside, he beheld an elder clad in white robes standing at his doorstep. The elder, exuding an ethereal presence with kind features, was none other than the vice dean of the Xianxia Academy, Name, Master Sin. Cultivation, 7th layer of the sovereign realm. Fate, tricolor. Destiny, vice dean of Xianxia Academy, ultimately halting at the 10th layer of the sovereign realm, lacking in foundational depth, resulting in a failed forced breakthrough that led to death by heavenly tribulation. Zhou Chun recalled that during his prior ascension to the Emperor realm, the system had alerted him to an upgrade, but he had been too preoccupied with his breakthrough to thoroughly examine it. The changes brought by the system upgrade included the ability to bind up to 1,000 individuals regardless of distance, a significant improvement that Zhou Chun found quite satisfactory. Additionally, it had expanded the display of fates above the golden tier, ranging from 1 to 9 colors in odd numbers. Following the tricolor fate were the 5-color, 7-color, and 9-color destinies, each corresponding to varying degrees of potential. Other modifications would require Zhou Chun to explore further over time. A peculiar expression crossed Zhou Chun's face as he pondered the peculiar 9-color fate, humorously wondering if the system deemed those with such a fate as the most exceptional. If that were the case, based on his past life experiences of being exploited, Zhou Chun's talent was indeed terrifying, unparalleled across the ages. Master? Zhou Chun expressed, somewhat surprised. What brings you here? Master Tsin smiled gently. I am here to congratulate you. In such a brief span, You have ascended from the 7th layer of the Emperor realm to the 10th layer, and subsequently broken through to the Imperial realm. Such talent is indeed rare across the entire Xianxia continent. Zhou Chun humbly replied, "You flatter me, Master. I merely had good fortune." Masterson shook his head. Fortune is also a facet of strength. Countless individuals find themselves stuck at this very juncture. However, the phenomenon you have triggered is exceedingly alarming and has attracted the attention of various factions. Particularly, the Tianji clan seems to have taken a keen interest in you. Zhou Chen's brow furrowed. The Tianji clan? Masterson nodded. The Tianji clan is one of the most enigmatic forces within the Xianxia continent. They excel in the art of divination, predicting the future. It is said that the divination skills of their elder have reached an extraordinary pinnacle, and their clan specializes in fate-locking secret arts, binding the destinies of all their members within the Tianji clan, making it impossible to reverse engineer each other's fates. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen thought of the two girls, Chai Mei and Wang Liang, and realized why their fortunes could not be viewed on the system panel. Their destinies must be locked within the Tianji clan. This also reminded him of Lu Qianru, who had been taken by the Tianji clan, as he could not access her fortune panel either, likely due to her fate being locked within the clan as well. If everyone on the Xianxia continent were to cultivate, Zhou Chen feared he would have no opportunity to seize the initiative. Thus, he must thoroughly learn or decipher this secret art, lest he be plagued by unrest. Evidently, Zhou Chen was being overly anxious, as this secret art still possessed numerous limitations, but that was a matter for another time. The phenomenon you have caused has likely already been divined by him. At these words, Zhou Chen's heart sank. The Tianji clan, one of the 3 clans on the Xianxia continent, was something he had encountered in the records of the Xianxia Academy. This faction was exceedingly mysterious, never participating in conflicts yet possessing countless secrets. If the Tianji clan had set their sights on him, it could spell trouble. Masterson seemed to sense Zhou Chen's concern and reassured him, "You need not be overly worried." Although the Tianji clan is enigmatic, they generally do not take the initiative to strike against individuals. Furthermore, as you are now a disciple of the Xianxia Academy, under its protection, they would not dare to act rashly. Zhou Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for the warning, Master." Masterson nodded. "However, I have come today to discuss another matter with you." His expression grew solemn. Zhou Chen felt a tightening in his chest, sensing that something dire was afoot. It pertains to the Teishu sacred land. At the mention of those 4 words, Zhou Chen's pupils constricted sharply. "What has happened to the Teishu sacred land?" Masterson sighed deeply. "After the Jiang family failed in their pursuit to eliminate you, they discovered your origins. They have gone so far as to unite several demonic sects with a grudge against the Teishu sacred land, even persuading the demon clan, which is also among the 6 great clans, to launch a siege against the Teishu sacred land." "What?" Zhou Chen's face turned ashen in an instant. "Has the Jiang family lost their minds? Are they intent on annihilating the entire Teishu sacred land?" Masterson nodded. "According to the intelligence we have acquired, the Jiang family has been led by their patriarch, Jiang Bufan, mobilizing 3 elder experts of the Emperor realm, alongside dozens of seasoned experts at the 10th layer of the Emperor realm, traversing the eastern wilderness. The demon clan, in particular, has dispatched a 5th layer Emperor realm demon lord. Their target is none other than the Teishu sacred land." Zhou Chen clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Although his time at the Teishu sacred land had been brief, he felt a sense of gratitude towards it, especially towards the Teishu Saint Lord. The Saint Lord had treated him like a nephew, imparting techniques and bestowing treasures upon him, which, though he rarely utilized, had never looked down upon him due to his origins. Now, the Teishu sacred land was embroiled in a catastrophic crisis because of him, a reality Zhou Chen found unbearable. When did this occur? Zhou Chen's voice was eerily calm, yet Masterson could discern the simmering rage beneath. 3 days ago, the Jiang family allied with the demonic forces and initiated the first wave of assault on the Teishu sacred land. Though the sacred land is deeply rooted, it is unlikely to withstand such an overwhelming onslaught for long. Zhou Chen inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain composed. "Can the Academy not intervene?" Masterson shook his head. "The Academy has its regulations. Unless a disciple of the Academy faces persecution, it is forbidden to intervene in the conflicts between imperial families and sacred lands outside the Academy's small world. This is a rule set forth by the Dean himself, one that cannot be violated." Zhou Chen closed his eyes. He understood that this rule was established to safeguard the Academy's neutral stance. The reason the Xianxia Academy had endured through the ages was precisely due to its non-involvement in the struggles of various factions. In the face of the colossal entity that was the Xianxia Academy, Zhou Chen found it challenging to instigate change. "I comprehend." Zhou Chen opened his eyes, determination flashing within them. "Grateful to you, Master, for your guidance. I now comprehend the course I must take." Master Tsin regarded him silently for a moment before speaking. Zhou Chun, I am aware of your desire to return. Yet, you must deliberate carefully, for if you go back now, you risk losing your life. The Jiang family and the demonic factions will undoubtedly lay ambushes along the way. Observing the aura of the first tier of the sovereign realm emanating from Zhou Chun, Master Tsin continued, although you have broken through to the first tier of the sovereign realm, facing so many formidable adversaries, your prospects remain bleak. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Chun had already reached the third tier of the sovereign realm. Zhou Chun shook his head. Master, I must return. The primordial sacred land is imperiled because of me. I cannot stand idly by. Master Tsin gazed into Zhou Chun's resolute eyes and finally sighed. Very well, since your mind is made up, I shall not hinder you. However, I can offer you some assistance. He retrieved a jade talisman from his storage ring and handed it to Zhou Chun. This is a teleportation talisman from the academy. It will transport you directly to the border of Zhongzhou. Although it cannot take you straight to the primordial sacred land, it will save you considerable time. Zhou Chun accepted the talisman and solemnly bowed to Master Tsin. Thank you, Master. I shall forever cherish this kindness. Master Tsin waved his hand. Go. And remember to return alive. Zhou Chun nodded and turned to leave. Upon returning to his quarters, he immediately began preparations. First, he inventoried the treasures within his storage ring. Many of the artifacts obtained from the Golden Crow Demon Emperor remained and used. Numerous elixirs, magical treasures, spirit stones, too many to count. These relics should sustain him through many battles. Zhou Chun categorized and organized all the treasures before retrieving the Xianxia boundary-breaking vessel. This was an Imperial-grade exquisite spacecraft returned to him by the system, capable of traversing the void at incredible speeds. Although he possessed the teleportation talisman, the border of Zhongzhou still lay tens of thousands of miles from the primordial sacred land. As he pondered this, Zhou Chun had barely stepped outside his residence when the atmosphere around him turned peculiar. The disciples, who had been coming and going, halted in their tracks upon seeing him, their eyes filled with shock and reverence. That is the man who caused the celestial anomaly, they whispered. I heard he broke through from the 10th tier of the Emperor realm to the first tier of the Sovereign realm in less than half a year. Such talent is terrifying. I have cultivated for 300 years and barely reached the 5th tier of the Emperor realm. Have you heard? News from the 10,000 Demons Plains says the Golden Crow Demon Emperor is dead, and it is said he is connected to Zhou Chun, a Sovereign realm 4th tier. How is that possible? The murmurs continued incessantly, causing Zhou Chun to furrow his brow. He detested being treated like a spectacle. Yet, he understood that the celestial anomaly he had triggered was too extraordinary to conceal. Maintaining a low profile would be challenging. I must be more cautious in the future. Zhou Chun resolved silently. At that moment, a young man in a purple robe suddenly blocked Zhou Chun's path. Handsome and distinguished in bearing, the youth radiated the aura of the first tier of the Sovereign realm. You must be Zhou Chun, the youth said condescendingly. Zhou Chun stopped and glanced at him coolly. What do you want? The youth sneered. I heard you caused the celestial anomaly and broke through to the first tier of the Sovereign realm. I want to see if you are as formidable as the rumors claim. Dare you spar with me at the martial arena? The surrounding disciples exchanged eager glances, anticipating entertainment. That is Lu Qingyun of the Yinyang Sect's Xiao Peak, a renowned genius who broke through to the first tier of the Sovereign realm 3 years ago. This will be a good show. Although Zhou Chun has also reached the first tier, his foundation is unstable. Whereas Lu Qingyun is a seasoned sovereign with abundant combat experience, he might win. Zhou Chun cast a glance at Lu Qingyun, a trace of impatience flickering in his eyes. No interest. Intent on plotting the optimal route back to the primordial sacred land, Zhou Chun disdained to entertain such trifles. With that, he bypassed Lu Qingyun and proceeded towards the scripture pavilion. Lu Qingyun's expression darkened, and he reached out to block Zhou Chun. Yet before his hand could touch Zhou Chun, a terrifying pressure erupted from Zhou Chun's body, the power of the severance law. Lu Qingyun's body stiffened instantly, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as if severed from all connection with heaven and earth. The oppressive aura alone suffocated him. How is this possible? Zhou Chun said without turning back, if you dare block my path again, next time it won't be a warning. With that, his figure vanished into the crowd. Lu Qingyun stood rooted, his face pale, speechless for a long while. The surrounding disciples exchanged astonished looks, their eyes brimming with shock. Is this the power of the severing heavenly emperor? His mere aura can suppress a first-tier sovereign realm cultivator. Lu Qingyun was utterly helpless before him. It seemed the rumors were true. Zhou Chun's strength had likely surpassed that of an ordinary third-tier sovereign realm master. He must hasten with all speed. Having been momentarily delayed by Lu Qingyun, an urgency surged within Zhou Chun as he activated his spiritual energy and summoned the Xianxia boundary-breaking vessel. The vessel immediately expanded into a 10-zhang-long flying boat, gleaming golden, its surface inscribed with dense runes exuding formidable spatial fluctuations. Zhou Chen boarded and activated the teleportation talisman. A dazzling pillar of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Zhou Chen and the vessel. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the Academy of Xianxia, Zhongzhou borderlands. Amidst flickering light, Zhou Chen appeared in a desolate mountain range. This was still 30,000 miles from the primordial sacred land. Fortunately, traversing 300,000 miles at full speed would take roughly half a day. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen propelled the Xianhuang boundary-breaking vessel. A thunderous roar echoed as the vessel transformed into a golden streak, vanishing into the horizon. The vessel's velocity was extraordinary, nearly matching spatial leap. Within half an hour, Zhou Chen had covered over 10,000 miles. Suddenly, an inexplicable aura appeared ahead. Zhou Chen's expression changed as he halted the vessel. The void twisted, revealing an elderly man clad in black robes. The elder's countenance was cold, eyes brimming with murderous intent. He was an elder from the Black Abyss sacred land, Heijio, of the 10th tier Emperor realm, with no recent fortuitous breakthroughs. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. Though inferior to Zhou Chen, an Emperor realm 10th tier cultivator was considered a veteran powerhouse in Zhongzhou. Human youth, you are Zhou Chen? The Black Abyss elder sneered. The Jiang family has placed a bounty of 1 million supreme spirit stones on your head. Today, your life ends here. Zhou Chen replied calmly. You think you can defeat me? The elder's expression darkened. Arrogant. Do you believe that reaching the 10th tier Emperor realm renders you invincible? I have cultivated for thousands of years and witnessed countless geniuses. Those as arrogant as you always meet miserable ends. Ha ha ha. This is a favorable location. It seemed they were still unaware of Zhou Chen's breakthrough to the sovereign realm. Impatient with idle talk, Zhou Chen raised his hand and unleashed the Void 8 Desolation Slash. 8 terrifying sword energies slashing simultaneously from 8 directions, each imbued with the power of the Severance Law. Elder He Yuan's countenance underwent a drastic transformation. Damn it, after living for several millennia, he never anticipated being deceived. The information provided by the Jiang family was nothing but a ruse. He hastily summoned all his spiritual energy to withstand the onslaught. The demonic technique. 10,000 demons devouring the heavens unleashed a multitude of shadowy figures that burst forth from his being, clawing and grasping as they lunged towards the sword energy. However, these spectral forms proved as fragile as parchment in the face of the sword's might. With a series of punctuating sounds, the sword energy pierced through the shadows, cleaving into Elder He Yuan's very flesh. He had no time to utter a cry of agony before being reduced to mere fragments by the relentless assault. A formidable figure at the 10th level of the Emperor realm could not withstand even a single strike from Zhou Chen. It was as if he had crushed a mere ant underfoot, and he continued to propel his flying vessel forward. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Since the Jiang family dared to besiege the primordial sacred land, they must have laid numerous ambushes along the way. The journey ahead would likely be fraught with peril. Indeed, after soaring several thousand miles, Zhou Chen encountered yet another set of presences ahead. This time, there were not one, but three. 3 formidable figures at the 10th level of the Emperor realm materialized before him, hailing from the heavenly demon sacred land, the blood fiend sacred land, and the netherworld sacred land, 3 arch-rivals of the primordial sacred land. Zhou Chen, your path ends here, sneered an elder from the heavenly demon sacred land. With our combined strength, even a first-level Emperor realm expert would falter. You, a mere junior who has just broken through to the 10th level, are doomed to perish today. Zhou Chen cast a glance at the trio, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Insects, you are unworthy to seek my demise. He raised his hand, summoning the phantom of the chaos bell above his head. Temporal cage. A terrifying force of time and space erupted from the chaos bell, enveloping the 3 elders in an instant. Their bodies froze, rendered immobile. What is this power? The elder from the heavenly demon sacred land exclaimed in terror. The laws of time and space. How could you possibly wield such power? Zhou Chen offered no reply, instead activating the laws of interception. Qinglian buries the heavens. The horrifying power of interception within the temporal cage of the chaos bell erupted, transforming into 3 columns of annihilating light that struck toward the trio. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding explosions echoed as the 3 experts at the 10th level of the Emperor realm were simultaneously obliterated. As he continued on his journey, Zhou Chen encountered several more ambushes. However, the strongest among them barely reached the 10th level of the Emperor realm. Before Zhou Chen, they were utterly insignificant. A single strike from his Taizhu 8 Desolations dispatched them with ease, scarcely requiring a glance. He surged forward, casually slaying dozens of Emperor realm experts. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhou Chen beheld the mountain gates of the primordial sacred land. Yet the sight before him cast a pall over his heart. Outside the mountain gates lay a sea of corpses. Blood pooled into streams, winding down the mountain path and staining the once pristine jade steps a blinding crimson. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and charred flesh, remnants of self-destructive blasts. The protective mountain formation had been utterly shattered, and the vibrant, multicolored barrier that once enveloped the sacred land was now reduced to scattered motes of light drifting through the air. All celestial chi is in disarray. My path shall flourish. A mournful chant resounded anew. An elderly elder from the primordial sacred land, his white hair disheveled and his robes tattered, stood drenched in blood. With only the 7th level of the Emperor realm, he was on the brink of exhaustion, besieged by 3 adversaries of equal standing. Old man, surrender, and perhaps I shall spare your miserable life, taunted an elder from the heavenly demon's sacred land. The white-haired elder raised his head, a glimmer of resolute defiance flashing in his murky eyes. The primordial sacred land shall never yield. As his words fell, the foundation of his Tao began to tremble violently. No good, he intends to self-destruct. The 3 demonic cultivators' expressions shifted dramatically as they attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom. A cataclysmic wave of energy erupted, reducing everything within 100 meters to scorched earth. The white-haired elder and the 3 demonic cultivators were consumed in the explosion. Such scenes of desperation unfolded throughout the primordial sacred land, as countless disciples and elders chose self-detonation in a bid to take their enemies down with them. They understood that this battle could spell the end of the primordial sacred land, yet they resolved to die with dignity, to perish heroically. In the square before the Lord's palace, Chu Tsongming knelt on one knee, blood pouring from the corners of his mouth. Once the foremost saint son of the primordial sacred land, endowed with exceptional talent and lofty expectations, he now found himself reduced to insignificance with his 8th level of the Emperor realm amidst this calamity. Just moments ago, he had been effortlessly defeated by a mere ordinary disciple of the Jiang family, who, at the 10th level of the Emperor realm, had casually left him grievously wounded. A reality Chu Tsongming struggled to accept. Is this it? The esteemed first saint son of the primordial sacred land reduced to such feebleness? The Jiang disciple stood before him. An expression of disdain etched across his face. He lifted his foot and pressed it down upon Chu Kangming's head, applying forceful pressure. I've heard your sacred land boasts a Zhou Chun, reputed for his prowess. Alas, he is not present. Otherwise, I would relish the opportunity to see if he is as pathetic as you. Chu Tsongming gritted his teeth, humiliation and resentment swirling in his gaze. He yearned to resist, but his body had been sapped of strength. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, his dantian shattered, rendering him incapable of rising. Junior brother Zhou. The image of Zhou Chun involuntarily surfaced in Chu Kangming's mind. The youth he had once regarded as a rival had now ascended to heights he could scarcely fathom. If only junior brother Zhou were here, could he not save the primordial sacred land? As this thought flickered, Chu Tsongming shook his head in disbelief. Such a notion was absurd. Even the lord of the sacred land, Dao Xian, was powerless to turn the tide. What hope could Zhou Chun possibly have? Though Zhou Chun possessed monstrous talent, facing such overwhelming numbers would likely only lead to despair. Forget it. Perhaps I should focus on surviving for now. With a bitter smile, Chu Tsongming closed his eyes, having come to terms with the prospect of death. Atop the summit of the primordial sacred land, 2 imperial weapons clashed in the air, their terrifying pressure bearing down on the world like a tangible force. The primordial Dao seal hovered above the head of the primordial ancestor, its golden radiance illuminating the surroundings, swirling with countless runes that exuded an air of eternal suppression. In contrast, the dragon-slaying sword wielded by Jiang Bufin blazed with golden flames, its blade etched with intricate patterns of fire, each line brimming with the capacity to annihilate the heavens and earth. Primordial ancestor, today marks the obliteration of your primordial sacred land. Jiang Bufin sneered, swinging the dragon-slaying sword with ferocity. Boom! A golden sword energy ripped through the air where it passed. The very fabric of space was consumed by nothingness. The primordial ancestor's expression grew grave as he summoned the primordial Dao seal to counter the attack. Primordial seal. The Dao seal expanded instantaneously, transforming into a colossal golden mountain that hurtled towards the sword energy. Bang! The moment the 2 imperial weapons collided, the entire primordial sacred land trembled violently. The primordial ancestor, at only the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, was already waning, while Jiang Bufin, in the prime of his life, held a slight edge in cultivation, rendering the disparity unmistakable. The terrifying shockwave swept outward, reducing countless structures to dust beneath its oppressive force. Not good. Han Li's expression changed as he hastily activated the heaven-palming vase. The celestial vessel expanded instantaneously, transforming into a colossal bronze jar that enveloped a significant portion of the Teishu sacred land. A terrifying force of devouring energy erupted from the mouth of the vessel, consuming all the surging waves of energy that swept through. What a close call. The disciples of the Teishu sacred land sighed in relief upon witnessing this scene. If it were not for Han Si's intervention, the mere residual energy from the collision of two Imperial weapons would have been sufficient to obliterate them all. Thank you, Brother Han, for your assistance. The disciples of the Jiang family, who had previously been suppressing Chu Tsongming, hastily retreated. Chu Tsongming struggled to rise, clasping his fists in gratitude towards Han Si. Han Si waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for formalities. Brother Zhou is my friend, and your affairs are my own. At that moment, Ji Yuming also made his move. He drew the long sword from his back, and the runes on its blade instantly ignited. 10,000 swords to the summit. Tens of thousands of sword energies erupted from the long sword, coalescing in the air into a massive sword shadow. The sword shadow, stretching 1,000 zhong, emanated an overwhelming aura of destruction as it cleaved towards the formidable beings of the demon race. Damn it! The leader of the demon race's expression changed dramatically as he urgently summoned all his demonic energy to resist. True form of the demon god. A terrifying mass of demonic energy coalesced into a towering demon god, wielding a giant axe, cleaving towards the sword shadow. Boom! The sword shadow collided with the demon god, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. The demon god was instantly severed in twain by the sword shadow, dissipating into the surrounding demonic energy. The leader of the demon race was struck by the residual sword energy, spitting blood and appearing utterly weakened. How could this be? His eyes widened in disbelief. Ji Yuming cast a dispassionate glance at him. The demon race dares to act so recklessly before me? With that, he waved his hand again, unleashing another wave of sword energy. The demon race leader had no chance to evade, and was directly slain by the sword energy. An Imperial Realm second-layer demon was thus vanquished at the hands of Ji Yuming. How formidable! The disciples of the Teishu sacred land were filled with astonishment at the sight of an Imperial Realm first-layer expert defeating one of the second-layer. Upon receiving news of the attack on the Teishu sacred land, Han Si and Ji Yuming had rushed to its aid without hesitation. The precarious situation had undergone a swift reversal with their involvement, causing the offensive from the Jiang family and the demon race to wane, resulting in a stalemate. However, at that moment, Jiang Bufan, the head of the Jiang family, suddenly bellowed, "A mantis trying to stop a chariot." Upon saying this, he bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the Panlong sword. The Panlong sword erupted with dazzling golden light, and a terrifying flame emanated from its blade, dyeing the entire sky in gold. Panlong sword awaken. Boom. A fearsome sword energy was unleashed from the Panlong sword, its power magnified several-fold. Wherever the sword energy passed, the very fabric of space was incinerated, and time itself seemed to freeze. The elder of the Teishu sacred land's countenance changed drastically. This is bad, he's going all out. The elder also bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the Teishu seal. The Teishu seal similarly radiated a brilliant golden light, with countless runes swirling across its surface, exuding an aura capable of suppressing the ages. Teishu seal, suppress the ages. The two Imperial weapons clashed once more, and this time, the force was magnified tenfold. A thunderous explosion echoed throughout the heavens and earth, causing the entire Teishu sacred land to shake violently under this overwhelming pressure. Countless peaks collapsed, and fissures appeared in the ground. Han Si continuously activated the celestial vessel, exerting all his strength to resist the waves of energy. Yet, the magnitude of this power was insurmountable. Even the celestial vessel could not completely absorb it. Damn it, the power of these two Imperial weapons is too formidable. Han Si's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Ji Yuming also activated his long sword, creating a barrier of sword energy around the Teishu sacred land to fend off the energy waves. However, even with their combined efforts, numerous energy waves penetrated their defenses, sweeping towards several disciples of the Teishu sacred land. Not good. Chu Kangming's expression changed drastically. He attempted to intervene, but his severe injuries rendered him powerless. Chapter 328. Zhou Chen arrives and annihilates three sovereigns. Just as the energy waves were about to strike the disciples of the Teishu sacred land, a thunderous sound suddenly echoed from above, and a figure descended from the sky. Temporal prison. An ancient clock-shaped phantom appeared in the air, expanding a myriad of times to envelop the entire Teishu sacred land. A terrifying force of time and space erupted from the chaos bell, freezing all the energy waves in the fabric of time. Everyone stood in stunned silence. What is this? The elder of the Teishu sacred land's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the ancient clock suspended in the air. Zhou Chen, Jiang Bufan, The head of the Jiang family was also taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? Wasn't Zhou Chun hiding in the Academy of the 100 Schools? The next moment, a figure emerged from beneath the chaos bell. It was none other than Zhou Chun. With an impassive expression, he surveyed the battlefield before him, a glint of icy killing intent flickering in his eyes. Master, I have arrived late. The elder of the Teishu sacred land felt a surge of relief upon seeing Zhou Chun. Chun'er, you have returned. Zhou Chun nodded, turning his gaze towards Jiang Bufin, his killing intent intensifying. Jiang family, today I shall demand blood for blood. Standing beneath the chaos bell, Zhou Chun's gaze swept across the entirety of the Teishu sacred land. The devastation before him ignited a raging inferno of fury within his heart. The protective mountain formation lay shattered, countless structures reduced to rubble. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the ground was littered with the corpses of hundreds of disciples from the Teishu sacred land. Some even frozen in their self-destructive postures. The energy of the heavens flows. My path shall flourish with the sun. In the distance, a few grievously injured disciples chanted the sacred names of the Teishu sacred land, preparing to face death with valor. Zhou Chun's fists clenched, cracking ominously. He looked towards the central peak, where Dao Xianxia was besieged by several enemies of equal rank. Dao Xian bore wounds all over. His white robe stained crimson with blood, his breath weak and faltering. His attackers were 3 first-layer Imperial Realm experts. Led by a middle-aged man clad in black robes, the leader of the Heiyuan sacred land, He Wujia. The other 2 were the leader of the Tianmo sacred land, Tianmo Zun, and a long-standing elder of the demon race, Maluo. The trio collaborated, each strike laden with terrifying might, forcing Dao Xian to barely defend himself, with no opportunity to counterattack. Dao Xian, today marks your demise. He Wujia sneered, conjuring a terrifying mass of demonic energy aimed at Dao Xianxia. Dao Xian gritted his teeth, channeling all his spiritual power to barely withstand the onslaught. Yet, the attacks from Tianmo Zun and Maluo followed relentlessly, leaving him no respite. Puff! Dao Xian coughed up more blood, his injuries worsening. Old man, Zhou Chun, witnessing this scene, felt his killing intent surge to unprecedented heights. In a flash, he appeared before Dao Xianxia. Zhou Chun. Dao Xianxia's eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing Zhou Chun, but it quickly morphed into concern. Why have you returned? You must leave. This place is far too perilous. Zhou Chun did not respond. Instead, he raised his hand and infused a gentle stream of spiritual energy into the body of the Dao Xian saint. Old man, stabilize your injuries first. Leave the rest to your disciple. After uttering these words, he turned his gaze towards He Wujia and his companions, a glimmer of icy murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Upon seeing Zhou Chun, He Wujia was momentarily taken aback, then burst into boisterous laughter. Zhou Chun, you audacious lad, daring to return to court death? I thought you'd cower in the Xianxia Academy. The heavenly demon sovereign sneered. You ignorant fool. Do you believe that just because you have broken through to the first layer of the Emperor realm, you can act unscrupulously before us? Today, we shall first eliminate you, and then annihilate the Tai Chu sacred land. Zhou Chun cast a nonchalant glance at them. Is that so? Just based on your capabilities? With that, his aura suddenly erupted. The oppressive force of the 3rd layer of the Emperor realm descended upon them like a tangible weight, instantly freezing the smiles on He Wujia and his companions. How is this possible? He Wujia's eyes widened in disbelief. You left the Tai Chu sacred land less than a year ago. How could you have ascended from the 10th layer of the Emperor realm to the 3rd layer? The expressions of the heavenly demon sovereign and Mo Luo also shifted dramatically. They had anticipated Zhou Chun to be at most at the 1st layer of the Emperor realm. Yet to their astonishment, he had already attained the 3rd layer. Moreover, this aura was far more formidable than that of an ordinary 3rd layer emperor. Zhou Chun remained silent and waved his hand. Taisu Bahuang / 8 terrifying streams of sword energy surged forth from 8 directions simultaneously, each imbued with the power of the law of severance. As the sword energy sliced through the air, it carved deep fissures in the fabric of space. The countenances of He Wujia and his companions paled as they hastily summoned their full spiritual power to defend themselves. Heiyuan Demon Shield, Heavenly Demon Protection, Demon God True Form. All 3 invoked their defensive techniques, and a terrifying miasma coalesced into 3 barriers before them. However, it was too late. Zhou Chun's sword energy was too swift. And infused with the power of the law of severance, it could cleave through all defenses. Poof, poof, poof. The 3 barriers were instantly torn apart by the sword energy, and deep gashes appeared on He Wujia and his companions. With their mere 1st layer Emperor realm strength, they were utterly incapable of resisting Zhou Chun's onslaught. How can this be? He Wujia's eyes widened in horror. Even as an emperor, how can your strength be so overwhelming? Zhou Chun replied coolly, Because you are too weak. After finishing his words, he pointed his hand, and the Chaos Bell reappeared in the air. Chaos Prison. A terrifying force of time and space erupted from the Chaos Bell, enveloping He Wuji and his companions entirely. Their movements became sluggish as if they were frozen in time and space. Not good. He Wuji struggled desperately to break free. But the power of time and space was too formidable. He could not move an inch. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. Next life. Open your eyes wide. As soon as he spoke, Zhou Chen waved his hand, and a terrifying power of the void erupted from the Chaos Bell. Qing Lian Zongtian. A column of annihilating light surged forth from the Chaos Bell, directly engulfing He Wuji and his companions. Boom. The 3 first-layer Emperor Realm experts, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, were obliterated before they could even emit a scream. An eerie silence filled the space. Everyone was overwhelmed by the display of Zhou Chen's power. Is this truly Zhou Chen's strength? 3 first-layer Emperor Realm beings had no chance to resist him. Terrifying indeed. The disciples of the Tai Chu Sacred Land felt a renewed spark of hope upon witnessing this scene. While the powerful figures from the Jiang family and the Demon Path factions turned pale, their eyes brimming with fear, Zhou Chen turned his attention to the other side of the main peak, where several ancestors of the Tai Chu Sacred Land were engaged in a fierce battle with a middle-aged man clad in golden robes. This man was none other than Jiang Xiaofan, the younger brother of the Jiang family patriarch. He had already reached the 3rd layer of the Emperor Realm and wielded a mid-grade Emperor weapon, the World Annihilation Burning Heaven Spear. With each swing of the Burning Heaven Spear, terrifying flames erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. Despite the concerted efforts of the several ancestors of the Tai Chu Sacred Land, they could barely hold their ground. A few among them were already gravely injured, their auras dwindling. Ha! You Tai Chu Sacred Land trash think you can stop me? Jiang Xiaofan laughed maniacally as he thrust the Burning Heaven Spear forward. A golden flame spear shadow tore through the sky, directly piercing one of the ancestors of the Tai Chu Sacred Land. A flicker of resolve flashed in the ancestor's eyes. The energy of the heavens flows. My path shall prosper. He recited the sacred mantra of the Tai Chu Sacred Land, and suddenly, his spiritual power surged violently. Boom. He chose to self-destruct, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that forced Jiang Xiaofan back several steps. Humph, self-detonation? Futile. Jiang Xiaofan smirked coldly, ready to press the attack when he suddenly felt a terrifying aura locking onto him. He turned and met Zhou Chen's frigid gaze. Seeking death. Zhou Chen's voice was as sharp as a blade, sending a chill down Jiang Xiaofan's spine. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, a mocking smile spreading across his face. So, you are Zhou Chen. I thought you would hide in the Xianxia Academy, too frightened to emerge. I never imagined you would dare to return to court death. No matter. Today, I shall kill you first, and then annihilate the Tai Chu Sacred Land. Zhou Chen remained silent, raising his hand in a sweeping motion. His aura suddenly erupted, the oppressive force of the 3rd layer of the Emperor Realm bearing down like a solid weight. Jiang Xiaofan's smile froze instantly. You two are at the 3rd layer of the Emperor Realm. His face contorted in disbelief. He thought Zhou Chen had merely just broken through to the Emperor Realm with an unstable foundation, yet he discovered that Zhou Chen had indeed reached the 3rd layer. Moreover, this aura was significantly more powerful than that of an ordinary 3rd layer emperor. No, how can this be? Jiang Xiaofan gritted his teeth. You must have used some dark sorcery to forcibly elevate your cultivation. Though this dark sorcery can boost strength temporarily, your foundation is unstable, resulting in diminished combat power. I refuse to believe you can be my match. With that, he activated the Burning Heaven Spear and lunged at Zhou Chen. Burning Heaven Strike. A terrifying golden flame erupted from the spear tip, transforming into a fiery dragon that surged towards Zhou Chen. As the fire dragon advanced, it incinerated everything in its path, a power beyond comprehension. Zhou Chen's expression remained impassive as he raised his hand. Taisu Bahuang slash. 8 terrifying streams of sword energy sliced forth from 8 directions, each infused with the power of the law of severance. As the sword energy collided with the fire dragon, a cataclysmic explosion of energy erupted. The fire dragon was instantly cleaved into multiple segments, dissipating into a storm of flames. Yet the momentum of the sword energy remained unyielding as it continued to cleave towards Jiang Xiaofan. Jiang Xiaofan's face paled, and he hurriedly summoned the Burning Heaven Spear to defend. Bang, bang, bang. 8 streams of sword energy struck the Burning Heaven Spear consecutively, the overwhelming force sending Jiang Xiaofan reeling backward. His palms were torn, blood trickling down the spear shaft. How can this be? Jiang Xiaofan's eyes widened in terror. He was also a 3rd-layer emperor, wielding a mid-grade emperor weapon. How could he possibly fail to withstand even a single attack from Zhou Chen? Zhou Chen cast a disdainful glance at him. With such meager strength, you dare to besiege the Tai Chu's sacred land? After finishing his words, he flickered, instantly appearing before Jiang Xiaofan. Die. A stream of sword energy sliced forth, directly aimed at Jiang Xiaofan's head. Jiang Xiaofan's complexion drained of color as he desperately urged the burning heaven spear to ward off the impending threat. Yet, Zhou Qin's sword energy was too swift. Imbued with the power of the law of interception, capable of severing any defense. With a sickening sound, the sword energy sliced through Jiang Xiaofan's shoulder, leaving a deep gash. He let out a pained scream and staggered backward. Damn it! He bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the burning heaven spear. In an instant, the spear erupted with a resplendent golden light, terrifying flames bursting forth from its shaft. Boom! A fearsome conflagration erupted from the spear, its power magnified several-fold compared to before. Wherever the flames passed, space was reduced to nothingness, and even time seemed to stand still. Zhou Qin's gaze turned icy. Activating a royal weapon with essence blood? Unfortunately, that holds no sway before me. He raised his hand, summoning the chaos bell once more into the air. The chaos prison emerged. A terrifying force of time and space erupted from the chaos bell, enveloping the flames entirely. The flame's speed slowed to a crawl, as if suspended in time and space. Jiang Xiaofan, still reeling from shock, gazed at the scene before him. What power is this? Zhou Qin offered no reply, instead raising a finger. It is time to conclude this. His aura suddenly surged to its zenith. The Azure Lotus Transformation and the Taizhu 8 Desolation Sutra both pushed to their utmost limits. In the sky, an awe-inspiring phenomenon materialized. A shadow towering 100,000 zhang emerged behind Zhou Qin, manifesting as his royal imprint, the Qingping sword. The Qingping sword, entirely verdant, emanated a pressure capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. The blade bore the character for interception, encapsulating the entirety of the law of interception's essence. What is this? Everyone was left awestruck by the apparition. In the distance, the ancestor of Taishu widened his eyes, his face a mask of disbelief. It is indeed a royal imprint. And such a terrifying one at that. It must be noted that royal imprints vary in rank, and Zhou Qin's royal imprint, capable of evolving to a height of 100,000 zhang, is undoubtedly the pinnacle, surpassing even the ancient prodigies. The head of the Jiang family, Jiang Bufan, was similarly stunned, disbelief etched across his features. A royal imprint reaching 100,000 zhang. How could this be? It is known that ordinary royal realm cultivators possess imprints that reach a maximum height of 10,000 zhang. Yet Zhou Qin's royal imprint astonishingly reached 100,000 zhang. What does this signify? It signifies that Zhou Qin's talent has ascended to an unimaginable level. It signifies that his potential far exceeds anyone's expectations. Zhou Qin raised his hand, the shadow of the Qingping sword descending from the heavens. With one sword, Qingping, I shall sever all laws of the myriad heavens. A terrifying sword energy surged forth from the Qingping sword, its might magnified 100-fold compared to before. As the sword energy sliced through space, it fragmented reality itself, and time appeared to freeze. Despair flickered in Jiang Xiaofan's eyes. No. He desperately attempted to wield the burning heaven spear for defense, but it was utterly futile. The spear crumbled under the sword energy as if composed of mere paper, severed cleanly in two. The sword energy continued its descent, cleaving Jiang Xiaofan's body in half. Not only that, but the residual force of the sword energy surged forth, targeting the surrounding foes. Those assaulting the Taishu Holy Land, the Jiang family's cultivators. Disciples of the Black Abyss Holy Land, masters of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land, and elite members of the demonic race, were all engulfed by this lethal sword energy. No. Save me. Run. Countless cries of despair echoed, but it was far too late. The speed of the Qingping sword's energy was too great, and its power too terrifying. Those below the third level of the royal realm had no chance to resist, and were instantaneously slain. Chapter 330. The path to immortality is merciless. People struggle across the river. 1,000 bones wither away in achievements. Even those at the first and second levels of the royal realm could not withstand a mere breath before being obliterated by the sword energy. In one strike, thousands fell. The battlefield fell silent in an instant. Only those at the fourth level of the royal realm and the survivors of the Taishu Holy Land remained. All gazed in a daze at the figure clad in white robes above, their eyes filled with shock and terror. One sword slaying thousands of powerful beings? What kind of monster is this? How could a third-level royal realm cultivator possess such terrifying combat prowess? Even Jiang Bufan, who was currently engaged in battle with the ancestors of the Taishu Holy Land, halted his actions, his expression one of utter astonishment as he stared at Zhou Qin. He was a fourth-level royal realm cultivator, yet even he felt a pang of trepidation from that single strike. Who exactly is this young man? Jiang Bufan mused in confusion. In the distance, Dao Xian beheld Zhou Chun, a glimmer of satisfaction lighting up his aged visage. "Chenner, you have returned." His voice was frail, his body marred with wounds. His aura greatly diminished, yet within his eyes, hope flickered. Zhou Chun turned to Dao Xian, his murderous intent somewhat tempered. "Old man, rest for now. The next phase is mine to handle." With that, he turned his gaze back to Jiang Bufan, his killing intent reigniting. "You are Jiang Bufan, are you not? Excellent. Today I shall claim your head to honor the fallen souls of the Teishu Holy Land." Hearing this, Jiang Bufan's expression darkened, but he soon smirked coldly. "Boy, do you think that because you have slain a few insignificant fish, you can act arrogantly before me? I am a 4th-level Royal Realm cultivator, 1 tier above you. What do you possess to contend with me?" As his words fell, Jiang Bufan raised the mid-grade royal weapon in his hand, an expression of disdain upon his face. Zhou Chun offered no response. Instead, he raised his hand with a flourish. The Chaos Bell soared above Jiang Bufan's head, the time-space prison swiftly enveloping him. The Chaos Prison. A terrifying force of time and space erupted, freezing Jiang Bufan's body in place. He attempted to summon the royal weapon in his grasp, but found that the flow of spiritual power had slowed to an agonizing crawl. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Jiang Bufan's face changed dramatically as he desperately tried to muster his spiritual energy to break free from the prison. Yet Zhou Chun offered him no opportunity. Taixu 8 Desolation Slash. 8 terrifying sword energies sliced forth simultaneously from 8 directions, each imbued with the power of the law of interception. The sword energies traversed through the chaos prison, ruthlessly slicing into Jiang Bufan's body. Jiang Bufan's protective spiritual energy was shattered in an instant. His body riddled with countless wounds. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the chaos prison crimson. "No, this is impossible." Jiang Bufan's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his features. He was a 4th-level Royal Realm cultivator, wielding a royal weapon. How could he be suppressed by a mere junior of the 3rd level? Yet reality was cruel. Zhou Chun's combat strength far surpassed that of his peers. Furthermore, he possessed the Chaos Bell. "You wanted to kill me, right?" Zhou Chun stated coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. "Then come at me. I will stand right here for you to kill me." Jiang Bufan gritted his teeth, desperately attempting to wield the royal weapon in his hand. The royal weapon erupted with a brilliant radiance, transforming into a terrifying fiery dragon that lunged toward Zhou Chun. But Zhou Chun merely raised a finger. "Extinguish." The law of interception erupted, severing the fiery dragon in midair, dispersing it into a rain of flames. Jiang Bufan's expression shifted drastically. He finally realized that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. This young man before him was no ordinary 3rd-level Royal Realm cultivator. His combat prowess had likely reached the 5th level, if not higher. Escape. In Jiang Bufan's heart, a singular thought remained. He no longer hesitated. Channeling all his spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to tear apart the chaotic prison and flee. Yet, how could Zhou Chun possibly grant him that opportunity? To escape? It was too late. Zhou Chun raised his right hand, and the ethereal image of the Qingping sword once again materialized. This time, the runes etched upon the sword shimmered with greater brilliance, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. The Taixu Yin-Yang Slash. In an instant, the phantom of the Qingping sword appeared before Jiang Bufan. The terrifying laws of interception erupted within the chaotic prison, transforming into a beam of destruction that struck Jiang Bufan directly. Boom. Jiang Bufan did not even have time to scream before being utterly obliterated by the power of Taixu. The head of the Jiang family, a formidable presence at the 4th level of the sovereign realm, perished at Zhou Chun's hands. The battlefield fell once more into deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, their minds a void. The head of the Jiang family was dead? That was a formidable figure of the 4th level of the sovereign realm, the patriarch of the renowned Jiang clan, a terrifying existence wielding a royal weapon. How could he be killed by a mere youth at the 3rd level of the sovereign realm? This was inconceivable, yet the truth lay bare before their eyes. Leaving no room for disbelief, Zhou Chun stowed away the Chaos Bell and turned to face the remaining members of the Jiang family and the demonic cultivators on the battlefield. His gaze was frigid, as though he were regarding the deceased. "Is there anyone else?" The 3 words, spoken lightly, sent a chill through everyone's hearts. In the distance, a 5th-level demonic cultivator, who had been lurking in the shadows with the intent of taking advantage of the chaos, was now thoroughly frightened by Zhou Chun's display of power. He dared not remain any longer. The remaining members of the Jiang family and demonic cultivators hastily turned to flee, wishing they could sprout extra legs. Yet, how could Zhou Chun allow them to escape? Thinking of fleeing? "Have you consulted me first?" He raised his hand with a wave, and the phantom of the Qingping sword descended once more. The sword light cascaded like a waterfall, enveloping all retreating foes. The fifth-level demonic cultivator, upon witnessing this, spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly transforming into a demonic shadow and vanishing from sight. The remaining cultivators were far less fortunate, their screams rising and falling, but soon silence reclaimed the battlefield. Only the survivors of the Teishu sacred land remained. Zhou Chun descended slowly, approaching Dao Xian. "Elder, are you unscathed?" Dao Xian looked at Zhou Chun, his eyes filled with gratitude. "I am fine, just sustained some minor injuries, nothing serious." "Chinner, you have truly grown." Zhou Chun shook his head and retrieved several healing elixirs from his storage ring, offering them to Dao Xian. "Elder, tend to your injuries first." Dao Xian accepted the elixirs, sitting cross-legged after consuming them to begin his healing. Zhou Chun turned his gaze towards the disciples and elders of the Teishu sacred land, who now looked at him with awe and reverence. When Zhou Chun's eyes passed over Han Si and Ji Yuming, he revealed a grateful expression and nodded slightly. "Everyone, the crisis of the Teishu sacred land has been averted. What lies ahead is our task of rebuilding Teishu." At this moment, Zhou Chun stood amidst the debris, his white robe stained with flecks of blood, glaringly conspicuous under the sunlight. Behind him lay the corpses of thousands of powerful beings, those once arrogant Jiang family disciples. Demonic cultivators and demonic beings now lay as cold corpses, sprawled haphazardly on the ground. The air was thick with the stench of blood, inducing nausea. Yet, Zhou Chun's face bore no expression. He simply stood there, his gaze icy, like a god of death. The path to immortality is ruthless, as countless souls perish in pursuit of success. Chapter 331, Vast Disparity, Post-War Reconstruction. Chu Tsongming struggled to rise, gazing at Zhou Chun from a distance, his eyes awash with complex emotions, shock, reverence, and an indescribable sense of loss. Once, he had been the foremost saint of the Teishu sacred land, adored by many. And Zhou Chun had merely been an ordinary disciple just beginning his journey. Yet now, the gap between them had widened to an insurmountable degree. Chu Tsongming managed a bitter smile and shook his head. He understood that from this day forth, the heavens of the Teishu sacred land would change. Zhou Chun turned to Chu Tsongming. "Senior brother Chu, are you all right?" Chu Tsongming paused for a moment before shaking his head. "I'm fine, just sustained minor injuries." "But you, junior brother Zhou, should now be addressed as Elder Zhou. Given your current strength, you are undoubtedly the next candidate for the Sacred Lord." Zhou Chun shook his head. "I do not concern myself with titles. I simply wish to know the extent of the Sacred Land's losses." Chu Kangming's expression darkened. "Severe. Exceedingly severe. This time, the Jiang family united with the demonic cultivators and the demon race to besiege us, resulting in the loss of 3 sovereign realm ancestors, over a dozen peak emperor realm ancestors, and hundreds of disciples. The protective mountain formation has been utterly destroyed, and the main hall has collapsed significantly. Had you not returned in time, I fear." He did not finish, but his meaning was clear. Had Zhou Chun arrived even a moment later, the Teishu sacred land might have faced obliteration. Zhou Chun fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "The Jiang family and the demon race, I will remember this debt." Just then, from the distant horizon, several formidable auras suddenly surged forth. Zhou Chun furrowed his brow and looked up. He saw streaks of light racing towards the Teishu sacred land, arriving in the blink of an eye. As the light dissipated, several figures emerged. At the forefront was a young man clad in a blue robe, exuding grace and charm. It was none other than Han Si. Following him were several first-level sovereign realm cultivators, seemingly his followers. "Brother Zhou, I have arrived late." Han Si landed and looked at Zhou Chun, a hint of apology gracing his face. "Upon receiving the news, I rushed here immediately, but was delayed by the demonic cultivators along the way." Zhou Chun shook his head. "Brother Han's arrival is already a great relief to me. Thanks to you, the losses to the sacred land would have been far worse." Han Si waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Zhou, between us, there is no need for such formality." With that, he handed Zhou Chun several dozen storage rings, which, as expected, contained various elixirs and resources. Zhou Chun instantly understood his intentions. This was a gesture to provide resources for the reconstruction of Teishu. "Brother Han, your kindness is beyond words. We shall discuss this further later." Zhou Chun nodded in acknowledgement, not wishing to be overly courteous. The demon race had long been regarded as the common enemy of the Xianxia continent, and any forces colluding with them would be met with collective wrath. The Jiang family's audacious alliance with the demon race to confront the Teishu sacred land had already incited public outrage. Just then, another aura surged from the sky, even more terrifying, accompanied by a sharp sword intent that sent chills down one's spine. Zhou Chun looked up to see a beam of white sword light streaking in from the distant horizon, moving at incredible speed. The sword light halted above the sacred land, revealing a young man clad in white. His features were strikingly handsome, radiating an air of arrogance, with an ancient long sword strapped to his back. It was none other than Ji Yuming, the imperial son of the Jin clan. Name: Ji Yuming. Realm: first-level sovereign. Recent opportunities: none. Zhou Qin's eyes flashed with surprise. Unexpectedly, since our parting in the former hidden realm, Ji Yuming's cultivation has remarkably advanced to the first tier of the imperial realm. Evidently, my previous guidance left a profound impact upon him. Upon landing, Ji Yuming cast a glance at Zhou Qin, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Brother Zhou, it is a pleasure to meet you again. I must apologize, the clan's resources I could mobilize were limited. Only sufficient to intercept some of the Imperial Realm warriors from the Demonic and Flame clans, as well as the Jiang family, Ji Yuming said, clasping his fists respectfully. A trace of gratitude flickered in Zhou Qin's eyes. Ji Yuming's willingness to stand forth at such a critical juncture, despite risking the ire of the 6th clan's Jiang family, was truly a timely boon. Thank you, Zhou Qin expressed sincerely. Ji Yuming waved off the thanks. Brother Zhou, there is no need for such formalities. I have merely fulfilled my duty. Your prior guidance within the hidden realm remains unrequited. After a brief farewell, Ji Yuming departed, having also issued a stern warning across Central Continent. Any force daring to oppose the primordial sanctuary would be declaring enmity against him personally. This gesture deeply moved Zhou Qin. Within the temporary council hall of the primordial sanctuary, the original main hall having been destroyed in battle, Zhou Qin occupied the principal seat. Before him stood several elders and disciples. The sacred Lord Dao Xian was secluded in meditation to heal, and the senior ancestors had retreated deep into slumber. Thus, Zhou Qin temporarily presided over the sanctuary's affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, our sanctuary has sustained grievous injuries and suffered severe losses, Zhou Qin began, surveying the assembly with measured solemnity. Yet, we shall not succumb. We must rebuild the sanctuary and restore its vitality. Nods of resolute determination gleamed in their eyes. Despite the heavy casualties, their spirits remained unbroken. Zhou Qin's presence had rekindled hope. Firstly, we must assess the extent of our losses, tally the casualties, and provide solace to the bereaved families, Zhou Qin instructed, directing his gaze toward an elder. Elderly, I entrust this task to you. The elder promptly bowed. Your orders shall be carried out. Secondly, we must repair the mountain protecting formation and reconstruct the main hall, Zhou Qin continued, turning to another elder. Elder Wang, this responsibility falls upon you. Elder Wang's expression clouded with concern. However, restoring the formation and rebuilding the hall demand vast resources, which the sanctuary presently lacks. Zhou Qin shook his head. Worry not about resources. I shall find a solution. Producing an assortment of spirit stones and materials from his storage ring, he laid them before the assembly, spoils acquired from the Golden Crow Demon Emperor and the Jiang family patriarch, alongside gifts from Han Li, various superior and exquisite spirit stones, countless precious forging materials, and rare elixirs. The assembly was visibly astonished by the treasure trove. This should suffice. If not, I possess much more, Zhou Qin remarked calmly. Elder Wang hastened to nod. This is more than enough. With these resources, not only can we restore the formation and main hall, but even erect 10 more halls if needed. Zhou Qin acknowledged with a nod. Excellent. Additionally, we must strengthen the sanctuary's defenses. The Jiang family's ease in breaching the mountain protecting formation reveals our vulnerabilities. I shall personally design a new protective array so formidable that even Imperial Realm adversaries shall find it impenetrable. Surprise flickered across the faces of those present. Zhou Qin was not only a formidable warrior, but also a master of array formations. Previously, he had inherited the legacy of the Array Emperor and the heart of the Array Emperor. Now, he applied these gifts to devise the 9 Nether Purple Thunder Mountain Guarding Formation. Centering on the heart of the Array Emperor, the formation connects to the sanctuary's ley lines, drawing upon the Nether 9 Underworld's Een energy, while invoking the 9 Heavens Purple Cloud Divine Thunder to shield the sect above. This formation reached the pinnacle of Imperial Realm craftsmanship, though its construction demanded considerable expenditure and would require several months to complete. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Qin's eyes. The Jiang family, the demonic clans, and the demonic sanctuaries that besieged the primordial sanctuary, inflicting such devastation. I shall personally exact retribution. However, the time is not yet ripe. We must first recuperate and rebuild. The assembly nodded in agreement. Your words are wise, young Lord Zhou. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. We must ensure the Jiang family and the demonic clans pay dearly. Zhou Qin smiled in satisfaction. Very well. Let each of you fulfill your duties and expedite the reconstruction. Meeting adjourned. After bowing, the assembly dispersed. Zhou Qin seated himself, lost in contemplation. Though the sanctuary had narrowly escaped ruin, the ordeal exposed many deficiencies. Firstly, the overall strength of the primordial sanctuary remained insufficient, Aside from a handful of Imperial Realm ancestors, most were no match for the enemy. Had he not returned in time, the sanctuary might have been erased. Secondly, the sanctuary's foundations were shallow. The ease with which the mountain-protecting formation was breached and the main hull destroyed revealed significant defensive flaws. Lastly, the sanctuary's network was inadequate. Without timely aid from Han Li and Ji Yuming, the situation could have been far worse. Much remained to be done. A sigh escaped Zhou Chen's lips. Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside the hall. Looking up, he saw Chu Tsongming enter. Junior brother Zhou. No, young Lord Zhou, Chu Tsongming greeted. A complex expression in his eyes. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Zhou Chen inclined his head. Please speak, senior brother Chu. After a moment of silence, Chu Tsongming confessed, I intend to withdraw from the primordial sanctuary. Zhou Chen was taken aback. Why? With a bitter smile, Chu Tsongming replied. Because I am too weak. In this battle, I could not even defeat an ordinary Jiang family disciple. I am unworthy of the title of first sequence prince of the primordial sanctuary. Rather than remain a burden, I prefer to venture beyond and seek opportunities to break through. Zhou Chen regarded him thoughtfully before responding. Senior brother Chu, you are not weak, merely unlucky. Your opponents were exceptionally formidable. Few would have fared better. You are only at the 8th tier of the Emperor realm, with ample room for growth. There is no need to condemn yourself over a single defeat. Chu Tsongming shook his head. I know your words comfort me, but my resolve is firm. I shall depart the sanctuary to explore the world. When I have grown stronger, I will return. Observing the steadfast determination in Chu Kangming's eyes, Zhou Chun sighed in resignation. Since your mind is made up, I shall not detain you. Though you leave the sanctuary, you may return whenever you have completed your journey. Before his departure, Zhou Chun retrieved a pill from his storage ring and presented it. This is the Dragon Blood Barrier Breaking Pill, a supreme Imperial Realm elixir. Consuming it enhances the chance of breakthrough by 50% without adverse effects. Take it. It may aid you in ascending to the Imperial Realm. Chu Tsongming gazed at the pill, astonishment flickering within his eyes. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Zhou Chen shook his head. Brother Chu, as fellow disciples, this trifle is of no consequence. Please accept it as a parting gift from me, Chu Tsongming. After a moment of contemplation, solemnly accepted the elixir. Thank you, brother Zhou. I shall remember this kindness. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I will repay it in kind. Zhou Chen smiled gently. You are too modest, brother Chu. By the way, where do you intend to go? After a brief pause, Chu Tsongming replied, I plan to venture to the western frontier. I have heard it is a place teeming with experts and abundant opportunities. Perhaps there, I may find a chance to break through. Zhou Chen nodded. Indeed, the western frontier is a fine place. However, it is fraught with peril. Do exercise caution, brother Chu. Chu Tsongming nodded in agreement. I shall. Now, I must take my leave. Farewell, brother Zhou. May we meet again. Until we meet again, Zhou Chen echoed. With that, Chu Tsongming turned and departed from the grand hall. Zhou Chen watched his receding figure, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. The once vibrant son of Taishu now chose to leave in silence. Perhaps this was the harsh reality of the cultivation world. Only the weak are destined to be eliminated. Nonetheless, Chu Tsongming possessed a noble spirit. Who knows, they may cross paths again in the future. Zhou Chen shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Outside the Taishu sacred land, the air still carried a faint scent of blood. 3 days had passed since the battle's conclusion, yet the oppressive atmosphere lingered. Thousands of corpses had been cremated, transforming into a cloud of ash that scattered in the wind. Disciples of the Taishu sacred land, clad in simple robes, busied themselves amidst the ruins, clearing the battlefield, transporting supplies, and repairing structures. Despite the heavy losses, not a hint of despondency marred their faces. Rather, they brimmed with determination. They understood that the Taishu sacred land had persevered, all thanks to that figure in white robes. Zhou Xinzi single-handedly slaughtered thousands of enemy troops. Even the head of the Jiang family was dispatched with a single strike. Indeed, I personally witnessed that sword light. It was akin to divine punishment. Jiang Bufan, at the 4th level of the Imperial Realm, had no chance to resist. How extraordinary. Zhou Xinzi is merely at the 3rd level of the Imperial Realm. Yet he can overpower those at the 4th level. Such combat prowess is simply unfathomable. I heard that Zhou Xinzi's royal mark stands at a staggering height of 100,000 zhang. Even the ancient prodigies would find it hard to match. The disciples exchanged words, their eyes filled with admiration as they worked diligently. Within the side hall of the main peak, Zhou Chun was meticulously counting the spoils of war. The ground was littered with storage rings, numbering in the thousands. These treasures were confiscated from the Jiang family, demonic sects, and powerful entities of the demonic race. Zhou Chen opened each one to inspect, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his gaze. Indeed, this haul is quite substantial. Just the top-tier spirit stones alone number in the hundreds of millions, with countless high-quality spirit stones. There are also various precious refining materials, elixirs, techniques, and secrets, too many to count. Among the most valuable items were several coveted treasures obtained from Jiang Bufan, the head of the Jiang family. Chapter 333, 9 Transformation Purple Gold Elixir. Unmoving King's Body. A mid-grade imperial weapon, the 9 Nether Flame Lock, though severed in two by Zhou Chun, remains invaluable upon restoration. A supreme-grade imperial technique. The Flame Emperor's Devouring Technique, one of the Jiang family's ancestral martial arts. Additionally, an ancient jade slip contained the location of the Jiang family's ancestral grounds and some hidden information. The ancestral grounds of the Jiang family. A cold glint flickered in Zhou Chen's eyes. The losses inflicted upon the Taishu sacred land by the Jiang family's siege warranted retribution, a debt he would inevitably settle. However, now was not the time. The Taishu sacred land had just emerged from battle and required time to recuperate. Furthermore, the Jiang family, being one of the 6 great families, possessed profound resources. A hasty attack would only result in more losses. When the Taishu sacred land was rebuilt and its strength restored, seeking vengeance against the Jiang family would not be too late. Zhou Chen stowed the jade slip away and continued to tally the other items. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Saint Sun, the ancestor of Taishu, requests your presence. It was a disciple of the inner sect of the Taishu sacred land. Zhou Chen nodded, rising to exit the side hall. Deep within the Taishu sacred land lay a hidden cave, the secluded retreat of the ancestor of Taishu, rarely accessible to anyone. Upon entering the cave, Zhou Chen found the ancestor of Taishu seated on a mat, eyes partially closed, breathing steady. Although previously gravely injured, he now appeared to have recovered significantly. Master, Zhou Chen greeted respectfully. The ancestor of Taishu opened his eyes, gazing at Zhou Chen with a glimmer of gratitude. Chenner, we owe you a great debt. Without your intervention, the Taishu sacred land would have faced obliteration. Zhou Chen shook his head. It is the duty of a disciple. The ancestor of Taishu sighed. While we managed to repel the Jiang family's assault, they will not rest easily. As one of the 6 great families, their foundations run deep. What we faced was merely their outer strength. Their true trump cards have yet to be revealed. Zhou Chen's brow furrowed. Master, are you implying that the Jiang family possesses even stronger beings? The ancestor of Taishu nodded. Indeed, the Jiang family has an ancient prodigy named Jiang Baikan. A peerless talent from millennia ago, he reached the 5th level of the imperial realm and was unrivaled among his contemporaries. Hailed as the strongest prodigy of the Flame Clan in 1,000 years. Later, in pursuit of a higher realm, he chose to seal himself away, remaining in slumber until now. Should the Jiang family awaken him, that would indeed spell true trouble. A grave expression crossed Zhou Chen's face. A prodigy of the 5th level of the imperial realm, this was indeed a formidable challenge. Ancient prodigies practiced profound techniques, wielding secrets far mightier than those of modern cultivators. Moreover, he was 2 whole realms above Zhou Chen. However, you need not be overly concerned, the ancestor of Taishu remarked, sensing Zhou Chen's apprehension, a smile gracing his lips. Though Jiang Baikan is formidable, awakening him demands a significant price. Moreover, after thousands of years in slumber, he will require time to acclimate to this era. This period presents us with our opportunity. Zhou Chen nodded. I understand, Master. I intend to enter seclusion for a time, striving to enhance my strength further. The ancestor of Taishu gazed at him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. You have only recently broken through to the 3rd level of the imperial realm. Are you truly ready to enter seclusion again so soon? In the path of cultivation, haste makes waste. Tread carefully to avoid destabilizing your foundation. Zhou Chen shook his head. Rest assured, Master, I am well aware of my limits. This time in seclusion is primarily to consolidate my realm while also practicing a secret technique. The ancestor of Taishu pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, just ensure you gauge your limits appropriately. By the way, this is a pill I acquired in my youth. Take it and make use of it. As he spoke, he withdrew a jade vial from his robes and handed it to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen accepted the vial, opening it to find a purple gold elixir nestled within. The surface of the pill shimmered with intricate patterns, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. This is the 9 Transformation Purple Gold Elixir. Zhou Chen's eyes widened. The 9 Transformation Purple Gold Elixir. A supreme-grade imperial elixir, significantly enhances cultivation without any side effects. Such a treasure is exceedingly rare, even difficult for those of the imperial realm to procure. Indeed, this relic was acquired by me years ago at an ancient site, the primordial ancestor remarked with a smile. Originally, I intended to reserve it for when I reached the sovereign realm breakthrough. Yet, it appears you are in greater need of it now. Zhou Chen remained silent momentarily before solemnly tucking away the jade vial. Thank you, honored ancestor. I shall forever remember this kindness. The primordial ancestor waved his hand dismissively. You are the pride of the primordial sacred land. There is no need for formalities. Go now, retreat into seclusion, and strive to break through at the earliest. After bowing respectfully, Zhou Chun turned and departed the cave dwelling. Upon returning to his quarters, he arrayed dozens of protective formations outside to ensure uninterrupted solitude. Then, he seated himself cross-legged and commenced his meditation. First, he produced the 9-turn purple gold pill and swallowed it whole. The pill instantly dissolved, transforming into a pure stream of energy coursing through his meridians. Hastily, Zhou Chun activated the Boundless Void 8 Desolations Unmanifest Scripture, guiding this energy to temper his physical body and consolidate his cultivation. The power of the Azure Lotus Creation Body, the Boundless Void 8 Desolations Unmanifest Scripture, the Great Sun Dao Bone, and the Severance Principle all erupted simultaneously. Countless energies intertwined within, ultimately converging into a formidable force. Time ticked by unrelentingly. The medicinal potency of the 9-turn purple gold pill was fully absorbed, stabilizing his cultivation and bringing him one step closer to the 4th stratum of the sovereign realm. This power shattered his meridians and surged toward his Danshan, where it solidified into a black insignia. Carved upon it was an ancient character, Ming, dark. Boom. An overwhelming pressure erupted from Zhou Chun's body, causing the entire cave to tremble. The formations outside shattered one by one, unable to withstand such force. Suddenly, a colossal black apparition materialized in the sky, a towering dark king clad in ebony armor, wielding a massive scythe, emanating an aura capable of annihilating worlds. The Dark King Seal. 8th Stratum, immovable Dark King manifestation. Zhou Chun had succeeded. The entire primordial sacred land was shaken by this oppressive aura. Countless disciples looked skyward, their eyes brimming with astonishment. That is Zhou Shenzi's cave dwelling. Such a terrifying aura, even stronger than before. Zhou Chun has broken through again. On the summit, Dao Xian opened his eyes, gazing at Zhou Chun's cave with a flicker of surprise. This youth truly is a prodigy. Just 1 month of seclusion and another breakthrough. Yet, this aura feels somewhat peculiar. Dao Xian's brow furrowed. He sensed a deathly and destructive essence entwined within Zhou Chun's aura, something uncharacteristic of orthodox cultivation arts. Could he have delved into some forbidden secret technique? Concern flickered in Dao Xian's eyes. Yet soon, the aura dissipated, and the Dark King apparition vanished from the heavens. Zhou Chun's cave returned to tranquility. Chapter 334. The Jiang Family's Challenge, witnessed by many. Within the cave, Zhou Chun opened his eyes, a trace of satisfaction gleaming therein. The Dark King Seal's 8th stratum had finally been achieved. Rising, he felt the surging power within. With the Dark King Seal's blessing, his combat prowess had reached the 5th stratum of the sovereign realm. Combined with the Azure Lotus Creation Body, he could contend even against an opponent at the 6th stratum. Thus, even if Jiang Baikan of the Jiang family were to awaken, he would not be daunted. Zhou Chun nodded with contentment. At that moment, urgent knocking echoed outside the cave. Zhou Shenzi, a dire matter has arisen. A disciple of the primordial sacred land called out anxiously. Zhou Chun frowned and opened the door. What is it? The disciple, pale and breathless, reported. The Jiang family has sent a challenge letter. Their ancient prodigy, Jiang Baikan, has awakened. He demands a life-or-death duel with you atop the Ascension platform in 3 days. Zhou Chun's eyes narrowed. At last it has come. The primordial sacred land's council hall was suffused with a stifling atmosphere. At the center of the long table lay a challenge letter gilded in molten gold, crafted from a rare metal, inscribed with ancient runes that radiated scorching heat. It warped the very air around it. The primordial ancestor sat solemnly in the main seat, his expression grave. Dao Xian sovereign and several elders flanked him, all silent and somber. Zhou Chun entered, his gaze fixed on the challenge letter. Let me see. He reached out, the letter scorching his hand. Boldly inscribed were several grand characters in flowing script. Zhou Chun of the primordial sacred land, I am Jiang Baikan, the 137th imperial scion of the Flame Clan's Jiang family. Having heard that you slew my clan's patriarch and thousands of our kin, this enmity is irreconcilable. In 3 days atop the Ascension platform, we shall fight to the death. Should you refuse, you shall be branded a coward, and henceforth, the Jiang family may employ any means to annihilate the primordial sacred land without interference from the Xianxia Academy. Should you submit, you may serve the Jiang family as slaves for generations. Should you refuse, I shall use your blood to consecrate the souls of my clan. Jiang Baikan. The letter exuded arrogance and murderous intent from every line. Zhou Chun's eyes flickered with a cold light. Such audacity. He returned the letter to the table and turned to the primordial ancestor. I had not expected the Jiang family to go to such lengths to awaken him in order to counter you. Dao Xian's sovereign interjected. Awakening a slumbering ancient prodigy consumes immense resources, and after awakening, the opponent requires a lengthy period to regain peak form. The Jiang family has invested heavily, clearly resolved to wage an unrelenting war against our primordial sacred land. Silence filled the hall. The name Jiang Baikan weighed heavily on all present, like an insurmountable mountain upon their hearts. An ancient prodigy at the fifth stratum of the sovereign realm. Such a being defied even the primordial ancestor's certainty of victory, especially given his youth and boundless potential. Xianxia, you must not engage in this battle, an elder suddenly spoke. Jiang Baikan is overwhelmingly powerful. You are only at the third stratum. No matter your strength, you cannot match him. We should refuse the challenge and wait until you ascend to a higher realm before confronting the Jiang family. Other elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, preserving our strength is paramount. Xianxia, you are the hope of the primordial sacred land. We cannot risk your life. Zhou Chen shook his head resolutely. I must face this battle. If I do not, the primordial sacred land will fall into even greater peril. Such a fate is unacceptable. His resolve was not reckless, but founded on absolute confidence. He intended to seek the Xianxia Academy's witness, ensuring they would not dare act against him. Moreover, by demonstrating greater potential, he might soon become a core disciple of the Academy. The primordial ancestor regarded Zhou Chen with a glimmer of pride. Chener, I am pleased by your determination. Yet you must understand, Jiang Baikan is unlike Jiang Bufan. He is a true ancient prodigy, his power far surpassing his peers, his methods countless. Furthermore, he wields a complete imperial-grade supreme weapon, the Flame Emperor Spear. This battle will be perilous beyond measure. Zhou Chen smiled faintly. Rest assured, honored ancestor. I am well aware of the stakes. This month of seclusion has greatly enhanced my strength. Even in the face of Jiang Baikan, I am confident I can contend. As he spoke, a faint tremor emanated from his being. In an instant, a terrifying aura burst forth from him, sending a shiver through the hearts of all present in the hall. This presence had grown exponentially more formidable than it was a month prior. The Teishu ancestor's eyes widened. You have broken through. Zhou Chen shook his head. No breakthrough has occurred. I have merely refined a secret technique that has enhanced my combat prowess somewhat. The Teishu ancestor took a deep breath. Very well, since you possess confidence, proceed. However, remember, should you find yourself unable to prevail, flee without hesitation. Preserving your life is of paramount importance. All else is secondary. Zhou Chen nodded. I understand, master. A month later, outside the Teishu Holy Land, a commotion arose. A disciple rushed in, breathlessly reporting, Elders, many individuals have arrived outside. The scholars from the Xianxia Academy are here, along with members of the Sword Clan's Ji family, representatives from other holy lands, and even some forces from the eastern wilderness. They claim to have come to witness the battle. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished by the rapid dissemination of news following the receipt of the challenge. A glimmer of realization crossed Zhou Chen's eyes. It seems the Jiang family has not only delivered the challenge, but also spread the word throughout the entire Xianxia continent. They intend to leverage this battle to restore the Jiang family's reputation. The Teishu ancestor snorted in disdain. The Jiang family has calculated their moves well. Should Jiang Baikan emerge victorious, they will vindicate themselves and restore their prestige. Conversely, if he were to lose, they could easily claim that Jiang Baikan, as an ancient prodigy, had not fully regained his strength. Losing to Zhou Chen would not be a disgrace. Regardless of the outcome, the Jiang family stands to gain. The Daoxian Holy Master remarked, with so many visitors arriving, we must extend our hospitality. Holy Son, you should rest and prepare for the battle in 3 days. We shall entertain these guests. Zhou Chen nodded and turned to exit the hall. Upon stepping outside, he observed a substantial gathering of cultivators surrounding the Teishu Holy Land. In the sky, countless streaks of light darted about, all representatives of various factions. There were scholars from the Xianxia Academy, donned in azure robes and clutching scrolls. Sword cultivators from the Ji family brandishing long swords, and members of the Han family exuding a robust aura, along with others whose affiliations Zhou Chen did not recognize. Yet their formidable presence hinted at their strength. Brother Zhou, a familiar voice called out. Zhou Chen turned to see Han Li emerging from the crowd, a smile gracing his face. Brother Han, Zhou Chen acknowledged with a nod. Han Li approached him, lowering his voice. Brother Zhou, be cautious. Jiang Baikan comes with great fervor. I have gathered some intelligence indicating that the Jiang family has paid a hefty price to awaken him. They have not only expended several 100 million top-tier spirit stones, but have also sacrificed an ancestor at the 3rd tier of the Emperor realm. The Jiang family is truly desperate to ensure Jiang Baikan eliminates you. A glint of coldness flickered in Zhou Chen's eyes. They sacrificed an ancestor at the 3rd tier of the Emperor realm? It appears the Jiang family has indeed become urgent. Han Li nodded. Moreover, I have heard that the Flame Emperor spear in Jiang Baikon's possession is one of the family's heirlooms, renowned since ancient times for its staggering power. Jiang Baikon once swept through his contemporaries with this imperial weapon. Zhou Chen remained silent for a moment. Thank you for your warning, Brother Han. Han Li patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder. We are friends, so this information is of little consequence. By the way, I will be present to witness the battle at the Ascension stage. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will lend my aid. Zhou Chen shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, Brother Han. However, this battle is a personal feud between Jiang Baikon and myself. I do not wish to involve others. Han Li sighed. Very well. If that is your wish, I shall not insist. Nevertheless, remember, regardless of what transpires, I stand by your side. Zhou Chen nodded, warmth swelling within him. Just then, another beam of sword light descended from the sky, revealing a young man clad in a white robe, the Sword Clan's prodigy, Ji Yuming. Brother Zhou, Ji Yuming approached. Concern etched on his face. Jiang Baikon is exceptionally strong. In ancient times, he was renowned for defeating opponents of higher tiers. Back then, at the 3rd tier of the Emperor realm, he could slay those at the 5th tier. Now that he has reached the 5th tier, his combat strength may be nearing that of the 7th tier. Exercise caution. Zhou Chen smiled lightly. Thank you for the warning, Brother Ji. However, I would not have accepted the challenge if I did not possess the confidence to win. Ji Yuming regarded Zhou Chen, a flicker of complexity in his gaze. He recalled the moments in the secret realm when Zhou Chen had guided him in the sword path. Even then, Zhou Chen exhibited talents and strength far beyond the ordinary. Now, he had become a force of unimaginable power. Brother, I believe in you, Ji Yuming said earnestly. Zhou Chen nodded. Thank you. In the ensuing 2 days, the gathering of cultivators outside the Teishu Holy Land swelled. Not only forces from the central continent, but also elite lineages from the eastern wilderness, western desert, northern plains, and southern regions sent representatives to witness the battle. The Ascension stage duel had become the focal point of the entire Xianxia continent, with all eager to see which generation's prodigy would ultimately prevail. Within the Teishu Holy Land, Zhou Chen was making final preparations. He sat cross-legged in his cave abode, surrounded by an array of elixirs and spirit stones, resources he had accumulated over time, now set forth to enhance his condition. Jiang Baikon, at the 5th tier of the Emperor realm and wielding a top-tier imperial weapon, truly a formidable adversary. A flicker of gravity crossed Zhou Chen's expression. Though he spoke lightly, he understood well that this battle would not be simple. Jiang Baikon was a genuine ancient prodigy, possessing profound cultivation methods and formidable secret techniques. However, Zhou Chen also had his own advantages. The Qinglian transformation body, the Taixu 8 Desolations formless scripture, the perfected severance laws, the Chaos Bell, and the newly mastered Underworld King Seal. These trump cards were sufficient for him to engage Jiang Baikon in combat. 3 days' time was adequate. Zhou Chen took a deep breath and began his final adjustments. Meanwhile, in the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family, within a majestic palace, a young man clad in golden armor sat cross-legged on a mat. The youth was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of unruliness. His eyes sparkled with the intensity of 2 flames, radiating a fervent glow. He was none other than Jiang Baikon, the ancient prodigy of the Jiang family. Before him stood several elders of the Jiang family, all formidable beings of the Emperor realm and above. Baikon, how is your condition? One elder inquired. Let the entire Tianxian continent be aware that the Jiang family is not to be trifled with. Jiang Baikon let out a cold sneer. Rest assured, I shall ensure that the young man suffers a most grievous demise. Those who dare to lay hands on my Jiang family will deeply regret ever coming into this world. With that, he rose to his feet, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. The pressure of the 5th level of the Imperial realm descended like a tangible force, causing the entire palace to tremble. The expressions of several elders shifted, and they hastily retreated a few steps. As expected of Baikon, this aura is even more formidable than in years past. The Xianxia Academy has powerful figures keeping an eye on Zhou Chen, aside from his peers. We cannot eliminate him directly. With your intervention, Zhou Chen's death is assured. Jiang Baikon stepped outside the palace and gazed up at the sky. Zhou Chen, 3 days hence, atop the Ascension platform, I shall personally claim your life. His voice, laced with a chilling intent to kill, reverberated throughout the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family. The Ascension platform, located at the heart of the central continent, is an ancient relic, believed to be the place where prodigies of the bygone era attained enlightenment. This magnificent platform is constructed of a unique black stone, soaring to heights of 10,000 zhong, piercing the clouds. It consists of a staggering 9,999 steps, each intricately inscribed with ancient runes. These runes embody the laws of heaven and earth, preventing external interference and ensuring a fair combat. At the pinnacle of the Ascension platform lies a vast arena, spanning 100 miles, crafted from an unknown metal. Possessing unparalleled hardness, even a full-force strike from a supreme expert of the Imperial realm leaves no trace upon it. Here, in 3 days' time, Zhou Chun and Jiang Baiqan shall face off in their decisive battle. As of now, hundreds of thousands of cultivators have congregated around the Ascension platform. These cultivators hail from various regions of the Xianxia continent, some there to witness the battle, others to bear witness to history. In the sky, countless streams of light flitted about, representing the powerful figures of different factions. Some even erected temporary viewing platforms to fully enjoy this monumental clash. Have you heard? Jiang Baiqan has arrived, just beneath the Ascension platform. I felt it. Such a terrifying aura that merely standing there dissuades one from approaching. Truly, he is an ancient prodigy. This pressure is vastly superior to that of an ordinary 5th-level Imperial Realm cultivator. Can Zhou Chun prevail? After all, Jiang Baiqan is indeed a 5th-level Imperial Realm expert. Chapter 336. The Gathering of Heroes, Challenging Beyond One's Rank. Beneath the Ascension platform, hundreds of thousands of cultivators assembled, a sea of dark figures stretching beyond sight. In the sky, powerful figures from various factions hovered, occupying the best viewing spots. The scholarly youths from the Xianxia Academy in their blue robes. The sword cultivators from the Ji family in their white attire, the alchemists in purple, and many ordinary cultivators from top-tier factions whose names would never be known. All eyes were focused on the arena atop the Ascension platform. Here he comes, someone shouted. A golden streak of light dashed across the horizon, moving with blinding speed. The light halted above the Ascension platform, revealing a young man clad in golden battle armor. He was none other than Jiang Baiqan, the ancient prodigy of the Jiang family. Suspended in midair, a golden sun-like phantom radiated from behind him, emanating a terrifying pressure. The aura of the 5th level of the Imperial realm surged forth unreservedly, suffocating the hundreds of thousands of cultivators below. What an overwhelming presence. Truly, as an ancient prodigy, his pressure far surpasses that of an ordinary 5th-level Imperial realm cultivator. The artifact in Jiang Baiqan's hand must be the legendary Haoshan mirror, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. He held a palm-sized ancient mirror, entirely golden. Its surface engraved with a multitude of intricate runes, emitting a scorching glow. Merely floating there, it distorted the surrounding void. A top-tier Imperial weapon, the Haoshan mirror. This is one of the Jiang family's treasured artifacts, wielding earth-shattering power. Jiang Baiqan had once swept through his peers with this very weapon. Standing atop the Ascension platform, he scanned the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze towards the direction of the Taishu sacred land. Zhou Chun, come forth and meet your demise. His voice, though not loud, reverberated across the entire Ascension platform. Within his words lay the weight of imperial authority, causing countless cultivators to pale. In the Taishu sacred land's pavilion, Zhou Chun slowly opened his eyes. Rising from his meditation mat, he adjusted his robes and stepped out of the pavilion. Dao Xian, the sacred master, along with several elders, awaited him outside. Young master, be cautious. Remember, if you cannot win, retreat. Your life is paramount, Dao Xian advised solemnly. The ancient ancestor of the Taishu also chimed in with a reminder. Zhou Chun nodded, saying little as he set forth towards the Ascension platform. With each step, his aura grew stronger. By the time he reached the base of the Ascension platform, the pressure of the 3rd level of the Imperial realm was fully unleashed. Though he was 2 realms weaker than Jiang Baiqan, his presence was by no means diminished. He's here. The crowd stirred once more, their gazes converging upon Zhou Chun. Clad in white, with black hair and a tranquil demeanor, he appeared as an ordinary young cultivator. Yet all knew this seemingly unremarkable youth was the one who had slain the head of the Jiang family with a single sword strike, sweeping through thousands of enemies. Zhou Chun lifted his gaze to Jiang Baiqan at the pinnacle of the Ascension platform. Their eyes clashed in the void, igniting sparks of confrontation. Zhou Chun did not ascend directly, but chose to climb the steps one by one. The 9,999 steps, each inscribed with ancient runes, exerted varying degrees of pressure based on the cultivator's realm. The higher the realm, the greater the pressure. With every step Zhou Chun took, the runes beneath his feet illuminated with a glow, a testament to the platform testing his strength. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Zhou Chun's pace was steady, unwavering. Even as the pressure intensified, he remained unfazed. What immense physical strength. To ascend the Ascension platform so effortlessly at merely the 3rd level of the Imperial realm. His physical prowess must rival that of a 5th-level cultivator. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Atop the Ascension platform, Jiang Baiqan observed Zhou Chun's methodical ascent. A flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. What a pretense. He scoffed, and the Haoshan mirror in his hand erupted with brilliant light. A golden beam shot forth from its surface, hurtling towards Zhou Chun. This beam contained the terrifying power of the Imperial Path, piercing the void in its wake. Enemies meet with heightened animosity. Neither side offered pleasantries, launching deadly strikes from the outset. Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes. Instead of evading, he raised his right hand and pressed forward. A surge of azure sword energy shot from his palm, colliding with the golden beam. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded. The sword energy and the beam dissipated simultaneously, transforming into countless motes of light. Zhou Chun's footsteps did not falter. He continued his ascent. Jiang Baiqin's expression shifted slightly. That previous strike, though executed casually, bore the might of a fourth-level cultivator. How could Zhou Chun so effortlessly neutralize it? Intriguing. A glimmer of combat fervor ignited in Jiang Baiqin's eyes. Nevertheless, that was all there was to it. The Haoshan mirror in his hand surged with light once more. This time, instead of a single beam, hundreds of beams shot forth simultaneously. Every beam of light harbors a terrifying power, weaving into a colossal net of radiance that envelopes Zhou Chun. He gazes upward at the luminous web, a hint of a cold smirk gracing his lips. Mere parlor tricks. No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming sword intent erupted from his being. A streak of azure sword light surged forth from within him, soaring into the heavens. The sword light transformed mid-air into the phantom of an immense sword, descending with formidable force. The imperial mark, the Qingping sword, strikes. Where the giant sword passes, the radiant web is effortlessly torn asunder, as if made of mere paper. Furthermore, the massive sword continues unabated, hurtling toward Jiang Baiqin. Jiang Baiqin's expression shifts drastically, and he hastily activates the Haoshan mirror. The ancient mirror spins before him, its surface projecting a golden barrier to shield him. The giant sword crashes against the barrier, producing a deafening metallic clash. The barrier trembles violently, but ultimately withstands the strike. Jiang Baiqin breathes a sigh of relief. Yet in the next instant, his countenance darkens. The distance between them is less than 100 paces. Zhou Chun stands at the edge of the arena, looking at Jiang Baiqin, casually remarking, "Is this all you are capable of?" A flicker of anger flashes in Jiang Baiqin's eyes. Seeking death, he steps forward, his aura surging explosively. The oppressive force of the fifth layer of the Imperial realm is unleashed without restraint, causing the entire arena to shake. Simultaneously, the Haoshan mirror rises above his head, its surface facing downward. A massive golden beam of light erupts from the mirror, enveloping Jiang Baiqin. Under the illumination of the beam, his form begins to transform, expanding rapidly until he becomes a towering giant. The giant, entirely golden, appears as if forged from flames, radiating an overwhelming heat. This is the Jiang family's forbidden technique. The inferior grade, Yin Huang True Body. Zhou Chun, today I shall show you what a true prodigy looks like. Jiang Baiqin's voice booms like thunder, echoing throughout the ascension platform. He raises his colossal fiery fist and strikes down toward Zhou Chun. As the fiery fist descends, the void itself seems to be consumed by flames. Chapter 337, Full Throttle, Every Blow Counts. This punch contains the entirety of the fifth layer of the Imperial Realm's power, potent enough to shatter a mountain. Zhou Chun remains rooted in place, watching as the giant fist approaches. He does not evade. Instead, he slowly raises his right hand. "I've heard you are an ancient prodigy. Then allow me to witness just how formidable this so-called ancient prodigy truly is." As his words fall, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupts from Zhou Chun. A dark energy surges forth from within him, coalescing behind him into the towering figure of a king of the underworld. Clad in black armor and wielding a massive scythe, the king's phantom stands a staggering 100,000 feet tall, dwarfing Jiang Baiqin's Yin Huang True Body by tenfold. Eighth layer of the Underworld King Seal, the unmoving Underworld King form. The phantom of the Underworld King raises its scythe, cleaving toward Jiang Baiqin's Yin Huang True Body. In the context of the unmoving Underworld King, Jiang Baiqin's Yin Huang True Body resembles a child being reprimanded by a parent. Boom! The phantom of the Qingping sword collides with the black scythe, producing a thunderous roar. A terrifying shockwave emanates outward, sending everything on the arena flying. As the dust settles, Jiang Baiqin's Yin Huang True Body is left with its right arm severed, golden blood gushing forth like lava. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun stands unperturbed, his attire untouched. Silence envelopes the arena. All eyes widen in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they have witnessed. Zhou Chun, at the third layer of the Imperial Realm, has repelled Jiang Baiqin, who stands at the fifth layer, and that too while Jiang Baiqin was utilizing a forbidden technique. How is this possible? Gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. On the arena, Jiang Baiqin gazes down at his severed arm, disbelief etched across his face. He is a prodigy of the fifth layer of the Imperial Realm. How could he possibly fail to withstand even a single strike from Zhou Chun? No, Jiang Baiqin suddenly realizes. That previous strike did not solely rely on the power of the third layer of the Imperial Realm. The dark energy contained an essence he had never encountered before. What is that? Before Jiang Baiqin can gather his thoughts, Zhou Chun has already advanced. He takes a step forward, instantly appearing before Jiang Baiqin. Now it's my turn. Zhou Chun raises his right hand and thrusts forward with his sword. The phantom of the Qingping sword, entwined with dark energy, exudes a destructive might. Jiang Baiqin hastily activates the Haoshan mirror in an attempt to defend himself. However, a sudden azure light manifests upon the phantom of Zhou Chun's Qingping sword. This is the power of the law of interception. It severs all, including the connection between the Imperial weapon and its master. The beam emitted by the Haoshan mirror is abruptly cut off upon contact with Zhou Chun's Qingping sword phantom, its power significantly diminished. Boom. The Qingping sword phantom collides with Jiang Baiqin's chest, sending him flying. Jiang Baiqin's Yanhuang true body rolls through the air multiple times before crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Struggling to rise, he discovers a massive dent in his chest, golden blood gushing forth and staining the arena crimson. How could this happen? Jiang Baiqin murmurs, confusion clouding his eyes. He cannot fathom how his proud Yanhuang true body could be so easily defeated. Zhou Chun strides toward Jiang Baiqin, growing stronger with every step he takes. You are indeed powerful. As an ancient prodigy, you possess the right to be proud. But alas, you have crossed paths with me. Zhou Chun stands over Jiang Baiqin, looking down upon him. Now, do you have any last words? Jiang Baiqin grits his teeth, madness flickering in his eyes. You think you've won? He suddenly opens his mouth, spitting forth a mouthful of essence blood. The blood lands upon the Haoshan mirror, causing it to glow intensely. A terrifying pressure erupts from the mirror's surface, vaguely exuding the aura of the sovereign realm. Has he begun to burn his essence blood for a desperate surge? Zhou Chun's brows furrow. This approach will inflict irreversible damage on the cultivator, potentially leading to a fallen realm. Clearly, Jiang Baiqin is prepared to risk it all. The Haoshan mirror spins above Jiang Baiqin's head, its surface suddenly aimed at Zhou Chun. A massive golden beam of light shoots forth from the mirror, its power magnified several times compared to before. This beam now possesses the might of the sixth layer of the Imperial Realm. Xianxia. Zhou Chun does not take the blow head-on. Instead, he swiftly evades, vanishing from his original position. The beam grazes past him, crashing into the arena and creating a vast crater. Yet in the next instant, the mirror's surface suddenly shifts, locking onto Zhou Chun once more. Another beam of light is unleashed. Zhou Chun dodges again, but the Haoshan mirror seems to possess a mind of its own, accurately tracking him no matter where he attempts to hide. Beam after beam fires relentlessly, bombarding the arena into a state of ruin. Zhou Chun's space for movement is utterly constricted. Zhou Chun, were you not quite arrogant? Jiang Baiqin cackles. Under the Haoshan mirror's lock, you have nowhere to run. Today shall mark your demise. As his words fall, dozens of beams simultaneously launch, sealing off all of Zhou Chun's escape routes from all directions. This time, Zhou Chun has nowhere to hide. He stood motionless, fixating upon the luminous pillars drawing ever nearer. Zhou Chun slowly raised his right hand and pressed forward. An intangible ripple emanated from his palm. A domain. The takes a domain. Instantly, the domain unfolded, enveloping the entire arena. Within this realm, all laws were severed. The beams of light aimed at Zhou Chun diminished drastically upon crossing its boundary. Originally potent enough to pierce the void, the beams were reduced to mere flames within the domain, effortlessly dispersed. Jiang Baiqin's complexion shifted dramatically. He sensed his connection to the Haoshan mirror growing obscure and tangled. What force was this? Fear gripped him as he stared at Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun offered no reply, raising his right hand once more. A cyan longsword materialized in his palm, his imperial emblem, the Qingping sword. The blade stretched 10,000 zhong, radiating a terrifying sword intent. Jiang Baiqin, the game is over, Zhou Chun declared. Gripping the hilt, he swung forward. A streak of azure sword light tore through the void, hurtling toward Jiang Baiqin. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was severed, including the bond between Jiang Baiqin and the Haoshan mirror. The mirror suddenly lost control and plummeted from the sky. Jiang Baiqin attempted to recall it, but found it utterly unresponsive. He looked up at the approaching sword light, his eyes filled with despair. No. The sword light cleaved through him. Jiang Baiqin's flame emperor true form was bisected from the center. Golden blood cascaded like a waterfall, staining the entire arena crimson. Silence engulfed the crowd. All gazed dumbfounded at the arena, speechless. The ancient prodigy Jiang Baiqin, a peerless genius at the 5th level of the Imperial Realm, had been slain by Zhou Chun's single stroke. On the arena, Jiang Baiqin's flame emperor form gradually dissipated, revealing his original body. His form was split in two. Golden blood flowed incessantly. Yet he was not entirely dead. The vitality of the fifth-tier Imperial realm was tenacious. Despite being severed, he could still endure for some time. Jiang Baiqin lay in the pool of blood, lifting his gaze toward Zhou Chun, eyes brimming with unwillingness. Chapter 338. Unethical Tactics. The Mysterious Phalanx Bone. Cough, cough. How could I, having cultivated and sealing for thousands of years, lose to you, a junior? His voice waned progressively. Zhou Chun approached, towering over him. Because you are too weak-hearted. You, once an ancient prodigy, chose self-sealing, essentially evading the epic grand struggle. But you forget, in any era, once you retreat, you are doomed to lag behind. During your slumber of millennia, countless prodigies have emerged in the Xianxia continent. Talents are merely the threshold to encounter me, Zhou Chun asserted. Raising his hand, a stream of azure sword chi shot from his fingertip toward Jiang Baiqin's brow. Jiang Baiqin's pupils contracted, attempting to dodge, but found his body immobile. The sword chi pierced his brow, shredding his soul. His eyes lost all luster. Thus fell a generation's ancient prodigy. Simultaneously, a system prompt echoed in Zhou Chun's mind. Congratulations, host, for slaying the ancient destiny prodigy Jiang Baiqin, intercepting his tricolored fate. Triggered 10,000-fold critical hit. Acquiring the 5-colored fate destiny. Congratulations, host. Your fate destiny has ascended from golden to 5-colored fate. A gleam of delight flickered in Zhou Chun's eyes. The 5-colored fate destiny, a rank second only to the 9-colored and 7-colored fates. Cultivators with such fate were exceedingly rare across the Xianxia continent. Now, he had become one of them. Zhou Chun sensed that with this ascension, his connection to heaven and earth grew ever more intimate. His cultivation and comprehension accelerated tremendously. He even vaguely felt that he was but a breath away from reaching the 4th tier of the Imperial realm. Excellent, very excellent. Zhou Chun nodded with satisfaction. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the Haoshan mirror lying on the ground. This Imperial-grade superior weapon had lost its master and was now ownerless. Zhou Chun stepped forward and lifted the mirror. The ancient mirror burned scorching in his hand. Its inscribed runes flickered, seemingly resisting his touch. Still wish to resist? Zhou Chun sneered coldly. He unleashed the chaotic chi within him, surging into the Haoshan mirror. The chaotic chi was overwhelmingly domineering, forcibly erasing the Jiang family's imprint upon the mirror. The ancient mirror trembled violently, emitting mournful wails. Yet, under the suppression of chaotic chi, it ultimately succumbed. Zhou Chun imprinted his soul mark upon the Haoshan mirror, thoroughly refining it. Henceforth, this Jiang family's treasured heirloom belonged to him. Having completed these deeds, Zhou Chun lifted his head to the sky. There, several Jiang family elders glared at him with sullen faces. They sought to act in vengeance for Jiang Baiqin. But elders from the Xianxia Academy had already barred their path. Gentlemen, this is a fair duel. The loser must accept defeat, one elder of Xianxia Academy said indifferently. Should the Jiang family dare to violate the rules, do not blame us for being unmerciful. The Jiang elders scowled but ultimately gritted their teeth and restrained themselves. They knew that any violent action here would not only fail to kill Zhou Chun, but also utterly disgrace the Jiang family. Let us depart, one Jiang elder snorted coldly. Turning away, the others followed. Yet, just as they were about to leave the ascension platform, the sky suddenly tore open. A colossal hand emerged from the rift in the void, reaching directly toward Zhou Chun. The palm measured tens of thousands of zhang, radiating terrifying pressure, an aura of the 1st tier of the revered realm. Impossible. The Xianxia elders' faces turned pale as they hastened to intercept. But the hand's speed was too swift. They were powerless to stop it. In an instant, Zhou Chun activated the 8th level of the Underworld King Seal, the immovable Underworld King body. Bang! The void palm halted momentarily, but its velocity remained undiminished as it resumed its assault. Just as the hand was about to strike Zhou Chun, he suddenly raised his head, a trace of madness flashing in his eyes. Ha! If I do not wish to die, who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Come! His voice thundered, echoing throughout the ascension platform. This declaration seemed to stir something. Within Zhou Chun's storage ring, the mysterious phalanx bone he had intercepted early from Yi Chen suddenly vibrated. Zhou Chun had thought it useless, letting it gather dust in his ring, nearly forgetting its existence. An ancient voice resounded in everyone's mind. Color. The next moment, the phalanx bone shot out from the storage ring, hovering above Zhou Chun's head. The bone was pitch black, inscribed densely with arcane runes emitting eerie light, harboring some dreadful power. Suddenly, the bone expanded, instantly growing into a colossal finger stretching millions of zhang high. Black as night, and exuding an aura capable of annihilating heaven and earth. An aura had transcended the realm of reverence, imbued with a faint trace of quasi-immortal essence. The colossal finger pointed upward, colliding with the immense hand towering like a 10,000-foot giant. Boom! The heavens and earth dimmed, the sun and moon lost their radiance. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, tearing apart the void surrounding the ascension platform. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators witnessing the battle retreated in alarm, fearing they would be caught in the devastation. As the dust settled, the enormous hand had vanished without a trace. The gargantuan finger, once towering over 1,000,000 feet, gradually shrank back into a mere phalanx bone, landing softly in Zhou Qin's palm. The luminous glow on the bone had completely dissipated. Evidently, this was a one-time life-saving trump card, now expended. Zhou Qin gazed at the bone in his hand, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. Yet soon, he found peace in his heart. Though he had lost this safeguard, at least his life was preserved. That strike had also made it clear to everyone present that he was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, Zhou Qin recalled the intact mysterious celestial hand bone stored within his spatial ring, a system reward that instantly bolstered his confidence. In the sky above, a white-haired elder from the Xianxia Academy observed the bone in Zhou Qin's hand, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. If my eyes do not deceive me, that was a fragment of celestial bone. Although a consumable item, possessing such a treasure signifies the depth of this youth's fortune. He paused briefly before continuing. This Zhou Qin's future is boundless. It seems Xianxia Academy must prioritize his cultivation. Several other elders nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at a distance, several elders from the Jiang family wore ashen expressions. The one who had just struck was none other than the 7th patriarch of the Jiang family, a first-tier reverence realm powerhouse. Now, he had been crushed by that gigantic finger, not even leaving behind a trace of his soul. The 7th patriarch was dead. One Jiang elder muttered in terror. We never expected Zhou Qin to possess such a dreadful trump card. A piece of celestial bone. Chapter 339. Fourth layer of the sovereign realm. Glorious return to the primordial. Such a treasure was scarce even within the Jiang family. Let us leave immediately. The Jiang elders dared not linger, transforming into streaks of light as they fled. They needed to report everything that had transpired to the family head at once. With Jiang Baikon's demise, the 7th patriarch slain, and the Haoshan mirror seized, the Jiang family had suffered devastating losses. On the arena, Zhou Qin withdrew the phalanx bone and inhaled deeply. The previous scene, though perilous, had enlightened him on one truth. His current strength was insufficient. Had it not been for the celestial bone as protection, the strike from Jiang family's 7th patriarch would have undoubtedly been fatal. This was the closest he had come to death since his transmigration. However, the Jiang family's assault was tantamount to a slap in the face to Xianxia Academy. Regardless of the outcome, they would pay a heavy price. Having offended both the Academy and the formidable prodigy Zhou Qin, everyone present reveled in their misfortune. I must hasten to cultivate my power, Zhou Qin thought silently. At that moment, he felt his inner strength surge. The multicolored fortune energy he had absorbed earlier was transforming his body. Simultaneously, the insights accumulated from battle erupted within him. Zhou Qin sat cross-legged and began to break through. Fourth layer of the sovereign realm. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared in the sky, crackling with thunder and exuding an oppressive aura. This was the sovereign tribulation. Every cultivator ascending the sovereign realm must endure this trial. And Zhou Qin's breakthrough to the fourth layer was no exception. Yet, though this tribulation was far fiercer than before, it barely fazed Zhou Qin. After all, he had already experienced one. He lifted his gaze to the stormy clouds, a spark of battle intent gleaming in his eyes. Come forth. No sooner had he spoken than a bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, striking directly at him. Zhou Qin did not evade. Instead, he raised his right hand and reached upward, attempting to grasp the lightning barehanded. Boom! The lightning struck his palm, erupting with a piercing explosion. The terrifying power of the thunder flowed into his body, tempering his flesh. Zhou Qin grunted but stood firm. His azure lotus fate body granted him extraordinary resistance to lightning, rendering this tribulation powerless to harm him. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts. Lightning after lightning crashed down, yet Zhou Qin caught each one with unwavering resolve. His body grew ever stronger under the thunder's refinement. After the final bolt struck, the dark clouds slowly dispersed. Zhou Qin rose to his feet, his aura now reaching the fourth layer of the sovereign realm. Moreover, his combat prowess had soared to new heights. Now, even facing a 6th layer sovereign realm adversary, he could hold his ground. 4th layer of the sovereign realm, achieved, Zhou Qin nodded with satisfaction. He surveyed the surroundings. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators stared at him in stunned silence, their eyes filled with awe. The earlier scene had been utterly breathtaking. Zhou Qin had not only slain the ancient prodigy Jiang Baikon, but had also broken through to the 4th layer of the sovereign realm before the eyes of all. Such talent and strength were almost unbelievable. Even Han Li and Ji Yuming, who had long anticipated Zhou Qin's gifts, were dumbfounded. let alone Lin Shui, and other acquaintances. Zhou Chun, Zhou Chun, Zhou Chun. Someone led the chant, and soon tens of thousands echoed his name, their voices shaking the heavens. In that moment, Zhou Chun's name resounded across the entire Xianxia continent, central continent, ancestral land of the Jiang family. Within a magnificent palace, dozens of Jiang elders gathered. Seated at the main seat was the new family head, Jiang Tianyan, a formidable sixth-layer sovereign realm cultivator with an imposing countenance and an aura befitting a leader. His expression was as dark as still water. What did you say? Baiken is dead, the seventh patriarch is dead, and the Haoshan mirror has been seized? Jiang Tianyan's voice was low yet suffused with terrifying authority, silencing everyone present. Yes. Family head, a trembling elder replied. We witnessed it ourselves. Baiken was slain by Zhou Chun's sword. The seventh patriarch sought revenge, but was annihilated by a fragment of celestial bone in Zhou Chun's hand. The Haoshan mirror was forcibly refined into his spirit weapon. Smash! Jiang Tianyan slammed his palm on the armrest, shattering the jade stone. Useless. All useless. Baiken was the strongest prodigy in our family for thousands of years. How could he lose to a mere third-layer sovereign realm junior? And the seventh patriarch, a first-tier reverence powerhouse. Couldn't he even defeat a subordinate? Jiang Tianyan's fury escalated, his aura surging. The entire hall trembled under his oppressive presence, as if on the verge of collapse. The elders bowed their heads, unwilling to speak. They too found it hard to accept the reality, yet it was undeniable. Family head, please calm yourself. A white-haired elder stepped forward solemnly. This Zhou Chun is truly extraordinary. He was not only extraordinarily gifted but also possessed numerous hidden assets. From my observations, his constitution is at least of the highest caliber, and he commands an exceptionally rare and profound force of cosmic law. His strength rivals that of a formidable Emperor realm cultivator at the 6th tier. Although Baiken is powerful, he has only recently awakened and has yet to regain his peak condition. Jiang Tianyan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fury within his heart. What now? Should we simply let Zhou Chun go? The vendettas against Baiken, the seventh ancestor, and the Haoshan mirror, are they to be abandoned so easily? The white-haired elder fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Master of the family, this is not the time for vengeance. Zhou Chun is backed by the Xianxia Academy. If our seventh ancestor acts rashly again, we will have thoroughly antagonized the academy, plunging the Jiang family into even greater peril. Moreover, Zhou Chun has now ascended to the 4th tier of the Emperor realm, his power advancing further. Even if we dispatch stronger warriors, we may not be able to eliminate him. It would be wiser to endure for now and await a more opportune moment. When Zhou Chun steps beyond the academy's protection, then we may strike. A flicker of unwillingness passed through Jiang Tianyan's eyes, but he understood the elder's reasoning. The Jiang family had already suffered grievous losses and could not afford further recklessness. Very well, we shall proceed as you advise, Jiang Tianyan said through clenched teeth. With that, he waved his hand. All may withdraw. After the elders bowed and departed from the great hall, Jiang Tianyan remained alone, seated in the chief's seat. His eyes clouded with gloom. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to his friends, Zhou Chun returned to the primordial sacred land. Upon his arrival, he was greeted like a hero. All disciples gathered before the mountain gate, cheering loudly. Our sacred son is mighty. Our sacred son is invincible. Zhou Chun smiled and nodded to the crowd before entering the newly established main hall of the primordial sacred land. Dao Xian, the sacred lord, and several elders awaited him there. Zhen you have done excellently this time, the primordial ancestor said with a smile. Not only have you avenged the sacred land, but you have also made the entire Tianxian continent aware of our primordial sacred land's renown. From now on, none shall dare to provoke us. Zhou Chun shook his head modestly. Master Ancestor, you flatter me. It is merely my duty as a disciple. However, there is something I wish to discuss with you. The primordial ancestor nodded. Speak. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Chun said, I need to leave for a time to refine myself externally. The battle with Jiang Baiken made me realize my strength is still insufficient. Were it not for my immortal bone as protection, I might have perished. Therefore, I intend to seek opportunities beyond to enhance my power. The primordial ancestor was silent briefly before nodding in approval. Very well. The path of cultivation indeed requires experience. But remember, the outside world is perilous. You must be cautious. When danger arises, preserving your life is paramount. Everything else is but trivial. Zhou Chun nodded. I understand. In truth, Zhou Chun had discovered an opportunity on Jiang Baiken's fate panel. Upcoming opportunity, 1 month later. At an ancient ruin 30,000 li northwest of the western frontier, acquire the supreme emperor-grade flying vessel, Xianyuan Ferry. This chance belonged originally to Jiang Baiken, but alas, he would have to seek it in another lifetime. Go then. I will instruct some elders to protect you covertly, the primordial ancestor said. Zhou Chun declined with a shake of his head. No need, Master Ancestor. My current strength rivals that of seasoned Emperor Realm warriors. Besides, I wield the Hushan Mirror, an imperial weapon. Even against revered realm adversaries, I am confident in my escape. The primordial ancestor pondered briefly and assented. Very well. Take care of yourself. After saluting, Zhou Chun turned and left the hall. Returning to his abode, he began to organize his recent gains. First was the Hushan Mirror, a supreme emperor-grade weapon of remarkable power, combining offense and defense while granting control over enemies. With it, Zhou Chun's combat prowess increased by at least 20 to 30%, though he possessed the Chaos Bell. Using it in crowded situations risked attracting attention from discerning masters, a path to certain death. Second was the five-colored fortune fate. This fate not only accelerated his cultivation speed, but also deepened his communion with the cosmos, making future comprehension of laws and breakthroughs more attainable. Lastly, treasures left behind by Jiang Baikan. Within Jiang's storage ring, Zhou Chun found abundant spirit stones and pills, as well as an emperor-grade supreme technique, Flame Emperor's Wind Mastery, one of the Jiang family's treasured martial arts, a refined body technique. Though Zhou Chun could not cultivate it himself, he could study it for inspiration. These relics might be passed to his own modest family, but only direct relatives who contribute significantly would qualify to practice them. After all, before the Jiang family's demise, ostentation would be unwise. Having tallied his acquisitions, Zhou Chun sat cross-legged, consolidating his realm. Although he had just broken into the fourth tier of the Emperor realm, his foundation remained unstable and required further refinement. Time passed relentlessly. 3 days later, Zhou Chun opened his eyes. His realm had solidified completely. Furthermore, he sensed himself edging closer to the fifth tier of the Emperor realm. It is nearly time to depart, he murmured. Rising, Zhou Chun left his abode quietly, avoiding disturbance, and slipped out of the primordial sacred land. 3 days after the Battle of the Ascension Terrace, the entire Xianxia continent remained engulfed in awe. Across the central continent, council halls of major powers buzzed with discussions of one subject: Zhou Chun, an Emperor realm cultivator at the fourth tier, who had slain an ancient prodigy of the fifth tier. His combat strength defied the term monster, and at barely over 20 years old, his cultivation speed was horrifyingly swift. Rumors spread that the Xianxia Academy had publicly pledged to protect Zhou Chun. The Jiang family's downfall was inevitable. Such conversations echoed throughout every corner of the Xianxia continent. Zhou Chun's name had become the continent's focal point. In the eastern wilderness, the ancestral land of the Jiang family, the Grand Council Hall was suffused with a suffocating atmosphere. Dozens of Jiang elders gathered, their faces etched with despair. Jiang Tianyan, seated in the chief's seat, wore a countenance as somber as still waters, having not uttered a word in 3 days. Family head, news from the Yin clan. They have torn up our alliance. An elder trembled as he spoke. Several demonic sect sanctuaries have dispatched envoys, declaring the end of their previous cooperation. Moreover, more than half of the small factions aligned to us have departed in these past few days. Each word struck Jiang Tianyan's heart like a dagger. He knew the Jiang family was finished, not from lack of strength or foundation, but from the dispersal of loyalty. With the Xianxia Academy's open protection of Zhou Chun, and Zhou Chun's proclamation to destroy the Jiang family within 3 years, the continent's powers understood one truth: the Jiang family had no chance at redemption. At this juncture, anyone still siding with the Jiang family would be opposing the Xianxia Academy and the rising titan, Zhou Chun. No one wished to commit such folly. Master of the house, do we still have a chance? An elder inquired cautiously. Jiang Tianyan paused for a moment, then slowly shook his head. No longer. His voice was faint, yet each word resonated with profound despair. From the instant Zhou Chun executed Jiang Baikan atop the Ascension platform, our prospects were extinguished. The only recourse now is to consolidate our strength, activate the protective array for our clan, and ensure our entire lineage remains hidden. The hall fell into a suffocating silence. At the Xianxia Academy, in a core area, several senior members convened within an ancient pavilion. Leading them was a venerable elder with snow-white hair, Bai Chongming, one of the vice presidents of the academy and a formidable presence at the 6th level of the Respect realm. This Zhou Chun lad has indeed presented us with a conundrum. Bai Chongming chuckled, shaking his head. Though it is a matter of personal vendetta, the outside world is scrutinizing our academy's stance. The elders seated below nodded in agreement. The vice president is correct. Zhou Chun is currently our academy's foremost elite disciple, and his every action reflects upon our institution. If we remain silent, outsiders may presume that we fear the Jiang family. Yet, should we express our support, it would be tantamount to declaring open enmity against them, which contradicts our academy's long-standing principles. Bai Chongming pondered momentarily before articulating. In truth, the solution is rather straightforward. We shall refrain from directly aiding Zhou Chun. Yet we can publicly declare that the grievances between him and the Jiang family are personal matters, and our academy shall not intervene. However, should any external forces dare to assist the Jiang family, they would be declaring war against the entire Xianxia Academy. Upon hearing these words, the elder's eyes brightened. Splendid. This way, we neither directly involve ourselves nor fail to express our position. The Jiang family's quest for external support will be rendered nearly impossible. Bai Chongming nodded in satisfaction. Let it be so. We must disseminate this message immediately. By the way, where's Zhou Chun now? An elder responded, Vice President. Zhou Chun returned to the academy 3 days ago and is currently in seclusion. Bai Chongming smiled. This lad possesses remarkable composure. Were he anyone else, such a claim would have led to ostentation by now. Very well, let him rest. The academy's grand competition is in 10 days, given his prowess. Advancing to core disciple status should pose no challenge. At the Xianxia Academy, within the elite disciple area, Zhou Chun sat cross-legged on a mat, a palm-sized model of a flying vessel hovering before him. The vessel, crafted entirely from bronze and inscribed with intricate runes, emanated an ancient, yet formidable aura. It was the supreme-grade flying vessel, the Immortal Voyage, which he had acquired from Jiang Baikon's fortuitous encounter, yielding a tenfold return from the system. Zhou Chun reached out to touch the vessel, a surge of information flooding his mind. Immortal Voyage, supreme-grade flying vessel, forged by ancient immortals, capable of accommodating thousands. Featuring an independent space, remarkable speed, and astonishing defense, able to withstand a full-force strike from a 10th-level Respect Realm expert. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Zhou Chun's eyes. With this vessel, his future endeavors would be far more convenient. Furthermore, its expansive interior could effectively serve as a mobile fortress. Yet, setting aside the issues of endurance and speed, in terms of cost-effectiveness, the royal-grade vessel, Xianyuan Ferry, remains practical, without drawing excessive attention. Indeed, another card has been added to my hand. Zhou Chun stored the vessel within his storage ring and rose to exit his cave. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Bai Mo standing there. Senior brother Bai, Zhou Chun greeted with a smile. Bai Mo's expression was a mixture of complexity upon seeing Zhou Chun. Just months prior, he had been an elite disciple, while Zhou Chun was merely a novice. Now, their standings had completely reversed. Zhou Chun not only eclipsed him in strength, but also in renown. Nevertheless, Bai Mo maintained a commendable demeanor, quickly regaining his composure. Junior brother Zhou, have you finished your seclusion? Zhou Chun nodded. Indeed, I just concluded. I was actually hoping to find you. Bai Mo replied, I came to seek you out as well. The Academy's grand competition is in 10 days. It pertains to the core disciple slots, and I wanted to remind you to prepare early. Zhou Chun's eyes flickered with surprise. The Academy's grand competition, he had almost forgotten about it. However, upon reflection, it presented an opportunity. As an elite disciple, his status was respectable, yet he still lacked the resource allocation of core disciples. Advancing to core disciple status would not only grant him greater resources, but also further solidify his standing within the academy. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother Bai. I will prepare diligently, Zhou Chun replied. Bai Mo nodded, hesitated for a moment, then added, Junior brother Zhou, you ought to be cautious during this competition. Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow. Why so? Bai Mo lowered his voice. Within the academy, not everyone wishes to see you ascend to core disciple status. Some deem your rapid progress a threat to their positions, and they may resort to underhanded tactics during the competition. A flicker of coldness crossed Zhou Chun's eyes upon hearing this. Indeed, a towering tree attracts the wind. His recent prominence would inevitably incite jealousy and dissatisfaction among some. However, Zhou Chun remained undeterred. Thank you for the warning, senior brother Bai, but I am not afraid, Zhou Chun stated calmly. Whoever dares to challenge me shall face the consequences. Bai Mo observed Zhou Chun's confident demeanor and chuckled wryly. True enough, with your current strength, aside from a few core disciples and elders, who could pose a threat to you? I wish you success in the competition, junior brother Zhou. Bai Mo clasped his fists in salute. Zhou Chun nodded. Watching Bai Mo depart, he then turned back to his cave, contemplating his forthcoming plans. At the Xianxia Academy, within the Sutra Pavilion, Zhou Chun stood before the towering ancient tower, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He had come to seize the opportunity to exchange for a cultivation technique. Although he already possessed the top-tier technique, the Void and Boundless Ryuksang Sutra, acquiring additional secret arts and divine abilities could only serve to enhance his repertoire. Moreover, he wished to take this opportunity to listen to the teachings of the Academy's esteemed elders. The esteemed elder is the true anchor of the Xianxia Academy, possessing unfathomable strength. Reputed to have reached the quasi-immortal realm, such a figure imparting wisdom was an extraordinary opportunity. As Zhou Chun entered the Sutra Pavilion, the elder guarding the entrance regarded him with a nod, permitting him to enter. I have heard you intend to utilize your opportunity to exchange for a cultivation technique and wish to listen to the esteemed elder's teachings, the elder inquired. Zhou Chen affirmed. Indeed. The elder fell silent for a moment before responding. The esteemed elder has consented. In 3 days, at the Enlightenment Cliff on the Academy's back mountain, he will deliver a lecture for you. A spark of surprise lit up Zhou Chen's eyes. The esteemed elder truly agreed. It was well known that beings of such caliber typically engaged in seclusion and rarely made appearances. To receive personal instruction from him was an immense stroke of fortune. Thank you, Senior, Zhou Chen said earnestly, bowing in gratitude. The elder waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. This is your due reward. Go now. Feel free to explore the first 5 levels. Should you find anything you wish to learn, take it. After expressing his gratitude, Zhou Chen stepped into the Sutra Pavilion. Upon entering, he was enveloped by a rich aroma of books, surrounded by shelves filled with an array of ancient texts and cultivation manuals. Each tome exudes a faint ethereal glow, unmistakably marking them as extraordinary. Zhou Chen meandered through the shelves, casually perusing various martial arts techniques. The Xianxia palm, a mid-tier royal technique, possesses considerable power. The flowing cloud step, a low-tier royal movement technique, boasts remarkable speed. The Heavenly Heart Sutra, a top-tier royal mental technique, can enhance the strength of one's soul. While these techniques are treasured artifacts among the great powers of the outside world, they are merely commonplace items on the first 5 levels of the Scripture Pavilion at the Xianxia Academy. Zhou Chen did not rush to make a selection. Instead, he ascended further. Upon reaching the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels, he noted that while the quality of the techniques improved, their quantity diminished. However, these techniques were of little utility to Zhou Chen. Thus, he began to explore records detailing the treasures and secrets of the Tianxian continent, seeking to acquire knowledge to ensure that when opportunities arose, he would not be caught unprepared, for that would be a most embarrassing predicament. Time swiftly passed. 3 days later, at the back mountain of the Xianxia Academy, at the Cliff of Enlightenment. Chapter 342, Secrets of Realms, a dull competition. This location was a steep cliff, its surface engraved with a myriad of intricate runes. These runes were remnants left by past masters of the Academy during their moments of enlightenment. Standing at the cliff's edge, Zhou Chen gazed at the runes before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Each rune emanated the essence of a profound path. Some pertained to swordsmanship, others to blade techniques, formations, and alchemy. Countless paths intertwined, forming a magnificent tapestry. Have you arrived? A venerable voice suddenly echoed. Zhou Chen turned to see an elderly man with snow-white hair, who had appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. The elder, clad in a gray robe, wore a kindly visage. Yet his eyes sparkled with profound wisdom. Merely standing there, he exuded an aura of inscrutable depth. Junior Zhou Chen pays respects to the elder. Zhou Chen promptly bowed. The elder waved his hand dismissively. No need for excessive formalities. Would you like to hear me expound on the Tao? Zhou Chen nodded, affirming his genuine interest. The elder smiled. Very well, it has been a long time since I last shared my insights. Today, I shall take this opportunity to enlighten you on the secrets of realms. With that, the elder sat cross-legged at the cliff's edge. Zhou Chen hurriedly followed suit, adopting a posture of attentive listening. After a brief silence, the elder began. You are currently at the 4th layer of the royal realm, correct? Zhou Chen nodded. Do you know what lies beyond the royal realm? The elder inquired. Zhou Chen replied. I have perused an ancient tome in the Scripture Pavilion, which states that beyond the royal realm is the sovereign realm, followed by the semi-immortal realm and the true immortal realm. The elder nodded approvingly. Indeed. It appears you have done your homework. Allow me to elaborate. The royal realm involves the condensation of the royal Tao imprint, where one's words manifest as laws. This realm primarily focuses on refining the body and soul, maximizing one's power. The strength of the royal Tao imprint dictates the upper limit for practitioners in the royal realm. A prodigy like you, possessing a royal Tao imprint of 100,000 zhang, will find it significantly easier to break through to the sovereign realm in the future than others. Zhou Chen listened intently, nodding occasionally. The elder continued, in the sovereign realm, the Tao becomes one, and the Tao patterns manifest. This realm requires deep comprehension of at least 3 distinct paths. The so-called paths represent the fundamental laws of the universe, life and death, yin and yang, the 5 elements, time, space, and so forth. Each path is vast and profound. To fully grasp a single path demands countless hours of dedication and effort. Moreover, a practitioner in the sovereign realm must amalgamate at least 3 paths to forge their unique Tao patterns. The might of these patterns directly correlates with the strength of the practitioner. Zhou Chen pondered, and what of the semi-immortal realm? A glimmer of sentiment flickered in the elder's eyes as he replied, the semi-immortal realm is the true threshold to the path of immortality. This realm requires one to endure the tribulation of the mortal and the immortal, shedding the mortal vessel and achieving a transformation of the physical body into that of an immortal. The tribulation is exceedingly perilous among 10 sovereign realm practitioners. It is already commendable if one can survive the tribulation. Those who do undergo a qualitative transformation, greatly extending their lifespan. As for the true immortal realm, the elder shook his head. That is a domain I have yet to touch. The Xianxia continent has not seen a true immortal in over 100,000 years. Zhou Chen fell silent for a moment, then asked, Elder, what realm do you currently inhabit? The elder chuckled, you are quite bold in your inquiries. I stand merely a step away from the semi-immortal realm. Alas, I cannot say how long that step may take. Zhou Chen felt a jolt of astonishment. To be at the 10th layer of the sovereign realm, merely a step from the semi-mortal realm, such a level is undoubtedly the pinnacle of the Xianxia continent. And yet, this formidable figure was merely a senior elder at the Xianxia Academy, a testament to the Academy's profound heritage. The elder regarded Zhou Chen with a measured gaze. Your talent is remarkable. Your future achievements are boundless. However, remember this. In the pursuit of cultivation, the greatest folly is to seek immediate gains. A shaky foundation, no matter how swift the ascent, will only lead to an edifice built on sand. Zhou Chen solemnly nodded. Junior shall bear this in mind. The elder nodded in satisfaction and rose. Well then, I have imparted all I wished to convey. In 10 days, the Academy will hold its grand competition. Perform well, and strive to be promoted to a core disciple. At that time, you shall gain access to greater resources, accelerating your training. With those words, the elder's figure gradually faded, as though he had never been there. Zhou Chen stood at the cliff's edge, contemplating the runes before him, absorbed in thought. The elder's counsel had proven immensely enlightening. Not only had he discerned the secrets of higher realms, but he had also grasped the essence of cultivation. A shaky foundation, no matter how swift the ascent, will only lead to an edifice built on sand. Zhou Chen silently repeated this adage, reflecting on his past. A flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. At the Xianxia Academy, in the martial arts arena, today marked the day of the Academy's grand competition. The arena was teeming with throngs of disciples, numbering in the thousands. At the center stood a colossal platform, constructed from special materials, impervious to even the most potent attacks from royal realm practitioners. Surrounding the platform were several elders and core disciples of the Academy, with the deputy dean, Bai Chongming. At the forefront, Bai Chongming surveyed the crowd and spoke slowly. Today marks the triennial grand competition of the Xianxia Academy. This event will select 10 of the most outstanding elite disciples to be promoted to core disciples. The rules are quite simple. All elite disciples may challenge on stage. Any who achieve 10 consecutive victories will automatically be promoted. If no one achieves 10 victories, the top 10 will be determined by points. Now, let the competition officially commence. As his words fell, a young man clad in a blue robe leaped onto the platform. I am Lu Qingyun, ranked 8th among the elite disciples. At the second layer of the royal realm, I humbly request guidance from my esteemed seniors. Lu Qingyun bowed to the audience from his position on the platform. Soon, another challenger ascended to the platform. In less than 10 exchanges, Lu Qingyun was defeated and sent tumbling off the stage. The challenger stood triumphantly on the platform, awaiting the next opponent. Yet he too was soon bested after winning only 3 matches. One after another, challengers took the stage. Some winning a few bouts only to be eliminated, while others failed to win even a single match. The arena echoed with the fervor of intense battles and shouts of enthusiasm. Zhou Chen stood amidst the crowd, quietly observing the fierce confrontations unfolding on the platform. The prowess of these elite disciples is indeed formidable. Most of them reside between the first and third layers of the Emperor realm, each adept in remarkable secret arts and combat techniques. However, in the eyes of Zhou Chen, their strength pales in comparison. Not only do they fall short when matched against him, but they also significantly lag behind the previous Jiang Baikan. How mundane. Zhou Chen shook his head, finding none who could pique his interest, though a few disciples displayed commendable fortune on their panels. Chapter 343, The Crisis of Bai Mo, the Academy's Summons. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged on the arena. Bai Mo. He leapt onto the stage, clasping his fists in greeting. I am Bai Mo, the top-ranked elite disciple. With the cultivation of the 3rd layer in the Emperor realm, I humbly request guidance from my esteemed brothers. As soon as he finished speaking, gasps of astonishment arose from the audience. It's Brother Bai Mo. He was the previous chief elite disciple, renowned for his immense strength. This promises to be an entertaining spectacle. Standing on the arena, Bai Mo exuded a calm aura, his eyes shimmering with confidence. Soon after, challengers began to ascend the stage. Yet, Bai Mo's prowess proved exceptional. Within merely 3 moves, he vanquished his opponent. More challengers followed, but each was dispatched with ease by Bai Mo. 1 match, 2 matches, 3 matches. Bai Mo achieved 5 consecutive victories, and the cheers from the crowd grew increasingly fervent. Brother Bai Mo is magnificent. At this rate, he is sure to ascend to core disciple status. But just then, a mocking voice pierced the air. Bai Mo, do you even deserve the title of Chief Elite Disciple? A young man clad in black robes leapt onto the stage, his eyes brimming with hostility. Bai Mo furrowed his brow. Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan smirked. Indeed, it is I. Today, I shall demonstrate to everyone that you, the so-called Chief Elite Disciple, are nothing remarkable. With that, Zhao Yuan's aura erupted. Peak of the 3rd layer in the Emperor realm. His energy was exceedingly solid, clearly the result of long-standing accumulation, poised to break through to the 4th layer at any moment. Bai Mo's expression shifted. He knew Zhao Yuan's strength was not to be underestimated, but he hadn't anticipated that he had already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer. This realm surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Come. Bai Mo inhaled deeply. Assuming a combat stance, Zhao Yuan sneered, stepping forward. Boom. The arena trembled violently as Zhao Yuan's figure appeared before Bai Mo in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Bai Mo hastily raised his hand to block, but Zhao Yuan's strength was overwhelming, sending him staggering backwards with a single blow. Is that all you've got? Zhao Yuan taunted. Bai Mo's expression darkened. He recognized he was not Zhao Yuan's match. Yet, he could not concede so easily. Gritting his teeth, Bai Mo summoned the spiritual energy within him, and a layer of golden light suddenly enveloped him. This was the secret technique he had cultivated, the indestructible body. With this newfound defense, Bai Mo's strength surged significantly. The two clashed once more, and this time, Bai Mo managed to hold his ground against Zhao Yuan. However, it was evident to all that Bai Mo was at a disadvantage, teetering on the brink of defeat. The disciples below began to murmur. Brother Bai Mo is going to lose. Zhao Yuan's strength is too great. He is no match for him. What a pity. I thought Brother Bai Mo would ascend to core disciple status. Just when everyone believed Bai Mo was destined to lose, Zhou Chen suddenly spoke. Enough. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the martial arena. All heads turned towards Zhou Chen, their expressions filled with astonishment. On the stage, Zhao Yuan also halted, casting a cold glare at Zhou Chen. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Zhou Chen replied calmly, I am Zhou Chen. Upon hearing this name, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Zhou Chen, the one who killed Jiang Baikan on the Ascension platform? My heavens, what is he doing here? I heard he is also an elite disciple. Could he be participating in this competition? Zhao Yuan's expression shifted as he processed Zhou Chen's name. Although he exuded confidence, he was acutely aware of Zhou Chen's terrifying strength. After all, he was capable of slaying ancient prodigies at the 5th layer of the Emperor realm. A mere peak of the 3rd layer was utterly insignificant in Zhou Chen's presence. Brother Zhou, Zhao Yuan stammered, swallowing hard. Zhou Chen regarded him coolly. Put away the palm thunder. This is not a life-and-death struggle. Zhao Yuan's expression stiffened. Brother Zhou, you misspeak. The outcome is yet undetermined. I am merely prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Zhou Chen shook his head. If this were truly a life-and-death battle, Bai Mo would not fare worse than you. You have already gained the upper hand. Why resort to a sneak attack? Do you intend to deliberately harm Bai Mo? At Zhou Chen's words, Zhao Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, he dared not retort, fully aware that Zhou Chen spoke the truth. He indeed wished to seize the opportunity to severely injure or even kill Bai Mo, not expecting to be called out publicly. While Bai Mo's cultivation might not match his combat experience and hidden trump cards far surpassed Zhao Yuan's. In a true fight to the death, the victor was far from certain. Who would have thought Zhao Yuan was such a person? Be cautious. This fellow is underhanded. Disciples of the academy are forbidden from harming one another. It appears this fellow has little regard for the law enforcement hall. As Zhao Yuan observed the scrutinizing gazes around him, particularly upon hearing the mention of the law enforcement hall, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. He gritted his teeth, hesitating before ultimately leaping off the stage. After all, he had no confidence in securing 10 consecutive victories. If the competition continued, it was highly likely that Zhou Chen would challenge him next. Weighing his options, Zhao Yuan opted to forfeit the match entirely. Bai Mo sighed in relief, casting a grateful glance at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen nodded, stepping forward to the arena center. Next, I challenge all fellow disciples of the Xianxia Academy. Zhou Chen scanned the surroundings. The arena fell silent. Everyone stared at Zhou Chen, struck speechless. His name had long since resonated throughout the Xianxia Academy. Who would dare challenge him? That would be akin to courting death. Even the elders seated on the high platform exchanged glances. Bai Chongming shook his head with a wry smile. This lad is indeed domineering. However, it's for the best. Let him take the stage and ascend directly to core disciple status, saving us all time. The other elders nodded in agreement. Given Zhou Chen's strength, Not even 100 victories could pose a threat to him. After waiting for a moment, and seeing that no one dared to ascend the stage, Zhou Chun remarked nonchalantly, "Since there are no challengers, shall I be deemed victorious in 10 matches?" Bai Chongming laughed, "You could claim victory in 100 matches. Zhou Chun, from this day forth, you shall be recognized as a core disciple of the Xianxia Academy." As these words echoed, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. "Brother Zhou is magnificent. Brother Zhou is invincible." Zhou Chun smiled faintly, departing the arena. On the third day after his ascension to core disciple status, Zhou Chun was in his cave dwelling, solidifying his realm. Although his cultivation speed far surpassed that of ordinary individuals due to the system's enhancement, this did not imply he could overlook the significance of a solid foundation. Just as Zhou Chun prepared to continue his retreat, a sudden, urgent knocking resounded from outside his cave. "Brother Zhou, the Academy urgently summons all core disciples. Please proceed to the assembly hall immediately." A young disciple's voice called from outside. Laced with an unusual tension, Zhou Chun frowned. An urgent summons from the Academy? All core disciples? This was no trivial matter. He rose and pushed open the door to the cave, only to find that the messenger disciple had hurriedly departed, evidently on his way to notify others. Chapter 344. The Emergence of Extraterrestrial Demons. Without delay, Zhou Chun flickered away towards the assembly hall. This hall, located in the heart of the Academy, was seldom opened, reserved only for significant events. Upon his arrival, Zhou Chun noticed that other core disciples were also arriving in succession. The atmosphere within the hall was tense, with several elders seated solemnly on the high platform, the foremost among them being the deputy headmaster, Bai Chongming. Zhou Chun found a position to stand, casting his gaze over the other core disciples present. There were 20 core disciples in total, each a prodigy of unparalleled talent. The weakest among them had attained the 3rd level of the Imperial Realm, while the strongest had already reached the 7th level. Among them was a young man clad in a purple robe, exuding an extraordinarily potent aura, unmistakably at the 8th level of the Imperial Realm. This individual was named Mo Qingyun, the Academy's chief core disciple and widely recognized as the next candidate for the Holy Sun. Seemingly sensing Zhou Chun's gaze, Mo Qingyun turned to look at him, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Zhou Chun inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Although Mo Qingyun's realm was superior, Zhou Chun harbored no doubts about his own capabilities. Should a confrontation arise, the outcome remained uncertain. "Is everyone present?" Bai Chongming stood, surveying all in attendance. "Since we are gathered, I shall speak plainly." He paused, his tone growing increasingly grave. 3 days ago, our envoy to the northern frontier, Li Changfeng, returned to the Academy grievously wounded. Before his demise, he relayed an exceptionally critical piece of intelligence. Extraterrestrial demons have begun to infiltrate the Xianxia continent. At this pronouncement, the hall erupted in uproar. Extraterrestrial demons? Are they not mere legends? How could this be? Were they not sealed away by the emperors of yore? Could the seals have failed? The core disciples murmured among themselves, their faces etched with shock. Bai Chongming raised his hand for silence. Li Changfeng discovered that someone was covertly weakening the seals in the northern frontier. Even more alarming, these individuals are not outsiders, but rather domestic forces of our Xianxia continent. According to Li Changfeng's intelligence, at least one imperial clan has betrayed the continent and conspired with the extraterrestrial demons. Once more, the hall fell into a profound silence. The notion of an imperial clan betraying their own was simply too staggering to comprehend. Imperial clans were among the continent's most elite forces, each having produced powerful figures known as sovereigns. How could such a faction ever turn against the continent? Zhou Chun lowered his head in contemplation. The extraterrestrial demons, the betrayal of the imperial clan, the weakening of the seals. These revelations intertwined to evoke within him an ominous sense of impending crisis. After deliberation, the Academy's higher-ups resolved to activate the long-dormant seal inspection plan. Bai Chongming continued, "In the past, the sovereigns established seals across the continent to confine the main forces of the extraterrestrial demons. These seals are located in the depths of the Northern Sea, the Wanyeo Plains, and the Morning Demon Ridge, among other sites. Now, we must ascertain the status of these seals and reinforce them as best as we can." He gestured, conjuring a radiant light that unfolded into a vast map. The map was marked with dozens of red dots, each indicating a site of sealing. "This mission will be undertaken by you 20 core disciples, each assigned to inspect 3 to 5 sealing locations, meticulously documenting their conditions. Any anomalies must be reported immediately. Remember, this task is exceedingly perilous. The sites of the seals were battlegrounds of ancient wars, still harboring terrifying powers. Moreover, given that an imperial clan has betrayed us, the enemy could appear at any moment. Therefore, the Academy will grant you considerable authority." As he spoke, Bai Chongming produced 20 jade tokens. These are the Academy's Celestial Patrol Orders. Bearers of these tokens can mobilize the Academy's forces in various locations. Should you encounter danger, shatter the Jade token, and the Academy will dispatch sovereign-level experts for your rescue. Additionally, upon completion of your mission, the Academy will reward you based on your performance. At the mention of rewards, the eyes of the core disciples brightened. The Academy's rewards were no trifles. Even a single item was a rare treasure in the outside world. Now, you may choose your inspection areas. Bai Chongming waved his hand, causing the red dots on the map to begin flashing. Zhou Chen fixated on the map, his gaze flitting between the various points. Suddenly, he noticed a dot in the northwest, marked at the periphery of the Morning Demon Ridge. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. Detected the Fortune's Child, Gu Jiafeng, with a refreshed opportunity. Name, Gu Jiafeng. Recent opportunity, in 7 days. At an ancient cave beyond the Morning Demon Ridge, obtain a bottle of lower-grade Sovereign Realm Pill, the Xian Yuan Breaking Realm Pill. Upon consumption, Gu Jiafeng will directly elevate a minor realm. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. The Xian Yuan Breaking Realm Pill? Such a precious item. A lower-grade Sovereign Realm Breaking Pill was sufficient to elevate an Imperial Realm Cultivator by an entire minor realm, without any side effects. More importantly, if the system were to deliver a tenfold boost, Zhou Chen felt a surge of excitement and spoke decisively. I choose the area beyond the Morning Demon Ridge. Upon hearing this, the other core disciples turned to him in surprise. The Morning Demon Ridge was one of the most perilous locales in the Central Continent. It was here that the emperors had waged a fierce battle against the extraterrestrial demons, leaving the entire region in tatters. Even the outskirts were rife with terrifying restrictions and malevolent energy, posing a lethal threat to ordinary Imperial Realm cultivators. Junior Brother Zhou, the Morning Demon Ridge is far too dangerous. Perhaps you should select another location? A concerned core disciple advised. Zhou Chen shook his head resolutely. No need. I will choose this place. Bai Chongming regarded Zhou Chen with a nod. Very well. The periphery of the Morning Demon Ridge is entrusted to you. But remember, should you encounter danger, shatter the Jade token to seek assistance. Do not act recklessly. Zhou Chen accepted the Jade token, his demeanor calm. I understand. As the other core disciples began to select their own inspection areas, the 20 sealing locations were swiftly allocated. Now that selections have been made, let us depart promptly. Bai Chongming gestured. Remember, this mission is of great significance. Exercise utmost caution. Yes, they responded in unison. With the Jade token in hand, Zhou Chen turned and exited the hall. Just as he stepped outside, a voice called out from behind him. Junior Brother Zhou, wait. Zhou Chen turned to find Mo King Yun, the chief core disciple, approaching him. Is there something you need, Senior Brother Mo? Mo King Yun stepped closer and scrutinized Zhou Chen. Junior Brother, the Morning Demon Ridge is not merely a site for inspection. Its dangers exceed your imagination. Should you require assistance, feel free to contact me. With that, he handed Zhou Chen a communication token. Zhou Chen accepted the token, replying coolly, Thank you. Senior Brother Mo King Yun patted Zhou Chen's shoulder and departed. Zhou Chen watched his retreating figure, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Chapter 345, Seizing Opportunities, Outside the Morning Demon Ridge. This Mo King Yun was indeed formidable, possessing both strength and a deft manner in dealing with others. However, Zhou Chen had no intention of relying on anyone else. What he desires is to ascend to the pinnacle solely through his own strength. Upon returning to his cave, Zhou Chen commenced preparations for his departure. He meticulously examined the treasures within his storage ring, the Haoshan Mirror, the Chaotic Bell, the Immortal Fairy, the Xianyuan Fairy, and that enigmatic bone of a hand. These trump cards were sufficient to confront the majority of perils. The demon-burying ridge, Gu Jiafeng's opportunity, and the extraterrestrial malevolence. Zhou Chen murmured to himself. This mission would likely not unfold peacefully. 3 days later, at the border of Central Continent, a streak of azure light cleaved through the sky, revealing Zhou Chen piloting the Xianyuan Fairy towards the demon-burying ridge. The Xianyuan Fairy, a pinnacle vessel of imperial rank, soared with astonishing speed, traversing over half of Central Continent in a mere 3 days. Standing on the deck, Zhou Chen gazed at the ever-changing landscapes below, from bustling cities to desolate wastelands, and now to this lifeless expanse of bleak black earth. The closer he approached the demon-burying ridge, the more bizarre the surroundings became. The sky appeared shrouded in gray, devoid of sunlight, while a faint scent of blood permeated the air. The ground was riddled with massive fissures and pits, some of which were unfathomably deep, exuding a chilling aura. This was indeed one of the battlefields where formidable beings clashed with the extraterrestrial malevolence long ago. Countless powerful figures had perished here, their lingering resentment and malevolence forever tainting the land, rendering it a forbidden zone for life. Ahead lay the periphery of the demon-burying ridge. Zhou Chen retracted the Xianyuan Fairy and descended to the ground. Before him stretched an unending chain of black mountains, towering into the clouds. Their surfaces adorned with eerie patterns resembling ancient ruins. He soon located an ancient cave indicated by the opportunity panel, and as expected, within a skeleton storage ring, he discovered a bottle of inferior-grade Xianxia breakthrough pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting the destiny of the Son of Heaven, Gu Jiafeng. Acquiring a bottle of inferior-grade Xianxia breakthrough pills, 10 pieces, triggering a 100-fold return. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of superior-grade Spirit Ascension mirror pills, 10 pieces. A faint smile graced Zhou Chen's lips. However, this location was unsuitable for refining. He exited the ancient cave and began to scrutinize the sealing patterns on the mountains. The formidable beings of Ur had established these seals to confine the extraterrestrial malevolence deep within the mountains. Yet now, these runes appeared significantly dimmed, with cracks emerging in some areas. For reasons unknown, the seal had evidently weakened considerably. Zhou Chen's brow furrowed deeply. If this situation continued unabated, it would not be long before the seal completely collapsed. At that time, the trapped extraterrestrial malevolence would once again see the light of day. Zhou Chen took out the record jade slip provided by the Academy, meticulously documenting the state of the seal. At that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of intense danger. In an instant, Zhou Chen retreated as a black sword light sliced through the spot where he had just stood. Boom! The ground was cleaved, leaving a deep chasm, its edges billowing with black smoke. Quick reflexes, a chilling voice resonated. Zhou Chen looked up to see a middle-aged man clad in black robes, suspended in midair. The man's countenance was sinister, his eyes flickering with an eerie red light, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Sixth layer of the Imperial Realm. Moreover, this aura was clearly abnormal. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes. Who are you? The middle-aged man sneered. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you should not be here. The inspection plan of the Xianxia Academy is a meddlesome affair. Since you have come, you shall remain. With that, the middle-aged man launched another attack. This time, it was not a single sword light, but dozens of sword lights striking simultaneously. Each blade was imbued with terrifying malevolent energy, sealing off all of Zhou Chen's escape routes. Zhou Chen's expression darkened. This individual was clearly targeting him. Furthermore, judging by the man's words, he evidently knew of the Academy's inspection plan well in advance. Could he be one of those traitorous imperial clans? Consulting the opportunity panel, Zhou Chen silently intoned. Name, Jiang Yongchang. Fate. One of the elders of the Jiang family, who allied with the extraterrestrial malevolence, ultimately losing his sanity after absorbing its power, and was eventually controlled and perished, halting at the sixth layer of the Imperial Realm. Recent opportunities, none. With no time to ponder further, Zhou Chen summoned the spiritual energy within him, and a layer of azure light enveloped him. The azure lotus transformation. The azure glow shrouded Zhou Chen, and as the sword lights met the radiance, their potency diminished significantly. Zhou Chen raised his hand, and a blue longsword materialized in his palm. It was his imperial mark, the Qingping sword. Flash! The phantom of the Qingping sword cut through the air, colliding with the incoming sword lights. Boom! A series of explosive sounds echoed, as a terrifying shockwave radiated outward. The surrounding rocks were shattered into dust, leaving the area barren for miles. As the dust settled, Zhou Chen remained standing in place, unscathed. The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly. You possess some strength. No wonder you dare to come to the demon-burying ridge. However, this alone is insufficient. He formed seals with his hands, and the malevolent energy around him surged explosively. A wave of black aura erupted from his body, coalescing behind him into a colossal demonic shadow. The shadow towered 1,000 feet high, its visage hideous, radiating an oppressive pressure that was suffocating. Is this demonization? Zhou Chen's pupils constricted. Demonization was a hallmark ability of the extraterrestrial malevolence. A demonized cultivator would lose their sanity, transforming into a mindless creature driven solely by slaughter. Yet, as a trade-off, their power would be greatly amplified. This middle-aged man had evidently undergone demonization, and given that he could still maintain some semblance of reason, the extent of his demonization was not profound. Is it worth betraying humanity to become something neither human nor ghost? Zhou Chen retorted coldly. The middle-aged man cackled wildly. Betrayal? How laughable. You fools have no idea how splendid the extraterrestrial world is. The powerful sealed the malevolence out of fear that its power would surpass their own. But I am not afraid. I seek to harness the strength of the malevolence to break through my shackles and attain a higher realm. Zhou Chen shook his head. You are deluded. Tempted by the malevolence, you believe you have gained power. How tragic. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. You seek death. He urged the demonic shadow behind him to lunge at Zhou Chen. The shadow moved with blinding speed, reaching Zhou Chun in the blink of an eye. Its massive claws swiping toward him. Zhou Chun did not evade. Instead, he raised his right hand. An invisible wave emanated from his palm. The void domain. The domain unfolded in an instant, enveloping the demonic shadow within it. Within this realm, all laws were severed. The shadow's speed plummeted, and the once overwhelming pressure diminished by more than half. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Chun unleashed the Qingping sword once more, its phantom slicing through the air. This strike embodied the power of severance. Chapter 346. Sixth layer of the Imperial Realm, the Wraiths reappear, severing everything, including the connection between the demonic shadow and the middle-aged man. As the sword light passed, the shadow was cleaved in two, dissipating into black smoke. The middle-aged man let out a harrowing scream, staggering backward. He gazed down at his body, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? You actually managed to sever my connection with the shadow? What kind of power is this? Zhou Chun offered no reply. Instead, he launched another assault. He would never grant his adversaries a moment's respite. The ethereal shadows of the green willow sword sliced through the air in rapid succession, each stroke as swift as lightning. The middle-aged man strove to defend himself, yet under the oppressive influence of the void domain, his strength was severely diminished. After merely a dozen or so strikes, he was already battered and bruised. Damn it! The man gritted his teeth, suddenly drawing a black talisman from within his bosom. The talisman was inscribed with enigmatic patterns, emanating an unsettling aura. If I cannot kill you, then we shall perish together. He cackled madly as he crushed the talisman between his fingers. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted. Black energy surged forth from the talisman, engulfing an area spanning dozens of miles. This energy was extraordinarily formidable, shaking even Zhou Chun's void domain to its limits. A self-destruct talisman? Zhou Chun's expression shifted. Such talismans were crafted through special means to seal away the full might of a Supreme Realm Cultivator's strike. Using their own flesh and blood as a catalyst, once detonated, the power rivaled that of a self-destructing Supreme Realm Master. Without hesitation, Zhou Chun summoned the Chaos Bell. The bell hovered above his head, releasing streams of chaotic energy that enveloped and shielded him. The black energy slammed against the chaotic aura, producing a grating screech. Yet, true to its status as a celestial artifact, the Chaos Bell withstood the blast. When the explosion subsided, Zhou Chun retracted the Chaos Bell and surveyed his surroundings. The once continuous mountain range had been blasted into a colossal crater, dozens of miles wide and bottomless in depth. The middle-aged man had long since been reduced to ashes by the explosion. Zhou Chun frowned. This man had preferred self-destruction over capture alive. It seemed the faction behind him was more complicated than merely a single imperial clan of the Jiang family. At that moment, Zhou Chun suddenly sensed a potent gravitational pull emanating from the depths of the crater. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to descend and investigate. Guided by his spiritual energy, he slowly descended. The deeper he ventured, the stranger the environment became. The crater walls were covered in writhing black patterns that seemed alive. Moreover, an almost imperceptible call beckoned him onward, as if guiding him deeper still. At last, Zhou Chun reached the crater's bottom, where an ancient altar came into view. Entirely black, it was densely inscribed with runes that exuded a malevolent aura, distinct from the sealing runes found on the mountains. At the altar's center floated a black orb, no larger than a fist, but radiating a terrifying pressure. Zhou Chun's gaze hardened as he recognized it, a demon core. Demon cores were crystallizations of the power of extraterritorial demons. Each contained immense energy capable of greatly enhancing a cultivator's strength. Yet, they were also lethally poisonous, absorbing one wrist corruption by demonic forces, ultimately turning the user into a demonic puppet. Zhou Chun had not expected to find a demon core on the outskirts of Demon Burial Ridge. Judging by the oppressive aura it emitted, it had to be left by at least a Supreme Realm-level demon. No wonder the man had become demonic. He had absorbed the core's power. Muttering to himself, Zhou Chun refrained from rash approach, instead scrutinizing the altar. It was clearly man-made, and its layout indicated it was a sacrificial altar. Someone was using it to offer sacrifices to extraterritorial demons. His expression darkened. It seemed Li Changfeng's intelligence was accurate. There truly were imperial clans who had betrayed their kind and colluded with extraterritorial demons. The Jiang family was very likely among them. How many other imperial clans were involved remained unknown. This altar was probably one of their means to weaken the seals. Summoning his resolve, Zhou Chun attempted to absorb the demon core. Suddenly, the orb shot toward him. Instinctively, he tried to evade, but the core's speed was too great, and it instantly entered his body. Damn! Zhou Chun's face paled. With the core inside him, he risked being corrupted by demonic power. Yet, to his surprise, The core did not unleash its demonic energy, but instead began to disintegrate. A pure energy surged forth from it, flowing through his limbs and bones. His Tao body of the Blue Lotus was unexpectedly capable of countering demonic energy, an outcome Zhou Chun had not foreseen. Before he could ponder further, he felt the energy within him intensify. He then ingested a Xian Yuan boundary-breaking pill he had snatched from Gu Jiafeng. As the pill took effect, two streams of energy intertwined, violently assaulting his cultivation bottleneck. Boom. The bottleneck at the 5th level of the Imperial Realm shattered instantly. Zhou Chun's aura surged rapidly, swiftly reaching the 5th level of the Imperial Realm. Yet, the energy still surged unabated, since only the first pill of each type was effective, and he had already used a Xian Yuan boundary-breaking pill. Zhou Chun produced a supreme-grade spirit-ascending boundary-breaking pill returned by the system. Boom. The pill's potency far exceeded that of the Xian Yuan pill. With a thunderous roar within his body, Zhou Chun broke through the bottleneck of the 6th level of the Imperial Realm. His aura burst forth again, finally stabilizing at the 6th level. When all settled, Zhou Chun opened his eyes, keenly aware that his strength had multiplied manifold. Unexpectedly, the demon core, combined with the boundary-breaking pills, had propelled him through 2 levels. A faint smile curved his lips, yet he quickly suppressed it and turned his gaze to the altar. Though the demon core had been absorbed, the altar remained. If left intact, the traitors would continue their sacrificial rites. Raising his hand, Zhou Chun summoned the ethereal shadow of the green willow sword. A slash of sword light cleaved the altar in twain. As the altar shattered, the runes atop it dimmed. Just as Zhou Chun destroyed the altar, he sensed a familiar aura approaching. Turning, he saw a purple figure gracefully descending from above the crater. It was Wang Liang, still clad in her purple gown, her face veiled save for a pair of lively eyes. Yet, compared to before, her aura was markedly stronger. Zhou Chun, now at the 4th level of the Imperial Realm, was somewhat surprised. The last time they met, Wang Liang had been at the Imperial boundary. How little time had passed for her to ascend to the 4th level of the Imperial Realm. Such a cultivation speed was astonishing even to him. After landing, Wang Liang's gaze swept over the destroyed altar, a flicker of approval passing through her eyes. Not bad. You're quite swift, she remarked coolly. Chapter 347, Boundary-Breaking Demon Array. Frozen Demon Lair. Zhou Chun said nothing, instead watching her warily. Though they had exchanged a few meetings before, he knew little about Wang Liang. Her sudden appearance here compelled caution. Seeming to perceive his vigilance, Wang Liang chuckled softly. Rest assured, I am not here to trouble you. She paused, then continued, like you. I have come to investigate the abnormality in the seals. Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow. You're also from the academy? Sort of, she replied. Wang Liang nodded, stating, I hail from the Celestial Mechanism Academy, dispatched to inspect the seal of the Demon's Grave Ridge. At this, Zhou Chun's heart stirred. The Celestial Mechanism Academy is renowned alongside the Xianxia Academy, both esteemed as one of the 5 premier academies of the Tianxian continent. It is said that the disciples of the Celestial Mechanism Academy are all adept in the art of divination, capable of glimpsing the secrets of fate and foreseeing the future. Coupled with the identity of the Celestial Mechanism clan, it is no wonder that Wang Liang consistently uncovers opportunities with precision. Yet, the connection between the Celestial Mechanism clan and the Celestial Mechanism Academy remains a mystery. Since we are both here to investigate the seal, collaboration may indeed be beneficial. Zhou Chun, lowering his guard, replied with indifference. Wang Liang shook her head, stating that cooperation is not merely an option, but a necessity. This is precisely why I sought you out. The situation at the Demon's Grave Ridge is far more dire than we anticipated. Her tone grew grave. According to my calculations, at least 3 imperial clans have betrayed the continent and conspired with the otherworldly demons. Moreover, their intentions extend beyond simply weakening the seal. Zhou Chun's countenance darkened. What do you mean? After a moment's silence, Wang Liang slowly articulated, they aim to completely shatter the seal and unleash all the otherworldly demons. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's pupils constricted. The notion of completely breaking the seal was no trivial matter. It took immense effort for the great powers of old to seal the otherworldly demons. Should the seal be breached, the entire Tianxian continent would plunge into catastrophe. Do you possess evidence? Zhou Chun inquired solemnly. Wang Liang nodded and retrieved a jade slip from her bosom. I discovered this at another sealing site. Zhou Chun accepted the jade slip, probing its contents with his consciousness. In the next moment, his expression transformed drastically. The information recorded within the slip sent chills through him. The treacherous imperial clans had established a colossal formation at the Demon's Grave Ridge. This formation, known as the World-Breaking Demon Array, would forcibly dismantle all seals once activated. The activation was scheduled for 3 months hence. 3 months, Zhou Chun murmured to himself. Time was exceedingly tight. Thus, We must swiftly locate the core of the formation and destroy it, Wang Liang declared. Zhou Chen nodded but then questioned, why divulge this information to me? We are strangers. You could easily investigate on your own. Wang Liang remained silent for a moment before responding, because I do not trust others. However, given Wang Liang's willingness to cooperate, he found no reason to decline. After all, the gravity of this mission warranted an additional ally. Very well, let us collaborate. But let it be known that should matters become dire, I shall not sacrifice myself. Zhou Chen extended his hand. Wang Liang regarded him for a moment before reciprocating the gesture, their hands clasping together. The instant their hands met, Zhou Chen felt an unusual force emanate from Wang Liang's grasp. This power was distinct, neither spiritual energy nor malevolent aura, but an energy he had never encountered before. Is this the power of fate? Zhou Chen inquired tentatively. Wang Liang nodded. You are astute. You've discerned it at once. The power of fate is unique to our celestial mechanism clan. She elaborated. By entrusting our fates to the fate box, we can harness the strength of the heavenly Tao, achieving an extraordinary pace of cultivation. However, the cost is considerable. A hint of bitterness tinged her voice. Once one's fate is entrusted to the fate box, departure from the Xianxia continent becomes impossible. Should one attempt to leave forcibly, their fate will collapse, and they shall perish. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow, realizing why the system panel had previously failed to reveal opportunities for the spirits and Wang Liang. This esoteric technique sounded akin to a form of bondage. Essentially, it entailed offering one's fate and opportunities to the heavenly Tao, which in return dispensed a measure of fortune and talent. Acting as an intermediary, the heavenly Tao would undoubtedly profit. Despite the celestial mechanism clan's ability to acquire formidable power, they were also deprived of their freedom. However, upon further reflection, this did not seem overly concerning. After all, ascending to immortality was a legend from a million years past. In the present Xianxia continent, even the number of quasi-mortal beings was scant, let alone ascension itself. Let us proceed. We must find the core of the formation. Wang Liang retracted her hand and turned towards the cave's exit. Zhou Chen followed closely behind, and together they swiftly emerged from the cavern. Once back on the surface, Wang Liang produced a compass. The compass, entirely golden, was inscribed with intricate runes, emanating a faint glow. This is the celestial mechanism compass. It can deduce the location of the formation, Wang Liang explained. She activated the compass, causing its needle to whirl. Moments later, the needle halted, pointing in a specific direction. Over there, Wang Liang indicated northwest, approximately 500 miles from here. Zhou Chen's mind raced. This was the very celestial mechanism compass utilized by the Jiang family during their pursuit of him. He resolved to acquire one should the opportunity arise. Nodding in agreement, the two immediately set off. They opted against using a flying vessel, instead choosing to rely on their agility. The environment of the demon's grave ridge was exceedingly intricate, rife with residual restrictions and malevolent energy. Using a flying vessel recklessly could trigger these restrictions, leading to unnecessary complications. Along the way, they encountered numerous demonized beasts. These creatures, once mere wild animals, had succumbed to the corruption of demonic power, becoming frenzied and bloodthirsty, devoid of reason. Zhou Chen and Wang Liang effortlessly dispatched these beasts. However, as they delved deeper into the demon's grave ridge, the number and strength of the demonized beasts escalated. Eventually, they even encountered demonized beasts at the Imperial Realm level. It appears that the loosening of the seal is more severe than we had imagined, Wang Liang stated gravely. Zhou Chen nodded. If this situation continued to unfold unchecked, it would not be long before the entire demon's grave ridge succumbed to demonic corruption. At that point, even without the world-breaking demon array, the seal would inevitably collapse. The pair quickened their pace, finally reaching their destination before dusk. Before them lay a snow-covered valley. At the entrance of the valley stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with ancient characters. Ice-sealed demon cave. This is the place. Wang Liang stowed the compass, indicating that one of the core nodes of the world-breaking demon array lay deep within this cave. Zhou Chen surveyed the valley before him. The entire area was blanketed in thick ice and snow, the temperature chilling to the bone. Even those at the Imperial Realm would feel the bite of the cold here. Moreover, Zhou Chen sensed a faint yet palpable pressure. Chapter 348, The Laws of Ice, 7th layer of the Imperial Realm. This pressure emanated from the depths of the valley, clearly indicating that an immensely powerful entity was stationed there. Exercise caution. The seal here has become exceedingly unstable, Wang Liang cautioned. Zhou Chen nodded, and the two entered the valley with utmost care. As they stepped into the valley, the temperature plummeted sharply. Zhou Chen summoned his inner spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier around his body to fend off the chill. In contrast, Wang Liang appeared quite at ease, seemingly possessing a strong resistance to the cold. The duo advanced along the valley, swiftly noting anomalies. The ground was marred with fissures of ice, which exhibited geometric patterns, evidence of artificial creation. These are formation patterns, Wang Liang remarked, crouching to examine the cracks closely. The formation patterns of the world-breaking demon array have begun to manifest. Zhou Qin's brow furrowed deeply. The emergence of these patterns signified that the array was already in operation. It simply had not fully activated yet. Otherwise, the seal would have long since collapsed. The two continued their exploration, ultimately arriving at the valley's end. Before them lay a colossal ice cavern, its entrance measuring 100 feet in diameter, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, rendering the depths indiscernible. Surrounding the cavern were countless intricately carved runes, emanating a faint luminescence, evidence of the sealing power at play. However, Zhou Qin noted with concern that many of these runes had dimmed significantly, some having completely extinguished. The seal had been compromised by at least 30%. Mao Liang spoke gravely. If we do not intervene soon, in no more than half a month, the seal will collapse entirely. Zhou Qin remained silent, his gaze fixed on the depths of the ice cavern. He could sense an extraordinarily terrifying aura emanating from within, an energy that fluctuated, as if in slumber, yet on the verge of awakening. What lies sealed within? Zhou Qin inquired. Mao Liang paused for a moment before responding. The Ice Demon General. One of the demon generals from beyond the realm, a being on the brink of becoming an immortal. In times past, the mighty ones clashed with the demons from beyond, and the Ice Demon General was severely wounded, ultimately imprisoned here. Should it escape, the entire central continent would be engulfed in ice. Zhou Qin inhaled sharply. An immortal-level demon? This is no trivial matter. Even the esteemed elders of the Xianxia Academy barely reached the 10th level of the sovereign realm, one step away from the immortal threshold. If the Ice Demon General breaks free, the entire Xianxia continent will surely suffer. In such a scenario, I doubt I could remain uninvolved. He lamented inwardly, alas. Strength is the essence. My progress is far too slow. We can attempt to reinforce the seal, Mao Liang suggested. Though we cannot restore it completely, we may at least delay its collapse. Zhou Qin nodded, and the two immediately set to work. Mao Liang retrieved a collection of materials to arrange the formation, while Zhou Qin focused on repairing the damaged runes, meticulously inscribing new ones. This process was exceedingly intricate, demanding a high level of mastery in formations. Fortunately, Zhou Qin had acquired considerable knowledge from the scripture pavilion. Although he could not match Mao Liang's expertise, he possessed enough skill to manage the current crisis. They labored tirelessly for a full day and night, ultimately fortifying the seal significantly. Just then, Zhou Qin felt a sudden surge of intense excitement. This sensation emanated from his opportunity panel. With a thought, he opened it. Name: Ice Demon General, Destiny, one of the 4 great demon generals from beyond the realm. On the verge of immortality, sealed, imprisoned for 10,000 years, strength diminished to the 10th level of the sovereign realm, poised to break free. Recent opportunity. Located 300 feet beneath the damaged sealing formation, lies a trace of supreme-grade Jushin Xianbing Emperor's essence. A treasured artifact the Ice Demon General intends to use for reconstructing its demonic form upon its escape, promising a significant enhancement in power. Zhou Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jushin Xianbing Emperor's essence. This is indeed the treasure of treasures. Legends spoke of the Jushin Xianbing Emperor's essence as the purest ice-type artifact in existence, imbued with the fundamental power of the ice law. Should he acquire this essence, not only would his cultivation be greatly enhanced, but he would also seize the opportunity to comprehend the ice law, facilitating his future breakthroughs in the sovereign realm. Suppressing his exhilaration, Zhou Qin discreetly approached the formation's core, where the runes had sustained the most damage and required reinscription. As he inscribed the runes, he covertly channeled his consciousness to probe underground. Indeed, at a depth of 300 feet, he sensed an exceptionally pure energy of ice. Although faint, the power contained within was astonishing, sending a chill of realization through him. This is it. However, he could not be overt in his excavation, as Mao Liang was nearby, and any suspicion would be detrimental. Zhou Qin's mind raced, devising a plan. He intentionally misaligned a rune's trajectory ever so slightly while inscribing it. The deviation was nearly imperceptible, yet it fortuitously connected to the location of the essence beneath. Zhou Qin channeled his spiritual energy into the rune, allowing it to flow downwards until it reached the 300-foot mark. In the next moment, that trace of Jushin Xianbing Emperor's essence was silently drawn forth, traveling along the channel of spiritual energy and entering Zhou Qin's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting the Ice Demon General's opportunity, a trace of supreme-grade Jushin Xianbing Emperor's essence, triggering a 10-fold return. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a trace of low-grade immortal-grade Hongming Xianbing Emperor's essence. Zhou Qin was overcome with joy. The system is extraordinary. It's actually low-grade immortal grade. The Hongming Xianbing Emperor's essence was a treasure of immeasurable value, surpassing the Jushin Xianbing Emperor's essence by countless tiers. Such a high-caliber artifact would incite frenzy even among those at the immortal level. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Chun continued inscribing the runes. He refrained from consuming the Jushin Xianbing Emperor's essence, as utilizing the same source spiritual object after the Hongming Xianbing Emperor's essence would be wasteful and significantly diminish its effectiveness. Additionally, he had learned through experience that the quality of materials used in the first instance greatly influenced the outcome. Zhou Chun contained his fervor and persisted in his task. Until I break into the sovereign realm, I shall remain an ant. Once this mission concludes and I return to the academy, I will diligently cultivate to the 10th level of the sovereign realm, seeking a safe haven to seclude myself and advance to the sovereign realm. Half an hour later, Zhou Chun completed the final rune. Meanwhile, Mao Liang had successfully arranged the formation. The seal has been reinforced. Mo Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although it could not be fully restored, it would at least last for another month. Zhou Chun nodded, his gaze sweeping over the runes. Secretly, he infused the last vestige of the primordial Ice Emperor's essence into the seal. In the next moment, the brilliance of the runes suddenly intensified. The power of the entire seal surged by 30% in an instant. Mo Liang gazed in astonishment at this scene. You did this? Zhou Chun replied nonchalantly. I merely added a touch of enhancement. Mo Liang regarded Zhou Chun with a deep look, refraining from further inquiries. She could sense the seal's power had indeed increased. And this enhancement was remarkably stable, far from a mere temporary fix. Your mastery of formation surpasses my expectations, she sincerely praised. Zhou Chun shook his head, dismissing the flattery. As they conversed, an abrupt drop in temperature enveloped them. A terrifying aura of malice surged from all directions. Zhou Chun and Mo Liang immediately became alert. Turning towards the entrance of the valley, there, several shadowy figures approached silently. These shadows were exceedingly eerie, their forms flickering in and out of visibility, reminiscent of phantoms. Moreover, they exuded an intensely cold and malevolent aura. Assassins from the Phantom Sanctuary. Mo Liang's expression shifted. Damn it, how did they end up here? Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed. The Phantom Sanctuary, he had encountered that name in the ancient texts of the Scripture Pavilion. It was an exceedingly ancient assassin organization, said to have existed over 10,000 years ago. During the invasion of the otherworldly demons, the Phantom Sanctuary chose to betray and became the pawns of evil. Later, when the mighty sealed the demons, the Phantom Sanctuary was besieged and allegedly eradicated. To think they still exist, and their appearance here clearly indicates they are after the seal. Kill. The leading shadow barked, and the other shadows launched an attack simultaneously. Their strikes were extraordinarily sinister, capable of bypassing physical defenses to assault the soul directly. Zhou Chen's countenance darkened as he swiftly unleashed the realm of the void. The domain instantly enveloped the shadows, forcibly suppressing their phasing ability. What a fearsome domain power! The leading shadow exclaimed. You are from the Void Academy. Zhou Chen offered no reply, instead unleashing the phantom of the Qingping sword. The sword light, imbued with the power of 3 laws, was terrifyingly potent. The shadow attempted to evade, but under the domain's suppression, it could not phase. The sword light cut through, cleaving the shadow in two, dissipating it into black smoke. The remaining shadows retreated in alarm, astonished by Zhou Chen's formidable strength. Altogether, kill them, the leading shadow warned. The remaining shadows launched their assaults simultaneously, abandoning their phasing to employ secret techniques aimed at attacking Zhou Chun and Mo Liang's souls. Mo Liang scoffed softly, forming seals with her hands. A golden radiance surged from within her, morphing into a colossal Dharma form. The Dharma wielded a long sword, striking towards the shadows. This strike contained the power of fate, specifically designed to counter soul attacks. The shadows screeched in agony as their souls were severely wounded. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Chun unleashed a flurry of strikes with the Qingping sword phantom. The sword light fell like rain, enveloping the remaining shadows. Moments later, all shadows were vanquished. However, just as Zhou Chun prepared to search their storage rings, the shadows' corpses spontaneously ignited. In the blink of an eye, they turned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Damn it! They self-destruct. Mo Liang's expression darkened. Zhou Chen's brows furrowed. These assassins had clearly come prepared. They not only knew the location of the seal, but were also aware that Zhou Chun and Mo Liang would come to reinforce it. This indicated that the forces behind them were acutely aware of the Academy's patrols. It seemed there was a traitor within the Academy, Zhou Chun stated solemnly. Mo Liang nodded in agreement. Not just the Academy. There may also be traitors within the Tianji Academy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been aware of my movements. Zhou Chun remained silent for a moment before saying, now is not the time to delve into this. We must report to the academy as soon as possible. Mo Liang nodded, and the two immediately departed the valley. After leaving the frozen demon cave, Zhou Chun and Mo Liang did not return to the academy immediately. According to their mission requirements, they still needed to inspect several other seals. However, after the recent battle, both understood that the upcoming inspections would likely not be peaceful. Where to next? Mo Liang inquired. Zhou Chun produced the map provided by the academy and scrutinized it closely. The map marked all the seal locations in the Morning Demon Ridge, totaling 7. The Frozen Demon Cave was merely one of them. The nearest is the Blood Fiend Abyss. Approximately 30,000 miles from here, Zhou Chun indicated. Mo Liang nodded, and the two promptly set off. This time, they chose not to travel on foot, but instead utilized a flying vessel. Zhou Chun retrieved the Xianxia ferry, and the two boarded the vessel. Hastening towards the Blood Fiend Abyss, the vessel streaked through the sky like a blue comet, its speed astonishing. In less than half an hour, they reached their destination. The Blood Fiend Abyss lay to the southeast of the Morning Demon Ridge. It was a vast chasm, unfathomably deep, shrouded in thick crimson mist. This mist was formed from the blood and resentment of countless powerful beings during the Great Battle of Yore. Ordinary cultivators who inhaled this mist would suffer immediate damage to their souls, even facing instant death. Zhou Chun and Mo Liang descended to the chasm's edge, their expressions grave as they regarded the blood-red mist before them. The damage to the seal here is likely worse than that of the Frozen Demon Cave. Mo Liang remarked solemnly. Zhou Chun nodded. Deep within the chasm, an extraordinarily terrifying aura emanated. This presence felt more formidable than the Ice Demon Commander. Is there also a Demon Commander sealed within? Zhou Chun queried. Mo Liang pondered for a moment before slowly responding. The Blood Demon Commander. One of the demon commanders from the Outer Realms, also possessing quasi-immortal cultivation. The mighty ones of the past battled against the Blood Demon Commander and ultimately sealed him here. However, the Blood Demon Commander's strength surpasses even that of the Ice Demon Commander. Zhou Chun inhaled sharply. Another quasi-immortal demon, and one even stronger than the Ice Demon Commander. We should descend and investigate, Zhou Chun declared. Mo Liang nodded in agreement, and the two summoned their spiritual energy, gradually descending. The deeper they ventured into the chasm, the denser the blood-red mist became. This mist not only corroded the flesh, but also eroded the soul. Zhou Chun activated his Qinglian transformation body, forming a layer of azure light around him to isolate the mist. Mo Liang similarly summoned her fate power, creating a protective barrier. They continued their descent, plummeting several thousand fathoms until they finally reached the chasm's bottom. Before them lay a blood-red world. The ground, walls, and even the air were all of vivid crimson. At the center of the chasm floated a massive blood-red crystal. The crystal's diameter was at least 100 feet, within which a hazy figure was sealed. That figure was none other than the Blood Demon Commander. Zhou Chun fixed his gaze on the crystal, a flicker of solemnity flashing in his eyes. He could sense that the Blood Demon Commander within the crystal possessed an exceedingly unstable aura, fluctuating between immense strength and feebleness. Evidently, the seal had begun to weaken, and the Blood Demon Commander could break free at any moment. The runes on the crystal were already half damaged. If not reinforced promptly, within 10 days at most, the Blood Demon Commander would escape. Wraith murmured, her complexion growing increasingly grim. Zhou Chun nodded, and the two immediately commenced their actions. Wraith took out the materials and began to arrange the formation, while Zhou Chun was tasked with repairing the runes on the crystal. However, the difficulty of this restoration far exceeded that of the icebound cavern. The runes on the crystal were exceedingly intricate, and many had been completely destroyed, necessitating their re-engraving. Zhou Chun focused intently, meticulously inscribing each rune. Each stroke required a considerable expenditure of spiritual and mental energy. Time passed moment by moment. After 3 hours, Zhou Chun finally completed half of the runes. But just then, the crystal suddenly trembled violently. A terrifying pressure erupted from within the crystal. This is bad. The seal is loosening. Wraith's face changed drastically. Zhou Chun's heart sank. He could sense the Blood Demon Commander within the crystal, its aura rapidly escalating. Clearly, it had perceived the reinforcement of the seal and sought to exploit the opportunity to escape. We must hasten our pace, Zhou Chun declared gravely. He channeled all his spiritual energy, frantically inscribing the runes. Meanwhile, Wraith was desperately arranging the formation. However, the awakening speed of the Blood Demon Commander exceeded their expectations. Cracks began to appear on the crystal, increasing in number and size. As the crystal threatened to shatter, Zhou Chun suddenly had a thought. He recalled the primordial Ice Emperor's marrow within him. Although he had absorbed the energy of the marrow, a trace of residual power remained. Drawing from his experience of reinforcing the Ice Demon Commander's seal, he surmised that if he could integrate this residual power into the seal, it might temporarily suppress the Blood Demon Commander. Without hesitation, Zhou Chun immediately activated the residual power of the marrow within him. A remarkably pure ice energy surged forth from his body, melding into the crystal. In the next moment, the cracks on the crystal began to slowly heal. The aura of the Blood Demon Commander was also suppressed. Wraith gazed at this scene in astonishment. This is the law of ice, and not just any law, but one at the pinnacle of perfection. She looked at Zhou Chun in shock. Zhou Chun, merely at the 6th level of the Emperor realm, had actually comprehended the law of ice to such a consummate degree. Such talent is truly astonishing. Zhou Chun offered no explanation, continuing to inscribe the runes. With the suppression of the marrow's power, the Blood Demon Commander could not awaken for the time being, granting Zhou Chun and Wraith ample time. After another 2 hours, they finally completed the reinforcement of the seal. The runes on the crystal glimmered with renewed brilliance, and the formation arranged by Wraith began to operate, enveloping the entire chasm. All done, the seal has been reinforced. Wraith sighed in relief. This seal should last at least another 2 months. Zhou Chun nodded, and the two promptly departed from the blood slaughter abyss. In the following days, Zhou Chun and Wraith inspected 3 more seals. Each location presented dire circumstances. Some seals had been more than half destroyed, and others were already showing signs of collapse. Furthermore, at each site they visited, they encountered attacks. Sometimes it was assassins from the Ghostly Palace, other times cultivators from the Blood God Sect, and once they even faced an elder from the Jiang Imperial clan. That elder possessed immense strength, having reached the 8th level of the Emperor realm. Had it not been for Zhou Chun's numerous trump cards, it is likely that both would have perished at his hands. However, Zhou Chun also gained much from these battles. Not only did he become adept at employing the 3 perfected laws, but his combat experience also saw a significant enhancement. Additionally, he discovered valuable intelligence within the Elder's storage ring. It turned out that the forces involved in the destruction of the seals were not limited to the Jiang Imperial clan alone. At least 3 Imperial clans, 3 demonic holy lands, and countless minor factions were participating in this scheme. Their objective was to completely shatter the seals and release the outer demons. As for the reason, the outer demons had promised that should they assist in their escape, they would bestow immense power upon these factions. What a bunch of fools, Zhou Chun scoffed. They dare to believe the outer demons' deceit. Once the demons are freed, the first to suffer will be these traitors. Wraith nodded. There is no denying that the allure of power for those nearing the end of their lifespans is a deadly temptation, even if it comes from demonic forces. We have inspected 6 seals, leaving only the last one. Once we complete the final inspection, we shall return to the academy immediately. Zhou Chun nodded and consulted the map. The last seal was located deep within the Grave of Demons. That was the very core battlefield where the mighty once clashed with the outer demons. It is said that it seals the demon commander of the outer realms, the Celestial Demon Commander. The strength of the Celestial Demon Commander far surpasses that of other demon commanders. The deeper one ventures into the Grave of Demons, the more terrifying the surroundings become. The sky turned pitch black, devoid of any light. The ground was riddled with immense fissures and deep pits. Some of these pits still bore the scars of the great battle of yore, shattered artifacts, fragmented bones, and the eternal flames of demonic fire. Everything spoke of the brutality of that ancient conflict. Zhou Chun and Wraith advanced cautiously, not daring to let their guard down. The dangers here surpassed all the previous locations they had inspected. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Finally, after a full day of flight, they arrived at their destination. Before them lay a vast expanse of ruins. In the center of the ruins stood a towering black stone tablet, reaching into the clouds. Inscribed upon the tablet were 3 ancient characters. Demon Suppression Tablet. This tablet was the core of sealing the Celestial Demon Commander. Zhou Chun and Wraith descended before the tablet. Gazing up at the colossal structure, the tablet soared 10,000 feet high, entirely black, and covered in densely packed runes. These runes emanated a terrifying pressure that deterred one from looking directly at them. This is the Demon Suppression Tablet, Wraith murmured. It was forged through the collective efforts of the mighty of the past, who poured countless efforts into its creation. As long as the tablet stands firm, the Celestial Demon Commander shall never escape, if that is indeed true. Zhou Chun nodded, but he soon detected an anomaly. At the base of the tablet, a minuscule crack had appeared. This crack was so tiny that it was nearly imperceptible. Yet Zhou Chun could sense that this crack significantly diminished the tablet's power. The tablet has developed a crack, Zhou Chun said solemnly. Wraith's expression changed dramatically as she hurried to inspect it. Upon seeing the crack, her face turned extremely grim. This crack is artificially created, Wraith gritted her teeth. Moreover, judging by the direction of the crack, it appears that someone has used special means to damage the interior of the tablet. Zhou Chun furrowed his brow. To damage the interior of the tablet indicates that the individual possesses formidable strength, at least at the level of the sovereign realm. Let us go. Our mission is complete. And we should return, Zhou Chun stated. Wraith nodded, and the two took to their flying vessel, departing from the grave of demons. On the journey back to the academy, silence enveloped the two individuals. Zhou Chun was deep in contemplation, pondering how best to navigate the impending turmoil. The situation at the Demon Grave Ridge was far more dire than he had anticipated. 5 imperial clans, 3 sacred sites of the demonic path, and countless minor factions were all entangled in the scheme to shatter the seal. This coalition was immensely formidable. Even the Xianxia Academy might struggle to withstand it. Moreover, there were traitors hidden within the ranks of the academies, further complicating matters. Zhou Chun realized that he must swiftly augment his strength to ensure his survival amidst the impending storm. He resolved that upon returning to the academy, he would immediately enter seclusion to strive for the attainment of the sovereign realm. Only by reaching this pinnacle would he be deemed worthy to partake in the forthcoming conflict. 3 days later, Zhou Chun and Wang Liang finally returned to the Xianxia Academy. The two hastened to the council hall to report their findings to the academy's higher-ups. Inside the hall, Vice Principal Bai Chongming and several elders awaited their arrival. Zhou Chun, Wang Liang, you have returned. Bai Chongming greeted them with a smile. What were the findings of your inspection? Zhou Chun and Wang Liang exchanged glances before detailing their experiences from the past few days. Upon hearing about the situation regarding the seal at the Demon Grave Ridge, the expressions of Bai Chongming and the elders turned grave. Several imperial clans and 3 sacred sites of the demonic path, Bai Chongming murmured. Has this power truly grown to such an extent? An elder spoke solemnly, Vice Principal. We must immediately convene the other academies to discuss countermeasures. Otherwise, if the seal collapses, the entire Xianxia continent will be plunged into catastrophe. Bai Chongming nodded in agreement. I will contact the other academies at once. Additionally, we must swiftly root out the traitors within our ranks. As he spoke, his gaze swept across everyone present. From this moment forth, the academy will enter a state of martial law. All disciples are forbidden from leaving the academy without permission. Every elder must submit to an investigation to ensure there are no traitors among us. The assembly nodded in unison. Bai Chongming then turned his attention to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, you have executed this mission admirably. You are awarded 1 million contribution points, which you may claim at the task hall. Thank you, Vice Principal. Zhou Chun's heart leaped with joy. The uses for 1 million contribution points were manifold. They could be exchanged for techniques, treasures, and, akin to the previous instance with the Grand Elder's teachings, could afford him numerous opportunities. They could even be used to access specialized cultivation chambers, sparing him years of arduous training. However, Zhou Chun intended to first consolidate his strength. He had a premonition that something monumental was about to transpire in this world. After departing the council hall, Zhou Chun returned directly to his cave dwelling. His expedition to the Demon Grave Ridge had yielded immense rewards. Not only had his strength been enhanced, but he had also acquired vast intelligence regarding the demonic forces and traitorous factions. Zhou Chun sat cross-legged on his cushion, closing his eyes to nurture his spirit. The residual essence of the primordial Ice Emperor flowed gently within him, nourishing his meridians and soul. 3 perfected laws, the law of culling, the law of ice, and the law of severance, interwove within him, forming a flawless cycle. With a 7th-layer Emperor Realm foundation and 3 perfected laws, Zhou Chun opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He was merely 3 minor realms away from the sovereign realm. Yet, he understood that ascending to higher realms grew increasingly arduous in the later stages. The transition from 7th-layer Emperor Realm to 10th layer was akin to crossing a chasm. Not to mention the breakthrough to the sovereign realm, which required not only the accumulation of cultivation, but also profound comprehension of the great Tao. With 3 perfected laws as his foundation, however, his chances of breaking through to the sovereign realm had greatly improved. As Zhou Chun contemplated this, a notification from the system sounded. Ding! The Child of Fortune Gu Jiafeng's opportunity has refreshed. Zhou Chun's spirit surged, and he promptly examined the opportunity panel. Name, Gu Jiafeng. Realm, 1st layer Emperor Realm. Fate, Child of Destiny, multicolored. Longevity Tao Body, multicolored. Fate, the Longevity Bearer, lifespan of 1 million years. Lives a low-profile existence, surviving to the utmost, stagnating at the 1st layer of true immortal realm. Recent opportunity, 1 month later. Journey to the coastal realm of the South Sea to resolve the mysterious curse afflicting the Merman clan, thereby receiving a sacred artifact, the Imperial-grade Dingai Pearl, which will aid in breaking through to the 3rd layer of Emperor Realm. Zhou Chun's eyes brightened at the mention of the Dingai Pearl. It was reputedly forged from the essence of the deep sea by ancient might, containing the purest source of water, which could assist in comprehending the water laws. Possessing the Dingai Pearl would not only significantly augment the power of water-based techniques, but also expedite his understanding of the water laws. The ancient Merman kingdom. With its mysterious curse, Zhou Chun mused. The Merman clan, an ancient race dwelling in the depths of the South Sea, was said to breathe freely underwater, their tears transforming into pearls, their songs enchanting the hearts of listeners. Yet, they were notoriously reclusive, rarely engaging with the outside world. It was unexpected for them to appear now. Truly, the heavens favored Gu Jiafeng, as his fortunes blossomed abundantly. A month's time was just right. Zhou Chen rose to his feet. With the task at the Demon Grave Ridge complete, there would be no new assignments from the academy in the near term. It was the perfect opportunity to venture to the South Sea. Given Zhou Chen's status, a verbal report to the academy would suffice for his departure. Without delay, Zhou Chen made the necessary preparations and left his cave dwelling, swiftly heading towards the academy's exit. After merely informing the vice principal, Zhou Chen silently departed from the Xianxia Academy. Though the academy was currently under martial law, with Zhou Chen's strength and abilities, leaving without detection was not a challenge. Zhou Chen activated the Xianyuan Fairy, transforming into a streak of azure light as he sped towards the South Sea. The South Sea lay at the southernmost tip of the Xianxia continent, a vast expanse of ocean replete with numerous islands, serving as a significant resource hub for the cultivation realm. Many rare sea beasts and spiritual materials could only be found in the South Sea. However, it was also fraught with peril. Countless powerful sea beasts lurked in the depths, some even possessing the strength of the sovereign realm, making it perilous for ordinary cultivators to venture too far. The Xianyuan Fairy moved with remarkable speed, and in just 3 days, Zhou Chen traversed the majority of the central continent, arriving at the borders of the South Sea. Standing on the deck of his flying vessel, Zhou Chen gazed out at the boundless azure ocean before him. The sea breeze caressed his face, carrying a briny scent. In the distance, he could occasionally spot massive sea birds soaring, their sharp cries piercing the air. This was the South Sea, indeed a landscape of unparalleled beauty. Zhou Chen's mood lifted, and he retracted the Xianyuan Fairy, landing on the surface of the water. He did not plunge deeper immediately. Instead, he retrieved a jade slip provided by the academy. This slip contained geographical information about the Xianxia continent, including a detailed map of the South Sea. As Zhou Chen's consciousness probed the jade slip, he swiftly located the position of the ancient Merman kingdom, situated deep within the South Sea, approximately 100,000 miles from his current location. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. A distance of 100,000 miles was not overly daunting for a cultivator of the Emperor realm, yet the depths of the South Sea were rife with dangers, teeming with formidable sea beasts, making a safe arrival far from guaranteed. Well, one step at a time, Zhou Chen resolved. Channeling his spiritual energy to conjure a layer of azure light shield beneath his feet as he began to tread upon the sea. He opted not to fly, but instead advanced close to the surface of the water. Though this method may be somewhat slower, it allows for a more effective concealment of one's aura, thereby avoiding the disturbance of the formidable sea beasts lurking within the depths. Throughout his journey, Zhou Chen encountered numerous sea creatures. Some, possessing merely the cultivation of the Emperor realm, sensed Zhou Chen's presence and promptly fled in terror. However, there were others whose strength reached the monarch realm, launching attacks against him. Nonetheless, these creatures, the most powerful among them only being at the third layer of the monarch realm, proved to be no match for Zhou Chen. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed several beams of sword light, effortlessly dispatching these sea beasts. The demon cores from these creatures served as excellent materials for forging. Zhou Chen collected the demon cores into his storage ring and continued onward. After 2 more days, Zhou Chen finally arrived at the periphery of the ancient merfolk kingdom. The waters here exhibited an eerie, deep blue hue. The temperature dropped abruptly, and a faint aura of death permeated the air. Zhou Chen halted, his brow furrowing in concern. This aura of death felt peculiar. He activated his divine sense to probe the depths below. In the next moment, his expression shifted slightly. Deep within the seafloor, there emanated an extremely chilling and malevolent aura. Although this aura was faint, the pressure it exuded was enough to send shivers down Zhou Chen's spine. Residual malevolence. Zhou Chen's pupils constricted. It seemed the mysterious curse mentioned on the fortune panel was indeed caused by this residual malevolence. Intriguing. A faint smile graced Zhou Chen's lips. Without any hesitation, he commenced his descent into the depths of the ocean. The deeper he ventured, the more intense the aura of death became. The underwater scenery grew increasingly bizarre. What should have been vibrant coral reefs had all turned to a lifeless ash gray, devoid of vitality. The schools of fish had vanished without a trace. The entire expanse of sea felt suffocatingly lifeless, resembling a desolate graveyard. Zhou Chen continued to plunge deeper, eventually reaching the ocean's abyss. Before him lay a vast trench, unfathomably deep, exuding a terrifying pressure. At the entrance of the trench stood a grand palace, constructed entirely of white coral, exquisitely beautiful. Yet at this moment, the The palace was in a state of disrepair, riddled with cracks, clearly having endured fierce battles. Standing at the palace's entrance were dozens of merfolk guards. These guards donned silver armor and wielded tridents, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Their cultivation levels were formidable, most exceeding the 5th layer of the Emperor realm, with the leading few even reaching the 1st layer of the Monarch realm. As Zhou Chen approached, he was immediately noticed by the guards. "Who goes there?" barked the lead guard, thrusting his trident towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen did not conceal his aura. Rather, he boldly revealed himself. "I am Zhou Chen, a disciple of the Xianxia Academy," he stated calmly. "Having heard of the merfolk's plight under the curse, I have come to offer my assistance." The guard paused, scrutinizing Zhou Chen from head to toe. The name of the Xianxia Academy was renowned throughout the entire Xianxian continent. Moreover, the aura irradiating from Zhou Chen indicated that he was at the 7th layer of the Monarch realm, surpassing even their strongest guards. "Please wait a moment." After a brief hesitation, the guard turned and entered the palace. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a flowing purple gown emerged from within. Her beauty was striking, her skin as pale as snow, and her eyes clear as water. From the waist down, she bore a silver fish tail, gracefully swaying in the water, a hallmark of the merfolk. The aura she exuded was unmistakably that of the 5th layer of the Monarch realm. "Your Excellency Zhou, it is a pleasure to meet you," the merfolk queen said with a graceful bow, her voice melodious and enchanting. Zhou Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "You are too kind." "Your Majesty." The merfolk queen regarded Zhou Chen with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She sensed that although Zhou Chen was only at the 7th layer of the Monarch realm, the aura he emitted far surpassed that of ordinary monarch cultivators. Furthermore, there lingered an intangible pressure about him that made her feel a twinge of unease. "Please, follow me." The merfolk queen did not inquire further and turned to lead him into the palace. Zhou Chen followed closely behind as they entered the interior of the palace. The inside was even more dilapidated than the exterior, bearing the scars of battle, walls lined with cracks, and the ground littered with shattered weapons and armor. "Your Excellency Zhou, I must confess," the merfolk queen sighed, "our clan has recently faced an unprecedented crisis. 3 months ago, a curse suddenly manifested among our people. Those afflicted by the curse experienced a continuous decline in vitality, ultimately turning to brittle bones and death. We have attempted various methods to lift the curse, but to no avail. Now, over 100 of our kin have succumbed to it, and the remaining members live in constant dread." Zhou Chen frowned slightly. "Does the curse possess any specific characteristics?" The merfolk queen nodded. "Those cursed exhibit black markings upon their bodies. These markings spread continuously, eventually engulfing them entirely. Furthermore, the curse seems to be linked to our clan's forbidden grounds." "Forbidden grounds?" Zhou Chen felt a stir of curiosity. The queen elaborated. "The forbidden grounds are our sacred site, the location of the sealing node. Long ago, powerful beings fought against the malevolent forces from beyond, establishing a seal deep within the South Sea. Our clan has guarded this seal for generations without fail. However, 3 months ago, the seal suddenly exhibited anomalies. We dispatched individuals to investigate the forbidden grounds, but they too fell victim to the curse." Zhou Chen understood. It seemed evident that this curse was indeed the result of the residual malevolence. "Your Majesty, may I accompany you to the forbidden grounds?" Zhou Chen inquired. The queen hesitated momentarily before nodding. "Very well, please follow me." Under the guidance of the merfolk queen, Zhou Chen arrived at the innermost part of the palace. There, he beheld a massive stone door, intricately engraved with a myriad of runes. These runes emitted a faint glow, representing the power of the seal. However, Zhou Chen noticed that many of these runes had dimmed, some even extinguished entirely. The seal had been compromised by at least 20%. Zhou Chen spoke gravely. The merfolk queen's expression darkened. "Indeed, that is the case. We have attempted to repair the seal, but each time we draw near, we are eroded by the curse." Zhou Chen nodded, placing his hand upon the stone door. A surge of potent spiritual energy flowed into the door, causing the runes to begin to flicker. With a resounding rumble, the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a shadowy passageway. The air within was thick with a chilling aura. "Your Excellency Zhou, be cautious," the merfolk queen advised. Zhou Chen nodded and stepped into the passage first, with the queen following hesitantly behind. The corridor was lengthy, and the pair walked for a full quarter of an hour before reaching the end. Before them lay a vast underground expanse. At the center of this space was an unfathomably deep trench. Surrounding the trench were runes densely inscribed, representing the core of the seal. Yet at this moment, most of these runes had dimmed, some even shattered. Above the trench, a wisp of black mist floated, undulating as if it were alive. Zhou Chen stared intently at the mist, a grave expression crossing his face. Residual malevolence. Though this remnant only possessed the strength of the monarch realm, it was exceedingly tenacious. Moreover, It has begun to partially assimilate with the seal. In order to dispel it, one must first detach it from the seal. This is the source of the curse, the Mermaid Empress exclaimed. Zhou Chen nodded. Indeed, this strand of malevolent remnant is incessantly eroding the seal. The deathly aura it releases is what you refer to as the curse. The Mermaid Empress turned pale. What shall we do? Zhou Chen paused for a moment before slowly responding. To eradicate the curse, we must first dispel this strand of malevolent remnant. However, this remnant has already assimilated with the seal, and forcibly dispelling it may well damage the seal. The Mermaid Empress gritted her teeth. Is there truly no other way? Zhou Chen shook his head. There is indeed one method, but it requires taking a risk. What method? The Mermaid Empress asked eagerly. Zhou Chen did not answer immediately. Instead, he carefully observed the strand of malevolent remnant. After a moment, he formulated a plan in his mind. I possess a flame that can purify the power of malevolence. Zhou Chen stated. If we combine this flame with your tribe's sacred artifact, we might be able to separate the remnant from the seal. The Mermaid Empress was taken aback. Sacred artifact? Zhou Chen nodded. Your tribe must possess a treasure, such as the stabilizing sea pearl. The Mermaid Empress's pupils contracted. The stabilizing sea pearl is the supreme treasure of the Mermaid clan, and outsiders could not possibly know of it. How did Zhou Chen come to learn of this? However, the urgency of the situation left the Mermaid Empress little time for contemplation. The stabilizing sea pearl is indeed our tribe's treasure, she said in a solemn tone. Yet, it is exceedingly precious, and I cannot easily part with it. Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly. I merely wish to borrow it. I shall return it once I am done. However, I cannot guarantee when it will be returned. Furthermore, if we do not resolve this remnant swiftly, your tribe may not endure much longer. The Mermaid Empress remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, I trust you, Mr. Zhou. She retrieved a deep blue pearl from her bosom. The pearl was only the size of a dragon's eye, yet it emanated a terrifying aura. It was indeed the stabilizing sea pearl. Zhou Chen accepted the stabilizing sea pearl, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting the destined child's opportunity, the Royal Great Supreme Stabilizing Sea Pearl, triggering a tenfold return. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Noble Grade Supreme tier of the Mermaid Empress. Zhou Chen's heart surged with joy. The system is extraordinary. It has yielded yet another Noble Grade Supreme item. The tier of the Mermaid Empress is said to be the tier shed by the progenitor of the Mermaid clan. The Mermaid Empress, before her death, containing the pure essence of water, and is exceedingly rare. Absorbing the tier of the Mermaid Empress not only significantly enhances the power of water-based techniques, but also allows one to directly comprehend the principles of water. As for the depth of understanding one can achieve regarding the principles of water, it entirely depends on personal insight and fortune. Zhou Chen forcefully suppressed his excitement and stored the tier of the Mermaid Empress within his inner world. He then activated the Samadhi True Fire within him. The Samadhi True Fire was formed by merging various extraordinary flames, possessing terrifying power capable of incinerating all things. Zhou Chen deliberately activated the purifying characteristics of the Pure World White Lotus and the Red Lotus Inferno within the Samadhi True Fire, slowly beginning to merge the Samadhi True Fire with the stabilizing Sea Pearl. As the flames intertwined with the Water Pearl, a wondrous transformation occurred. The purifying power of the Samadhi True Fire, guided by the stabilizing Sea Pearl, became gentler, yet its potency remained undiminished. Go! Zhou Chen waved his hand, and the flames along with the Water Pearl transformed into a beam of light, shooting towards the strand of malevolent remnant. The moment the light made contact with the remnant, it emitted a piercing shriek. It attempted to flee, but was firmly locked in place by the power of the stabilizing Sea Pearl, rendering it utterly immobile. The Samadhi True Fire began to burn, gradually purifying the remnant. The remnant struggled incessantly, yet under the combined assault of the Samadhi True Fire and the stabilizing Sea Pearl, it was powerless to resist. After a quarter of an hour, the remnant was finally completely purified. Moreover, the portions that had assimilated with the seal were cautiously detached under the guidance of the stabilizing Sea Pearl. Throughout the entire process, no damage was inflicted upon the seal. We succeeded, the Mermaid Empress exclaimed with delight. Zhou Chen retracted the Samadhi True Fire, not returning the stabilizing Sea Pearl to the Mermaid Empress, who, understanding the unspoken agreement, did not request it back. The curse has been lifted, your tribe should be safe now. Upon hearing this, the Mermaid Empress's eyes brimmed with gratitude. Mr. Zhou's great kindness will be eternally remembered by my tribe. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trifling effort. The Mermaid Empress shook her head. Perhaps it was a trifling effort for you, Mr. Zhou, but for my tribe, it was a matter of life and death. Chapter 354. 8th Layer of the Imperial Realm, Water Comes Naturally. Please wait a moment, Mr. Zhou. I shall prepare a token of gratitude. With that, the Mermaid Empress turned to leave. Zhou Chen stood in place, a slight smile gracing his lips. He would certainly not refuse the token of gratitude. Moreover, he had already acquired the greatest benefit, the tear of the Mermaid Empress. Before long, the Mermaid Empress returned, cradling an exquisite jade box in her hands. Mr. Zhou, this is a modest token of appreciation from our tribe. I hope you will accept it. Zhou Chen opened the jade box to find several deep blue pearls nestled inside. These were indeed the tears of the mermaid. While not as precious as the tear of the Mermaid Empress, they were still rare treasures. Each tear of the mermaid contained pure water energy and could be used for crafting weapons or refining pills. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhou Chen accepted the jade box. The Mermaid Empress smiled. You are too modest, Mr. Zhou. By the way, our tribe possesses a treasure house that contains numerous treasures. If you do not mind, you may enter and select a few items. Zhou Chen's eyes brightened. The Mermaid Empress was quite accommodating. Then I shall graciously accept your offer. Under the guidance of the Mermaid Empress, Zhou Chen arrived at the treasure house. The treasure house was located on the opposite side of the palace and was an independent structure. The exterior was surrounded by numerous prohibitions, evidently fortified with extreme caution. The Mermaid Empress activated her spiritual energy, and the prohibitions gradually opened. As they entered the treasure house, Zhou Chen was immediately struck with awe at the sight before him. The interior of the treasure house was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. Shelves lined the walls, filled with various treasures, cultivation manuals, miraculous elixirs, magical artifacts, and an array of rare materials. Moreover, the quality of these treasures was quite high. The least among them were of the heavenly grade high tier, with most being of the imperial or even royal grade. Mr. Zhou, please feel free to choose at your leisure, the Mermaid Empress said with a smile. However, there is a rule. Each person may only select 3 items. Zhou Chen nodded and began to wander through the treasure house. His gaze swept over the various treasures. Yet none stirred his heart. While these treasures were commendable, their utility was limited to him at this moment. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's attention fell upon a jade box in the corner. The jade box appeared exceedingly ordinary, even somewhat worn, yet Zhou Chen sensed a faint, elusive fluctuation emanating from it. What is this? Zhou Chen approached and picked up the jade box. The Mermaid Empress glanced at it and shook her head. I do not know either. This jade box was discovered by our ancestors thousands of years ago from the depths of the sea. It has been opened a few times, but inside only lies a broken stone, which is of no use. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. A broken stone? He activated his divine sense and probed into the jade box. The next moment, Zhou Chen's pupils constricted. The broken stone within the jade box was exuding an exceedingly faint aura of immortality. This is not merely a shard of rock, but rather a fragment of celestial stone. The celestial stone is a treasure exclusive to the realm of immortals, imbued with pure celestial energy. Even a mere fragment holds considerable value. Were it not for Zhou Chen's possession of the Chaos Bell and his prior exposure to celestial energy, discerning its true nature would prove exceedingly difficult. However, the inability to seize it feels somewhat regrettable, Zhou Chen silently lamented. I shall have this one, Zhou Chen declared with calm assurance. The Mermaid Queen paused, taken aback. Are you certain, young Master Zhou? This jade box contains nothing but a worthless stone. It truly has no utility. Zhou Chen replied with a smile. No matter. I simply enjoy collecting such peculiar items. Seeing Zhou Chen's resolute stance, the Mermaid Queen ceased her attempts at persuasion. Very well, young Master Zhou. You may select 2 more items. Zhou Chen perused the treasure vault once more, ultimately selecting a lower-tier water technique of imperial rank and a supreme-grade spirit herb of imperial quality. These 2 treasures may not serve him greatly, but they are better than nothing. Young Master Zhou, it is getting late. Would you care to stay and rest for the night? The Mermaid Queen suddenly blushed, shyly extending the invitation, which sent a chill down Zhou Chen's spine. Zhou Chen shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, but I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must decline. Although the Mermaid Queen felt a pang of disappointment, she did not insist on his stay. Very well. I shall escort you out. After departing the Mermaid Kingdom, Zhou Chen did not return immediately to the academy. Instead, he sought a secluded island, landing upon its shores. The island, scarcely touched by human presence, was ideal for seclusion. Zhou Chen set up a simple formation to conceal himself. Then, he retrieved the tear of the Mermaid Queen. The tear of the Mermaid Queen was no larger than a fingernail, exuding a crystalline, translucent blue hue that emitted a gentle radiance. Zhou Chen could sense the water's essence contained within the tear, profoundly pure. Absorbing this droplet would undoubtedly elevate my comprehension of the laws of water to unprecedented heights. He mused. Zhou Chen meditated, placing the tear of the Mermaid Queen into his mouth. It melted instantly, transforming into a refreshing energy that coursed through his limbs and bones. This energy was remarkably gentle, devoid of any violent aura. Yet, the essence of water it contained left Zhou Chen astounded. He felt his understanding of the laws of water accelerating at an astonishing rate. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. In the span of mere moments. His comprehension of the laws of water reached 50%. Moreover, the pace continued to quicken. 6 layers, 7 layers, 8 layers. As the energy of the tear of the mermaid queen fully integrated, Zhou Chen's grasp of the laws of water astonishingly reached perfection. Not only that, but the miniature world within him also expanded once more under the nourishment of the tear's energy. The originally 10,000-mile radius world instantly doubled to 20,000 miles. His cultivation naturally surged, breaking through to the 8th layer of the imperial realm. Most delightfully, his imperial mark, the Qingping sword, underwent yet another transformation. The sword's body now bore an additional inscription representing the law of water. All 4 laws of power had achieved perfection. The laws of interception, slaughter, ice, and water, for perfectly realized laws. Zhou Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. The distance to the revered realm was now closer at hand. With 4 perfected laws, breaking through should pose no challenge. He could sense that his strength had multiplied several times over. Presently, even against a 10th-layer Imperial Realm opponent, he possessed the capability to engage in battle. Yet, it was still insufficient. Zhou Chen murmured to himself. A change was imminent. Rising to his feet, he retracted the formation and prepared to depart. Just then, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Zhou Chen immediately became alert, sweeping his consciousness around. In the next moment, his expression shifted slightly. On the opposite side of the island, several formidable auras were approaching, and these presences felt strikingly familiar. The Jiang family members. Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated that the Jiang family would venture to the South Sea. It seemed they were after the demon's seal. A cold smirk escaped Zhou Chen's lips. Since they had come to his doorstep, he would not hold back. He activated the concealment technique, completely masking his aura, then stealthily approached the approaching energies. Soon, Zhou Chen caught sight of the newcomers, 5 individuals clad in black robes, their countenances grim and menacing. At the forefront stood an elder, exuding an exceptionally powerful aura, unmistakably at the 9th layer of the Imperial Realm. The other 4 were uniformly above the 7th layer of the Imperial Realm. This is the place, the elder spoke in a deep voice. According to the intelligence, the seal is located nearby. The other 4 nodded in agreement, cold glints flashing in their eyes. Zhou Chen, hidden in the shadows, wore a cold smile. The Jiang family truly was relentless. Since they were seeking their own demise, he would oblige. In the next instant, Zhou Chen silently approached and activated the void domain. The domain unfolded instantly, enveloping the 5 individuals within. Who goes there? The elder barked, scanning the surroundings warily. Yet, under the suppression of the void domain, his consciousness was severely diminished, rendering him incapable of detecting Zhou Chen's location. Since you have arrived, do not think of leaving. Zhou Chen's cold voice reverberated within the domain. The next moment, the phantom of the Qingping sword slashed forth, its brilliance infused with the power of 4 perfected laws, wielding terrifying might. A 7th-layer Imperial Realm figure clad in black robes had no time to react before being cleaved in twain by the sword light. Damn it, the elder roared, channeling all his spiritual energy toward the direction of the incoming sword light. However, Zhou Chen had already shifted his position. The phantom of the Qingping sword struck once more, eliminating another black-robed figure. Bastard, if you have the guts, come out, the elder bellowed. Zhou Chen scoffed. Do you think you are worthy to demand my presence? He continued to weave through the domain, launching relentless assaults. Under the suppression of the void domain, these Jiang family members were unable to unleash their full potential. In a brief span, only the elder and another 8th-layer Imperial Realm figure remained. Retreat. The elder's face turned ashen as he turned to flee. But Zhou Chen would not allow them to escape. Too late to flee. Zhou Chen summoned all his spiritual energy, causing the void domain to surge dramatically in power. Temporal cage. The void domain contracted instantaneously, intertwining with the chaos seed, effectively ensnaring the two. The phantom of the Qingping sword unleashed a flurry of strikes, the sword light pouring down like rain, enveloping the two. The 8th-layer black-robed figure let out a wail before being slain by the sword light. The elder fought desperately to defend himself, but under Zhou Chen's relentless onslaught, he soon bore numerous wounds. Stop! I surrender! The elder cried out in terror. Zhou Chen sneered. Now you know what surrender means? It is too late. With one final strike from the phantom of the Qingping sword, the elder's head was severed, and his body collapsed to the ground. Zhou Chen dismissed the void domain and approached the 5 lifeless bodies. He rummaged through their storage rings. employing the three flames true fire to reduce the bodies to ashes. This process flowed seamlessly. Zhou Qin had grown adept at it. After leaving the Mermaid Kingdom in the South Sea, he did not return immediately to the Academy. Instead, he retrieved the teleportation talisman issued by the Academy, a newly developed special spatial artifact capable of pinpointing the Academy's location and initiating temporary directional teleportation. Although the teleportation distance was not particularly extensive, it nonetheless promised to save a significant amount of time. At the very least, the journey from the ancient Sea People's kingdom to the shore was manageable. Zhou Qin channeled his spiritual energy into the talisman, causing a myriad of intricate runes to emerge on its surface, outlining a complex magical array in midair. As the formation gradually took shape, it emanated a soft spatial fluctuation. This was indeed convenient. Zhou Qin nodded, preparing to step into the teleportation array. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The once stable teleportation array began to tremble violently, the runes flickering in disarray. Damn it, free things are indeed the most expensive. Zhou Qin's expression changed. It was already too late to withdraw. A powerful suction erupted from the array, engulfing him entirely. His vision descended into chaos. Zhou Qin felt his body tumbling through the endless currents of space, surrounded by distorted and shifting lights. Damn it, the teleportation array malfunctioned. He immediately activated the Tai Su domain to shield his entire being, simultaneously retrieving the chaos bell to hover above his head. The bell released streams of chaotic energy, enveloping him in a protective cocoon. The tearing force of the spatial turbulence was terrifying. Even a powerful Emperor-level expert would be reduced to nothingness if caught within. Fortunately, Zhou Qin possessed numerous trump cards, managing to endure amidst the turmoil. After an indeterminate duration, light finally appeared before him. Boom. Zhou Qin was violently expelled, crashing heavily onto the ground. He swiftly rolled to his feet, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Before him lay an endless expanse of desert. The yellow sand swirled in the air beneath a blazing sun, the atmosphere thick with a scorching heat. In the distance, a few withered cacti could be seen, devoid of any other signs of life. Where on earth is this? Zhou Qin furrowed his brow. He took out the jade slip containing the Academy's map, probing his consciousness into it for inspection. Yet, the position displayed on the slip indicated that he had surpassed the boundaries of the central continent. The teleportation array was disrupted by the spatial turbulence, sending me to an unknown region. Zhou Qin's expression darkened. The Xianxia continent was vast, comprising not only the central continent but also regions such as the eastern wasteland, southern barbarians, western desert, and northern domain. If I really have been sent to another region, returning to the central continent will be troublesome. Zhou Qin discerned the direction and arbitrarily chose a path forward. Traversing the desert proved exceedingly arduous. The yellow sands beneath his feet were soft, causing him to sink with every step. Moreover, the temperature here was alarmingly high, warping the air around him. Fortunately, Zhou Qin's profound cultivation rendered this environment inconsequential to him. After roughly half an hour of trekking, Zhou Qin finally spotted signs of civilization. On the distant sand dune, a small city emerged. The city was modest in scale, its walls constructed from yellow earth, appearing somewhat rudimentary. However, the bustling activity at the city gate suggested a lively atmosphere. Zhou Qin quickened his pace, soon arriving at the city gate. A wooden sign hung above, emblazoned with the words Flowing Sand City. The soldiers guarding the gate were merely at the imperial level. Upon seeing Zhou Qin, they did not impede his entry, conducting only a routine inspection of his storage ring, allowing him to pass after confirming the absence of contraband. Once inside the city, Zhou Qin sought out a tea house to sit down. The establishment was lively, filled with merchants and wandering cultivators engaged in various conversations. Zhou Qin ordered a pot of tea, sipping it while attentively listening to the discussions around him. Have you heard? The Great Thundersound Temple has produced another reincarnated spiritual child. Is that true? The last reincarnated spiritual child was 300 years ago. Absolutely true. My cousin works at the Great Thundersound Temple and has personally seen the spiritual child, at merely 5 years old. He already possesses a protective aura and can recite ancient Buddhist scriptures. Truly a living Buddha reincarnated. Tisk, tisk, the Great Thundersound Temple is bound to prosper now. Zhou Qin's heart stirred. He set down his teacup and summoned the waiter. My good fellow, I wish to inquire about something. What can I do for you, esteemed guest? What place is this? The waiter looked taken aback. You don't know? This is the Western Desert. Flowing Sand City is a small city on its border. Zhou Qin's heart sank, understanding fully. Indeed, he had been transported to another region. In which direction is the Great Thundersound Temple? It lies 300,000 miles to the west, the waiter indicated. However, if you intend to visit the Great Thundersound Temple, it would be prudent to prepare ample provisions and water. Traversing the desert is no easy feat. Zhou Qin nodded, tossing the waiter a spirit stone in gratitude. Thank you. He rose, exiting the tea house, concealing his aura and suppressing it to the third level of the Imperial realm, then headed directly out of Flowing Sand City, journeying westward. A distance of 300,000 miles was nothing to Zhou Chun. He activated Xianyuan Crossing, transforming into a streak of azure light, racing across the desert sky. In merely half an hour, he spotted a magnificent complex in the distance. It was a resplendent temple, sprawling with numerous halls. At its center stood a towering golden Buddha statue, reaching a height of 1,000 feet, seated upon a lotus pedestal with its hands clasped together, exuding a benevolent countenance. Surrounding the statue was a soft golden Buddhist light, casting a sacred and solemn aura over the entire temple. This was the Great Thundersound Temple. Zhou Chun retracted Xianyuan Crossing and landed before the temple's entrance. 2 monks stood at the gate, both at the imperial level. Upon seeing Zhou Chun, they clasped their hands together in greeting. Amitba, how may we assist you, benefactor? Zhou Chun replied calmly. I am Zhou Chun, drawn by the reputation of your temple, wishing to visit the reincarnated spiritual child. The 2 monks exchanged glances, and one of them said, Please wait a moment, I will inform the elder. Shortly thereafter, an old monk emerged. His hair and beard were entirely white, and he exuded a profound aura, clearly at the 7th level of the imperial realm. Amitba, this humble monk has attained enlightenment. May I ask from whence the benefactor hails? Zhou Chun cupped his hands in respect. I come from the Xianxia Academy of the Central Continent, having heard that the Great Thundersound Temple has produced a reincarnated spiritual child, and I specifically came to pay my respects. A flicker of surprise passed through the enlightened monk's eyes. The name of the Xianxia Academy resonated even in the Western Desert. Ah, it is a distinguished guest from the Xianxia Academy. Please follow this humble monk. Zhou Chun followed the enlightened monk into the temple. Along the way, he could sense the rich Buddhist atmosphere permeating the temple. The air was infused with a subtle sandalwood fragrance, and the melodious chanting of scriptures echoed in his ears. Numerous monks were engaged in various practices. Some meditated while reciting scriptures, others trained in Buddhist martial arts. The cultivation levels of these monks were formidable, most being above the imperial realm, with several even at the emperor level. Truly, the Great Thundersound Temple deserved its reputation as the foremost Buddhist sanctuary in the Western Desert, with profound heritage. Zhou Chun mused to himself. Soon, the 2 arrived at a tranquil courtyard. In the center stood a Bodhi tree, beneath which sat a small monk. The boy appeared to be only 8 or 9 years old, his round head gleaming, with delicate features, seated upon a mat as he recited scriptures. He radiated a faint golden Buddhist light, exuding an ethereal and transcendent presence. This was the reincarnated spiritual child, Wu Jing. A reincarnated spiritual child? He activated his fortune panel to search for the Son of Destiny nearby. In the next moment, information appeared on the panel. Name, Wu Jing. Realm, 1st level of the Emperor Realm. Fate, reincarnation of the ancient Buddha, tricolor. Golden body of the Buddha child, 5 colors. Destiny, reincarnation of the ancient Thundersound Buddha. Innately endowed with Buddhist wisdom, awakened memories of his past life at 8 years old, attained the true form of the ancient Buddha at 18. Destined to guide sentient beings throughout his life, ultimately reaching the 6th level of the true immortal realm. Recent opportunity, a month from now. Deep beneath the Great Thundersound Temple, an opportunity awaits to vanquish the Lord of Heart Demons, thereby obtaining the essence of the Heart Demon and awakening the ancient Buddha demon body, resulting in a breakthrough to the 3rd layer of the Emperor Realm. Zhou Chun's eyes sparkled with excitement. A fated child of the 6th layer of the true immortal realm. Furthermore, the significant opportunity regarding the essence of the Heart Demon awaited him in a month. This was indeed a valuable asset. The Lord of Heart Demons, specializing in targeting the Tao heart of cultivators, possessed a uniquely potent essence capable of refining the soul and enhancing mastery over one's mental state. Should he seize this opportunity, a smile crept across Zhou Chun's lips. Wu Jing, we have a guest, Yufa softly announced. Wu Jing opened his eyes, his gaze settling upon Zhou Chun. Those eyes, clear as water, seemed to harbor boundless wisdom. Amitba, Wu Jing joined his hands in prayer, his voice melodious. The benefactor has traveled from afar. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Zhou Chun observed the young monk with quiet astonishment. Though merely 8 years old, Wu Jing exuded an extraordinarily stable aura. Clearly a genuine 1st-layer Emperor Realm practitioner. Moreover, his mastery of Buddhist teachings was profound, and the subtle pressure emanating from him elicited a slight discomfort in Zhou Chun. I am Zhou Chun, honored to meet the renowned Ling Tong, Zhou Chun said, cupping his hands in respect. I have come today to seek guidance on the teachings of Buddhism. A flicker of curiosity passed through Wu Jing's eyes. The aura surrounding you is indeed unique, he remarked slowly. It possesses both the sharpness to sever all paths and a breadth that embraces all things, which resonates with the essence of Buddhist philosophy. Zhou Chun felt a stir in his heart. This young monk was indeed remarkable, discerning the characteristics of his cultivation with a mere glance. What wisdom does the benefactor seek? Wu Jing inquired. Zhou Chun pondered momentarily and replied, I wish to understand the concept of emptiness as described in Buddhism. What precisely does it signify? Wu Jing fell silent for a moment before responding. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. All phenomena are empty, yet the mind remains unempty. And what is the mind? Zhou Chun pressed further. The mind is the Buddha. The Buddha is the mind, Wu Jing answered. Then what is the Buddha? The Buddha is the Tao. The Tao is the Buddha. Thus began their discourse, a profound exchange of ideas. Zhou Chun, employing the principles of severing paths, posed questions in an attempt to uncover flaws within Buddhist doctrine, while Wu Jing, with his profound understanding, adeptly countered each challenge. Yu Fu observed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful practitioner of the third layer of the Emperor realm possessed such a deep comprehension of Buddhist teachings. Some questions were even beyond his own centuries of cultivation. What shocked him further was Wu Jing's calm and collected responses. Their debate continued for 3 full hours. Eventually, Zhou Chun and Wu Jing paused, exchanging glances that held mutual respect. The benefactor's path of severing indeed shares common ground with Buddhist teachings, Wu Jing remarked earnestly. Today's discussion has greatly benefited this monk. Zhou Chun nodded in agreement. Your mastery of Buddhist teachings is indeed unfathomable. I am in admiration. This was no mere flattery. Through their discourse, Zhou Chun had gained a deeper understanding of Buddhism and sensed an implicit connection between certain concepts within Buddhist philosophy and his own path of severing. Should he harmonize these insights, it might elevate his practice to unprecedented heights. Wu Jing rose and approached Zhou Chun. Benefactor, I have a request. Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow. Speak freely. Wu Jing hesitated for a moment before continuing. The spiritual energy within you seems capable of purifying demonic qi. Zhou Chun felt a surge of intrigue. This young monk was indeed perceptive, having sensed the unique attributes of his Qinglian Zhao Hua body. What do you imply by that? Zhou Chun inquired, remaining noncommittal. Wu Jing took a deep breath and said, to be frank, beneath the great thunder sound temple lies a terrifying entity, the Lord of Heart Demons. This demon is formless and intangible, targeting the Tao hearts of cultivators. For generations, it has been suppressed by enlightened monks of the temple using their Buddhist mastery. However, the seal is weakening, and the monks alone are beginning to struggle. Chapter 357. The Demon Suppression Hall, Formless and Intangible. I hope to harness your strength to combine with my Buddhist teachings and eradicate the Lord of Heart Demons completely. A glint of determination flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes. This was precisely what he sought. Yet, he feigned reluctance. I am but a solitary cultivator. I fear I may not be of much assistance. Wu Jing clasped his hands in prayer. There is no need for modesty, benefactor. I can feel that your power is the key to overcoming the heart demon. Furthermore, vanquishing the Lord of Heart Demons would be immensely beneficial for you. Zhou Chun pondered briefly before finally nodding. Since you place such trust in me, I shall reluctantly give it a try. Joy illuminated Wu Jing's face. Thank you, benefactor. Wu Fa also released a sigh of relief. The issue of the Lord of Heart Demons had long troubled the great Thunder Sound Temple. If it could be resolved, it would be a monumental boon for the entire temple. However, Zhou Chun interjected suddenly. I have a condition. Please, state it, Wu Jing replied. If we succeed in exterminating the Lord of Heart Demons, I wish to partake in a portion of the Heart Demon's essence for my own understanding. Wu Jing nodded without hesitation. No problem. Zhou Chun smirked inwardly. A portion? He had not specified which part. In the end, it would all be his. The sealing ground beneath the great Thunder Sound Temple lay in the deepest sanctum of the temple. Under Wu Fa's guidance, Zhou Chun and Wu Jing arrived at an ancient stone hall. At the entrance of the hall, 4 archaic characters were carved. Demon Suppression Hall. The heavy doors stood closed, adorned with golden talismans that emanated a profound Buddhist aura. This is the entrance to the sealing ground, Wu Fa stated solemnly. Benefactor, are you certain you wish to proceed? The Lord of Heart Demons is exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to your Tao heart being eroded, resulting in irreparable consequences. Zhou Chun replied nonchalantly, having promised, I shall not retract. Wu Fa nodded and activated his spiritual power, unraveling the talismans on the doors. With a thunderous rumble, the heavy stone doors creaked open, revealing a staircase that descended into darkness. The stairs were deep and shadowy, exuding an eerie chill. Be cautious, Wu Fa warned. Zhou Chun and Wu Jing exchanged glances and stepped inside first. The staircase was long, and they walked for a quarter of an hour before reaching the end. Before them lay a vast underground expanse. In the center of this space stood a massive Buddha statue. Towering at 100 feet, the statue was hewn from black stone, its visage fierce and menacing, starkly contrasting with the benevolent features of the temple's other idols. The statue was encircled by a plethora of intricate runes, glowing with a golden light. These were the very forces of the seal. However, Zhou noticed that many of these runes had dimmed, some entirely extinguished. At the center of the Buddha's chest lay a gigantic black void. From this abyss, black mist perpetually surged forth, coalescing in the air into bizarre shapes. Some resembled human faces, others wild beasts, all emitting chilling wails. "This is the Lord of Heart Demons," Wu Jing intoned gravely. Zhou fixated on the swirling black mist, a sense of gravity washing over him. Though the mist appeared ethereal, the pressure it contained was terrifying. Moreover, Zhou could feel the black mist incessantly eroding his Dao heart, provoking a tumult of negative emotions within him. Anger, fear, greed, and jealousy. These emotions surged like a relentless tide, incessantly battering Zhou spirit. "Be cautious, benefactor. Do not let the heart's demons sway you," Wu Jing cautioned. Taking a deep breath, Zhou summoned the law of interception. In an instant, the law activated, isolating all those negative emotions. His heart regained its tranquility. Such formidable power of the heart's demons. Zhou murmured. No wonder the great Thunder Sound Temple has consistently dispatched esteemed monks to suppress it. The might of this Lord of Heart Demons is indeed terrifying. "Let us commence," Wu Jing said, sitting cross-legged and pressing his palms together. Zhou nodded and also settled into a meditative position. Wu Jing began to recite ancient Buddhist scriptures, each word imbued with profound divine power. As the verses flowed, the Buddhist light emanating from Wu Jing intensified, enveloping him in a resplendent golden glow. The dark mists began to dissipate under its illumination. Sensing a threat, the Lord of Heart Demons reacted violently, the black fog roiling ominously. Countless grotesque forms surged from the dark mist, lunging towards Wu Jing. Observing this, Zhou promptly activated the domain of the void. The domain expanded instantaneously, safeguarding Wu Jing within. The black mist collided with the domain's edge, producing a piercing sound of friction, yet it could not breach the barrier. "Continue," Zhou urged in a firm tone. Wu Jing nodded, his recitation growing ever more resonant. The golden light began to extend deeper into the abyss, gradually suppressing the power of the Lord of Heart Demons. Just then, a terrifying pressure erupted from the black hole. A massive shadow gradually emerged, taking on a humanoid form. Towering Zhang, shrouded in black mist that obscured its features. Yet, its crimson eyes radiated a disquieting glow. The true form of the Lord of Heart Demons? Zhou narrowed his eyes. The shadow fixed its gaze on Wu Jing, its voice a low rumble. "You, a mere little monk, dare to subdue me? Those so-called enlightened monks of your all perished by my hand. You shall meet the same fate." As the words fell, the shadow lunged forward, a gigantic black hand reaching out towards Wu Jing. The very space around it twisted in its wake. Zhou expression shifted, and he immediately summoned the ethereal image of the Qingping sword. The sword light cleaved through the air, colliding with the black hand. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, shaking the entire underground space. Zhou was forced back several paces, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. What overwhelming power! Though the Lord of Heart Demons has been sealed for countless years, its strength remains formidable, at least at the 9th tier of the Emperor realm. Yet, Zhou remained unfazed. Wiping the blood from his lips, a glint of cold resolve flickered in his eyes. "Wu Jing, focus on your recitation. I shall handle this fiend." Wu Jing nodded, continuing his chanting. Zhou inhaled deeply, channeling all his spiritual energy. The power of the domain of the void surged dramatically, enveloping the entire underground space. Within the domain, all laws were severed, and the aura of the Lord of Heart Demons was immediately suppressed by 30%. "What is this power?" the shadow exclaimed in fury. Zhou smirked. "A force to send you on your way." The ethereal image of the Qingping sword struck again, this time infused with the powers of 4 complete laws: the law of interception, the law of slaughter, the law of ice, and the law of water. The 4 laws intertwined, their might reaching terrifying heights. As the sword light sliced through, the shadow's form was cleaved in two. The shadow let out a piercing scream as its body began to disintegrate. Yet, in the next moment, the dissipating black mist reformed, restoring the shadow's shape. Futile effort. "I am the Heart Demon. As long as there exists malice in the hearts of men, I shall never perish." The shadow cackled maniacally. Zhou furrowed his brow. Indeed, the Lord of Heart Demons was formless and intangible, making physical attacks of limited efficacy. However, Zhou had long been prepared. He summoned the Samadhi, true fire from within, flames erupting from his palm and morphing into a fire dragon that lunged at the shadow. The Samadhi true fire contained purifying power, specifically designed to counter such malevolence. The shadow attempted to evade, but under the suppression of the domain of the void, it found itself utterly immobile. The fire dragon ensnared the shadow, igniting a furious blaze. No, what kind of flame is this? The shadow screamed, its form gradually dissolving in the inferno. Wu Jing, witnessing this, raised his voice in recitation. The Buddhist light intertwining with the flames to form a colossal cage that ensnared the shadow securely. Damn you, bald monk. Damn you, little brat. The shadow struggled desperately. Yet under the dual oppression of the Buddhist light and flames, its strength waned. Finally, after half an hour, the shadow completely dissipated. The black hole, too, began to heal slowly under the radiance of the Buddhist light. We have succeeded. Wu Jing opened his eyes, joy illuminating his face. Just then, Zhou Qin acted swiftly. He activated the domain of the void, drawing in the remnants of the black essence left by the dissipated shadow. Benefactor, what are you doing? Wu Jing was taken aback. Zhou Qin replied nonchalantly, apologies, but I intend to claim all of this heart demon essence for myself. Wu Jing's expression shifted. Benefactor, are you not honoring your promise? Promise? Zhou Qin chuckled lightly. I merely stated that I would assist you in vanquishing the Lord of Heart Demons. I never stipulated that I would share the essence with you. Moreover, this heart demon essence may not be a boon for you. As a mere little monk, absorbing it could very well lead to your corruption by demonic tendencies. Intertwining the paths of Buddha and demon, would it not be a detriment to you? Wu Jing paused for a moment before slowly responding. Benefactor's words hold merit. However, this heart demon essence has been the target of suppression by the great Thunder Sound Temple for generations. It would be inappropriate for you to take it away. Zhou Qin waved his hand dismissively. Fear not, I shall compensate you. He retrieved several pearls of mermaid tears from his storage ring and tossed them to Wu Jing. These pearls, rich in pure water energy, would greatly benefit cultivation. Consider this my recompense. Wu Jing accepted the pearls, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. He sensed that Zhou Qin was not a malevolent person, merely one whose methods were rather unconventional. Ba, since the benefactor insists, this monk shall not press further. Wu Jing pressed his palms together. Zhou Qin nodded, absorbing the heart demon essence into his inner world. Ding. Congratulations to the host for intercepting the fateful opportunity of the Child of Destiny, Wu Jing, obtaining the heart demon essence, triggering a tenfold return. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ancient Buddha essence. Zhou Qin's heart surged with joy. The ancient Buddha essence. This was a treasure of immeasurable superiority compared to the heart demon essence. It was said that the ancient Buddha essence was the residual power left by an ancient Buddha upon their passing, containing the purest essence of Buddhist truth. Absorbing the ancient Buddha essence would not only elevate his cultivation significantly, but also allow him to utilize the Buddha light to refine his body, forging an indomitable force. Zhou Qin forcibly quelled his excitement and began to refine the ancient Buddha essence. As it entered his body, it transformed into a gentle energy that flowed through his limbs and bones. This energy was remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities. Zhou Qin could feel his comprehension of the Tao escalating at an astonishing pace. Furthermore, his inner world began to expand once more, nurtured by the ancient Buddha essence. The originally diminutive world, spanning merely 20 million miles, instantaneously expanded to a staggering 23 million miles, a remarkable augmentation of 3 million miles. Not only that, but Zhou Qin's Nether King seal also underwent a transformation. What was once cultivated only to the 8th layer of the Nether King seal astonishingly broke through to the 9th layer. The 9th layer of the Nether King seal represents the pinnacle of this technique. Upon reaching this level, Zhou Qin's mastery over the laws of death ascended to a terrifying degree. Although his realm remained unchanged, Zhou Qin's power had multiplied several times over. The 9th layer of the Nether King seal enables the summoning of the true form of the Nether King to assist in battle. At this moment, dark golden patterns began to emerge along Zhou Qin's meridians, indicating a profound transformation. Indeed, Zhou Qin nodded in satisfaction. He opened his eyes and gazed at Wu Jing. At this moment, Wu Jing was also undergoing a metamorphosis. Despite having his source of inner demons intercepted by Zhou Qin, Wu Jing awakened his innate wisdom during the recent annihilation of the demon lord. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, the radiance of Buddhism emanating from him grew ever more resplendent. The golden Buddhist light surged into the heavens, illuminating the entire underground space. At the heart of this light, a colossal phantom of a Buddha slowly materialized. It was the image of an ancient Buddha, with compassionate eyes and a majestic countenance. Indeed, the true form of Wu Jing from his previous life. Great Pudu light. Wu Jing murmured. With his hands clasped together, he began to chant a profoundly ancient scripture. As he recited the text, the ancient Buddha's true form became increasingly substantial. Ultimately, the ancient Buddha's essence fused with Wu Jing's body. Wu Jing's aura began to swell dramatically, swiftly breaking through the bottleneck of the first layer of the Imperial Realm. Second layer of the Imperial Realm. Moreover, this pace continued unabated. Moments later, Wu Jing's cultivation stabilized at the pinnacle of the second layer of the Imperial Realm. Although he did not reach the originally destined third layer of the Imperial Realm, he was not far off. More importantly, Wu Jing successfully awakened the ancient Buddha's true form, becoming the youngest awakener of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Thank you for your assistance, benefactor. Wu Jing opened his eyes, filled with gratitude. Zhou Chun waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. We have merely helped one another. The two exited the underground space and returned to the surface. Wu Fa had long awaited their return outside the hall, and upon seeing the two return safely, he let out a sigh of relief. How did it go? The demon lord has been vanquished, Wu Jing replied. Wu Fa rejoiced. Splendid. The Great Thunder Sound Temple's lingering threat has finally been resolved. He turned to Zhou Chun, clasping his hands together. Thank you for your assistance, benefactor. The Great Thunder Sound Temple is immensely grateful. Zhou Chun responded nonchalantly. It was but a trifling effort. By the way, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger, he added. Wu Fa was taken aback. Are you leaving so soon? Why not stay a few more days, so our temple can host you properly? Zhou Chun shook his head. There is no need. I must return to the central continent. Seeing Zhou Chun's resolute intent, Wu Fa refrained from further persuasion. Very well, allow this old monk to see you off. Zhou Chun bid farewell to Wu Fa and Wu Jing, departing from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Standing on the desert outside the temple, Zhou Chun took out the transmission talisman from the academy. This time, he meticulously inspected the talisman to ensure that no spatial turbulence would occur. The teleportation array gradually took shape, and Zhou Chun stepped inside. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the desert. In the central continent, Qingyun City. After a whirlwind of sensations, Zhou Chun emerged from the teleportation array. Before him lay a bustling city. The streets were teeming with people, and the sounds of vendors filled the air. This was Qingyun City. Zhou Chun surveyed his surroundings. Qingyun City was a major city within the central continent, vast in scale, with a population exceeding 10 million. This transmission had proceeded smoothly, without any unforeseen incidents. Finally back, Zhou Chun let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 359. An opportunity presents itself. Gu Jiafeng's new fortune. Within the city, numerous cultivators abounded, with holy realm and nascent soul practitioners visible everywhere. Just as Zhou Chun prepared to depart, he suddenly felt a powerful attraction. This allure emanated from his fortune panel. With a flick of his mind, Zhou Chun opened the panel. Ding! Detected the fortune of the child of destiny, Gu Jiafeng, has been refreshed. Zhou Chun was momentarily taken aback. Gu Jiafeng, what was he doing in Qingyun City? It seemed likely that the heavens had sensed Gu Jiafeng's fortune being intercepted and had arranged for him a new opportunity. Name, Gu Jiafeng. Realm, third layer of the Imperial Realm. Fate, child of destiny, multicolored. Longevity Dao body, multicolored. Destiny, Longvu being. Lifespan of 100,000 years, leads a low-key life, surviving to the utmost, reaching only the first layer of true immortal realm. Recent opportunity, in 3 days. At an auction in Qingyun City, he will acquire an apparently ordinary jade pendant at a low price, which is, in fact, a token of inheritance left by an ancient powerhouse, containing a supreme technique longevity art and a supreme longevity pill, which will enable a breakthrough to the 5th layer of the Imperial Realm upon consumption. Zhou Chun pondered thoughtfully. The longevity art and longevity pill seemed perfectly suited to Gu Jiafeng's longevity Dao body. The auction in 3 days. Zhou Chun's lips curled into a faint smile. It appeared that the opportunity to intercept had arisen once more. However, with 3 days remaining until the auction, Zhou Chun felt no urgency. He found an inn in Qingyun City to stay and began to gather information about the auction. According to the innkeeper, this auction was hosted by Tianbao Pavilion, one of the 3 major guilds in Qingyun City, and would be grand in scale. Numerous rare treasures would be showcased, drawing countless cultivators to attend. Tianbao Pavilion, Zhou Chun noted the name. Over the next 3 days, Zhou Chun roamed about Qingyun City. As expected of a major city, it boasted an array of shops. There were scripture pavilions, elixir shops, magic treasure buildings, and even a beast market dedicated to selling demonic beasts. Zhou Chun purchased some elixirs for restoring spiritual energy at the elixir shop and browsed the magic treasure building, yet nothing piqued his interest. However, in an antique shop, Zhou Chun stumbled upon something intriguing. It was a palm-sized black stone, its surface riddled with cracks, appearing rather unremarkable. Yet, upon probing with his divine sense, Zhou Chun discovered that this stone contained a minuscule, yet unmistakable spatial fluctuation. This was a space stone. Zhou Chen's eyes brightened. Space stones are exceedingly rare materials, utilized in the forging of storage rings or spatial treasures. Furthermore, this particular space stone was of commendable quality, at least of the heavenly grade. Boss, how much for this stone? Zhou Chun inquired casually, lifting the stone. The antique shop owner, a diminutive old man, appeared quite shrewd. He cast Zhou Chun a glance and replied nonchalantly, I found this stone in a relic. Though it may seem unremarkable, its origins are extraordinary. It is worth at least 100,000 premium spirit stones. Zhou Chun nearly burst into laughter. 100,000 premium spirit stones. This old man certainly had the audacity to set such a price. However, Zhou Chun had no intention of haggling. He directly retrieved 1,000 premium spirit stones from his storage ring and tossed them to the owner. Here are 1,000 premium spirit stones. If you don't sell, I'll take my leave. Deal. The owner's eyes lit up as he hurriedly accepted the premium spirit stones. Holding the space stone, Zhou Chun exited the antique shop. In high spirits, although this space stone was small, it was sufficient for him to forge a spatial treasure. Once he returned to the academy, he could seek the assistance of a master craftsman. Perhaps he could create a remarkable artifact. Time flows swiftly, and before one can grasp it, the day of the auction has arrived. Zhou Chun arrived early at Tianbao Pavilion, spending a staggering 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to procure a private box. Situated on the second floor, the box afforded an excellent view, allowing him to observe the happenings on the auction stage with clarity. As Zhou Chun settled into the box, his consciousness swept across the auction hall. The hall was filled to capacity, with no fewer than several thousand attendees. Most of these individuals were cultivators at the Golden Core and Nascent Soul stages, with numerous formidable figures at the Saint and Emperor levels. There were even a few Emperor-level cultivators occupying other boxes. Indeed, quite a crowd, Zhou Chun murmured to himself. At that moment, the auction officially commenced. A stunningly beautiful woman clad in a flowing red gown ascended the auction stage. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her alluring figure exuded an irresistible charm with every movement. Welcome, esteemed guests, to Tianbao Pavilion, she said with a radiant smile, her voice melodious and enchanting. I am Xianxia, the host of this auction. Without further ado, let us begin. With a graceful wave of her hand, a maid appeared on stage, bearing a tray. Upon it rested a long sword, gleaming silver white and emanating a fierce sword aura. The first item for bid is the heavenly grade superior magical artifact, the Poyun sword, forged by the renowned master craftsman, Yun Zonghe. This sword is extraordinarily sharp, capable of slicing through iron like mud. The starting bid is 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. As soon as the words left her lips, bids began to roll in. 120,000, 150,000, 200,000. The price soared, ultimately concluding at 350,000 top-grade spirit stones. Following this, a succession of items emerged for auction: cultivation manuals, miraculous elixirs, magical weapons, and various rare materials. Each item incited fierce competition. Zhou Chun, however, remained passive in his box, waiting for a specific jade pendant to make its appearance. Finally, midway through the auction, Hongxiu produced a small wooden box. The next item is somewhat special, she announced. Opening the box, she revealed an ancient jade pendant, its green surface adorned with archaic carvings, appearing rather unremarkable. This jade pendant has been consigned by a predecessor, said to originate from ancient times. However, our appraisal has found no extraordinary qualities, so the starting bid is quite low, merely 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Her words were met with a chorus of laughter from the auction hall. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones? Is Tianbao Pavilion so desperate for funds? This shabby jade pendant, claiming to be ancient, looks more like a trinket from a street vendor. The crowd shook their heads, clearly disinterested in the pendant. Hongxiu's expression grew somewhat awkward, yet she steeled herself to continue. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid? 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. First call. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Second call. Just as she was about to declare the item unsold, a voice suddenly rang out. 1,500 top-grade spirit stones. I will take it. All eyes turned to the source of the voice, revealing a young man seated in one of the boxes, Gu Jiafeng. Zhou Chun's eyes narrowed. As expected, this fellow has made his move. However, Zhou Chun had no intention of letting him have his way. 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, he declared, his voice calm, yet resolute. Gu Jiafeng was taken aback, glancing toward Zhou Chun's box. Although he could not discern the individual within, he felt a subtle pressure emanating from it. 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, Gu Jiafeng responded after a moment of contemplation, opting to raise the bid. Zhou Chun chuckled coldly. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. Gu Jiafeng's expression darkened. Though he was the chosen one, his resources were not boundless. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones represented a significant portion of his wealth. 6,000 top-grade spirit stones, he said, gritting his teeth to continue bidding. Zhou Chen smiled faintly, sensing victory. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. This declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the auction hall. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones for a jade pendant that appears so unremarkable? Has this person lost his mind? Gu Jiafeng's face turned ashen. While 10,000 top-grade spirit stones remained within his limits, further bidding would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, contradicting his cautious approach. He bit his lip, ultimately conceding. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, first call. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, second call. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, third call. Sold. Hong Xiu's gavel struck decisively, and the jade pendant was awarded to Zhou Chen. He instructed a maid to deliver the jade pendant to his box and proceeded to settle the payment in top-grade spirit stones. Once in possession of the pendant, Zhou Chen's consciousness probed its depths. Indeed, the pendant contained hidden treasures. Inside, he discovered a supreme-grade cultivation method, the longevity art, along with a supreme-grade longevity pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for intercepting the chosen one Gu Jiafeng's opportunity. The supreme-grade cultivation method longevity art and the supreme-grade longevity pill, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the celestial-grade inferior mental cultivation method refining spirit longevity scripture and the celestial-grade inferior immortal pill, usable only for those at the 5th layer of the sovereign realm or above. Zhou Chen's heart soared with elation. The system is incredible. Another celestial-grade inferior treasure. The title Refining Spirit Longevity Scripture alone hinted at its exceptional nature. The immortal pill was an exceedingly rare find. Zhou Chen forcefully suppressed his excitement, storing the method and elixir within his internal world. The auction continued. Yet Zhou Chen's interest had waned. He rose to depart Tianbao Pavilion, seeking a quiet place to enter seclusion. At that moment, however, Zhou Chen sensed a powerful aura of malice. His expression darkened as his consciousness swept the surroundings. Outside Tianbao Pavilion, several figures stood on the street. At the forefront was a young man clad in opulent robes, his essence reaching the 4th layer of the Emperor realm. Following him were 4 individuals in black, all at the Emperor level. Esteemed guest, please hold on. The young man blocked Zhou Chen's path, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Zhou Chen halted, responding nonchalantly. Is there something you need? The young man appraised Zhou Chen, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. That jade pendant you acquired earlier. I'm interested. Name your price, and I'll buy it. Zhou Chen nearly laughed aloud. This individual was audacious indeed, daring to make a brazen demand in broad daylight. What if I refuse to sell? Zhou Chen countered. The young man's expression darkened. If you refuse to sell, do not blame me for being impolite. With a wave of his hand, the 4 black-clad figures advanced menacingly. Zhou Chen cast a glance at them, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Seeking death, are we? In an instant, the void domain unfolded. The power of the domain enveloped the 5 individuals, suppressing their auras immediately. This is domain power, the young man exclaimed, his face paling. To master a domain at the Emperor realm, what terrifying talent this individual must possess. But it was too late for regrets. The phantom of the Qingping sword cleaved through the air, its blade like a bolt of lightning. The 4 black-clad figures were slain before they could react. The young man stumbled backward in terror, attempting to flee. Yet Zhou Chen would not permit his escape. Time-space cage. The void domain constricted, ensnaring the young man securely. Spare my life. I was wrong. The young man cried out in fear. I am the son of the Lord of Qingyun City. You cannot kill me. Zhou Chen scoffed. What does it matter that he is the Lord's son? The ethereal shadow of the Qingping sword struck one final blow, severing the young man's head. Zhou Chen retracted the realm of the void and proceeded to plunder the storage rings of the 5 individuals. The spoils were considerable. Merely the top-grade spirit stones amounted to several million. Furthermore, the young man's storage ring contained numerous precious pills and materials. Zhou Chen incinerated the corpse into ashes using the samadhi true fire before turning to leave. The entire process took less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, clean and efficient. Although the passers-by on the street witnessed this scene, none dared to utter a word. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and power commands respect. A mere son of a city lord was insufficient to instill fear in Zhou Chen. The prowess he displayed filled all onlookers with trepidation. After departing from the Tianbao Pavilion, Zhou Chen did not linger in Qingyun City. He urged Xianyuan Du to hasten towards the direction of the Xianxia Academy. Guiding Xianyuan Du, he raced along, and 3 days later, finally returned to the Xianxia Academy. Upon stepping through the academy's gates, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The once bustling plaza of the academy was eerily desolate. With only a handful of disciples hurrying past, their faces etched with gravity. What has transpired? Zhou Chen inquired, stopping a passing outer disciple. Upon recognizing Zhou Chun, the disciple hurriedly bowed. "Senior brother Zhou, you have returned. The academy is now under stricter lockdown. All disciples are required to remain in their abodes and are forbidden from wandering about." "Why?" Zhou Chun pressed further. "It is said that the sealing nodes across the continent have recently exhibited abnormalities." The disciple lowered his voice. "The day before yesterday, the demon suppression tower in the western regions suddenly collapsed, releasing hundreds of malevolent demons that ravaged 3 cities, resulting in the deaths of over 1 million people." Zhou Chen's brows furrowed. It seemed the situation was graver than he had anticipated. "Is there any further news?" "Yes." The disciple hesitated briefly before continuing. "It is rumored that the evil spirit clan, which has been suppressed in the 108 holy lands of Central Continent, has also begun to revolt. Several holy lands have suffered severe losses, with 2 supervising elders perishing on the spot." A heavy weight settled in Zhou Chen's heart. He had previously encountered the evil spirit clan, an ancient malevolent race that had been suppressed for eons, renowned for their terrifying power. Each evil spirit possessed cultivation surpassing the saint realm, and their ranks included countless formidable beings. Even more disturbingly, they could continuously absorb the flesh and souls of cultivators, rapidly enhancing their strength. Countless sacrifices had been made by powerful beings in the past to confine the evil spirit clan within Central Continent. Should they all escape, the entire continent would descend into a sea of blood. "What countermeasures are being devised by the Academy's higher-ups?" Zhou Chen asked. "The vice principal, Bai Chongming, has summoned all the elders for a meeting," the disciple replied. "I hear they are discussing how to respond to the impending crisis." Zhou Chen nodded, allowing the disciple to depart while he made his way to the task hall. Despite the continent's perilous situation, he resolved to first claim the contribution points for his previous tasks. Inside the task hall, the elder in charge of registrations immediately stood upon seeing Zhou Chun. "Zhou Chun, you have returned," the elder greeted with a smile. "The task for the Burial Demon Ridge has been approved by the vice principal. You may directly receive 1 million contribution points." Zhou Chun accepted the token handed to him by the elder, probing his consciousness within, confirming the addition of a full 1 million contribution points. "Thank you, elder. There's no need for such formality." The elder waved his hand. "By the way, if you have no urgent matters, it would be wise to refrain from wandering about. The outside is quite unsettled. Even near the academy, malevolent demons have been sighted." Zhou Chen acknowledged and exited the task hall. Instead of returning to his abode immediately, he headed towards the academy's scripture pavilion. With 1 million contribution points now at his disposal, he intended to exchange for some valuable items. The scripture pavilion, located at the deepest part of the academy, was an ancient structure towering 100 feet high. Its exterior was adorned with prohibitions, allowing only disciples of the academy entry. Zhou Chun presented his token, and the guarding disciple promptly granted him passage. Upon entering the scripture pavilion, Zhou Chun made his way directly to the exchange area. Here, a plethora of treasures were displayed, ranging from manuals and elixirs to magical weapons and rare materials. Everything was available. Each item was clearly labeled with its required contribution points. Zhou Chen's gaze swept across the shelves, eventually resting upon a particular section. There lay some exceedingly precious cultivation resources, each one worth a significant sum. Among them, one item caught Zhou Chen's attention: Bodhi Ancient Tree Comprehension Opportunity, 300,000 contribution points for 1 month. The Bodhi Ancient Tree was one of the Academy's treasured possessions. Legend has it that this tree has existed for tens of thousands of years, its trunk imbued with traces of the natural order of the universe. Meditating beneath its boughs can greatly enhance one's understanding of the laws. Many elders of the Academy apply to meditate under the Bodhi Ancient Tree prior to breaking through their realms. 300,000 contribution points were not overly exorbitant. Zhou Chen mused. Being at the 8th level of the Emperor realm, he stood just a step away from the 9th. If he could meditate beneath the Bodhi Ancient Tree, he might very well achieve a breakthrough to the 9th level, perhaps even touch the threshold of the Sovereign Realm. With this thought, Zhou Chen did not hesitate and directly exchanged for the opportunity. The elder responsible for the exchange observed Zhou Chen's choice with a flicker of surprise. "Zhou Chen, are you certain you wish to exchange for the Bodhi Ancient Tree's comprehension opportunity?" The elder cautioned. "This costs 300,000 contribution points, and whether you gain anything from the experience depends entirely on your personal insight." Zhou Chen nodded resolutely, seeing his firm demeanor. The elder ceased further discussion and processed the exchange. The Bodhi Ancient Tree is located in the forbidden area of the Academy's rear mountain. Take this token, and you will be allowed entry. The elder handed Zhou Chen a green token. Remember, you have only 1 month. After a month, the prohibitions will automatically transport you out. Zhou Chen accepted the token and left the scripture pavilion. Following the directions on the token, he made his way to the rear mountain of the Academy. The rear mountain was a forbidden area, seldom visited by anyone. The landscape was undulating, shrouded in mist, and the spiritual energy was so dense it nearly solidified. Zhou Chen activated the token, and the space before him suddenly warped. In the next moment, he found himself in a realm reminiscent of a paradisiacal oasis. Before him stood an ancient tree towering 1,000 feet high. The tree was lush with foliage, each leaf emanating a soft golden glow. Its trunk was etched with intricate patterns, which seemed to embody the profound truths of the universe, drawing one in with an irresistible allure. This was the Bodhi ancient tree, one of the Academy's most revered treasures, said to have been planted by ancient sages. It was over 1,000,000 years old and could aid individuals in comprehending techniques and laws. Meditating beneath its branches could exponentially enhance a cultivator's perception of the great Tao, often leading to breakthroughs in long-standing bottlenecks. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chen approached the tree and settled into a cross-legged position. As soon as he sat down, he felt a wave of profound energy emanating from the ancient tree. The wave was gentle yet infused with boundless Tao rhythms, causing Zhou Chen's soul to tremble in resonance. Closing his eyes, Zhou Chen began his meditation. In his mind, all previous battle experiences resurfaced, the clashes with various powerful foes, the confrontations with the Lord of Inner Demons. Each battle, each insight became nourishment, nurturing his heart of Tao. The Daic resonance emanating from the ancient Bodhi tree served as a key, intricately linking these insights into a cohesive and complete system. Zhou Chen adjusted his breath, immersing his spirit deeply within his body. The 4 perfected laws, the severance law, the slaughter law, the ice law, and the water law, circulated languidly within him. The power of these laws had reached their zenith. Yet Zhou Chen knew that to transcend into the revered realm, mere mastery of perfected laws was insufficient. He needed to synthesize these laws into a unique, personal Tao. Time trickled by moment. The leaves of the Bodhi tree swayed gently in the breeze, each movement scattering specks of golden light dust. These luminous particles settled upon Zhou Chen, gradually permeating his body. His consciousness began to transcend, as though entering a profound and mystical realm. Countless visions unfolded before him. Scenes of him slaying the Jiang family's formidable warriors at Demon Burial Ridge. His purging of inner demons within the ancient merfolk kingdom of the Southern Sea. And his annihilation of the Lord of Inner Demons at the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the Western Desert. Each image was astonishingly vivid. Zhou Chen could sense every minute detail, the trajectory of each law's operation, the frequency of every spiritual fluctuation. He commenced a meticulous re-examination of these battles. Whereas before he had fought relying solely on instinct and experience, now, in retrospect, he discerned myriad avenues for refinement. Murmuring softly, a flash of enlightenment sparkled in his eyes. Though the 4 laws appeared contradictory, they were in fact mutually complementary. Within severance lay destruction, within destruction, freezing, within freezing, tolerance, and within tolerance, severance anew. This cyclical interplay was the essence of the laws and the very nature of the Tao. Suddenly, a tremendous surge erupted within Zhou Chen's body. The 4 perfected laws intertwined and fused, ultimately forming a flawless cycle. These laws wove together within him, creating a profound and enigmatic circulation. At the heart of this cycle, a golden seed was slowly taking root and sprouting, an embryonic form of the revered realm. Time slipped away imperceptibly. Zhou Chen was wholly immersed in his contemplation, oblivious to the passage of time or the external world. This cycle represented Zhou Chen's Tao, the severance law. Opening his eyes, a keen radiance gleamed within them. He sensed that his comprehension of the Tao had ascended to an unprecedented height. Though his cultivation level remained at the 9th tier of the imperial realm, his strength had multiplied manifold. Yet, this was still insufficient. Drawing a deep breath, Zhou Chen resumed his meditation. The Void 8 Desolation's unmanifest scripture was divided into 6 layers. Previously, Zhou Chen had only cultivated to the 2nd layer, spatial traversal. Now, he aimed to break into the 3rd layer, spatial severance. This level demanded profound understanding of spatial laws, not only perceiving and traversing space, but manipulating spatial forces to vanquish foes. Chapter 362, the 50% Law, the Demonic Uprising. Zhou Chen closed his eyes, endeavoring to comprehend the spatial law. Spatial law was exceedingly subtle and far more challenging to grasp than ordinary laws. Yet, aided by the Bodhi ancient tree, his progress vastly outpaced that of ordinary cultivators. Days passed. 1, 2, 3. Time flew swiftly as Zhou Chen immersed himself in the spatial law's mysteries, losing all sense of time and surroundings. His divine sense extended ceaselessly, perceiving the spatial structure around him. Space was not void but composed of countless minuscule spatial nodes, interconnected to form an immense network. Zhou Chen's task was to locate these nodes and sever them. At last, on the 7th day, Zhou Chun achieved a breakthrough. His divine sense touched a spatial node and gently sliced. Crack! A slender fissure appeared in space, no thicker than a hair's breadth, yet imbued with terrifying potency. Should anyone be struck by this rift, their body would instantly be cleaved in twain. Zhou Chun opened his eyes, a joyful expression lighting his face. He had finally initiated mastery of the 3rd layer of the Void 8 Desolation's unmanifest scripture, spatial severance. Moreover, as his understanding deepened, his spatial law power rose from 10 to 40%. Such an extent of spatial law power granted Zhou Chun a formidable advantage in combat. Furthermore, Zhou Chun extracted the lower-grade Immortal Tier Divine Sense Cultivation method, refining Spirit Longevity Scripture. This scripture specialized in tempering the divine sense and comprised 9 layers. Previously, Zhou Chun had only perused it superficially, never delving into its depths. Now, with the Bodhi Tree's assistance, it was the perfect moment to cultivate it. The first layer of the refining Spirit Longevity Scripture, named Divine Sense Condensation, required condensing the originally ethereal divine sense into a tangible form. Divine sense was among a cultivator's most crucial forces, yet most practitioners' divine senses were scattered and unable to unleash their full power. The first layer aimed to unify the divine sense, enhancing its potency manifold. Zhou Chun's divine sense was already formidable, combined with the Bodhi Tree's aid. His cultivation soared rapidly. Within merely 3 days, he succeeded in condensing his divine sense into a tangible form, reaching the strength equivalent to the 1st tier of the revered realm. Remarkably, although Zhou Chun's cultivation remained at the 9th tier of the imperial realm, his divine sense had already attained the revered realm's caliber, a rarity even among prodigious talents. Indeed, it was worthy of an immortal tier scripture. Zhou Chun nodded with satisfaction. With divine sense power at the revered realm level, his combat prowess surged to an entirely new echelon. In the ensuing days, Zhou Chun continued his meditation beneath the Bodhi tree. He meticulously reviewed all his previous combat experiences, scrutinizing every law's operation, every spiritual fluctuation, every divine sense probe. Striving for flawless perfection, time slipped away imperceptibly. Zhou Chun remained wholly absorbed in his contemplation, oblivious to time and the external world. 1 month later, Zhou Chun opened his eyes. They were profound as an abyss, seemingly containing the birth and death of myriad stars. Rising to his feet, his aura was flawless and harmonious. Every gesture exuded a terrifying presence. He had finally broken through to the 9th tier of the imperial realm and had already touched the threshold of the revered realm. Given a little more time, he could cross that chasm and become a genuine powerhouse of the revered realm. Indeed, Zhou Chun nodded with contentment. The 300,000 contribution points had been well spent. Just as Zhou Chun prepared to depart, a peculiar fluctuation suddenly struck him from the sky above. Raising his head, he saw the once clear heavens had darkened unbeknownst to him. Dense black clouds blotted out the sun, and within their depths, faint black fissures appeared. These cracks steadily expanded, as though poised to rend the entire sky asunder. Zhou Chun's pupils contracted sharply. In the next instant, his form flickered and he departed the space beneath the Bodhi tree, returning to the rear hills of the academy. Looking upward, he beheld the entire sky over the Xianxia continent transformed into this ominous spectacle. Not only that, but Zhou Chun could also perceive that the ceiling nodes scattered across the continent were simultaneously exuding dense demonic energy. This dark miasma soared into the heavens, resonating with the fissures in the sky. The seals are on the brink of collapse, Zhou Chun murmured to himself. Without delay, he activated Xianyuan Du and soared toward the Grand Hall of the Academy. At this moment, the Grand Hall was already filled with the high-ranking officials of the Academy. Vice Master Bai Chongming occupied the main seat, his expression grave. Dozens of elders stood on either side, each possessing cultivation levels above the imperial realm. As Zhou Chun entered the hall, all eyes turned towards him. Zhou Chun, your arrival is timely, Bai Chongming spoke in a low voice. You must have sensed it as well. The seals are nearing their breaking point. Zhou Chun nodded. Vice Master, what is the current situation? Bai Chongming took a deep breath and slowly replied. Just moments ago, we received reports from other academies. The sealing nodes across the continent have all exhibited anomalies at the same time. Moreover, intelligence indicates that the traitorous factions are gathering their forces, preparing to launch a full-scale assault on the sealing nodes. Once the seals are completely shattered, the evil entities from beyond will descend upon the continent. At that time, the entire Xianxia continent will be engulfed in catastrophe. Zhou Chun's brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, the worst-case scenario had come to pass. What should we do? An elder inquired. Bai Chongming rose, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Dispatch orders. The Xianxia Academy is to enter a state of maximum combat readiness. All elders and disciples at the Imperial Realm and above are to proceed to the nearest sealing nodes to assist in defense. Disciples below the Imperial Realm shall remain at the Academy, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Furthermore, we must immediately contact the other 4 great academies to discuss a collaborative battle plan. Everyone nodded in agreement. Bai Chongming then turned to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, I am well aware of your capabilities. In this battle, you shall act alongside me. Zhou Chun assented, very well. Just then, a disciple rushed into the hall, panting and pale. Vice Master, it's bad. The disciple gasped. News from the 108 Holy Lands of Xianxia indicates that the evil spirit clan has completely erupted. 13 Holy Lands have already fallen. What? Bai Chongming's expression changed drastically. Moreover, the ghostly palace and the remnants of the evil spirit traders have begun launching attacks on various sealing nodes. The demon suppression tower in the western region, the demon sealing array in the northern region, and the demon locking tower in the eastern wilderness are all in urgent peril. A deathly silence enveloped the hall. Everyone could sense that a calamity sweeping across the entire continent was imminent. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall had become unbearably oppressive. Chapter 363, The Fall of the Holy Lands, Reinforcements for King Yun. Bai Chongming's countenance was as dark as water, his hands clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. 13 Holy Lands have fallen. He repeated this number in a low voice, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes. Each Holy Land represented the pinnacle of power in Xianxia, housing several revered masters and countless cultivators of the Imperial Realm. The loss of 13 Holy Lands meant the fall of at least dozens of revered masters and hundreds of Imperial cultivators. Such losses would be an unbearable blow to the entire continent. Vice Master, we must act immediately, an elder said solemnly. If we delay any longer, the situation will only worsen. Bai Chongming nodded, about to speak, when another disciple burst into the hall. Vice Master, urgent intelligence. Speak, Bai Chongming commanded. The ceiling at the Demon Burial Ridge is undergoing a massive collapse. Thousands of evil entities have broken free and are attacking the surrounding cities. Qingyun City, the closest to our academy, is already surrounded by the evil entities, and the defending forces have suffered heavy casualties. They request reinforcements. Zhou Chen's brow furrowed. Qingyun City was precisely where he had visited a few days prior. There were millions of ordinary citizens there. The consequences of a massacre by the evil entities would be unimaginable. Damn it! Bai Chongming slammed his fist onto the armrest. Gather all available forces immediately and head to Qingyun City to provide support. Understood. Zhou Chun, Bai Chongming turned to him. Your strength is remarkable, and your speed is swift. The task of rescuing Qingyun City will be entrusted to you. Zhou Chun did not hesitate, replying, all right, take this. Bai Chongming produced a golden token and handed it to Zhou Chun. This is the Academy's troop mobilization order. With this token, you can summon all forces within 1,000 miles. Zhou Chun accepted the token and turned to leave. Wait, Bai Chongming called out to him. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I will send several elders to accompany you. No need. Zhou Chun waved his hand. Having too many people will only hinder us. I will be more efficient alone. With that, he vanished from the Grand Hall in a flash. Bai Chongming watched Zhou Chun's departing figure, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. This lad, he shook his head, and then turned to the other elders. You should not be idle either. Proceed with the plan immediately. Understood. Zhou Chun activated Xinyuan Du, rushing toward Qingyun City at the fastest possible speed. Along the way, he observed countless cultivators soaring through the sky, all heading to various sealing nodes for reinforcement. The fissures in the sky multiplied and widened, with black, demonic energy pouring forth, staining the once azure sky a dark crimson. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, making one feel nauseous. The situation is worse than I had imagined, Zhou Chun thought grimly. Half an hour later, he finally arrived at Qingyun City. From a distance, he could see the city completely surrounded by hordes of evil entities. These malevolent beings varied in form. Some resembled humans, others beasts, and some defied description. They radiated black, demonic energy, their eyes glowing crimson, emitting piercing howls. On the walls, the defending forces fought desperately. However, the sheer number of evil entities was overwhelming, and their strength formidable. Ordinary soldiers were no match for them, often torn to shreds in a single encounter. The walls were littered with severed limbs, blood staining the battlements a deep red. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. Without hesitation, he activated the Void Domain. The domain expanded instantaneously, enveloping a radius of 10 miles. The attacking evil entities suddenly felt an oppressive force descend upon them. Their auras were significantly suppressed, and their fierce assault came to an abrupt halt. Who dares? A towering evil entity, standing 3 meters tall, looked up at the sky and roared in fury. It was an evil being of the 8th level of the Imperial Realm, covered in black scales, with exposed fangs, a terrifying sight to behold. Zhou Chen offered no reply. The phantom of the Qingping sword slashed out directly. The sword light, infused with the power of four complete laws, possessed terrifying might. The evil entity of the 5th level of the Imperial Realm had no time to react before being cleaved in two by the sword light. Black demonic blood splattered, corroding the ground into deep pits. The other evil entities were thrown into chaos at the sight. They attempted to flee, but under the suppression of the void domain, they were utterly immobilized. Zhou Chen summoned the Samadhi True Fire, and flames descended from the sky, engulfing all the evil entities. This fire specifically countered curses, and the evil beings let out wretched screams within the flames, quickly reduced to ashes. In a matter of moments, thousands of evil entities were annihilated by Zhou Chen. The defending soldiers on the walls were left in stunned silence at this scene. They valiantly resisted the malevolent army for half a day, yet were unable to repel them, only to be effortlessly vanquished by a single individual, an illustrious figure from the Xianxia Academy. "We are saved." The defenders erupted into thunderous cheers. Zhou Chen retracted the void domain, his form alighting upon the city wall. A middle-aged general clad in armor promptly approached, kneeling on one knee. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely intervention. The citizens of Qingyan City are eternally grateful." Zhou Chen gestured for him to rise, stating that it was not yet the time for celebration. His consciousness swept across the distance, and his expression grew grave. There were more malevolent entities approaching from outside the city, and among them were several with exceptionally potent auras, at least at the 7th level of the Imperial Realm or higher. The general's countenance shifted. "What shall we do?" Zhou Chen pondered for a moment. Retrieving the military dispatch order given by Bai Chongming, "You must immediately send word to all the academies in the vicinity, requesting their assistance." "Yes." The general hastily organized personnel, dispatching them in various directions. Zhou Chen, meanwhile, remained vigilant atop the city wall, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Indeed, within a mere quarter of an hour, a multitude of dark figures appeared upon the distant skyline. As they drew nearer, it became evident that they were an army of tens of thousands of malevolent beings. Leading this horde were 3 colossal fiends, towering nearly 10,000 feet tall, exuding an aura of terror. The one on the left resembled a gigantic spider, with 8 robust legs and a back bristling with poisonous spines. The central creature was a 2-headed hellhound, each head spewing forth flames and ice. To the right stood a humanoid fiend with 4 arms, each wielding a massive battle axe. The aura of these 3 fiends reached the 10th level of the Imperial Realm. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow in concern. If it were merely one, he could manage easily. However, confronting all 3 simultaneously posed a considerable challenge. Yet, he was not without means. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the spiritual energy within him. 9th layer of the Underworld King's seal, true form of the Underworld King. In the next moment, a colossal silhouette, towering at 100,000 feet, materialized behind Zhou Chen. This was the Underworld King, clad in black armor, wielding a massive scythe, emanating an aura of death. Chapter 364, Refinement of the Demon Core, 10th level of the Imperial Realm. The instant the Underworld King's true form appeared, the temperature of the battlefield plummeted. The malevolent entities, sensing the oppressive might of the Underworld King, instinctively recoiled. "Kill." Zhou Chen uttered the word with an air of detachment. The Underworld King swung the scythe towards the 3 10th-level fiends. As the scythe sliced through the air, the very fabric of space distorted. The enormous spider fiend attempted to evade, but the speed of the scythe was too swift, it could scarcely react. With a sickening sound, the scythe cleaved through the spider fiend, bisecting its body. Black, demonic blood gushed forth, eroding the ground into a vast, deep pit. The remaining 2 fiends, witnessing this, instantly erupted in fury. The 2-headed hellhound unleashed a simultaneous assault, with flames and ice intertwining into a terrifying attack directed at the Underworld King's true form. Meanwhile, the humanoid fiend flanked it, brandishing its 4 battle axes for a side attack. Zhou Chen sneered, activating the void domain. The domain unfurled instantaneously, enveloping both fiends. Under its suppression, their attacks diminished significantly in potency. The Underworld King wielded the scythe with ease, shattering the flames and ice. Then, pivoting the scythe, he aimed it at the 2-headed hellhound. The hellhound attempted to evade, but under the domain's restraint, its speed diminished by 30%. The scythe struck, severing one of its heads. The hellhound emitted a wretched howl, its remaining head spewing flames in a frenzied attempt to retaliate. Yet, before the Underworld King, such flames were utterly inconsequential. The Underworld King swung the scythe once more, obliterating the 2-headed hellhound entirely. Only the humanoid fiend remained. As it beheld its companions slaughtered, a glimmer of fear flickered in its eyes. "Flee." The humanoid fiend turned to escape, moving with unparalleled swiftness. However, Zhou Chen would not allow it to escape. Temporal cage. The void domain contracted instantaneously, ensnaring the humanoid fiend securely. The underworld king swung the scythe for one final strike. The humanoid fiend's body crashed to the ground, devoid of life. Thus, the 3 10th-level fiends were effortlessly dispatched by Zhou Chen. The remaining lower-tier fiends, upon witnessing their leader's demise, descended into chaos. Zhou Chen summoned the true fire of Samadhi, engulfing the battlefield in flames. The fiends screeched in agony amidst the inferno, swiftly reduced to ash. Half an hour later, the battle concluded. Tens of thousands of fiends lay slain by Zhou Chen alone. The defenders atop the city wall gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. They had never witnessed such terrifying prowess. The elder is truly a deity. The middle-aged general was rendered speechless with excitement. Zhou Chen retracted the underworld king's true form, calmly instructing, clear the battlefield and collect the demon cores. These artifacts will be of use to the academy. Yes. Just then, a sound of slicing through the air echoed from the sky. Several figures descended from afar, landing swiftly upon the city wall. Leading them was an elder whose aura reached the 8th level of the imperial realm. I am Li Qingshan, an elder of the Xianyuan Academy, sent here to offer assistance. The elder clasped his hands in greeting. Pray tell, who was the esteemed individual that liberated Qingyun City? Zhou Chen turned, replying nonchalantly, Zhou Chen, core disciple of the Xianxia Academy. Li Qingshan was taken aback, scrutinizing Zhou Chen from head to toe. You are Zhou Chen? A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated such youthfulness in the person before him. Zhou Chen nodded impassively. Elderly, the area is temporarily secure. Zhou Chen remarked. However, what is the situation elsewhere? Are you aware? Li Qingshan's expression darkened. The situation is far from optimistic. The demon suppression tower in the western region has completely collapsed, allowing countless fiends to escape. The sealing formations in the northern region are also on the brink of failure, poised to fall at any moment. The locking demon tower in the eastern wilderness can still hold out, but not for much longer. The direst news comes from Central Continent. Not only are the fiends invading en masse, but the evil spirit clan has also risen in full rebellion, with 20 sacred sites already lost. The 5 major academies have also suffered grievous losses at the hands of the evil spirit clan. Zhou Chen's brow furrowed tightly. The situation was worse than he had imagined. What of the traitorous factions? The Soul Hall and remnants of the evil spirits have launched a full-scale assault on various sealing nodes, Li Qingshan replied gravely. Moreover, they seem to have received support from extraterritorial fiends, significantly bolstering their strength. It is said that several powerful figures have fallen to their hands. Zhou Chen's heart sank. It appeared that this calamity was far more severe than he had anticipated. Outside Qingyun City, in the desolate battlefield, mountains of fiend corpses lay piled high, their black blood staining the earth a deep shade. The air was heavy with the stench of blood and demonic energy, inducing nausea. Zhou Chen stood atop the mountain of corpses, his consciousness sweeping across the entire battlefield. Among the thousands of low-tier fiends and the 3 10th-level fiends, he murmured to himself, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. Within the remains of these fiends resided demon cores, sources of their power. While these cores are toxic to cultivators, they can be transformed into pure energy through special refinement. Zhou Chen's 9 Nether Dao fruit possesses an innate ability to counter all malevolent energies. For his Azure Lotus transformation body, these demonic cores not only bear no adverse effects, but rather serve as exceptional resources for cultivation. First, he set about gathering the demonic cores. With a mere thought, the void domain unfurled. The power of the domain manifested as countless invisible hands, enveloping all the corpses of the fiends scattered across the battlefield. With a resonant hum, black demonic cores began to soar from the bodies, aligning in formation above. Zhou Chen surveyed the scene with his spiritual sense, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. He discerned 3 cores from the 10th layer of the Emperor realm, 17 from the 9th layer, and thousands ranging from the 1st to the 8th layer. A commendable haul indeed. He waved his hand, storing all the cores into his spatial ring. At that moment, a swarm of black dots appeared on the horizon, signaling the arrival of a new demonic army, their numbers even greater than before. Moreover, the leading fiends exuded a more terrifying aura. Zhou Chen's spiritual sense swept over them, and his pupils contracted slightly. To his astonishment, there were 5 fiends at the 10th layer of the Emperor realm. This new demonic horde was evidently a notch stronger than the previous one. With 5 10th layer fiends at the forefront, trailed by tens of thousands of lower-tier fiends, this formidable assembly would pose a challenge even for typical sacred grounds. Perfect. The collection of demonic cores was still insufficient. A cold smile crept upon Zhou Chen's lips. Unfazed, his eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. For others, these fiends represented a nightmare. But for him, They were merely moving resources for cultivation. Their arrival was timely. Zhou Qin's figure flickered as he boldly advanced toward them. Upon seeing Zhou Qin, the 5 10th layer fiends erupted with a thunderous roar. A human cultivator seeks death. The foremost fiend, a colossal demon dragon cloaked in black scales and sporting 3 heads, unleashed 3 torrents of black demonic flames that cascaded toward Zhou Qin like a deluge. Zhou Qin scoffed. Void domain activate. Instantly, the domain enveloped an expanse of 10,000 miles. Within this domain, Zhou Qin was the absolute sovereign. As the 3 streams of demonic flames reached the edge of the domain, they were obliterated by the spatial forces, dissolving into nothingness. The demon dragon's pupils constricted. Is that the power of a domain? You have managed to condense a domain? A flicker of trepidation flashed in its eyes. Those capable of forming a domain were typically powerhouses of the sovereign realm, and this youthful human cultivator appeared alarmingly formidable. Eliminate him, roared the dragon, and the other 4 10th layer fiends surged into action simultaneously. In an instant, a wave of terrifying demonic energy engulfed the heavens and the earth. Yet Zhou Qin remained composed. 9th layer of the Nether King seal, manifest. He activated the Nether King seal, and a gigantic figure towering 100,000 feet appeared behind him. Clad in black armor, the Nether King radiated an aura of death, wielding a massive scythe. Death Scythe Slash. The Nether King swung the scythe, unleashing a terrifying black blade of energy towards the 5 fiends. As the blade cut through the air, the very fabric of space shattered, and existence itself was annihilated. The 5 fiends attempted to evade, but under the suppression of the void domain, their speed diminished by 30%. With 3 muffled thuds, 3 fiends were cleaved in twain. The remaining demon dragon and 1 humanoid fiend narrowly escaped the fatal blow, yet were grievously wounded. How is this possible? The dragon gasped in horror. A single strike capable of slaying 3 10th layer fiends? What kind of monster is this human cultivator? Prepare to meet your end, Zhou Qin replied coolly, urging the Nether King once more. The Nether King swung the scythe at the demon dragon. The dragon attempted to flee, but Zhou Qin would not grant it that luxury. Chaos Bell, Chaos Prison. The Chaos Bell manifested in the air, its chime resonating melodiously. Boom. A surge of terrifying chaotic power erupted, ensnaring both the dragon and the humanoid fiend. Within the confines of the Chaos Prison, time and space were frozen, rendering the 2 fiends immobile. Slice. The Nether King's scythe descended, and both fiends' heads flew from their bodies. With that, all 5 10th layer fiends were vanquished. The remaining lower-tier fiends, witnessing their leader's demise, fell into disarray. Zhou Qin summoned the true fire of Samadhi, engulfing the battlefield in flames and reducing all remaining fiends to ashes. Half an hour later, the battle concluded once more. Zhou Qin collected the demonic cores, yielding an even greater bounty. 5 10th layer cores, over 30 cores from the 6th to the 9th layer, and thousands of lower-tier Emperor Realm cores. This should suffice. Zhou Qin nodded with satisfaction. He sought a secluded spot and seated himself in meditation, commencing the refinement process. Extracting 3 10th layer cores, he gradually activated the 9 Nether Dao fruit. The cores harbored terrifying demonic energy, beyond the capability of ordinary cultivators to refine. However, the 9 Nether Dao fruit, being inherently suppressive of malevolent forces, rendered the demonic energy akin to lambs before a tiger. With a gentle tremor, the 9 Nether Dao fruit purified the demonic energy within the cores instantaneously. The remaining pure energy was absorbed by the Dao fruit, and Zhou Qin's cultivation level began to ascend gradually. Midway through the 9th layer of the Emperor Realm, late 9th layer, complete 9th layer. Upon refining the 2 cores, Zhou Qin had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Emperor Realm, yet he still lacked a slight edge for a breakthrough. Onward, he urged, extracting the remaining 10th layer cores. Boom. As he refined the cores, a torrent of energy surged into his body, causing his aura to swell dramatically. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from within him. Boom. An invisible barrier shattered. Zhou Qin's cultivation soared to the 10th layer of the Emperor Realm. A terrifying aura erupted from him, causing the surrounding landscape to tremble. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, hinting at the gathering force of a heavenly tribulation. However, it quickly dissipated. Such a level of tribulation was trivial for Zhou Qin. 10th layer of the Emperor Realm. Zhou Qin opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within. He was now at least 3 times stronger than before. Should he encounter those 5 10th layer fiends again, he would require no more than his own strength to dispatch them effortlessly, without even invoking the Nether King. Excellent. Zhou Qin nodded in satisfaction. Yet, at that moment, he sensed a terrifying aura approaching from afar, one that far surpassed the 10th layer of the Emperor Realm. It was a fiend of the Sovereign Realm. Zhou Qin's gaze snapped upward toward the horizon, where a colossal shadow was hurtling toward him. It was a gargantuan fiend. Towering 1,000 feet, and exuding a dreadful oppressive force. First layer of the sovereign realm. Zhou Chen mused, a smile creeping onto his face. Finally, a worthy opponent had arrived. He did not retreat but advanced instead, his figure flickering as he met the threat head-on. The sovereign fiend took the form of a massive demon ape, its body covered in black fur, with blood-red eyes. Upon spotting Zhou Chen, it let out a thunderous roar. "Human, prepare to die." The demon ape unleashed a punch, its fist transforming into a column of black light, hurtling toward Zhou Chen. This punch, imbued with the terrifying power of the first layer of the sovereign realm, possessed the capability to shatter mountains and evaporate rivers. Zhou Chen stood his ground unwavering. The ninth layer of the Underworld King seal manifested once more, revealing the true form of the Underworld King. With a sweeping motion of his scythe, he met the oncoming force of a fist. Boom! The clash between the scythe and the fist erupted into a thunderous roar. Terrifying waves of energy surged forth, transforming the land within 100 miles into ruins. Zhou Chen staggered back 3 steps, his true form of the Underworld King trembling slightly. The demon ape was not unscathed either. A deep gash appeared on its fist, from which black, demonic blood flowed profusely. Interesting, the demon ape thought, a flicker of surprise glinting in its eyes. A royal realm at the 10th layer can actually withstand my blow. However, this is where it ends. It launched another attack, this time with all its might. The sky-shaking fist of the demon ape. Both fists struck simultaneously, conjuring countless fist shadows in the air that descended upon Zhou Chen like an overwhelming tide. Each shadow harbored the might of a first layer in the realm of respect. Thousands of fist shadows converged, their power reaching terrifying extremes. Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened. This strike was indeed formidable. Yet, he was not without his own trump cards. The Void 8 Desolations and Formless Sutra, Space Annihilation. Zhou Chen activated the sutra, unleashing a cataclysmic force of spatial power. The space within 1,000 miles was instantly under his dominion. As those fist shadows entered his controlled space, they were torn asunder by the force of space, dissolving into nothingness. The demon ape's pupils constricted, the laws of space, and at a level above the 5th layer. It finally realized that this human cultivator was not to be underestimated. Chaos Bell, Chaos Prison. Zhou Chen wasted no time allowing it to ponder. He directly summoned the Chaos Bell. A melodious chime resonated. Boom! A terrifying power of chaos erupted, ensnaring the demon ape in place. Within the Chaos Prison, time and space were frozen, rendering the demon ape immobile. Damn, what kind of treasure is this? The demon ape struggled desperately, but it was utterly unable to break free. Zhou Chen, channeling the true form of the Underworld King, brought the scythe down toward the demon ape's neck. No, the demon ape let out a desperate roar. In the next instant, its head was severed. A first-layer demon of the realm of respect had fallen. Zhou Chen retracted the Chaos Bell and retrieved the demon core from the demon ape's carcass. It was a core of the first layer in the realm of respect, radiating waves of terrifying energy. A valuable prize indeed. Zhou Chen contentedly stored the demon core away. At that moment, cheers erupted from afar. The guards of Qingyun City had all witnessed the battle unfold. They saw Zhou Chen, at the 10th layer of the royal realm, slay a demon of the first layer in the realm of respect, leaving them all in stunned silence. The elder is simply divine. An excited middle-aged general trembled with enthusiasm. Zhou Chen dismissed the true form of the Underworld King, calmly instructing, clear the battlefield and collect the demon cores. Yes, in the Lord's manor of Qingyun City. Within the Grand Hall, representatives from all forces within 100,000 miles had gathered to offer their support. Elder Li Qingshan of the Xian Yuan Academy, Steward Zhao Wuji of the Tai Su Academy, Protector Qianxing of the Tianji Academy, and dozens of leaders and clan heads from various smaller factions all focused their attention on Zhou Chen in the center of the hall. They had all witnessed the earlier battle. Zhou Chen, at the 10th layer of the royal realm, had defied a demon of the first layer in the realm of respect. Such an achievement could no longer merely be described as that of a genius. This was a prodigy, a true prodigy. Esteemed guests, Lord Sun Quan rose, speaking solemnly. Qingyun City's survival is entirely reliant on the efforts of young Master Zhou. I propose we appoint young Master Zhou as the overall commander of the Demon Extermination Alliance in Qingyun City. He shall unify and coordinate the strength of all our forces to collectively resist the invasion of demons. What say you? As soon as these words were spoken, a brief silence enveloped the Grand Hall. To appoint a young man as the overall commander? Moreover, this young man was merely a core disciple of the Xianxia Academy, not a leader or clan head. Typically, such a decision would spark controversy. However, the situation was different now. Zhou Chen's displayed prowess had conquered all present. Furthermore, with demons rampaging and sealing nodes in dire straits, they needed a strong leader to unify their forces. Zhou Chun was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. I agree. Elderly Xianxia was the first to stand, cupping his hands in respect. Young Master Zhou possesses exceptional strength and unparalleled wisdom. I wholeheartedly support him as the overall commander. I concur, Zhao Wuji nodded. Young Master Zhou, defying a demon in the realm of respect at the 10th layer of the royal realm, has surpassed us all. The Taisu Academy has no objections to his command. Xianxia also rose, declaring, the Tianji Academy concurs. With the endorsement of the 3 great academies. The other smaller factions dared not voice opposition. We agree. Everyone chimed in unison. Zhou Chen sat at the head of the table, his expression calm. He did not decline the proposal. This was no time for pleasantries. With demons ravaging and sealing nodes in crisis, someone had to step up to unify the command. And he was indeed the most fitting candidate. Since you all have placed your trust in me, I shall not refuse. Zhou Chun rose slowly, scanning the faces of those present. However, let me make one thing clear. As the overall commander, all must obey my orders. Whosoever acts independently and causes the downfall of our efforts shall face my wrath without mercy. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with undeniable authority. An invisible pressure engulfed the room. We understand. The crowd responded in unison. Zhou Chen nodded and produced a map, unfurling it upon the table. It detailed all the sealing nodes within a 10,000-mile radius. According to the latest intelligence, there were currently 10 urgent sealing nodes. Zhou Chen pointed out several locations on the map. These 10 nodes vary in importance. Some seal merely thousands of low-tier demons. Even if breached, the impact would be minimal. However, some seal demons of the royal realm, and even the realm of respect. Should they fall, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, we must differentiate between the priorities and allocate our forces judiciously. He marked 3 locations on the map. These 3 nodes are of utmost importance and must be defended with priority. Elderly, you shall lead the Xian Yuan Academy to guard the Northern Demon Suppression Tower. Steward Zhao, you shall command the Tai Su Academy to secure the Eastern Demon Sealing Array. Protector Qian, you shall oversee the Tianji Academy to defend the Western Spirit Lock Cave. The 3 immediately cupped their hands in acknowledgement. Yes, Zhou Chen continued. As for the other nodes, let each faction act independently. Lord Sun, you will be in charge of coordinating logistics, ensuring that our frontline soldiers lack for neither supplies nor elixirs. Yes, Sun Quan promptly responded. Zhou Chun had arranged all forces meticulously and then spoke with gravitas. Remember, we have but one goal, to safeguard all sealing nodes and prevent the demons from breaking through. As long as we can hold out until the reinforcements from the 5 great academies arrive, we shall prevail. Understood. The assembly echoed in unison. Once the meeting concluded, everyone sprang into action. The personnel from the 3 great academies headed to their respective critical nodes, while others proceeded to their assigned locations. The entirety of Qingyun City transformed into a vast military encampment, with cultivators mobilizing troops and preparing supplies. 3 days later, Zhou Chen stood upon the city walls, his gaze cast toward the distant horizon. Over the past 3 days, battle reports had streamed in from various key points. Li Qingshan had steadfastly defended the Demon Suppression Tower, repelling the onslaught of tens of thousands of malevolent fiends. Zhao Wuji held firm at the sealing array, slaying 3 Imperial-level demonic beasts. Xianxia maintained control of the Spirit Lock Cavern, successfully repairing portions of the seals. The situation at other strategic nodes remained relatively stable. Although a few minor positions had fallen, their loss bore little consequence. Overall, Zhou Chun's orchestration had been remarkably effective. Under his unified command, Qingyun City and its surrounding regions had, for the moment, stabilized. Yet Zhou Chun was acutely aware that this tranquility was but temporary. The true crisis lay ahead. At that moment, a telepathic talisman flew swiftly before him. Accepting it, Zhou Chun probed its essence with his divine awareness. The voice of Bai Chongming resonated. Zhou Chun. Urgent intelligence from the Xianxia Academy. The primary assault direction of the traitorous forces has been confirmed. It is Guizhou. Zhou Chun's pupils contracted sharply. Guizhou. Situated at the confluence of Zhongzhou, Donghuang, and the Southern Sea, it was the grandest seal of all. Legend held that beneath Guizhou lay imprisoned the vanguard legion of invading demons and a truly formidable quasi-immortal demonic lord. Should Guizhou fall, the consequences would be catastrophic. Bai Chongming continued. The academy has resolved to marshal all available forces to support Guizhou. Other academies will dispatch reinforcements as well. But Guizhou's defenses are critically insufficient. We must arrive swiftly. Zhou Chun, how stand matters on your side? Can you spare troops? After a moment's reflection, Zhou Chun replied, Qingyun City remains stable for now. I can allocate some forces. However, I intend to journey to Guizhou personally. Yourself? Bai Chongming sounded surprised. What of Qingyun City? I shall entrust Li Qingshan and the others with its defense. Zhou Chun answered calmly. I seek to temper myself, to witness the true theater of war firsthand. Bai Chongming was silent briefly before conceding, very well. Exercise caution. Depart in 3 days. We shall rendezvous at Gigzu. Understood. Stowing away the telepathic talisman, Zhou Chun turned from the battlements. He summoned Li Qingshan and the others, entrusting them with Qingyun City's defense. Elderly, the city is in your capable hands. Rest assured, young Lord Zhou, Li Qingshan solemnly vowed. While breath remains in my lungs, Qingyun City shall not fall. Zhou Chen nodded, then activated the Xianyuan crossing, soaring toward Gigzu. Gigzu, nestled at the junction of Zhongzhou, Donghuang, and the Southern Sea, was once an immense sea. Through countless ages, the waters had long since vanished, leaving behind a fathomless chasm. Spanning thousands of miles in circumference, its depths were unfathomable. Standing at its edge, one could sense a terrifying suction, as if the abyss sought to devour all things. From its depths emanated a sinister demonic aura that chilled the heart. This was Gigzu, the legendary prison of the demonic vanguard and the quasi-immortal demonic lord. Zhou Chen stood at the precipice, eyes fixed upon the abyss. Even from tens of thousands of zhang away, he could discern the dreadful aura simmering below. Its master was at least of quasi-immortal caliber, a demonic lord transcending the pinnacle of the imperial realm. Such an existence surpassed the sovereign realm. Truly a sovereign power atop Tianxian continent. Even the Academy's grand sacrificer might not guarantee victory against such a foe. Yet fortune favors the bold. Having come thus far, retreat was no longer an option. Drawing a deep breath, Zhou Chen settled cross-legged at the abyss's rim. One day remained before the decisive battle. He intended to use this time to refine his condition to its utmost peak. Moreover, he sought to harness the sealing power of Gigzu itself, endeavoring to break through into the sovereign realm. With eyes closed, he activated the Great Void 8 Desolation Boundless Scripture. Terrifying spatial energies surged forth from within, extending toward Gigzu's seal. A resonant vibration suddenly stirred as his spatial force touched the seal. A subtle yet profound connection blossomed between his power and the seal's essence. Encouraged, Zhou Chun pressed onward, his consciousness delving deeper into the seal's core. There he beheld its true nature, a colossal prison woven from innumerable spatial laws, enfolding the abyss and imprisoning the demonic hordes within. This cage was an ancient relic left by a supreme being of old, enduring for tens of thousands of years. A revelation dawned upon him. The seal was essentially a vast spatial prison, and his cultivation of the Great Void 8 Desolation Boundless Scripture centered on spatial law. A natural affinity existed between them. If I can fully comprehend the seal's mysteries. Zhou Chun's eyes gleamed with newfound insight. Immersed in profound contemplation, time slipped by unnoticed. The spatial energies within him began to shift. Once wild, they grew serene and stable. His grasp of spatial law deepened steadily. Gradually, he brushed against the invisible barrier separating the imperial and sovereign realms. To transcend this threshold required a profound understanding of at least 3 fundamental Tao laws. Currently, Zhou Chun had mastered 4 complete Tao laws: severance, slaughter, ice, and water. In theory, he possessed the qualifications to ascend to the sovereign realm. Yet such a breakthrough demanded not only comprehension but also a catalyst, a moment when these laws could fuse to form a unified Tao. Now, Gigzu's seal might serve as that catalyst. Severance, slaughter, ice, water, and space, Zhou Chun murmured. If I can meld them, perhaps a novel Tao may emerge. He sank into deeper reflection as the 5 laws' energies intertwined and clashed within. Each time fusion seemed imminent, an unseen force inhibited the process. So close, just one step away. Frowning, Zhou Chen sensed he was on the brink of the sovereign realm's threshold, yet the final leap eluded him. Unbeknownst to him, a full day and night passed. At dawn, Zhou Chen opened his eyes. His cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the imperial 10th layer, no breakthrough achieved. Apparently, the elusive catalyst was still missing. Shaking his head, Zhou Chun rose. Though he had not transcended, the day and night of contemplation had yielded abundant gains. His understanding of the 5 Tao laws had deepened considerably, and he had glimpsed a method to fuse them, though the moment was not yet ripe. Perhaps this final battle is the opportunity for my breakthrough. Zhou Chun gazed into the distance. The horizon was already teeming with countless figures. These were the reinforcements from various powerful factions: the Xianxia Academy, the Taixu Academy, the Xianyuan Academy, the Tianji Academy, and even the most enigmatic Chaos Academy had dispatched personnel. In addition to the 5 great academies, the major sacred places of Zhongzhou, the ancient clans of the eastern wilderness, the demon clans of the southern sea, the Buddhist sects of the western desert, and the demonic paths of the northern plains had also sent their forces. A rough estimate suggested that at least hundreds of thousands of cultivators had gathered around the Gigzu. This was the largest assembly on the Xianxia continent in tens of thousands of years, and it promised to be the most brutal battle. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, awaiting the impending conflict. At Guizhou, the coalition's main camp sprawled across hundreds of miles, with hundreds of thousands of cultivators encamped in its vicinity. Tents dotted the landscape like clouds, and banners fluttered in the wind. Within the central tent, the strongest from each faction convened. Bai Chongming, the deputy head of the Xianxia Academy, had reached the 9th level of the sovereign realm, seemingly having employed some extraordinary means, his aura unstable. Ling Xiaozi, the head of the Taixu Academy, was also at the 9th level of sovereign. The supreme elder of the Xianyuan Academy, Suanji Jinren, stood at the same level, as did Tianjizi, the head of the Tianji Academy. The elder of the Chaos Academy, Qinyuan Deist, had ascended to the 10th level of sovereign. Additionally, the leaders of the major sacred places of Zhongzhou, the heads of the ancient clans of the eastern wilderness, the demon king of the southern sea, the ancient Buddha of the western desert, and the lord of the northern plains demonic path were also present. However, Zhou Chen noticed the absence of representatives from the Taishu sacred land. Due to the attack from the Jiang family, the Taishu sacred land had weakened significantly, and Dao Xian had been severely injured, leading the academies to refrain from sending representatives from Taishu. Chapter 368, The Taixu Dao Rule, Ninefold Thunder Punishment. Nearly every individual present was a formidable sovereign-level powerhouse. Within the grand tent, there were more than 30 sovereign-level cultivators. Such a lineup was indeed magnificent. However, the expressions of all were grave, for they understood that the adversaries they faced were equally formidable, the evil Vanguard Legion, comprising millions of malevolent troops, and the quasi-immortal demon lords slumbering deep within Guizhou. Esteemed colleagues, Bai Chongming spoke solemnly. According to the latest intelligence, the traitorous forces have completed their assembly. The Ghost Soul Sanctuary, the remnants of the evil spirits, and the traitors of the demonic path number over 200,000. Moreover, they have received support from extraterritorial demons, including several sovereign-level powerhouses. Coupled with the demonic army sealed within Guizhou, we are set to face a grueling battle. Ling Xiaozi nodded. Deputy head Bai is correct. However, we are not without hope. We possess 37 sovereign-level cultivators, hundreds of emperor-level warriors, and hundreds of thousands of cultivators beneath the emperor realm. As long as we defend the Guizhou seal and prevent the demon lord from breaking free, we hold a chance of victory. That is easier said than done. Qinyuan Deist interjected with a cold snort. The Guizhou seal has existed for ages and is riddled with countless flaws. Should the traitorous forces launch a full-scale assault, the seal will collapse within 3 days at most. At that point, if the quasi-immortal demon lord escapes, he did not need to continue. For all understood the implication. The quasi-immortal demon lord transcended the sovereign realm. Even with their 37 sovereign-level cultivators joining forces, they might not stand a chance. Silence fell over the grand tent, the atmosphere growing intensely oppressive. On the edge of Guizhou, in a secluded spot, Zhou Chen sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. He did not rush to break through, but instead focused on adjusting his state. Ascending to the sovereign realm was a crucial milestone in his cultivation journey, requiring utmost caution. Zhou Chen reflected on the insights he had gained over the past day and night. He had discovered a method to fuse the 5 laws. Using the law of interception as the core, he sought to weave the other 4 laws into an immense net. This net would encompass all things, embodying the comprehensive nature of the Taixu Dao rule. Let us begin. Zhou Chen inhaled deeply and activated the Taixu 8 Desolations Formless Sutra. The powers of the 5 laws surged within him. The law of space transformed into an invisible net, extending towards the other 4 laws. However, the 4 laws represented entirely different grand paths, making their fusion a daunting task. Yet, Zhou Chen did not falter. The net of the law of interception gradually unfurled, enveloping all 4 laws. Then, the net began to constrict. Boom. The 4 laws collided and intertwined. Terrifying energy erupted within Zhou Chen, nearly tearing his body apart. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, continuing to propel the Taixu laws. The net tightened further, forcibly merging the 4 laws together. Gradually, the 4 laws began to exhibit subtle changes, permeating and fusing with one another. Remarkably, the previously incomplete law of space achieved perfection in that moment. Ultimately, all 5 laws merged into the net of the Taixu Dao rule. Buzz. A tremor resonated within Zhou Chen. The 5 laws had finally fused completely. A brand new power, transcending the laws, was born within him, the Taixu Dao rule. Boom. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and the terrifying power of heavenly tribulation began to coalesce. This was the sovereign-level heavenly tribulation. Zhou Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Just in time, he rose to his feet and gazed skyward. 9 tribulation clouds gradually materialized in the sky, each containing an overwhelming thunderous force. This was the standard ninefold thunder tribulation of the sovereign level. Each successive thunder tribulation was exponentially more powerful than the last. Only by overcoming all 9 could he truly break through to the sovereign realm. Boom. The first thunder tribulation descended, as thick as a barrel, exuding a sense of annihilation. Zhou Chun did not evade. He allowed the tribulation to strike him. Crack. When the thunderbolt hit him, countless fissures appeared on his body. Yet in the next moment, the law of life mended the cracks. The first level is too weak, Zhou Chun remarked nonchalantly. Boom. The second thunder tribulation fell, 3 times as powerful as the first. Zhou Chun still did not dodge. As the thunder struck him, his royal body sustained even more fissures, but once again, the law of life swiftly repaired them. Boom, boom, boom. The third, fourth, and fifth thunder tribulations struck in succession, each one exponentially stronger than the previous. By the time the fifth thunder tribulation arrived, its power had reached the full might of a third-level sovereign attack. Zhou Chun's royal body was battered and bruised, blood splattering, yet he refrained from employing any defensive measures. He understood that this was the best opportunity to temper his flesh. Only through the baptism of the thunder tribulation could his body undergo a true metamorphosis. Boom. The sixth thunder tribulation descended, its might reaching the 4th level of sovereign. At this moment, Zhou Chun finally invoked the Taixu Dao rule. The Taixu domain unfurled, diminishing the thunder tribulation's power by 30%. The remaining force struck him, still causing significant injury but no longer life-threatening. Boom. The 7th thunder tribulation descended, its strength ascending to the 5th level of sovereign. Zhou Chun summoned the mark of the Underworld King, manifesting the true form of the Underworld King to shield himself from the majority of the thunder tribulations. However, a small portion of the tribulations penetrated his defenses, striking him directly. Boom. The 8th bolt of lightning descended, its power astonishingly reaching the 8th layer of the sovereign realm. This strike had already surpassed Zhou Chun's current limits, compelling him to wield the Chaos Bell. Chaos, seal the heavens. The Chaos Bell materialized, its absolute defense unfurling. The 8th bolt of lightning crashed against the Chaos Bell, unleashing a thunderous roar. The Chaos Bell trembled violently, but ultimately held firm. Zhou Chun exhaled in relief. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically, for in the heavens above, the 9th bolt of lightning began to coalesce. Its power exceeded his wildest imaginings. This was no ordinary tribulation. It was the heavenly punishment, a retribution from the heavenly Tao for his mastery of 5 perfected laws, a transgression that defied the natural order in the eyes of the heavens. Thus, the heavenly Tao sought to obliterate this anomaly. Heavenly punishment. A bitter smile crossed Zhou Chun's lips. He had not anticipated that his prodigious talent would attract such divine wrath. Yet, he felt no fear. You wish to kill me? A flicker of ruthlessness glimmered in his eyes. Let us see if you possess the capability. He summoned all the power within him, the Void Tao, the mark of the Underworld King, the Chaos Bell, the 9 nether fruits, and the Qingping sword mark. All his trump cards were laid bare. At last, the 9th bolt of lightning coalesced into existence. It was a purple-golden thunderbolt, as thick as a mountain, radiating an aura capable of annihilating the world. The might of this heavenly punishment was unequivocally at the quasi-immortal level. Chapter 369. The final battle of the return to ruins, 1st layer of the sovereign realm. Come. Zhou Chun roared in a frenzy. The purple-golden lightning descended, striking directly at him. The Chaos Bell and the true form of the Underworld King both braced for impact. Yet, before the quasi-immortal level punishment, their defenses crumbled as if made of paper. Boom. The Chaos Bell was sent flying, and the true form of the Underworld King was instantly shattered. The residual force of the lightning struck Zhou Chun, reducing his body to fragments, blood and flesh scattering in a horrific display. Yet, in that moment, the 9 nether fruits he had gathered erupted with resplendent light. A terrifying surge of life force poured forth from the fruit, beginning to reshape Zhou Chun's body. Flesh regenerated, bones reformed. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Chun was completely restored, his aura now magnitudes more potent than before. At that instant, the heavens and earth trembled. An immense expanse of purple chi surged from the eastern horizon, stretching for millions of miles across the central continent. Anomalies manifested in the void, the sky and earth inverted. Mountains hung upside down, and all things fell into chaos. 9 blazing suns and 10 radiant moons simultaneously hung in the firmament, casting down millions of golden and silver beams of light. Above, the phantoms of dragons and phoenixes soared and sang, while the illusory ancient divine mountains flickered in and out of view. Golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and celestial sounds echoed. At this moment, Zhou Chun was encircled by 5 colored divine rings, each imbued with a perfected law. The pressure of the sovereign realm radiated for miles, causing even the malevolent entities deep within the return to ruins to tremble in fear. First layer of the sovereign realm. Zhou Chen had successfully broken through. What is more, having endured the baptism of heavenly punishment, his foundation was over 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary sovereign realm cultivator. Had someone truly breached the sovereign realm? Who could possibly manifest such a terrifying phenomenon? Even the ancient prodigies paled in comparison. Which cultivator could it be? Could it be that an ancient immortal had reincarnated? How terrifying! Within the central tent, the cultivators from various prestigious academies were thoroughly astonished. Meanwhile, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators at the edge of the return to ruins could scarcely believe the scene before them. Zhou Chen exhaled deeply. Though he had nearly perished beneath the heavenly punishment, he had ultimately endured, reaping immense rewards. With the cultivation of the first layer of the sovereign realm, combined with the void Dao and various hidden cards, he now felt confident even against a fourth-layer sovereign realm powerhouse. Yet, amidst the multitude of witnesses, Zhou Chen swiftly concealed his aura. With a ripple in the fabric of space, his figure vanished from sight. Should any cultivator have witnessed this scene, they would have been awestruck, for it was a manifestation of profound mastery over the laws of space. At the very moment Zhou Chen broke through, deep within the return to ruins, sealed away, a pair of colossal eyes slowly opened. They were eyes imbued with malice, brutality, and a thirst for slaughter. Just a glance sent shivers through the very essence of one's soul. Interesting. A low voice resonated. So, a human cultivator has attracted the heavenly punishment, and yet managed to survive. How intriguing. The enormous eyes gradually closed, descending once more into slumber. However, the sealing power began to tremble violently, indicating that this quasi-immortal demon lord was stirring from its slumber. In the return to ruins, dawn was breaking. As the first rays of morning light pierced through the clouds, the entire realm did not greet the light, but was instead engulfed in darkness. Countless obsidian demon ships tore through the void, emerging from the far reaches of the sky, blotting out the sun. Each ship measured 1,000 feet across, forged from nether iron, exuding a chilling aura of demonic energy. Upon these vessels stood legions of robed cultivators, their eyes ablaze with fervor, radiating an overwhelming murderous intent. These individuals were members of the Traitor Alliance, the Phantom Sanctuary, remnants of evil spirits, and traitorous demons. Atop the three leading ships stood the pinnacle of the Traitor Alliance's might, the Lord of the Phantom Sanctuary, Ghost Sovereign, at the 10th layer of the Sovereign Realm, the second ancestor of the Ice Clan, Xianxia, at the 9th layer, and the third ancestor of the Flame Clan, Xianxia, also at the 9th layer. His form ablaze with golden flames, an embodiment of terror. Additionally, there were hundreds of powerhouses at the 7th and 8th layers of the Sovereign Realm. The Traitor Alliance's number of Sovereign Realm cultivators was not significantly fewer than that of the Heavenly Guardian Alliance. Let us begin, Ghost Sovereign declared coldly, his voice deep as if emerging from the depths of the abyss. Today, we shall shatter the seals of the return to ruins and welcome the arrival of our Lord, the Demon Monarch. At that time, the entirety of the heavenly Xian continent shall bow before the feet of our Lord. No sooner had he finished speaking than all the demon ships simultaneously activated. Boom. Countless black beams of light shot forth from the vessels, hurtling towards the seals of the return to ruins. Each beam contained the power of the Sovereign Realm, with hundreds of beams striking simultaneously. The resulting force was nothing short of catastrophic. The seals of the return to ruins trembled violently, countless fissures appearing on its surface. Concurrently, roars of demonic fury echoed from deep within the return to ruins. Countless strands of demonic energy seeped through the cracks in the seal, transforming into ferocious demonic beasts that charged at the barrier. With an internal and external assault, the speed at which the seals of the return to ruins began to collapse exceeded expectations. Damn it! Bai Kongming's face turned ashen. These traitors could even manipulate the demonic energy within the return to ruins. There must be someone among them who had already communicated with that demon lord. Ling Xiaozi spoke gravely. We can wait no longer. We must counterattack immediately. Zhou Chen. Bai Chongming turned to Zhou Chen. You take command. Zhou Chen did not hesitate. He positioned himself at the forefront of the Alliance's army, his gaze sweeping across the hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Esteemed colleagues, Zhou Chen's voice resonated across the battlefield through his spiritual power, declaring that today's battle would determine the fate of the Tianxian continent. Should we falter, the entire land would succumb to the realm of demons. Our loved ones, friends, and homes would be reduced to ashes. Therefore, his voice rose sharply, proclaiming, today, we fight to the death, to the death, to the death, to the death. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators echoed his fervent cries, their voices shaking the heavens. With a wave of his right hand, Zhou Chen activated the battle formation. No sooner had he spoken than countless beams of divine light surged skyward from the allied forces. The disciples of the Xianxia Academy were the first to strike. The Xianxia sword formation commenced. Thousands of disciples simultaneously drew their swords, and the sword energy soared into the sky. Countless rays of sword light intertwined in the air, forming a colossal sword formation. Within this formation, the sword energy crisscrossed, each ray infused with the power of the laws. Swish, swish, swish. The sword energy pierced through the air, racing towards the demonic vessels. The black-robed cultivators aboard the vessels attempted to defend themselves, but the sword energy was far too swift. Thud, thud, thud. Cries of agony erupted. Hundreds of black-robed cultivators were slain by the sword energy. The myriad beasts devouring heaven formation was unleashed. The powerful beings of the Southern Sea Demon clan also made their move. Countless demonic beasts roared towards the sky, their malevolent energy surging. They transformed into a massive phantom of a demon god in midair, unleashing terrifying demonic flames from their mouths. The flames engulfed several demonic vessels, which burned violently as the black-robed cultivators aboard emitted piercing screams. The Great Thundersound Buddha formation was activated. The monks of the Heavenly Buddha sacred land chanted scriptures in unison. An array of Buddhist light emanated from their bodies, converging in the air to form a grand statue of Buddha. Chapter 370, 1 against 3, Slaying Jiangming. The statue, benevolent and solemn, wielded a demon-subduing pestle, radiating the power to purify all evil. Namalamitba. The statue intoned the sacred name, and the pestle crashed down. The demonic energy seeping from the ruins of the abyss dissipated under the illumination of the Buddhist light. In an instant, the morale of the allied forces surged, suppressing the onslaught of the traitorous alliance. Yet, the three Ghost Lords remained unfazed. Humph, mere dying struggles, the Ghost Lord scoffed. Our sole objective is to shatter the seal. As for these ants, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Let our subordinates entertain them. He instructed a few of his followers to eliminate the commander. Ing Hantian and Jiang Finchen nodded, having long taken note of Zhou Chun. A junior at the first level of the Respect realm could command such a vast allied army, and the terrifying breakthrough phenomenon from the previous day was likely instigated by him. Better to kill mistakenly than to let him live. Such a prodigy must be swiftly dealt with, lest he become a future threat. Go. Behind them, three figures flashed, bypassing the main battlefield as they surged toward Zhou Chen's position. They were Gue Ying, Ying Shu, and Jiang Ming, all at the 5th level of the Respect realm. Their speed was unparalleled, appearing before Zhou Chun in an instant. Junior, prepare to meet your demise. Gue Ying struck first, his palm slamming towards Zhou Chun. The palm imprint transformed into a colossal skull, emanating a terrifying aura of death. This was Gue Ying's renowned technique, the soul-devouring palm. With one strike, all living souls would perish. Ying Shu followed closely, raising a finger. Supreme ice-sealing sword of the Respect stage. Countless ice crystals materialized from the void, forming a gigantic ice sword that cleaved towards Zhou Chun. As the ice sword passed, the very fabric of space froze in its wake. Jiang Ming would not be outdone either, forming seals with both hands. Flame Phoenix Annihilation. Countless golden flames surged forth from his being, coalescing into a fiery phoenix that charged at Zhou Chun. The phoenix screeched, incinerating everything in its path. The three formidable cultivators of the 5th level of the Respect realm unleashed their attacks simultaneously, their power reaching terrifying heights. Even those of the same tier would find it difficult to withstand such might. Yet, Zhou Chun remained entirely unperturbed. Come at me. A fierce battle intent surged in his eyes. The void domain unfurled. The overwhelming power of the domain instantly enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. Within this domain, Zhou Chun stood as the sole sovereign. The attacks from Gue Ying and his companions, upon entering the domain, had their power diminished by 30%. What? The three's expressions shifted dramatically. At the 1st level of the Respect realm, he could summon such a formidable domain. What kind of monster was this young man? However, there was no time for further contemplation. Zhou Chun raised his hand, and the Chaos Bell materialized above him. Chaos Suppression. The Chaos Bell erupted with brilliant light, establishing an absolute defense. Gue Ying and the others' attacks crashed against the Chaos Bell, producing an earth-shattering roar. Yet, the Chaos Bell remained impervious. They were even more astonished. A full-force strike from 3 5th-level Respect realm cultivators was actually blocked. What other hidden cards does this junior possess? Zhou Chun did not allow them a moment to ponder. With a flick of his right hand, the Haoshan mirror appeared. Haoshan divine light extinguish. The Haoshan mirror emitted a radiant beam of divine light, hurtling towards Gue Ying. The speed of the divine light was such that Gue Ying had no time to evade. He could only grit his teeth and muster all his spiritual energy to resist. Boom. This kid has too many treasures. Ying seethed. Ying Shu and Jiang Ming exchanged glances, then struck simultaneously. In that case, we shall hold nothing back. Ying Shu activated the Ying clan's forbidden technique. Manifest Ice Body. His form began to swell, transforming into a towering frost giant. The giant radiated an aura cold enough to freeze everything, a sight to behold. Jiang Ming also invoked the Jiang clan's forbidden technique. A massive fire phoenix soared from his body, merging with him. In the next moment, he transformed into a gigantic fire phoenix. With the simultaneous execution of both forbidden techniques, their power surged instantly to the 6th level of the Respect realm. Junior, perish. The frost giant and fire phoenix attacked simultaneously, one icy and one fiery. Their combined terrifying forces surged toward Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened. These two techniques were indeed formidable. If he were to receive them head-on, he would likely be gravely wounded. However, a cold smirk crept upon Zhou Chun's lips. 9th layer of the Underworld King's seal. True body of the Underworld King. A shadow of the Underworld King, towering 100,000 feet, manifested behind him. The Underworld King's true body wielded a sickle, exuding an aura of death. Death side slash. The Underworld King's true body swung its sickle, unleashing a terrifying black blade of energy that cleaved toward the icy and fiery forces. Boom. The blade of energy collided with the ice and fire, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. A terrifying wave of energy swept outward, rending the void within a 1,000-mile radius. As the dust settled, Zhou Chun emerged unscathed, while Ying Shu and Jiang Ming bore the brunt of significant injuries. How is this possible? The two were incredulous. At the first level of the Respect realm, he had managed to withstand a full-force attack from both of them, who were at the 5th level of the Respect realm. This was nothing short of absurd. Ying was also taken aback. Yet, soon a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. We cannot delay any longer. We must conclude this swiftly. You too, join me in executing that technique. Ying Shu and Jiang Ming were taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. All right. The three simultaneously activated their secret techniques, merging their terrifying auras. They were about to unleash the Triad Annihilation Formation. This is a formidable secret technique devised by the Traitor Alliance, possessing terrifying power. When 3 5th-level masters join forces, their might can rival that of a 7th-level master. Young one, should you perish beneath this strike, it would be a source of pride. The Spectre of Death sneered coldly. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Ming unexpectedly revealed a flaw. In his eagerness for success, his spiritual energy became slightly chaotic. It was this very moment of disruption that Zhou Chun seized upon. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Zhou Chun's eyes. Without hesitation, he braced himself against the onslaught of the Spectre and Ying Shu. Boom. Two terrifying forces crashed into Zhou Chun's body, shattering his royal body instantly, blood splattering forth. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward, heading straight for Jiang Ming. Chaos Bell, Chaos Prison. The Chaos Bell erupted in resplendent light, its chime resonating melodiously. Dome. The laws of time erupted, momentarily immobilizing Jiang Ming's body. It was in this fleeting instant that Zhou Chun activated the Azure Lotus Creation Body, a terrifying force of creation flooding into him, instantly mending all his injuries. Then, he unleashed the King of Hell's seal, delivering a powerful punch. King of Hell's Annihilation Fist. This punch encompassed all of his strength, the principles of the void. The power of the King of Hell, the might of the Azure Lotus, all converging into this singular blow. Its power reached the 5th level of the Master Realm. Boom. His fist pierced through Jiang Ming's heart. A horrifying tide of chaotic energy surged into Jiang Ming's body, instantaneously extinguishing all traces of life within him. No. Jiang Ming's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that a distinguished 5th-level master would meet his demise at the hands of a mere 1st-level junior. In the next moment, his body collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of life. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Chapter 371. The battlefield slaughter, the domain overwhelms. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their minds a blank slate. Jiang Ming, the 31st ancestor of the Jiang clan, a 5th-level master, had been ruthlessly slain by Zhou Chun before the eyes of all. The elder Jiang Ming was dead. The Jiang clan's cultivators stared wide-eyed, filled with terror. Zhou Chun had killed a 5th-level master. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Alliance forces. Mighty, invincible. Their morale surged in an instant. Meanwhile, the Traitor Alliance's spirits plummeted. Ying Shu and the Spectre gazed at Jiang Ming's lifeless form, their faces ashen. Damn it! The Ghost Lord gritted his teeth, saying, "This brat is too monstrous. He must not be allowed to live. He must be eliminated immediately." Just then, Bai Chongming and others arrived. "Ghost Lord, your adversary is me." Bai Chongming blocked the Spectre. Ling Xiaozi intercepted Ying Hantian. Other masters of the realm also joined the fray. A cataclysmic battle erupted in its entirety. Above the chaos ruins, the battlefield descended into utter chaos. Jiang Ming's fall was akin to a heavy bomb detonating across the entire battlefield. The morale of the traitor alliance's cultivators plummeted, with many even beginning to harbor thoughts of retreat. In stark contrast, the morale of the Celestial Guardian Alliance soared to unprecedented heights. Kill. Today, we shall eradicate all these traitors. Countless cultivators roared as they charged into the enemy ranks, their combat spirit unparalleled. The sword formations of the Xianxia Academy grew even more formidable, as countless beams of sword light cascaded like a hanging galaxy, tearing apart one demonic vessel after another. The phantom of the demon god from the southern sea howled to the heavens, its demonic flames raging, devouring hundreds of black-robed cultivators. The holy radiance of the heavenly Buddha's sacred land grew ever more brilliant, purifying the demonic energy seeping from the fissures of the chaos ruins entirely. The tide of battle began to tilt overwhelmingly in one direction. Yet, the Ghost Lord and Xianxia remained unfazed. Bai Chongming, do you truly believe you can win? The Ghost Lord scoffed. You are woefully naive. Today, the seal of the chaos ruins shall be broken, and the demon lord shall descend. When that time comes, all of you will perish. As his words fell, a deafening roar erupted from deep within the chaos ruins. Roar. A torrent of terrifying demonic energy surged forth from the cracks in the seal, transforming into a colossal demonic claw that reached for the Alliance forces. The claw spanned 1,000 miles, exuding the oppressive might of a quasi-immortal realm. It was the power of the quasi-immortal demon lord from the depths of the chaos ruins. Although the demon lord had yet to fully break free, he could already unleash a portion of his strength through the cracks in the seal. This is bad. Bai Chongming's countenance shifted dramatically. The power of the quasi-immortal realm was simply beyond their capacity to contend with. If struck by this claw, the Alliance forces would suffer catastrophic losses. Senior Hunyuan. Bai Chongming hastily turned to the elder Hunyuan Daoist from the Chaos Academy. Hunyuan Daoist was the only 10th-level master present, and the sole individual capable of withstanding this blow. I am aware, Hunyuan Daoist replied gravely, stepping into the air. Chaos Law body manifest. His form began to swell, transforming into a towering giant of chaos. The giant radiated chaotic energy, reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. Chaos opening palm. Hunyuan Daoist struck forth, his palm imprint morphing into an immense chaotic hand, meeting the demonic claw head-on. Boom. The two colossal hands collided in midair, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. Terrifying waves of energy rippled outward, shaking the void for thousands of miles. Hunyuan Daoist's chaotic hand barely managed to withstand the demonic claw, but he too was affected, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Hunyuan Daoist gritted his teeth. The power of the quasi-mortal realm is indeed terrifying. Even though most of its might is sealed away, it remains overwhelmingly strong. Though I am a 10th-level master, the chasm of disparity feels insurmountable. After the demonic claw was repelled, it slowly retreated back into the depths of the chaos ruins. However, the seal of the chaos ruins now bore countless new fissures. Clearly, the demon lord was persistently assaulting the seal. It would not be long before the seal completely collapsed. Accelerate. Attack the seal with all your might. The ghost lord roared. The demon lord is about to descend, and our victory is within reach. The cultivators of the Traitor Alliance charged forward once more, fearless in the face of death. They understood that once the demon lord broke free, the entire celestial continent would be subjugated. At that time, they would all become esteemed guests beneath the demon lord's banner, indulging in endless riches and glory. On the other side, Zhou Chun retrieved the storage ring from Jiang Ming's corpse, his consciousness sweeping through its contents. Inside lay countless precious treasures, top-tier spirit stones, master-grade elixirs, and master-grade spiritual artifacts. Additionally, there was a forbidden technique of the Jiang clan, the Flame Phoenix Nirvana technique. However, Zhou Chun found little interest in these. What truly captivated him was a single drop of phoenix blood, a feather of the immortal phoenix, and 3 master-grade barrier-breaking pills within the storage ring. These were exceedingly valuable treasures. Particularly the drop of phoenix blood, which contained the power of rebirth, could rapidly heal his injuries upon refinement, effectively granting him an extra life. The feather of the immortal phoenix, a legendary creature's life essence, could assist in comprehending the laws of fire. A fruitful harvest indeed. Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction. Stowing everything away in the storage ring, he then turned his gaze towards the battlefield. At that moment, Bai Chongming was locked in fierce combat with the Ghost Lord, while Ling Xiaozi battled fiercely against Xianxia. Other masters of the realm had also found their respective opponents. The entire battlefield was engulfed in chaos. Yet, Zhou Chun discerned that, Despite the high morale on the Alliance's side, their overall strength was still somewhat inferior. The Traitor Alliance had garnered support from the malevolent beings from beyond the realms, not only boasting immense power, but also employing treacherous tactics. More crucially, the Gig's seal was continuously fracturing. Should the Demon Lord break free, the tide of battle would be irrevocably turned. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. The Great Void Domain, activate. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen unleashed his domain. The terrifying force of the domain instantaneously enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles, ensnaring both factions. However, Zhou Chen refrained from imposing any suppression on his own allies. The domain was solely aimed at the Rebel Alliance. Damn it! Xianxia felt the weight of the domain's suppression, and his aura plummeted by 30% in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Xianxia unleashed a sword strike. The Great Void Breaking Slash. A resplendent beam of sword light cleaved through the void, targeting Xianxia. Attempting to evade, his speed was severely hampered under the Great Void Domain's influence. Thud! The sword light struck Xianxia, leaving a deep wound on his chest. Blood gushed forth. Zhou Chen was not idle either. I possess a sword, the Qingping, capable of severing the myriad laws of the heavens. Boom! The terrifying imperial mark, the Qingping sword, materialized from the void, crashing down upon the rebels' stronghold below. The cultivators attempted to resist, but under the pressure of the Great Void Domain, they had no time to react. Boom! The spectral image of the Qingping sword descended with ferocity, causing cultivators below the third level of the Sovereign Realm to spit blood. Their vitality reduced to the utmost brink. Chapter 372, Desperation, by Chongming falls in battle. The Chaotic Bell, the Chaotic Prison. The Chaotic Bell reappeared, its chime resonating melodiously. Dong! Countless cultivators found their bodies immobilized, allowing the Alliance's cultivators to seize the moment and eliminate the traitors. Some of the rebels even attempted to self-detonate, but were forcefully interrupted. In a mere quarter of an hour, the tide of battle shifted overwhelmingly, plunging the arena into an eerie silence once more. Such a feat was truly astonishing. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The Ghost Sovereign roared, his eyes ablaze with madness. He had not anticipated that the situation would deteriorate so swiftly. The battle, once thought to be securely in his favor, had been completely overturned by a mere junior of the first level of the Sovereign Realm. By Chongming. You shall pay for this. The Ghost Sovereign ground his teeth. Today's vengeance will be repaid in due time. Aware that continuing the fight would lead him to share the fate of Jiang Fantian and Xianxia, he chose to flee, using the soul escape technique. His form transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the void in an instant. Bai Chongming sought to pursue, but realized it was too late. What a pity. He shook his head with a sigh. Nevertheless, forcing back a sovereign of the 10th level was already a monumental victory. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of Gigzu. The terrifying demonic energy surged forth from the cracks in the seal, more ferocious than before. The surface of the seal was riddled with countless fissures. Clearly, the Demon Lord had sensed the battle outside and was intensifying his assault on the seal. Not good. Bai Chongming's complexion paled. The seal cannot withstand much longer. At most, within an hour, it will completely collapse. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. An hour. That span of time was far too brief for any preparations. Yet, before the hundreds of thousands of Alliance cultivators could even celebrate, they witnessed a shocking scene. The cultivators of the Chaotic Academy suddenly began to attack their fellow Alliance members with reckless abandon. The disciples of the Great Void Academy also raised their blades against their comrades. The Xianyuan Academy, the Tianji Academy. Cultivators from several academies simultaneously betrayed their allies. How could this be? Zhou Chen's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. These academies were the pinnacle powers of Tianxian continent. How could they possibly betray their own? Ha! The Xianyuan Daers cackled. What are you all waiting for? The Demon Lord is about to descend. Those who know the times are the true heroes. Surrender now, and you may yet preserve your lives. Otherwise, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. You will find only the path to death. It turned out that the Xianyuan Daoist had long been bribed by the Demon Lord. Not only him, but also Xianxia from the Great Void Academy, Suanji Jinren from the Xianyuan Academy, and Tianjia from the Tianji Academy. The high echelons of these academies had all been covertly bought off by the Demon Lord. They had long since plotted to betray at this critical juncture. And the time had now arrived. Damn it! Bai Chongming roared. You traitors! The Tianxian continent nurtured you, and yet you choose to ally with evil? Despicable. Infuriating. The Xianyuan Daoist sneered. Bai Chongming, you are too naive. The Tianxian continent? What does that count for? Only by siding with the Demon Lord can one attain immortality. Do you think we reached the 9th and 10th levels of the Sovereign Realm by mere chance? All of it is the Demon Lord's grace. The evil spirits the Demon Lord can provide us with, regardless of how many resources the academies offer, will always prioritize those with connections. Without the evil spirits, we could never break through. As his words fell, multitudes of traitorous cultivators simultaneously launched their attacks. The Alliance army was instantly thrown into disarray. The previously evenly matched battle collapsed in an instant due to the betrayal. Countless cultivators were ambushed by their own comrades, meeting a gruesome end. Blood painted the sky red. Zhou Chen, run! Bai Chongming bellowed as he dashed to Zhou Chen's side. At this point, we have already lost. You are the hope of the Xianxia Academy. You cannot die here. Hurry! He channeled all his spiritual energy, his body igniting. This was a forbidden technique that consumed his lifespan and cultivation. Vice Academy Master, no? Zhou Chen exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Bai Chongming had already made up his mind. Zhou Chen, remember my words. Bai Chongming spoke solemnly. Return to the Xianxia Academy and inform the Academy's altar priest of the situation here. Warn him to be wary of the traitors. And, he paused momentarily. If the opportunity arises, you must avenge me. Upon finishing, his aura surged violently. Buzz. Sovereign level 10. After burning his lifespan and cultivation, Bai Chongming's power temporarily surged to the peak of the 10th level of the Sovereign Realm. Get away. He struck out with his palm. A terrifying imprint crashing toward the Hunyuan Daoist and others. The Hunyuan Daoist and his companions' expressions changed drastically, hastily retreating. Seizing the moment, Bai Chongming grasped Zhou Chen and activated a secret technique. Spatial shift. A tear in space appeared, forcibly sending Zhou Chen away. Vice Academy Master. Zhou Chen shouted. His eyes filled with reluctance. But the rift in space had already closed, and he vanished from the battlefield. Damn it! The Hunyuan Daoist gritted his teeth. Bai Chongming, you seek death. Several sovereign-level experts simultaneously struck out towards Bai Chongming. Aware that he was doomed, Bai Chongming showed no signs of retreating. Come, even if I die, I shall take a few with me. He activated the forbidden technique, his body engulfed in flames. Boom. The terrifying self-detonation enveloped several sovereign-level experts. The Hunyuan Daoist and others were filled with horror, hastily channeling all their spiritual energy to defend. Yet, having burned all his lifespan and cultivation, the force of Bai Chongming's strike had reached the pinnacle of what a sovereign level 10 could unleash. Rumbling. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the battlefield, causing the very earth to tremble. As the dust settled, the figure of Bai Chongming had vanished entirely. Although the Hunyuan Daoist and his companions had survived, they bore grievous wounds. Cursed Bai Chongming, spat the Hunyuan Daoist, blood spilling from his lips, his eyes ablaze with fury. In the grand hall of the Xianxia Academy, a rift in the fabric of space suddenly appeared, from which Zhou Chen tumbled forth. His body was drenched in blood, his breath shallow and labored. Zhou Chen, the Academy's headmaster, and the elders gasped in shock. How did you return? What transpired in the Gigzu? With great effort, Zhou Chen struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth. Headmaster, a grave calamity has befallen us. The Chaos Academy, the Taigzu Academy, the Xianyuan Academy, and the Tianji Academy have all betrayed us. They were long ago seduced by the Demon Lord, and at the critical moment, they turned against us, leading to the collapse of the Allied forces. Vice Master Bai sacrificed his very essence, exploding himself to ensure my return. The hall fell into an oppressive silence, all eyes wide with disbelief. What? The headmaster of Xianxia Academy sprang to his feet. The Chaos Academy has betrayed us? How can this be? Zhou Chen clenched his jaw. It is undeniably true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Hunyuan Daoist and his ilk suddenly turned traitor, slaying our allies, claiming that the demons could offer them some sort of vile spirit crystal. The Gigzu has likely already fallen. Chapter 373, The Seal Shattered, The Siege of Xianxia. Gigzu. With a resounding roar, the seal of Gigzu finally shattered completely. Countless fragments scattered through the air, transforming into a rain of light. That ancient seal, which had endured for tens of thousands of years, was utterly obliterated in this moment. A wild laughter echoed from the depths of Gigzu, shaking the heavens and the earth. A colossal figure began to rise slowly from the abyss. It was a demon god towering 10,000 feet tall, exuding an aura of terrifying demonic energy. Just the mere essence of its presence caused the land within 1,000,000 miles to shudder. The quasi-immortal demon, Lord Moro. I am free. Moro howled. After tens of thousands of years, my seal has finally been broken. From this day forth, the Xianxian continent shall become my dominion. As his words faded, a cacophony of demonic roars erupted from the depths of Gigzu. One by one, demon generals burst forth from the seal. Each general possessed a cultivation at the 10th level of the sovereign realm, 12 in total, with Moro as the quasi-immortal demon lord. The strength of the demons had thoroughly overwhelmed the Xianxian continent. All hail the demon lord. The traitors, led by Hunyuan Daoist, knelt in submission. Excellent, Moro nodded in satisfaction. You have performed admirably. From this day forth, the Xianxia continent is my territory. You loyal servants shall be richly rewarded. With a wave of his hand, countless vile spirit crystals rained down from the sky. The traitors' eyes glinted with greed as they scrambled to seize the crystals. Meanwhile, across the Xianxia continent, horrifying phenomena began to manifest. Countless fissures appeared in the sky, black demonic energy pouring forth. A blood moon hung ominously, and stars fell from the heavens. The very earth quaked, rivers flowed backward, as if the universe itself was lamenting. This as numerous cultivators gazed skyward, their eyes filled with dread. The demon lord has descended. We are doomed. A pervasive sense of despair enveloped the entire continent. In the grand hall of Xianxia Academy, the headmaster's face turned ashen as he beheld the celestial aberrations. The demon lord has broken free, he murmured. Is the Xianxia continent truly destined for ruin? With the betrayal of the 4 major academies and the collapse of the Gigzu seal, the entire Xianxia continent was on the brink of catastrophe. At that moment, a transmission talisman soared into the hall. The headmaster took hold of it, probing with his consciousness. Instantly, his expression darkened further. The information from the Chaos Academy was dire. They demand our immediate surrender, or else he paused. They will launch a full-scale assault against us. As soon as he finished speaking, several more transmission talismans arrived from the Taigzu Academy, Xianyuan Academy, and Tianji Academy, all echoing the same demand for Xianxia Academy to capitulate. The hall sank into silence, the atmosphere suffocating. What shall we do, headmaster? An elder asked, trembling. Taking a deep breath, the headmaster slowly replied, since its inception, Xianxia Academy has never bowed to evil. Today shall be no different. Relay the order. The entire academy is to go on high alert. All disciples, prepare for battle. Xianxia Academy shall never surrender. In unison, all the elders responded, yes. Zhou Chen felt a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Xianxia Academy displayed a fortitude unmatched by the other academies. Even in the face of despair, they clung to their convictions. Yet he knew that the upcoming battle would be immensely arduous. With the 4 major academies united alongside the demonic forces, how long could Xianxia Academy endure? 3 days later, outside Xianxia Academy, a vast army encircled the institution. The Chaos Academy, Taigzu Academy, Xianyuan Academy, and Tianji Academy, along with the Traitor Alliance and demonic forces, numbered over 1 million troops. Leading them were the Hunyuan Dairist and other turncoats. Xianxia Academy, this is your final warning, the Hunyuan Dairist declared coldly, surrender at once, or face annihilation. Within the academy, the headmaster stood resolute upon the city walls, gazing down at the approaching forces. Xianxia Academy shall never yield. You wish for our surrender? It is but a dream. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Hunyuan Dairist's eyes. If that is the case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. All troops advance. The 1,000,000-strong army surged forward, charging towards Xianxia Academy. A cataclysmic battle erupted once more. Xianxia Academy found itself on the brink of collapse. For the first time, Zhou Chen truly grasped the feeling of insignificance in the face of such overwhelming forces. He had once believed his rapid cultivation was remarkable, yet at this moment, he felt utterly powerless. This ignited within him an even stronger resolve to grow. The reason he chose to remain at Xianxia Academy during this critical juncture was that he had glimpsed a singular path to survival on the opportunity panel of his fellow disciples. Otherwise, he would have fled long ago. Just then, an elder burst into the hall in a flurry. Headmaster, the coalition of the 4 major academies has commenced their assault. The Xianxia city cannot hold out much longer. His face was ashen. Moreover, they have brought several demon generals, each possessing a cultivation at the 10th level of the sovereign realm. The headmaster sprang to his feet. What? The situation is dire indeed. His complexion visibly paled. With the academy's current strength, it was impossible to withstand the demon generals. It seems, the headmaster inhaled deeply, we must initiate that plan. He turned to a venerable elder with white hair. Elder Xian, go summon the old headmaster from his retreat. Yes. Elder Xian departed immediately. Xianxia Academy, the Forbidden Grounds. Here lies the heart of the academy, a sanctum where entry is strictly forbidden. Elder Xian ventured deep into the Forbidden Grounds, halting before an ancient stone door. Honored Chief Priest, the academy stands on the brink of catastrophe. I implore you to emerge. He spoke with utmost reverence. The stone door creaked open, exuding a chilling aura. A venerable figure clad in a gray robe stepped forth with measured grace. Though he appeared frail and aged, his gaze was as piercing as a blade, radiating the essence of a first-tier quasi-immortal. At long last, the day has come, the chief priest of the Xianxia Academy sighed. I had thought I would never emerge in this lifetime. He raised his eyes to the heavens. The Xianxia continent faces such a dire calamity. With a swift leap, he soared into the skies above the academy. At that moment, The academy was encircled by a million-strong army, led by the traitorous Xianxia Daoist and his ilk. Behind them stood 4 venerable figures adorned in long robes, none other than the chief priests of the 4 great academies, Chaos, Taixu, Xianyuan, and Tianji. Each was of first-tier quasi-immortal cultivation. The odds were insurmountable, for quasi-immortals against a solitary first-tier. The outcome of this confrontation was all but predetermined. Old Coots. The chief priest gazed at the 4 with a complex expression. After so many years apart, I never imagined our reunion would unfold under such circumstances. Chapter 374. The Seed Plan, a Glimmer of Hope. Why have you chosen to betray us? Taixu Jinren lamented. Xianxia, it is not our desire to defect, he replied. Rather, the conditions set forth by the Demon Lord are simply too alluring. Do you know what this is? He produced a crystalline stone, gleaming with an eerie luminescence. This is the evil spirit crystal, Taixu Jinren elaborated, forged from the flesh and blood of mortals in conjunction with spirit stones. Consuming the evil spirit crystal could loosen the bottleneck we quasi-immortals have been ensnared within. A flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. There exists a chance to transcend to a higher realm. The chief priest's eyes widened. What did you say? Created from the flesh of mortals. He roared. Have you all lost your minds? Though mortals may be frail, they are still life. You would slaughter them for your own advancement? How is this any different from the evil fiends? Xianyuan Liza scoffed. Xianxia, you are far too naive, he remarked. Mortals are not but livestock to us. No different from swine or dogs. What harm is there in sacrificing a few for the opportunity to break through? Why do you rage? The chief priest scrutinized the 4. Suddenly noticing an anomaly. Each bore a hint of madness in their eyes, and their auras fluctuated erratically, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. You. The chief priest's expression shifted. You have become dependent on that evil spirit crystal. It is addictive. You have become its slaves, akin to venomous insects. The faces of Taixu Jinren and the others paled. They indeed recognized their overwhelming reliance on the evil spirit crystal. Without it, they felt discomfort, even estrangement from their kin. Yet, they found themselves unable to cease their consumption. The exhilaration and power it provided were irresistible. Consequently, they had even issued proclamations extolling the demon as a savior of the Tianxian continent. And so what? Xianyuan Lezu sneered. If it allows us to transcend, what price is too great to pay? Xianxia, if you are wise, surrender with the Xianxia Academy. The Demon Lord will reward you with evil spirit crystals, allowing you to taste the sweetness of breakthrough. The chief priest shook his head. We are of different paths. We shall not conspire together. He sighed. You will face divine retribution. In this battle, I shall die without regret. But the flame of the Xianxia Academy must never extinguish. He turned and soared back to the academy. Within the grand hall, the chief priest convened all the elite disciples and elders of the academy, 3,000 in total, including hundreds of core disciples such as Zhou Chun and dozens of esteemed elders. Esteemed ones, the chief priest spoke gravely. The academy stands on the precipice of destruction. I have summoned you to initiate the seed plan. The seed plan? The crowd was taken aback. The chief priest nodded. Since its inception, the Xianxia Academy has endured for over 100 millennia. Countless ancestors have sacrificed everything for this institution. Today, although the academy faces obliteration, its flame must endure. Thus, he paused. I have resolved to send you to the spirit realm. The spirit realm? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the assembly. The spirit realm was said to be a realm only accessible to true immortals. How could they, with cultivation levels merely at the esteemed realm, ever hope to reach it? The academy possesses a Xianxian order, the chief priest revealed, producing an ancient token. This was left by the first chief priest. The Xianxian order can activate the teleportation array to the spirit realm, transporting you all collectively. Upon reaching the spirit realm, you shall become the flame of the academy. Within 10,000 years, if any among you can achieve immortality, return and rescue us. Silence enveloped them. 10,000 years, an unfathomably distant span. Moreover, achieving immortality? Such a feat seemed nearly impossible. Chief priest, Zhou Chun stepped forward. What of you? And the others from the academy? The chief priest shook his head. I must remain to activate the ultimate array, severing the Xianxia Academy's small world from the Tianxian continent completely. Thus, even quasi-immortals will be unable to breach it. As for the cost, he sighed, the spiritual energy of this small world will gradually dissipate, unable to be replenished. In 10,000 years, it will fade into oblivion. Therefore, you must depart to the spirit realm to preserve the academy's flame. Tears welled in the eyes of the gathered. The chief priest was sacrificing himself and the entire academy to secure their survival. Zhou Qin's heart stirred as he recalled the Taishu sacred land and the Zhou clan. Fortunately, Elder Xian had relocated them to the Xianxia Academy in advance. Miao Dandan, Bai Nianyu, Lin Shui'er, and Xian Linger, though not among the 3,000. They were at least safe for the time being. Elder Xian was truly reliable. Zhou Qin mused. Had they remained on the Xianxia continent, chaos would undoubtedly have ensued. Very well, follow me. The chief priest led the 3,000 to the depths of the academy, where an ancient teleportation array exuded a faint aura of celestial energy. This is the portal to the spirit realm, he explained. The Phyxian order can activate it once. Are you all prepared? The crowd nodded in unison. Wait. Zhou Qin suddenly interjected. Chief priest, I have a friend who wishes to accompany us to the spirit realm. Is that permissible? The chief priest regarded Zhou Qin, sensing his esteemed realm cultivation, and nodded with satisfaction. It is allowed, but only one. Thank you, chief priest. Zhou Qin retrieved a communication talisman to contact Han Li. Soon. Han Li arrived. Zhou, you summoned me? Come with me to the spirit realm. The spirit realm? Han Li exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Qin recounted the situation succinctly. Han Si remained silent for a moment before solemnly bowing to Zhou Qin. Brother Zhou, this favor shall be etched in my heart. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I will repay it with the utmost gratitude. Zhou Qin waved his hand dismissively. We are brothers. There is no need for such formality. The reason Zhou Qin brought Han Si along was primarily due to his potential for growth. There might be a chance for remarkable opportunities, at the very least. A safety net. The old sacrificial priest placed the flying immortal token in the center of the teleportation array. With a hum, the array erupted in resplendent light. Go. The old priest instructed. Remember, you are the seeds of the academy. No matter the challenges you face, do not give up. The 3,001 individuals stepped into the teleportation array in succession. The brilliance intensified, ultimately enveloping them all. In the next moment, everyone vanished without a trace. The old priest gazed at the empty teleportation array and sighed. I hope you can survive. He was acutely aware of the immense difficulty in allowing them to achieve immortality within a millennium. Chapter 375, The Smuggler of the Spirit Realm, Reduced to a Mind Slave. The old priest then turned and soared into the skies above the Xianxia Academy. The great array of absolute desolation activates. The terrifying power of the array erupted, shrouding the entire Xianxia Academy. The small world housing the Xianxia Academy began to detach from the Xianxia continent. Observing this, figures such as the ancestor of the mixed heaven smirked. Decisive indeed. Alas, they are oblivious to the times, since they have chosen to sever ties with the world. Let them be. In a millennium, they will ultimately meet their demise. The four great academies retreated, redirecting their assault towards other factions. The Xianxia continent plunged into utter chaos. In the spirit realm, a desolate expanse unfolded. An ancient teleportation array suddenly illuminated with dazzling brilliance. As the light dissipated, the figures of Zhou Qin and the 3,001 others materialized within the array. Is this the spirit realm? Zhou Qin surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed. The scene before him was entirely different from his expectations. He had envisioned the spirit realm as a sacred land for cultivation, filled with heavenly materials and treasures. Yet, what lay before him was a stark desolation. Surrounding the teleportation array was a barren desert, devoid of any vegetation. The sky was a dreary gray, lacking the sun, with only a dark crimson blood moon hanging overhead. An oppressive atmosphere permeated the air. Moreover, Zhou Qin could distinctly sense that the concentration of spiritual energy here was even thinner than that of the Xianxia continent. What is happening? The other disciples also noticed the anomaly. Shouldn't the spirit realm be a sacred place for cultivation? Why is the spiritual energy so scarce? They wondered aloud, perplexed by the desolation surrounding them. Just as the group was engulfed in confusion, a sudden sound of breaking air echoed from a distance. Dozens of figures soared from the horizon, moving at an astonishing speed. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his gaze cold and a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ah, another batch of fine piglets has arrived. He licked his lips, adding, look at their quality, quite impressive. And the number is substantial, over 3,000. This time, we hit the jackpot. The black-robed cultivators behind him burst into laughter. The overseer was right. This batch is indeed remarkable. We can fetch a good price for them, especially those few women. They are quite alluring and would fetch a handsome sum in the pleasure houses. Their conversation sent shockwaves through Zhou Qin and the others. Who are you? An elder from the Xianxia Academy asked grimly. We ascended from the lower realms. You have no right to dispose of us. Ascended? The middle-aged man laughed heartily. You country bumpkins really believe yourselves to be ascended beings? Let me enlighten you. True ascenders are those who have survived the immortal tribulation and have been recognized by the spirit realm. You lot, who have smuggled your way in using the flying immortal token, are merely smugglers. In the spirit realm, smugglers have no rights whatsoever. You will either be captured and made into mind slaves for a lifetime or sent to the arena to fight to the death. If you are fortunate, you might catch the eye of a prominent family and be taken as a servant. A glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. But rest assured, our Blackstone mine is powerful enough to guarantee you a meal. Work hard to mine 100,000 immortal crystals, and you can redeem yourselves and regain your freedom. 100,000 immortal crystals? Zhou Chun felt a heavy weight in his heart, although he was unaware of the value of these crystals. The tone of the man suggested it was an astronomical sum. Zhou Chun discreetly opened the opportunity panel of the black-robed man. Name, Mian Kong. Destiny, first layer of the semi-mortal realm, one of the overseers of the Blackstone mine, ultimately stagnating at the third layer of the semi-mortal realm. Recent opportunities, none. Everyone, hand over your storage rings and all your treasures. The middle-aged man commanded coldly. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. The 3,000 individuals exchanged glances. Apprehension etched on their faces. Just then, a deist of the seventh layer of the respectful realm suddenly erupted in anger. This is too much. We are at least cultivators of the respectful realm. How can we allow you to butcher us like this? He summoned all his spiritual power and struck a palm towards the middle-aged man. The palm transformed into a massive fire phoenix, radiating terrifying pressure. This was his strongest attack, reaching the 8th layer of the respectful realm. Yet, the middle-aged man merely chuckled derisively. Unaware of your own mortality, he raised his hand and casually waved. Crack! The fire phoenix palm print shattered instantaneously, erupting into a storm of flames. Then, a terrifying pressure enveloped the deist. In an instant, the deist's body was crushed into a bloody pulp, unable to even let out a scream. Silence fell over the crowd. All eyes widened in terror. A deist of the 7th layer of the respectful realm had been killed in a single move, and the opponent had merely waved his hand? Did you see that? The middle-aged man sneered. In the spirit realm, the respectful realm is merely the lowest tier of cultivators. A small overseer like me in the Blackstone mine is hardly noteworthy. You country bumpkins from the lower realms are not even worth a grain of sand in the spirit realm. Now hand over everything. Otherwise, you will meet the same fate. He pointed at the remains on the ground. The crowd, paralyzed by fear, dared not resist any longer and hastily produced their storage rings. Countless treasures were stripped away. Imperial-grade artifacts, respectful-grade pills, exquisite spirit stones, items that were worth a fortune in the Xianxia continent, could only buy a life in the spirit realm. When it was Zhou Chen's turn, he focused his thoughts. Most of his treasures were safely stored in the system space. Thus, he merely produced a storage ring as a token gesture, containing only some ordinary spirit stones and pills. Is this all? The middle-aged man took the storage ring, scanned it with his divine sense, and frowned. A pauper. He disdainfully tossed the storage ring back to Zhou Chun. Forget it. I have no interest in your trifles. Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to evade scrutiny. Han Si was equally clever. All his treasures were within the Zhang Tian bottle, a uniquely special artifact that could not be probed by outsiders. Therefore, he also presented a storage ring to pass through. Unfortunately, the others were not as fortunate. Including Gu Jiafeng, all their treasures were thoroughly stripped away. Some female disciples, during their searches, were even taken advantage of by the black-robed cultivators, tears brimming in their eyes. But they did not dare to resist, because rebellion equates to death. Excellent. The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. The gains this time are substantial. Just the top-tier spirit stones alone amount to several million. Add to that the rare herbs and elixirs, and the total value exceeds 10 million celestial crystals. We have struck it rich. He turned to the crowd. From this moment onward, you shall officially become the miners of the Blackstone mine. Your task is to excavate. Each of you must submit 100 inferior celestial crystals each month. Failure to meet this requirement will result in rations being withheld. A continuous failure for 3 months. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. There will be no mercy. The faces of the crowd turned ashen. 100 inferior celestial crystals? They had never even seen what a celestial crystal looked like. How could they mine? Ah, I forgot to mention. Chapter 376, Blackstone Mine, 7th Tunnel. The middle-aged man chuckled. Celestial crystals are the currency of the spirit realm, categorized into 4 grades: inferior, middle, superior, and top tier. 100 inferior celestial crystals equate to 1 middle-tier celestial crystal. By this logic, it is not uncommon for some to strike luck occasionally and unearth middle-tier celestial crystals. As for how to mine, there will be someone to instruct you once you arrive at the mine. With that, he waved his hand. The black-robed cultivators immediately stepped forward and took all 3,000 of them away. Among the crowd, Zhou Chen's gaze was icy. He had not anticipated the spirit realm to be so brutal. Upon his arrival, he was captured and turned into a miner. Moreover, the strength of those black-robed cultivators was formidable. The weakest among them was at the 10th level of the respect realm, and the middle-aged overseer was at the 1st level of the quasi-immortal realm. It appeared that the cultivation environment in the spirit realm was vastly superior to that of the Xianxia continent. However, The mining area seemed isolated from the outside world, rendering it devoid of vitality. Zhou Chen mused. In this place, a quasi-mortal is merely a minor overseer. How terrifying must the stronger cultivators be? He suppressed his astonishment and followed the procession. Half an hour later, they were brought before a colossal mountain. The mountain stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Its surface pitch black, exuding a dense aura of celestial essence. This is the Blackstone Mine. Enter. The middle-aged man sneered. From today onwards, this shall be your home. Remember, you must submit celestial crystal or valued at 100 inferior celestial crystals each month. The consequences of failing to meet this task are yours to bear. With that, he turned and departed. The crowd was led deep into the mine. The tunnels were numerous and densely packed, their exact number unknown. At each tunnel entrance stood several miners clad in tattered garments. Elder, we have just been captured and wish to inquire how to mine enough celestial crystal or valued at 100,000 celestial crystals. One of the academy disciples stepped forward cautiously to ask. However, the miners remained expressionless, mechanically wielding their picks, seemingly oblivious to the inquiry. New arrivals? Only one elderly miner slightly raised his head and glanced at Zhou Chen and the others. You have drawn the short straw, being assigned to the Blackstone Mine. This is one of the most arduous mines in the spirit realm. Fewer than 1 in 10 survive. Each of us here has long since mined enough to meet the 100,000 celestial crystals. There are always countless reasons for deductions, always methods to keep you mining. He shook his head, fell silent, and resumed his labor. Zhou Chen and the others were assigned to different tunnels. Blackstone Mine, 7th tunnel. At that moment, an elderly man clad in gray approached. You are the newcomers? The elder scrutinized the group. It appears you are all stowaways from the lower realms. I am the foreman of this tunnel. You may call me Elder Zhang. From today onward, you will mine here. Understood? The crowd nodded. Elder Zhang nodded in satisfaction and began instructing them on mining techniques. Celestial crystal ore is a unique type of ore infused with celestial essence. It can only be extracted using specially crafted picks. Furthermore, the celestial crystal ore is exceedingly hard. Even cultivators of the respect realm must exert their full strength to effect it. Remember, while mining, you must circulate your spiritual energy and imbue your pick with it. Elder Zhang advised. Only then can you break open the celestial crystal ore. However, do not overuse your spiritual energy, or you will shatter the ore, rendering it worthless. Mining is a technical skill that requires gradual exploration. The group picked up their picks and began to excavate. Zhou Chen swung his pick, striking the mine wall. Crack! A small chunk of celestial crystal ore broke free, emanating a faint celestial essence. Is this celestial crystal ore? Zhou Chen examined the ore. Elder Zhang came over and took a look. Not bad. This piece of celestial crystal ore is worth about half an inferior celestial crystal. You have a good aptitude. To unearth such a sizable piece on your first attempt is impressive. Keep at it. Mining enough to meet the value of 3 inferior celestial crystals daily should not be difficult. Zhou Chen nodded and continued to mine. He swung the pick. All the while pondering how to extricate himself from his current predicament, Zhou Chen wielded the rough iron pick, striking the pitch-black mine wall repeatedly. Crack, crack. The monotonous sound of impact echoed throughout the tunnel. He had been mining for a full 3 hours, drenched in sweat. Yet, his yield was dismally meager. He had only extracted 5 small pieces of celestial crystal, or collectively worth a mere 1.5 inferior celestial crystals. He was still halfway short of the daily requirement of 3 inferior celestial crystals. Damn it. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and pressed on. He realized that mining was far more challenging than he had anticipated. The celestial crystal ore was incredibly hard. 100 times tougher than the hardest black iron found in the Xianxia continent. An ordinary pick could not even make a dent. One had to channel spiritual energy and imbue it into the pick to make any progress. However, doing so consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. After 3 hours, nearly half of Zhou Chen's spiritual energy was depleted. This was under the condition that he had a solid foundation in body refinement. The situation for the surrounding miners was worse. Most of them were at the respect realm, yet their reserve of spiritual energy was far inferior to Zhou Chen's. After mining for 1 or 2 hours, their energy was exhausted, forcing them to mechanically swing their picks with lamentable efficiency. Zhou Chen turned his gaze towards the depths of the tunnel. There, Foreman Elder Zhang was mining. Unlike the others, although Elder Zhang was elderly, his mining efficiency surpassed that of the rest. With each swing of his pick, he could accurately cleave the celestial crystal ore, extracting chunks the size of a fist. Furthermore, his movements were incredibly fluid, with no wasted energy. This old man is no ordinary miner. Zhou Chen squinted, closely observing Elder Zhang's technique. He noticed that every time Elder Zhang swung his pick, he would instantaneously concentrate his spiritual energy at the pick's tip. Then, at the moment the tip struck the mine wall, the spiritual energy would erupt, shattering the celestial crystal ore. This method maximized mining efficiency while conserving spiritual energy. So that is how it's done. Zhou Chun felt a spark of understanding. He began to emulate Elder Zhang's technique. The first attempt failed. He miscalculated the timing of the energy release, wasting a strike. The second attempt also failed. While the energy did erupt, it was too powerful, shattering the celestial crystal ore into dust, rendering it worthless. The third, fourth, and 10th attempts. After countless attempts, Zhou Chun finally mastered the technique. With a crisp snap, his iron pick struck the mine wall with precision. Spiritual energy erupted from its tip, causing a fist-sized celestial crystal ore to fall. Zhou Chun picked up the ore and probed it with his divine sense. Within the ore lay a faint trace of celestial spirit energy, emitting a subtle radiance. Success! A glimmer of joy flickered in Zhou Chun's eyes. This piece of ore was worth at least half a lower-grade celestial crystal. Chapter 377, Symbiotic Crystal Vein. An unexpected fortune. Zhou Chun resumed mining, applying the newly acquired technique. Remarkably, his mining efficiency tripled out of nowhere. After merely 1 hour, he had extracted over 10 pieces of ore, collectively worth 3 lower-grade celestial crystals, easily fulfilling today's quota. The remaining ores could be kept by the miners themselves, as they neither had the means to transport them nor the ability to absorb the contained celestial spirit energy. Consequently, these ores inadvertently became hard currency among the mining slaves. Not bad. Old Zhang approached, glanced at the ores Zhou Chun had extracted, and nodded approvingly. Your comprehension is impressive. You grasped the exertion technique so swiftly. At your current efficiency, completing the daily quota of 3 lower-grade celestial crystals should be effortless. Zhou Chun cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Old Zhang. It's nothing, Old Zhang waved dismissively. In the mine, we are all unfortunate souls. Helping one another is only natural. By the way, I see your cultivation is at the first layer of the revered realm. To reach the revered realm in the lower world is considered genius. I assent it? Zhou Chun nodded without denial. Old Zhang sighed. What a pity. Here in the spirit realm, the revered realm is merely the entry level. In this mining ground, there are at least hundreds of thousands of cultivators at the revered realm, and everywhere are prodigies. One swing of a pick could crush a host of elites. I myself am only at the 3rd layer of the revered realm. As for the mine's overseers, they are at the quasi-immortal realm. In the spirit realm, quasi-mortals are merely minor officials, which illustrates how brutal the cultivation environment is here. A heaviness settled in Zhou Chun's heart. He had originally thought that breaking through to the 1st layer of the revered realm would grant him some standing in the spirit realm. But now it was evident he was far from it. However, a spark of determination gleamed in his eyes. Although the spirit realm was ruthless, it also meant greater opportunities. As long as he could survive here, his strength would surely soar. He gathered the ores and continued mining. Yet this time, he made a new discovery. Continuously channeling spiritual energy while mining consumed vast amounts. But the process also refined his spiritual energy. Moreover, although the mine's atmosphere was thin, its quality was exceptional. Each breath he took infused him with celestial spirit energy 100 times purer than that of the Xianxia continent. No wonder. Zhou Chun mused. It is no surprise the cultivators of the spirit realm are so formidable. Though the environment is harsh, the quality of spiritual energy far surpasses that of the lower world. If I persist in cultivation here, breaking through to the 2nd and 3rd layers of the revered realm should not take long. He schemed silently and continued mining. 3 days later, Zhou Chun had fully adapted to life in the mining grounds. Mining 8 hours daily, he extracted 5 to 6 pieces of lower-grade celestial crystal ore. After fulfilling the daily quota of 3 pieces, he could still save 2 to 3 pieces each day. At this rate, he could accumulate about 30 pieces per month. But to amass 100,000 lower-grade celestial crystals would require over 3,000 months, more than 2 centuries. Too slow. Zhou Chun frowned. 200 years was a luxury he could not afford. Moreover, although the mine's environment allowed cultivation, its efficiency was too low. He had to find a way to escape this wretched place. At that moment, Zhou Chun habitually opened the opportunity panel. Name, Li Tai. Realm, 1st layer of revered realm. Fate, mining slave, white. Destiny, originally a prodigy of a minor family in the lower world. Hunted by foes and forced to flee to the spirit realm by using a flying immortal token. Forced into slavery. Spent his life mining and died in the mine at the age of 320. Recent opportunity, none. Name, Wang Dachui. Realm, 9th layer of the sovereign realm. Fate, laborer, green. Destiny, a general of a dynasty in the lower world. Captured after defeat and had his family killed. Escaped to the spirit realm and became a mining slave. After 50 years of mining. Starved to death for failing to meet quotas at age 180. Recent opportunity, none. Name, Zhao Shidu. Realm, First layer of revered realm. Fate. Unlucky one green. Destiny. An elder of a sacred ground in the lower world. Entangled in sect conflicts and framed, inadvertently entering an ancient teleportation array to the spirit realm. Had a chance to redeem himself, but was betrayed just before gathering enough celestial crystals, dying at age 500. Recent opportunity. In 3 days. A symbiotic celestial crystal vein will be discovered behind the eastern stone wall of the mine, containing abundant superior-grade celestial crystals. However, due to ignorance of concealment, the crystals will be confiscated by the mine overseers. Zhao Shitu will be crippled and thrown into the abyssal mine to die. Zhou Chun's eyes brightened instantly upon seeing Zhao Shitu's opportunity panel. A symbiotic celestial crystal vein? Superior-grade celestial crystals? Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Chun continued reading. Symbiotic celestial crystal veins are exceedingly rare among celestial crystal veins. Ordinary veins produce only lower-grade celestial crystals, but symbiotic veins, due to special geological conditions, can yield medium or even superior-grade celestial crystals. One superior-grade celestial crystal equates to 10,000 lower-grade crystals. 100 superior-grade crystals equal 1 million lower-grade crystals. And redemption requires only 100,000 lower-grade crystals. A fortune. A faint smile curved Zhou Chun's lips, soon replaced by composure. According to the panel's prompt, Zhao Shitu would discover this symbiotic vein 3 days later. Greed clouds judgment. Zhao Shitu's ignorance of concealment led to the overseer's discovery, resulting in confiscation of the crystals and his crippling. The operation must be covert, with no one aware. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes. He began meticulously surveying the mine's layout. The eastern side of the mine, where Zhao Shitu had been assigned, appeared no different from other areas. Yet when Zhou Chun swept his divine sense, he detected an anomaly. The spiritual energy fluctuations in that region were slightly denser than elsewhere, though subtle. Such a difference was perceptible to a cultivator at the revered realm. That was the place. Zhou Chun resolved internally but refrained from immediate action. The mine was too crowded. Rash moves would attract attention. Moreover, guards patrolled regularly, necessitating avoidance of their patrol times. He started covertly observing the patrol patterns. He discovered that guards patrolled every 2 hours, each patrol lasting 15 minutes. The miners' rest periods coincided with intervals between patrols. Opportunity had arrived. A spark of brilliance gleamed in Zhou Chun's eyes. That night, the mine plunged into darkness. Most miners rested, recuperating the spiritual energy expended during the day. Zhou Chun feigned sleep but remained alert, waiting silently in the shadows. He meticulously calculated the patrol schedule of the guards. The moment they had just departed, he rose silently and stealthily approached the eastern side of the mine. This was Zhao Shitu's mining domain, yet Zhao Shitu was presently sound asleep. Zhou Chun's divine perception swept across the stone wall, precisely pinpointing the location of the coexisting celestial crystal vein. It lay right here. With a casual gesture, Zhou Chun established a concealed formation to ensure no sound would escape. Chapter 378, 100,000 Celestial Crystals, Cultivation Advancement. He then retrieved his iron pickaxe and commenced excavation. To avoid producing excessive noise, he compressed his spiritual energy to the utmost, striking only the vulnerable points of the rock with precise blows. Crackle, crackle. The faint impact echoed within the cavern, masked by the snores of other mining slaves. Zhou Chun worked slowly but with remarkable efficiency. After half an hour, he finally breached the stone wall. A dense surge of celestial spiritual energy poured forth from the fissure, invigorating Zhou Chun's spirit. Found it. He hastened his pace, gradually widening the crack. Soon, a narrow mineral vein concealed behind the rock face emerged before his eyes. The vein was modest, only a dozen meters long, yet embedded with countless crystalline, translucent celestial crystals. The purity of these crystals was extraordinarily high, emanating a gentle radiance. Each one was a premium-grade celestial crystal, or Zhou Chun roughly estimated at least 100 of them. Fortune smiles upon me. Suppressing his excitement, he began to excavate cautiously. Premium celestial crystals were exceedingly precious. Careless digging could easily damage them. Hence, extreme caution was imperative. 1 by 1, 10 by 10, Zhou Chun proceeded slowly, yet every crystal remained intact. He stored all the extracted crystals within his system's spatial pocket. The system space was impervious even to the scrutiny of semi-immortal realms, the safest sanctuary possible. 3 days later, Zhou Chun had completely stripped the entire coexisting celestial crystal vein, amassing a total of 103 premium celestial crystals, equivalent to 1,030,000 inferior celestial crystals, more than enough to redeem himself 10 times over. Simultaneously, the system's prompt sounded. Congratulations, host. on successfully intercepting Zhao Shidu's fortune, triggering 10,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100,003 Supreme Celestial Crystals. Zhou Chun exclaimed inwardly, good heavens. 100,000 Supreme Celestial Crystals. One Supreme Celestial Crystal equaled 1 million inferior ones. 100,000 Supreme Crystals amounted to 10 billion inferior crystals. This, he drew a sharp breath. He had initially thought intercepting 100 premium celestial crystals was already a windfall. Unexpectedly, the system's 10,000-fold critical return bestowed upon him 100,000 supreme crystals. This was genuine overnight affluence. Ha ha ha. Zhou Chun could not help but laugh wildly within his heart. With these celestial crystals, not only could he redeem his freedom, but he could easily purchase the entire mining site. Yet he quickly regained composure. An innocent man bears no guilt, but the possession of treasure invites peril. If the mine's overseers discovered his vast celestial crystal hoard, it would surely spell death. Therefore, Zhou Chun resolved to keep a low profile. He would continue mining and submitting minerals as usual, absolutely concealing the existence of premium and supreme celestial crystals. Only when the right moment arrived would he depart the mine. He erased all traces of his excavation and quietly returned to his resting area. Just as he lay down to rest, footsteps suddenly echoed outside the mine. It was the guards. Zhou Chun's heart tightened. Why were the guards here at this hour? Had they sensed something amiss? He held his breath, feigning sleep. Two black-robed guards entered the cavern, their divine senses sweeping across the entire mine. How strange, one guard frowned. I distinctly sensed spiritual fluctuations here just now. Why is there nothing now? Maybe you imagined it. The other replied. These mining slaves are hardly capable of anything noteworthy. Let us patrol the other mines. The two turned and left. Zhou Chun exhaled in relief. That was close. He was nearly discovered. Henceforth, he must act with even greater caution. He closed his eyes, beginning to restore his spiritual energy, while scheming how best to utilize these celestial crystals to swiftly enhance his strength and escape this wretched place. At dawn, within the Blackstone 7th mine, the harsh clang of the copper gong resounded as usual. Rise. Time to work. The guards' coarse shouts reverberated through the cavern. The mining slaves stirred, grasping their iron pickaxes. Prepared for another day's toil, Zhou Chun pretended to awaken, stretching leisurely before taking up his pickaxe and proceeding to his mining area. Outwardly, he appeared as always, but inwardly he contemplated his forthcoming plans. 100,000 supreme celestial crystals equated to 10 billion inferior ones. Zhou Chun pondered silently. This fortune was sufficient to establish a foothold in the spirit realm. The dilemma now was how to discreetly leverage these crystals to enhance his cultivation and depart the mine without arousing suspicion. After some reflection, a plan took shape in his mind. He must never reveal 10,000 inferior crystals at once for ransom. That would be far too conspicuous and arouse suspicion among the mine's supervisors. Furthermore, he needed to find a way to increase his strength. The spirit realm teemed with powerful cultivators. Semi-immortal guards were mere minor officials. So how terrifying were the mightier cultivators? At his current first-tier revered realm cultivation, Zhou Chun was insignificant in the spirit realm. He had to break through swiftly to second tier, third tier, and beyond. While mining, he continued to mull over his strategy. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Indeed, the supreme celestial crystals stored within the system space. Although the crystal ores themselves could not be directly utilized, the pure celestial energy returned by the system could be employed for cultivation. The celestial crystals harbored refined celestial spiritual energy. If he could refine and absorb it, his cultivation would soar dramatically. With a thought, he withdrew a supreme celestial crystal from the system space. The celestial energy within was extraordinarily concentrated. Truly a supreme crystal. Zhou Chun marveled. The celestial energy contained within this single crystal likely surpasses the spiritual energy of a sanctum on the Xianxia continent. If I can refine and absorb it, my cultivation will advance at least one small tier. Yet he refrained from immediate refinement. Refining a celestial crystal would emit potent spiritual energy fluctuations. Doing so inside the mine would inevitably alert the guards. He needed a secluded location. His gaze swept the surroundings, settling on the mine's depths. There lay an abandoned shaft, long forsaken after depletion of ore deposits. That would suffice. At rest time, feigning a trip to the mine's depths, he instead slipped into the forsaken shaft. Darkness enveloped the tunnel, pitch black as ink. But for a revered realm cultivator, such darkness was inconsequential. Zhou Chun found a concealed corner, arrayed a hidden formation, and sat cross-legged. Let us begin. He produced the supreme celestial crystal and commenced circulating the boundless void 8 desolations metamorphosis scripture. A low hum resonated. The celestial energy within the crystal surged forth. transforming into countless delicate streams of spiritual energy that penetrated Zhou Chun's body. This celestial energy was extraordinarily pure, far surpassing the spiritual energy of Xianxia continent, including the chaotic spiritual energy Zhou Chun had previously refined. Zhou Chun's physique resembled a parched desert, voraciously absorbing the ethereal energies of the celestial spirit. His cultivation began to rise gradually, mid-stage of the first level of the sovereign realm, then advancing to the late stage. Within the span of a mere hour, Zhou Chun's cultivation surged by 2 small stages. Yet, half of the exquisite celestial crystal remained, its spiritual essence still potent. Zhou Chun chuckled wryly. His Qinglian creation body was indeed quite insatiable. Were it not for the system, sustaining such a hunger would have been utterly impossible. Chapter 379, Undercurrents in the Mind. The Liu and Huang families. How swift! Zhou Chun marveled, contemplating the astonishing pace of his progress. At this rate, should he refine 10 more exquisite celestial crystals, he would effortlessly break through to the 2nd level of the sovereign realm. 100 would lead him to the 3rd or even the 4th level. A flicker of excitement sparked in his eyes. This was the true essence of resource freedom in cultivation. However, he quickly regained his composure. Cultivation cannot be rushed. An overly rapid elevation in realm may destabilize his foundation, adversely affecting future breakthroughs. Moreover, he was currently within the mine and had to maintain a low profile. A sudden leap from the 1st to the 3rd or 4th level would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. His plan was to first ascend to the 2nd level and then linger in the mine for a while, waiting for a suitable opportunity to depart. Zhou Chun continued to refine the celestial crystal. After another hour, the upper-grade celestial crystal was finally completely refined. Zhou Chun's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 1st level of the sovereign realm, merely a step away from the 2nd level. Almost there. He stowed the celestial crystal and rose from the abandoned mining tunnel. Upon returning to the cavern, he found the other miners still resting, oblivious to his absence. In the following days, Zhou Chun maintained a facade of normalcy, continuing his mining tasks and completing 3 lower-grade celestial crystals daily. Yet, in secret, he carved out time each day to cultivate within the abandoned tunnel. 5 days later, he successfully ascended to the 2nd level of the sovereign realm. 10 days later, he reached mid-stage. 20 days later, late stage, and within a month, he attained the pinnacle of the 2nd level. The speed at which Zhou Chun's cultivation advanced was nothing short of astonishing. Thanks to his deliberate use of the concealment technique to mask his aura, the miners remained entirely unaware. To them, Zhou Chun was still the newcomer who had recently arrived at the mine. His cultivation still at the 1st level of the sovereign realm. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the overseer summoning the miners echoed urgently. Thousands of miners stood densely packed in the square, bewildered by the sudden call. Zhou Chun blended into the crowd, observing discreetly. In the center of the square, a high platform had been erected. Upon it stood the overseer, a middle-aged man at the threshold of the 2nd level of the sovereign realm, flanked by several guards clad in black robes, each radiating a formidable presence, all at the level of sovereign. Miners, the middle-aged overseer declared coldly. You have been summoned today to hear a significant announcement. 3 days hence, the Blackstone mine will host a gladiatorial tournament for the miners. All miners above the 1st level of the sovereign realm must participate. The tournament will follow a ring-style format, with each match a battle to the death. The victors will advance, while the vanquished will perish. The ultimate champion shall receive a substantial reward, exemption from the ransom of 100,000 celestial crystals, and immediate freedom. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupted in uproar. Exemption from 100,000 celestial crystals? Immediate freedom? This was an overwhelming temptation for the miners. It must be noted that 100,000 celestial crystals represented an astronomical figure that most miners could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Now, victory in the tournament could grant them their freedom. However, the overseer sneered, to attain freedom, one must possess strength. This tournament is a battle to the death. Each match could result in demise. Therefore, those wishing to participate should carefully consider their capabilities. The registration period is 3 days, with the tournament commencing afterward. With that, he turned and departed. In the square, the miners buzzed with discussion. A gladiatorial tournament? Is this not a call for us to engage in mutual slaughter? Yet, the allure of freedom was too potent to ignore. However, it was a battle to the death. A single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Most of the newcomers hesitated. Freedom was indeed enticing, but life was of paramount importance. Zhou Chun stood amidst the throng, his gaze sweeping over the fortune panels of the surrounding miners. In the ensuing 3 days, a current of anxiety rippled through the mine. Many sovereign miners grappled with the decision of whether to enter the tournament. Ultimately, 137 sovereign miners registered to participate. Among them, the highest cultivation belonged to a burly man named Tai Shan, at the 5th level of the sovereign realm. It was said that Taishan had once been an elder of a demonic sect in the lower realms, possessing immense power. Having spent 50 years in the mine, his mining efficiency was unparalleled, being merely 30,000 celestial crystals shy of his ransom. Yet, he could not wait any longer and sought to gain his freedom through the tournament. Aside from Taishan, several members of the Xianxia Academy at the 4th and 3rd levels also registered. What a pity, Zhou shook his head, choosing to remain silent. He refrained from recklessly signing up, for he had noted that all 137 registered sovereign miners met with inevitable demise. Clearly, the gladiatorial arena was no benevolent establishment. It would not allow any miner to escape, particularly those miners who had lost celestial crystals to gamblers, even if they triumphed. Their fates could be more dire than those who lost. Nevertheless, Zhou did not feel compelled to warn others, as his conscience was not burdened with such altruistic inclinations. Shaking his head, he began refining exquisite celestial crystals once more. Within half a day, he encountered the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the sovereign realm. A day later, the bottleneck loosened. 2 days later, he successfully broke through the 3rd level of the sovereign realm. The remarkable speed of his advancement stemmed primarily from the exceptionally pure spiritual essence of the exquisite celestial crystals, coupled with Zhou Qin's solid foundation. More importantly, it seemed that the spirit realm imposed no bottleneck restrictions on lower-tier sovereign cultivators like him. It was understandable. Who wouldn't wish for their livestock to be robust? Not long after, the registration for the gladiatorial tournament concluded, with all 137 sovereign miners enrolled. Zhou scanned the fortune panels of all the registrants, and a chill coursed through him. Name: Taishan. Cultivation: 5th level of the sovereign realm. Destiny: former elder of a demonic sect in the lower realms. Fled to the spirit realm after his sect's destruction. He believed participating in the gladiatorial tournament would grant him freedom, unaware that it was merely a ploy of the mind. On the final night of the tournament, all participants, regardless of victory or defeat, are secretly executed, their bodies discarded into the depths of the lava abyss. Recent fortunes: none. Name: Li Yunfen. Cultivation: 4th level of the sovereign realm. Fate: modestly accomplished, blue. Destiny: an outer elder of the Xianxia Academy. He achieved 3 consecutive victories in the tournament, but was ultimately poisoned by the overseer due to substantial losses incurred by gamblers, dying in the 4th match. His corpse was displayed at the mine's entrance for 3 days. Recent fortunes: none. Zhou scanned all registrants, and the outcome was uniformly grim. Each would meet their end. Some would perish in the arena, others through assassination, and some would be secretly executed after attaining freedom. As expected, Zhou scoffed. The so-called gladiatorial tournament was nothing but a sham. The mine would never allow any miner to escape, especially for those powerful mining slaves. The situation is even more dire. Which slave master would wish to witness their slaves rise up and claim equality? Chapter 380. The Duel Tournament, the Tragedy of Tishan. He felt fortunate for not having succumbed to impulse and signed up. Otherwise, with his strength, he would undoubtedly have shone brilliantly in the arena. However, even if he had emerged victorious, death would have awaited him. It appears that to escape the mine, one must devise an alternate strategy. As Zhou toiled in the mines, he pondered this dilemma. Suddenly, he recalled an individual, Old Zhang. Having resided in the mine for an extended period, Old Zhang should possess considerable insight into its workings. Perhaps he could provide some valuable information. Zhou set down his pickaxe and approached Old Zhang. Old Zhang. Zhou clasped his hands respectfully. I am struggling to grasp certain mining techniques, and seek your counsel. Old Zhang glanced at him and nodded. Speak, what troubles you? Zhou deliberately posed several inquiries regarding mining techniques. Old Zhang patiently answered, and even demonstrated a few times. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou sought to forge a closer rapport. Engaging in casual conversation. How long have you been in the mine? Over 50 years, Old Zhang sighed. For over 50 years, I have extracted countless ores. The initial task of 100,000 celestial crystals has swelled to 1,000,000, yet the crystals earned barely amount to 1/10 of the sum required for freedom. It seems I am destined to perish here. Zhou fell silent for a moment, then cautiously inquired, Old Zhang. I have heard that the champion of this duel tournament can attain freedom. Why do you not participate? Old Zhang scoffed. Freedom? You are still too young. How could the mine genuinely allow anyone to leave? The duel tournament is merely a facade, a means to entertain the elite of the spirit realm. The participating mining slaves are nothing more than expendable commodities in the arena. Even if someone were to win in the end. He paused, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. They would meet a far worse fate. Zhou heart sank. Indeed, it was as he feared. Did the overseer of the mine not fear exposure? Exposure? Old Zhang shook his head. You do not grasp the rules of the spirit realm. Here, stowaways possess no rights. We mining slaves are merely property of the mine, our lives dictated by a single word from the overseer. Even if all were to be slaughtered, no one would question it. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. It seemed the spirit realm was even more brutal than he had imagined. He continued to probe. What is the background of the mine's overseers? Old Zhang regarded Zhou Chen for a moment, then slowly replied, since you have asked, I shall enlighten you. The Blackstone Mine is not an independent entity. It is jointly controlled by two prominent families in Qinfen City of the spirit realm, the Liu and Huang families. The Liu and Huang families? A flicker of insight illuminated Zhou Chen's eyes. Indeed, Old Zhang affirmed. Qinfen City is a medium-sized settlement in the desolate regions of the spirit realm, where the Liu and Huang families are the two dominant forces. Their strengths are roughly equal, leading to a perennial struggle for resources. The Blackstone Mine is a joint enterprise, with overseers appointed from both families, Liu He from the Liu family, and Huang Tao from the Huang family. While they ostensibly cooperate, they secretly scheme against one another, vying for control of the mine. Zhou Chen contemplated this. If the two families are at odds over the mine, does that not put us mining slaves at risk? You are correct, Old Zhang sighed. A decade ago, the Liu and Huang families clashed over a newly discovered vein, resulting in a conflict that engulfed the entire mine. Their guards fought fiercely within the mine, leading to the slaughter of thousands of mining slaves. The ground ran red with blood, and corpses piled high. I was fortunate to survive, but that scene remains etched in my memory. Zhou Chen's heart tightened. It appeared that this mine was even more perilous than he had anticipated. Old Zhang regarded Zhou Chen and then shook his head. My past is of little consequence. Remember this. In the mine, avoid meddling in others' affairs. Keep a low profile and mine diligently if you wish to survive. Those who seek to stand out, who attempt to rebel, invariably meet their demise. Only those like me, who quietly toil, manage to endure. Zhou Chen remained silent for a moment, then clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Old Zhang. Do not mention it. Old Zhang waved dismissively. I see potential in you. Perhaps one day you may find a way to leave this place. But remember, do not become entangled in the conflicts of the Liu and Huang families. Otherwise, he left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was abundantly clear. Zhou Chen nodded and returned to his mining area, yet his thoughts were far removed from his labor. The Liu and Huang families. Their struggle for control over the mine suggested a deeper intrigue than he had imagined. A flicker of contemplation crossed Zhou Chen's mind. Perhaps he could exploit the discord between the two families to find an opportunity to escape the mine. In the following days, Zhou Chen maintained the appearance of a diligent miner while discreetly observing the personnel from both the Liu and Huang families within the mine. He soon discerned that the mine's guards were divided into two factions. One faction donned blue robes emblazoned with the character for Liu, indicative of the Liu family. The other wore yellow robes marked with the character for Huang, representing the Huang family. Although these guards appeared to maintain a peaceful coexistence, they were in fact wary and even antagonistic towards one another. The overseers of the mine were also divided. Liu He, at the second level of the quasi-immortal realm, governed the eastern section of the mine, while Huang Tao, at the first level of the quasi-immortal realm, controlled the western section. Zhou Chen's mining area, the seventh mine shaft, fell under Huang Tao's jurisdiction. 7 days later, the duel tournament commenced in earnest. In the center of the arena, 137 mining slaves of the respected realm engaged in brutal combat. Each match was a life-or-death struggle, blood staining the arena as screams echoed around. Those participating were filled with despair. Perhaps they initially harbored hope, believing that victory would grant them freedom. Yet as the tournament progressed, they gradually realized it was merely a deadly game. Surrounding the arena, a multitude of elites from the spirit realm gathered, sipping fine wines while reveling in the spectacle of the duels, occasionally erupting in cheers. In their eyes, the lives of mining slaves were merely consumables for their amusement. The tournament extended over 3 days. Ultimately, Tishan, with his 5th-level prowess in the respected realm, fought his way through to become the champion. However, just as he believed he had attained freedom, the mine overseer Huang Tao smiled and proclaimed, Congratulations, Tishan. You have won the duel tournament and will be granted freedom. But before you leave, you must first visit a place to cleanse the mine's mark from your body. Although Tishan was puzzled, he followed Huang Tao off the stage. After that, he never returned. The following day, at the mine's entrance, a corpse was suspended high above, drenched in blood, a gruesome sight. All the mining slaves fell silent upon witnessing this macabre scene. They finally comprehended that the duel tournament was but a ruse. The mine would never release anyone. Zhou Chen gazed upon the lifeless body of Tai Shan, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. Just as he suspected, he turned and re-entered the mine, feigning a commitment to his labor. Yet, within the depths of his mind, new thoughts began to take root. Days slipped by, and the mine returned to a semblance of tranquility, as if the gladiatorial contest had never transpired. The laborers continued their monotonous toil, day in and day out. Zhou Chun maintained his facade, diligently working as usual, completing his tasks punctually. However, in the shadows, he relentlessly cultivated his strength, ascending from the mid-stage of the third layer of the Respect realm to its late stage, and finally reaching its pinnacle. His cultivation advanced steadily. Simultaneously, he kept a keen eye on the movements of the Liu and Huang families. He noted that the Huang family's guards seemed to be conducting a discreet investigation of sorts. They frequently patrolled the mining grounds, their consciousness sweeping over each tunnel as though in search of something intriguing. A glint of insight flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes. What could the Huang family be seeking? Could it be related to the accompanying celestial crystal vein? A thought stirred within him. 3 days prior, the accompanying celestial crystal vein that Zhao Shitu was meant to discover had been preemptively seized by Zhou Chun. Now, the Huang family's search was likely prompted by an anomaly they had uncovered. It appeared that caution was imperative. Zhou Chun resolved to remain vigilant. However, at that moment, an unexpected incident occurred within the mine. That afternoon, as Zhou Chun was engaged in his labor, a cacophony erupted from outside the tunnel. What could be happening? He set down his pickaxe and stepped outside to investigate. There, he beheld Huang Tao, the overseer, flanked by several guards from the Huang family, conducting a search of the nearby tunnels. Hand over all the ore you have mined today, Huang Tao commanded coldly. The mine had recently experienced a decline in ore output, leading to suspicions of hidden treasures. Therefore, all mined ore from the laborers would undergo a thorough inspection. The miners exchanged apprehensive glances, reluctant to resist, and began to surrender their ore. Huang Tao's consciousness swept over each piece of ore, scrutinizing them meticulously. Soon, he arrived at a tunnel close to Zhou Chun, where several miners had just unearthed a considerable amount of ore. Huang Tao cast a glance at them and suddenly sneered. These ores are of decent quality. According to the rules, you are only required to submit 3 pieces of low-grade celestial crystals daily. Yet, these ores together are worth at least 5. The excess too will belong to the mine. The miners' faces paled. Overseer, this is unjust. Why should the fruits of our labor be confiscated? Indeed, according to the rules, any surplus should rightfully belong to us. Huang Tao chuckled coldly. Rules? What I say is the rule. You lowly miners dare to lecture me on rules? He gestured for the guards to seize the ore. At that moment, a figure stepped forward. Overseer, please hold on. The crowd turned to see the speaker was Li Yunfei, a disciple from the Xianxia Academy. He was at the 6th layer of the Respect realm and one of the core disciples of the academy. Following its destruction, he had been transported to the spirit realm alongside Zhou Chun and had become a miner. Li Yunfei stepped forward, his tone grave. Overseer, according to the mine's regulations, miners are only required to submit 3 low-grade celestial crystals each day. The surplus should belong to the miners themselves. Your forceful confiscation of their ore is not in accordance with the rules. Huang Tao narrowed his eyes. Are you teaching me how to do my job? I would not dare. Li Yunfei clasped his hands. I merely wish to remind you of the mine's regulations. If you change the rules at will, it may incite dissatisfaction among the miners. Huang Tao sneered. A bunch of miners daring to express discontent? Do you believe I could make you wish you were dead with just a word? He unleashed a pressure of the 1st layer of the quasi-celestial realm, enveloping Li Yunfei. Li Yunfei's complexion turned pale, yet he gritted his teeth and persisted. Overseer, the Huang family has a renowned reputation for upholding rules. Could it be that the rumors are unfounded? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Huang Tao's eyes. Seeking death, he raised his hand, conjuring a palm print of spiritual energy, which he aimed at Li Yunfei. Li Yunfei's face changed drastically. He attempted to evade, but the pressure of the quasi-celestial realm was overwhelming, rendering him immobile. Just as the palm print was about to strike Li Yunfei, an old figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Zhang Laodu. Overseer, please temper your anger. Zhang Laodu quickly bowed, saying, this miner is new here and unfamiliar with the mine's regulations. I hope you can show him some leniency. I apologize on his behalf. As he spoke, Zhang Laodu performed a deep bow, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Huang Tao glanced at Zhang Laodu and snorted. Since you are wise enough to plead for him, I shall let it go this time. However, he pointed at Li Yunfei, coldly declaring, if you dare to defy me again, I will make you wish you were dead. With that, he departed with his guards in tow. Zhang Laodu finally exhaled in relief. Li Yunfei looked at Zhang Laodu, gratitude evident in his eyes. Thank you for your timely intervention. Elder Zhang. Zhang Laodu waved his hand. From now on, do not confront the overseer again. Here in the mine, we are merely miners, devoid of rights. To survive, one must endure humiliation and bear burdens. Li Yunfei fell silent for a moment before nodding. I understand. Yet Zhou Chun could see a glimmer of discontent in Li Yunfei's eyes. Clearly, this disciple from the Xianxia Academy had not fully adjusted to the identity of a miner. It seemed to Zhou Chun that Li Yunfei's forthright nature would render him ill-suited for survival in the mine. Such individuals should be avoided, otherwise, trouble would inevitably arise. After Huang Tao's departure, the atmosphere within the tunnel remained oppressive. The miners whose or had been forcibly taken were filled with rage and resentment. Yet they dared not express it. In the mine, the words of a quasi-celestial overseer were law. The miners lacked even the right to resist. Zhou Chun returned to his designated mining area, continuing his work on the surface while secretly observing Li Yunfei. Li Yunfei stood at the mouth of the tunnel, his fists clenched and body trembling slightly. Clearly, the earlier incident had ignited a profound fury within him. In the following days, the mine seemed outwardly calm. Yet Zhou Chun sensed an undercurrent of unrest. The incident involving Huang Tao's forced confiscation of or had sparked significant agitation among the miners. Many whispered in discontent about the Huang family's actions. However, due to Huang Tao's formidable strength, no one dared to openly resist. The guards of the Huang family also intensified their patrols around the mine. Zhou Chun remained on high alert. He continued to mine normally, neither exceeding nor falling short of his quota, completing precisely 3 low-grade celestial crystals daily. He maintained an exceedingly low profile, avoiding undue attention. Simultaneously, he engaged in clandestine cultivation. Utilizing the top-tier celestial crystals from the system's space, his strength progressed steadily. He was but a step away from breaking through to the 4th layer of the Respect realm. Chapter 382. Escalating Conflicts and Hidden Dangers. A signal rang out, the call for miners to assemble. Zhou Chun set down his pickaxe and stepped outside the tunnel to investigate. In the central square of the mine, a multitude of miners had gathered. In the center, Huang Tao was delivering a speech. Fellow miners, Huang Tao's voice was cold. Recently, the ore output of the mine has been steadily declining, and we suspect that some among you may be hoarding or have discovered hidden veins without reporting them. Henceforth, the daily task for all miners will increase from 3 low-grade celestial crystals to 5. Failure to meet the new quota will result in a deduction of rations. For 3 consecutive days, the task remained unfulfilled. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Merciless execution. Upon uttering these words, the miners erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. What? The quota has been raised to 5 pieces? How could that possibly be accomplished? We are already toiling tirelessly to barely meet the 3-piece requirement. 5 pieces? That is utterly impossible. The miners exchanged desperate glances, their eyes filled with despair. Huang Tao sneered. Unable to complete it? That simply means you lack diligence. The mine sustains you worthless wretches, not to provide you with comfort. From this day forth, everyone's mining hours will be extended to 12 full cycles. Anyone who dares to slack off will be executed without mercy. With that, he departed, flanked by his guards. The miners stood frozen, their eyes brimming with hopelessness. The increase from 3 to 5 pieces was an almost insurmountable challenge. Moreover, with the extension of working hours to 12 cycles, it felt as though their very lives were at stake. Has Huang Tao gone mad? He intends to drive us all to our deaths. Infuriated, the miners gritted their teeth, yet dared not resist. Among them, Zhou Chun furrowed his brow. Huang Tao's sudden increase in workload, especially amidst the recent decline in or yield, suggested he had indeed discovered the disappearance of the associated celestial crystal vein. Zhou suspected that some miners had hoarded or, compelling Huang Tao to resort to such underhanded tactics to enforce compliance. How insidious! A chill passed through Zhou Chen's eyes. However, he was not overly concerned for himself. Given his current strength and mining skills, extracting 5 pieces of low-grade celestial crystals daily was not particularly arduous. Yet, for the other miners, the situation was dire. Their cultivation levels were low, and their mining efficiency was abysmal. Even completing the 3-piece requirement had been a struggle. Now, with the quota raised to 5, it was utterly unattainable. Zhou Chun mused. Huang Tao aims to use this opportunity to eliminate a batch of miners, thereby lightening the burden on the mine. At the same time, he seeks to intimidate the others. Truly ruthless. As expected, chaos ensued once the new task quotas were implemented. The miners labored ceaselessly, working 12 hours a day, yet even then, the majority failed to meet the requirements. 3 days later, Huang Tao began enforcing his decree. Those who could not complete their tasks for 3 consecutive days would face execution without mercy. On that fateful morning, a crowd of several hundred miners gathered in the central square of the mine. Huang Tao stood atop a platform, coldly surveying the assembly. In those 3 days, 37 individuals had failed to meet their quotas. According to the rules, he gestured, and the Huang family guards stepped forward, apprehending the 37 miners and bringing them to the center of the square. The miners' faces turned ashen, eyes filled with terror. Spare us, overseer. It is not that we do not wish to complete our tasks. It is simply impossible. They knelt, begging for mercy, tears streaming down their faces. Yet Huang Tao remained expressionless. Rules are rules. Failure to complete the tasks means death. He waved his hand. Execute them. The guards acted without hesitation, and in an instant, the heads of the 37 miners flew from their shoulders, blood spraying forth and staining the square red. The lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open in death. A profound silence enveloped the scene. All miners stood in shock, their eyes filled with fear. Huang Tao sneered. This is the consequence of failing to meet the quota. I shall reiterate, from today onward, everyone must submit 5 pieces of low-grade celestial crystals daily. Those who fail will face execution without exception. Do you understand? Yes. We understand. The miners trembled in response. Satisfied, Huang Tao nodded and turned to leave. However, in that fleeting moment, Zhou Chen caught a glimpse of a smug smile curling at the corners of Huang Tao's lips. Clearly, this massacre was the outcome he desired. How despicable. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Zhou Chen. Yet he suppressed his fury, maintaining a calm facade. Now was not the time. He must continue to conceal his strength, awaiting the opportune moment. That night, the atmosphere within the mines was stifling. Many miners wept quietly, mourning their fallen comrades and despairing over their own fates. Zhou Chen sat in a corner, meditating. Days passed, and the oppressive atmosphere in the mine grew heavier. Each day, miners were executed for failing to meet their quotas. Their corpses were carelessly discarded into the abyss outside the mine, with no one to collect them. Meanwhile, Huang Tao grew increasingly arrogant. Not only had he raised the quotas, but he also frequently concocted excuses to withhold rations from the miners. Furthermore, several attractive female miners were forcibly taken to his private residence. The miners could only seethe in silence, swallowing their indignation. Yet Zhou Chen understood that this suffocating tension would eventually erupt. Indeed, on the 10th day, chaos ensued. That noon, Huang Tao once again arrived at the mine with his guards for an inspection. He approached the 7th mine, where he found Li Yunfei diligently mining. You are the one who defied me that day. Huang Tao sneered. I remember you well. I've heard you've been performing admirably these past few days. Managing to mine 5 pieces of low-grade celestial crystals each day? Li Yunfei looked up, his voice steady. Indeed, Overseer. Excellent. Huang Tao nodded. Since you are so capable, from today onward, your quota will be raised to 10 pieces. How does that sound? No problem, right? Li Yunfei's expression shifted. Overseer, 10 pieces? That is impossible to accomplish. Impossible? Huang Tao scoffed. That is your issue. I only inform you that from this day forth, you must submit 10 pieces of low-grade celestial crystals daily. Should you fail, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. You know the consequences. Li Yunfei clenched his teeth, his fists tightly balled. He realized that Huang Tao was deliberately targeting him. Because he had defied Huang Tao that day, the latter harbored resentment and sought to eliminate him. What? Are you unwilling to accept? Huang Tao provoked. If you're dissatisfied, you can resist. Come, throw a punch at me and see what happens. He spread his arms wide, exuding an air of invulnerability. Li Yunfei trembled, his eyes ablaze with fury. He yearned to retaliate, but reason cautioned against it. Huang Tao was at the 1st level of the immortal realm, while he was merely at the 6th level of the respect realm. He was no match for Huang Tao. If he acted, he would only hasten his demise. Chapter 383. The cave collapses, a narrow escape. What? Do you lack the courage? Huang Tao sneered. I knew it. All you miners are worthless. Just a lot of talk. But when it comes down to it, you wouldn't dare to make a sound. With that, he left. Flanked by his guards, Li Yunfei stood frozen, his gaze icy. He understood that the situation was beyond redemption. If given the chance, he would gladly slay Huang Tao. A quota of 10 low-grade celestial crystals was nothing short of a fantastical nightmare. 3 days passed. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted deep within the mine. The entire 7th mine shook violently, countless stones plummeting from above. What is happening? The mine is collapsing. Run. The miners panicked, scattering in all directions. However, some of the older miners had sensed trouble early on and had already fled. Yet, the internal structure of the mine was intricate, with passages crisscrossing in every direction, leaving many miners utterly bewildered about where to escape. To make matters worse, the collapse continued to expand. Enormous boulders plummeted from above, crashing down upon the miners, whose anguished cries echoed throughout the cavern. Help! My leg is trapped. Someone, save me. Chaos reigned within the mine. Zhou Chen was mining when he heard a thunderous crash and immediately halted his work. He scanned the mine with his spiritual sense, his expression shifting in alarm. The scale of the collapse was immense, and it was still spreading. They had to leave at once, or they would be buried alive. With a flicker of thought, the opportunity panel system sprang open before him. A hum resonated as invisible waves swept over all the miners within the cavern. Countless translucent panels appeared before his eyes. Zhou Chun perused them swiftly, and soon, he uncovered crucial information on one miner's opportunity panel. Name, Wang Dashi. Realm, 3rd level of the Respect Realm. Recent opportunity. When the mine collapses, proceed along the west passage for 50 steps, then turn left to avoid the collapse area and reach a safe exit. Along the way, a medium-grade celestial crystal ore will be found amidst the rubble. He had found it. Zhou Chen's eyes sparkled. The west passage, 50 steps, then left. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted toward the west passage. Hansi, Elder Zhang, follow me, Zhou Chen urged as he ran, whispering to them. Hansi was not far off, mining, and upon hearing Zhou Chen's call, he immediately dropped his pickaxe and followed suit. Elder Zhang was nearby as well. Though unaware of the safe route, he hastened to keep up upon witnessing Zhou Chen's decisiveness. Zhou Chen's actions attracted the attention of other miners. That person seems to know the escape route. Quickly follow him. Yes, he looks calm. He must know how to flee. A dozen miners, seeing this, began to chase after Zhou Chen. However, a greater number, in their panic, chose other directions. Some ran deeper into the mine, while others headed toward the main passage. They were oblivious to the fact that these paths were dead ends. Zhou Chen, accompanied by Hansi, Elder Zhang, and a dozen other miners, swiftly traversed the west passage. Boom! The sounds of collapse grew ever nearer. Countless boulders tumbled down, crashing to the ground with thunderous roars. Hurry! Zhou Chen quickened his pace. 1, 2, 3. He silently counted his steps. 48, 49, 50. Left turn. Zhou Chen abruptly veered into a narrow passage on the left. Hansi and Elder Zhang followed closely, along with the other miners. But just then, a tremendous crash echoed ahead. A massive boulder fell from above, blocking half of the passage. Damn it! Zhou Chen frowned. The boulder was too large for ordinary miners to move. If they took a detour, they would surely be caught by the collapse behind them. There was no choice. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, channeling his inner spiritual energy. The full power of the 3rd level of the Respect Realm erupted. The Great Void Tao's principles activated. A terrifying field of power instantly unfolded, enveloping the boulder. Within this domain, Zhou Chen was the sovereign. With a gesture of his right hand, spiritual energy coalesced into a gigantic palm, seizing the boulder. Shatter. Boom. The boulder crumbled into countless fragments under the overwhelming spiritual force. The passage was clear once more. Go. Zhou Chen led the charge through the rubble. Hansi, Elder Zhang, and the other miners stared in shock. They had not anticipated Zhou Chen's formidable strength. With a single strike, he had shattered such a colossal boulder, an act beyond the capability of an ordinary 1st-level Respect Realm cultivator. Brother Zhou, your strength has grown immensely. Hansi began but hesitated. No time for questions. We must run, Zhou Chen urged. The group dared not delay and hurried to follow. After running for a distance, a bright light suddenly appeared ahead. An exit. Elder Zhang exclaimed joyfully. They quickened their pace, racing toward the exit. At last, they burst forth from the mine, emerging into a clearing outside the mining site. Phew! Zhou Chen let out a long breath. They had finally escaped. He turned to count the heads. Hansi and Elder Zhang were present, along with 23 other miners who had followed him out. Including himself, that made a total of 25. Thank you, Brother Zhou, for saving our lives. The miners knelt in gratitude, bowing deeply. There is no need for such formality. Zhou Chen waved his hand. We are all miners. It is only right to help one another. Rise. The miners stood, their gazes toward Zhou Chen filled with gratitude and awe. Had it not been for Zhou Chen's guidance, they would surely have been buried alive in the mine. Furthermore, the spectacle of Zhou Chen shattering the boulder had left them utterly astounded. Brother Zhou, your strength must be at least the 3rd level of the Respect Realm, correct? Elder Zhang inquired quietly. Zhou Chen did not deny it, merely nodding. No wonder, Elder Zhang realized. No wonder you remained so composed in the mine. You were concealing your true power. Zhou Chen smiled lightly. In the mine, being powerful is not necessarily advantageous. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. Thus, I have always acted discreetly. Elder Zhang nodded. You speak wisely. In my years at the mine, I have witnessed too many talents targeted for their prominence. Acting low-key is the key to longevity. Just then, a commotion arose from the distance. Zhou Chen turned to see Huang Tao, the overseer of the mine, and Lu Cheng, the steward of the Lu family, hurrying over with a contingent of guards. Yet, they did not organize a rescue. Rather, they first ensured their own safety. Damn it! Huang Tao gazed at the collapsed mine. His face ashen. How could it suddenly collapse? Sir, the mine has fallen into disrepair over the years. A collapse was inevitable, one guard replied. The current issue is that there are still tens of thousands of miners inside. Let them die. We can always capture more, Huang Tao replied coldly. But the mine vein must not be compromised. Immediately organize personnel to excavate the collapsed area and secure the vein. He paused. As for those miners, he hesitated. If they can be saved, then save them. If not, so be it. Indeed, in the eyes of these overseers, the lives of the miners were worth little. The vein was paramount. Chapter 384. The Two Family Secrets, Shifting Blame. Lu Cheng also approached, glancing at the collapsed mine, frowning as he spoke. Huang. This collapse will likely affect the mine's output. And what of it? Huang Tao scoffed. The collapse of the mine is not my responsibility. It is due to years of neglect. It was bound to happen. If you have any objections, Lu Cheng, you may report to the family. A glimmer of anger flashed in Lu Cheng's eyes, but he ultimately restrained himself. Very well, I will report to the family. The two parted ways unhappily. 3 days later, the cleanup of the mine collapse was finally completed. However, the cost was devastating. Thousands of miners had been completely buried alive. Moreover, this collapse had also damaged portions of the ore vein, significantly reducing the mine's output. Huang Tao and Lu Cheng engaged in endless disputes, each blaming the other for poor management. The mining operation is temporarily halted, with all miners stationed in the resting area, awaiting further instructions. Zhou Qin contemplated that refining a few more exquisite celestial crystals would enable him to break through to the 4th layer of the sovereign realm. However, at that moment, Elder Zhang unexpectedly approached him. Young Zhou, I wish to speak with you, Elder Zhang declared gravely. Zhou Qin nodded in acknowledgement, prompting the elder to continue. After ensuring no one was in earshot, Elder Zhang lowered his voice. Young Zhou, I have observed you for quite some time. Your ability to navigate perilous situations is no mere coincidence. Moreover, your true strength vastly exceeds what is apparent. I am confident that you will eventually leave this mine. He paused slightly. Thus, I wish to impart some information to you, which may prove beneficial in the future. A glimmer of interest flickered in Zhou Qin's eyes. Elder Zhang. Please, I am all ears. Elder Zhang sighed, speaking slowly. I am not an ordinary miner. I was once an inner disciple of the Xianxia sect. The Xianxia sect? Zhou Qin was taken aback. Indeed, Elder Zhang affirmed with a nod. The Xianxia sect is a modest sect in the desolate lands of the spirit realm. Yet it possesses considerable strength. In my time within the sect, I was somewhat renowned due to my exceptional cultivation talent, which led to my prioritized training. However, it was precisely this that entangled me in the conflict between the sect and the Huang family. Zhou Qin raised an eyebrow. The Huang family? The one that controls the Blackstone mine? Correct. Elder Zhang's eyes flickered with a hint of animosity. I inadvertently uncovered the Huang family's scheme to seize resources from the Xianxia sect, and thus they falsely accused me of stealing sect treasures. Under pressure from the Huang family, the Xianxia sect crippled a portion of my cultivation and relegated me to the status of a miner, sending me to the Blackstone mine. I was originally at the 7th layer of the sovereign realm, but now I am reduced to the 3rd layer. Furthermore, due to the damage to my foundation, I can no longer advance. Zhou Qin was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated Elder Zhang's tumultuous past. Does the Xianxia sect truly allow the Huang family to act with such impunity? He inquired. Elder Zhang shook his head. The Xianxia sect is internally divided into 2 factions, the Lu family and the Huang family. Their rivalry is intense, with neither side willing to yield. The Lu family once attempted to clear my name, but due to the Huang family's overwhelming power, they ultimately failed. After years in this mine, I have lost all hope, merely wishing to survive until death. After a moment of silence, Zhou Qin posed a question. Elder Zhang, if given the opportunity, would you wish to leave the mine? Elder Zhang was momentarily stunned. Then he forced a bitter smile. Leave? I have long ceased to harbor such aspirations. Moreover, even if I were to escape the mine, where could I possibly go? The Huang family's influence permeates the desolate lands. I have nowhere to flee. Elder Zhang gazed at Zhou Qin, a complex expression crossing his face. In the management hall of the Blackstone mine, 5 days after the collapse incident, operations resumed, yet the atmosphere was tenfold more tense than before. In the hall, Lu Cheng, the Lu family steward, and Huang Tao, the Huang family steward, faced each other, their demeanor fraught with tension. Behind them stood a dozen cultivators. The Lu family members donned azure robes, each exuding a refined aura, the weakest among them being at the 10th layer of the Emperor realm, while the Huang family members, clad in yellow robes, emanated a more formidable presence, including several powerful cultivators at the sovereign realm. Lu steward, Huang Tao sneered. You have seen the losses incurred from the cave-in. Thousands of miners perished, and some veins were damaged, resulting in at least a 30% drop in output. This responsibility falls squarely on your Lu family. Lu Cheng frowned. Steward Huang, your assertion is misplaced. The cave-in was a natural disaster, unrelated to my Lu family. Furthermore, the regular maintenance of the mine has always been your Huang family's responsibility. If anyone is to be held accountable, it should be your family. Huang Tao's expression darkened. What did you say? that I am responsible? Lu Cheng, do not push your luck. Although the maintenance of the mine falls under my Huang family's purview, your Lu family bears supervisory responsibility. This cave-in is clearly due to years of neglect, Huang Tao retorted. Lu Cheng scoffed, since Steward Huang insists on this line of reasoning. I too have something to say. Recently, I have discovered that the Huang family has been covertly relocating resources from the mine. A significant quantity of high-quality ores has been secretly transported away without reporting to the family. Steward Huang, how do you explain this? At these words, Huang Tao's complexion changed drastically. You speak nonsense. When did my Huang family transfer resources? Lu Cheng, do not slander. Lu Cheng sneered. Slander? I possess evidence. He gestured, and a Lu family cultivator stepped forward, producing a jade slip. This is the result of an investigation by my Lu family's spies. Over the past month, the Huang family has transferred ores worth at least 100,000 low-grade celestial crystals from the mine, none of which were reported to the family. Steward Huang, where have these ores gone? Huang Tao's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that the Lu family had already been investigating him in secret and possessed evidence. So what? Huang Tao scoffed. Those ores were utilized by my Huang family to repair the mine. Given the extensive disrepair of the mine, substantial resources are required for reinforcement. My Huang family is merely contributing to the mine. Is that a crime? Lu Cheng retorted, repairing the mine? Yet, to my knowledge, no restoration work has even commenced. Those ores have all gone into your personal storage, Steward Huang. You are merely lining your own pockets. Huang Tao erupted in fury. Lu Cheng, you seek death. He unleashed his pressure, emanating the aura of a first-layer quasi-sovereign, enveloping Lu Cheng. However, Lu Cheng was no pushover either. As the steward representing the Lu family at the mine, his cultivation was also at the first layer of the quasi-sovereign realm. Are you embarrassed and angry now? Lu Cheng mocked, equally releasing his pressure to counter. The two quasi-sovereign auras collided within the hall, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. The furnishings in the hall were instantly reduced to dust, while the cultivators on both sides retreated, warily eyeing one another. The atmosphere was poised for an explosion. At that moment, an aged voice resonated from outside. Enough. Cease this at once. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow, entered the hall. Clad in a gray robe, his aura unfathomable, revealing that he was at the third layer of the quasi-sovereign realm. He was none other than Xianxia, the overseer of the Blackstone mine. Xianxia was a neutral party jointly appointed by both the Lu and Huang families, tasked with mediating their conflicts. Upon his arrival, both Lu Cheng and Huang Tao withdrew their oppressive auras. Steward Shi, they both greeted, clasping their hands respectfully. Xianxia snorted disdainfully. What is this disgraceful display? The mine has just suffered a collapse. It is precisely a time for unity. Instead, you two engage in infighting. If your families were to learn of this, neither of you would escape unscathed. Both Lu Cheng and Huang Tao's expressions soured, yet they dared not retort. Xianxia scrutinized them, speaking sternly, Steward Lu, Steward Huang. I care not for your personal grievances. However, one thing is clear. The operation of the mine must not cease. Now, you will present me with a proposal on how to distribute this month's mine revenue. Lu Cheng promptly replied, as per our previous agreement. The Lu and Huang families shall split the profits evenly. Huang Tao sneered coldly. A fair split? Mr. Lu, it seems you have forgotten. The recent cave-in of the mine has caused immense losses, and it is primarily my Huang family that is undertaking the restoration work. Thus, my family deserves an additional 30% of the profits. Lu Cheng furrowed his brow. An additional 30%? Mr. Lu, are you attempting to extort? The restoration of the mine is your family's responsibility. By what right do you claim a greater share of the profits? Moreover, the collapse was due to your family's inadequate maintenance. Not only do you refuse to compensate, but you also wish for a larger share of the profits? In your dreams. Huang Tao chuckled coldly. So, Lu Cheng, you are refusing to agree? Well, that simplifies matters. From this day forth, my Huang family will cease all restoration work. Whether the mine operates now rests on your Lu family's capabilities. Lu Cheng's expression changed. The restoration work was indeed primarily conducted by the Huang family. If they halted operations, the mine's output would further decline, and the Lu family would bear the consequences as well. Huang Tao, are you threatening me? Threatening? Huang Tao scoffed. I am merely presenting a logical argument. If your Lu family disagrees, so be it. The mine can remain idle. Ultimately, both families will incur losses, and neither can expect to escape unscathed. Lu Cheng gritted his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Very well. If Mr. Huang wishes to play this way, then my Lu family shall respond in kind. From this day forth, our miners shall no longer heed the Huang family's orders. Moreover, my Lu family shall claim half of the veins in the Western District. Huang Tao exploded with rage. What did you say? The Western District's veins are under the Huang family's jurisdiction. By what right do you claim them? Lu Cheng sneered. By what right? Because the Blackstone mine is jointly controlled by the Lu and Huang families. Since your Huang family refuses to abide by the rules, my Lu family shall not be polite. The two argued incessantly, neither willing to yield. Xianxia observed them with a furrowed brow. He understood that the conflict between the Lu and Huang families had reached an irreconcilable point. If this continued, the mine would inevitably descend into chaos. Enough. Xianxia spoke in a deep voice. Since you cannot reach an agreement, let us revert to the old arrangements. This month's profits will be divided equally, with each family receiving 40%, while the remaining 20% will be allocated for communal use. As for the restoration costs, they will be deducted from the communal portion. How does that sound? Lu Cheng and Huang Tao exchanged glances, both begrudgingly reluctant. However, Xianxia's proposal was the most conciliatory option available. Continuing this dispute would only lead to mutual destruction. Very well, I consent, Lu Cheng said through gritted teeth. I also agree, Huang Tao huffed. Excellent, Xianxia nodded. Then it is settled. The meeting is adjourned. Both men departed the hall with their respective cultivators, yet all were aware that this was merely a temporary truce. The conflict between the Lu and Huang families had irrevocably erupted. In the western district of the mine, Huang Tao returned to his administrative area, his expression dark and foreboding. Damn Lu Cheng, how dare he oppose me? One of the Huang family's cultivators quietly inquired, Master, what shall we do next? A ruthless glint flashed in Huang Tao's eyes. What shall we do? Since the Lu family refuses to show me respect, they shall not blame me for being ungracious. Relay the orders, from today forth. All miners affiliated with the Lu family shall have their tasks doubled. Let them fail to meet their quotas. I want Lu Cheng to realize that in the Blackstone mine, I am the true authority. Understood. The Huang family cultivator complied. In the eastern district of the mine, Lu Cheng wore a similarly grim expression. That scoundrel Huang Tao dares to threaten me. A Lu family cultivator remarked, Master, we cannot appear weak. If the Huang family wishes to play games, we shall play along. Lu Cheng nodded. You are correct. Relay the orders. Restrict the mining areas of the Huang family S miners. Assign the best veins in the western district to my Lu family S miners, forcing Huang S to toil in the poorer areas. Understood. The Lu family cultivator departed to execute the orders. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere in the mine grew increasingly tense. Huang family cultivators began deliberately harassing the Lu family's miners, demanding they yield 7 units of low-grade spirit crystal or daily. Those who failed to meet their quotas faced beatings and abuse. Many miners suffered in silence, too fearful to resist. The Lu family cultivators, unwilling to concede, restricted the Huang family miners' access to better areas, relegating them to the impoverished zones where the ore quality was abysmal and the yield dismal. Huang family miners likewise lamented their plight. The entire mine descended into chaos due to the conflict between the Lu and Huang families. Miners grew wary of each other, fearful of being sabotaged. The overall production efficiency plummeted. Zhou watched this unfold with a cold smile. The rivalry between the Lu and Huang families had intensified. It seemed the moment of opportunity was approaching. Seizing the discord between the two factions, he continued to cultivate in secret. Amidst the administrative turmoil, the guards were preoccupied with dealing with the opposing faction, neglecting the management of the miners. Zhou capitalized on this chaos, fervently refining spirit crystals. 1, 2, 10. In just a few days, he refined 10 premium spirit crystals. His cultivation finally broke through the bottleneck, reaching the 4th level of the respect realm. Moreover, due to the exceptional quality of the spirit crystals, his foundation became remarkably solid. His combat prowess far surpassed that of his peers. 3 days later, in the western district of the mine, under Huang family's jurisdiction, a miner from the Lu faction was laboriously extracting ore. He worked hard, yet the yield was dismal due to being assigned to a poor mining area by the Huang family cultivators. Damn it, the miner gritted his teeth. At this rate, I won't be able to meet my quota at all. If this continues, forget mining. Even surviving will be a challenge. Just then, a Huang family guard approached. Hey, how much have you mined today? The guard asked coldly. The miner trembled as he replied, reporting to you. I have mined 2 units of low-grade spirit crystal ore. 2 units? The guard sneered. The quota is 7, and you've only managed 2? It seems you are slacking. And no, I am not. The miner hurriedly explained. The ore quality here is atrocious. I have been working very hard. Spare me your excuses. The guard kicked the miner, knocking him to the ground. Failure to meet your quota is tantamount to laziness. If you dare slack off again, you will be thrown into the abyss mine. The miner lay on the ground in agony, despair filling his eyes. As night fell, Zhou stood alone in the depths of an abandoned mine tunnel, his gaze icy. The conflict between the Lu and Huang families had reached a critical point. All that was needed was a spark to ignite their complete enmity. And that spark. Zhou retrieved a black cloak from his system space. This cloak had been taken from a hapless black-robed cultivator, adorned with the Huang family's insignia. Concealment technique, activate. A wave of imperceptible energy enveloped Zhou Chun, altering his appearance and aura. Moments later, a stranger, a Huang family guard, appeared before the mirror. The man possessed an unremarkable appearance, exuding a chilling aura. He was none other than Huang Shi, a guard from the Huang family. This Huang Shi, notorious for his arrogance and brutality, took pleasure in tormenting the mind slaves. Zhou Chun chose to disguise himself as him, intending to incite discord more effectively. Excellent. Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction, donning a black cloak before stealthily departing the abandoned mine tunnel. In the western district of the mine, the resting area for the Liu family's mine slaves was filled with murmurs about the recent upheavals in the mine. Alas, life grows increasingly unbearable, sighed an elderly miner. Those scoundrels from the Huang family find every possible way to torment us. Indeed, another miner gritted his teeth. That Huang Shi just deducted my rations today, claiming my mining output was subpar. He threatened to starve me for 3 days. That scoundrel Huang Shi will inevitably face retribution. As the miners spoke, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was Huang Shi. What are you lot discussing here? He sneered, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. The miners' expressions shifted dramatically. Lord Huang, we weren't saying anything. Oh really? Huang Shi scoffed. I heard everything quite clearly. You speak of me behind my back and wish for my retribution? Very well. I shall grant your wish. No sooner had he spoken than Huang Shi unleashed a swift strike, a fierce palm imprint aimed directly at the old miner. The latter had no time to react before the blow landed squarely on his chest. A spray of blood erupted as the old miner was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His chest caved in, his heart severed, and he perished on the spot. The remaining miners stared in horror at Huang Shi. Without a moment's pause, he continued his assault, delivering several more lethal strikes. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more miners fell victim to his wrath, their blood staining the ground crimson. Only one miner managed to react quickly, desperately fleeing towards the Liu family's guard station. Help! The Huang family guards are killing us. Huang Shi has slaughtered our people. His shrill cries echoed into the night. Huang Shi let out a cold laugh, his figure vanishing into the darkness. Moments later, several guards from the Liu family arrived on the scene. Upon seeing the 4 corpses, everyone was consumed with rage. Damn it! They dare to kill on Liu family territory. The Huang family has gone too far. The leader of the Liu guards, a middle-aged man at the 4th layer of the Respect realm named Liu Qingshan, examined the bodies and detected the lingering aura of the Huang family's martial arts. It is indeed the work of the Huang family, he growled through gritted teeth. And judging by the style of the strikes, it must be that scoundrel Huang Shi. Let us go confront Huang Tao for an explanation. A group of Liu guards stormed toward the Huang family management area. Inside the hall, Huang Tao was reviewing the mine's accounts when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. What is going on? He frowned. A panicked Huang guard rushed in. Manager, it's bad. The Liu family has come looking for trouble. They claim one of our men killed their miners. Huang Tao was taken aback. What? Who did it? They say it was Huang Shi. Huang Tao's expression darkened. While Huang Shi was indeed arrogant, he wasn't foolish enough to openly kill Liu family miners. There was certainly something amiss here. Before he could ponder further, Liu Qingshan barged in with a group of Liu guards. Huang Tao, Liu Qingshan bellowed. Hand over Huang Shi. Your men killed 4 of ours on Liu family territory. If you do not provide an explanation today, this matter will not end here. Huang Tao chuckled coldly. Liu Qingshan, do not slander us. When did Huang Shi kill your people? It seems you are the ones seeking trouble. Seeking trouble? Liu Qingshan sneered, gesturing for them to bring forward the lone miner who had narrowly escaped. Ask him yourself. The miner trembled as he spoke. It was Huang Shi. He appeared out of nowhere and, without a word, killed 4 of us. I saw it with my own eyes. Huang Tao furrowed his brow. He turned to Huang Shi, who wore a look of bewilderment. Manager, I am innocent. I have been patrolling all night and never set foot on Liu family territory. Besides, why would I kill their miners without reason? Seeing Huang Shi's expression, Huang Tao felt he was not lying. Liu Qingshan, this must be a misunderstanding. Huang Shi has been patrolling. There are other guards who can testify. Testify? Liu Qingshan scoffed. What value does the testimony of Huang family guards hold? Perhaps it is all a premeditated scheme. I do not care. You must provide an explanation today. Or he unleashed the oppressive aura of the 1st layer of the quasi-immortal realm. Do not blame me for being impolite. A flicker of anger ignited in Huang Tao's eyes. Liu Qingshan, are you threatening me? What of it? Liu Qingshan retorted coldly. You Huang family killed our people. Do you think you have the right to complain? Huang Tao erupted in fury. Fine. If you wish for a disturbance, let us have a grand one. He too unleashed the pressure of the 1st layer of the quasi-mortal realm. Guards, drive the Lu family out. Drive us out. Lu Qingshan sneered. I would like to see how you intend to do that. The guards from both sides immediately drew their weapons, tension thick in the air. At that moment, Lu Qing also arrived. What is happening? He inquired solemnly. Lu Qingshan quickly recounted the events. After hearing the account, Lu Cheng's face darkened. Huang Tao, is this the manner of the Huang family? Lu Cheng, do not overstep your bounds. Huang Tao retorted angrily. This matter is clearly a frame-up. A frame-up? Lu Qing laughed coldly. Who is framing whom? Pray tell, who is behind this? Where's the evidence? So many miners witnessed it. Can it be false? Are you still trying to argue? Huang Tao gritted his teeth. Regardless, we did not do it. Didn't he do it? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Cheng's eyes. Very well, do not blame us for seeking justice for those 4 miners. All Lu family guards, obey my command. Seal off the western mining area. No one from the Huang family shall set foot here again. From this day forth, the western mining area belongs to my Lu family. Huang Tao's fury erupted. You dare? What do I have to fear? Lu Qing scoffed. You Huang family killed my Lu family's people. I would consider it merciful not to engage in direct conflict. The western mining area shall serve as compensation. Good, good, good. Huang Tao laughed in rage. Lu Cheng, do you truly believe my Huang family is easy to bully? All Huang family guards, heed my command. Immediately reclaim the western mining area. Kill without mercy when encountering Lu family members. Understood. The Huang guards responded in unison, brimming with murderous intent. The Lu guards, refusing to be outdone, drew their weapons as well. Hundreds of cultivators from both sides stood poised for confrontation within the mine. A great battle was imminent. Boom. In an instant, chaos erupted as the first blow was struck. Within the abandoned mine tunnel, Zhou Chun dispelled his concealment technique, revealing his true appearance. His divine sense swept across the mine, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. The plan had succeeded. The Lu and Huang families have finally clashed. He turned and made his way to a secluded resting area. Han Si and old Zhang had long awaited him there. Brother Zhou, how goes it? Han Si inquired softly. Zhou Chen nodded, as per our plan. The Lu and Huang families have entered into battle, and the mine has descended into chaos. Now is our opportune moment to depart. A flicker of complexity crossed old Zhang's eyes. Must we truly leave? Zhou Chun patted his shoulder. Old Zhang, remaining here leads only to a dead end. Accompany me. And there remains a glimmer of hope. Old Zhang fell silent for a moment before nodding. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Then let us proceed. Zhou Chun led the two towards the abandoned transport passage, a route he had long scouted for escape. The passage connected to the outside of the mine, and was seldom traversed. However, to prevent the miners from fleeing, the Huang family had stationed 2 guards to watch over it. As the trio approached the entrance, they spotted the 2 guards clad in yellow robes from a distance. Judging by their aura, both were at the 5th level of the respect realm. What do we do? Brother Zhou? Han Si frowned. A glint of coldness flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. We shall act as planned. Old Zhang, you engage them to draw their attention. Han Si and I will seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Old Zhang nodded, taking a deep breath as he approached the guards. Esteemed sirs. Old Zhang addressed them respectfully. I have urgent matters to report. The guards glanced at Old Zhang, their nostrils flaring as they coldly inquired. What is it? It is as follows. Old Zhang began to fabricate a tale, claiming that the miners were conspiring to rebel. The guards listened intently, entirely oblivious to the imminent danger behind them. At that moment, Zhou Chun and Han Si struck simultaneously. Void Dao suppression. Zhou Chen's domain unfurled instantaneously, enveloping the 2 guards. Within the domain, their powers were suppressed by 30%. What? The guards' expressions changed drastically as they attempted to resist. However, Han Si's attack had already arrived. Heavenly Bottle Suppression. An ancient treasure bottle's phantom materialized, exuding a terrifying gravitational pull. One guard, caught unawares, found his movements hindered by the force. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Chen delivered a powerful punch. King of the Underworld Seal, true body of the King of the Underworld. Boom. The tremendous force of Zhou Chen's punch struck the guard's head, obliterating it in an instant, blood and gore splattering everywhere. The other guard was struck with terror, attempting to flee, but old Zhang had already sealed off his escape route. It's too late to run. Zhou Chen advanced, delivering another punch. Boom. The second guard met the same fate as his companion, slain by a single blow. The entire process took less than 3 breaths. Just like that, the 2 5th-level Respect Realm guards were annihilated. Let us go. Zhou Chen wasted no time, leading Han Si and old Zhang swiftly through the passage. The tunnel was long, extending several thousand meters, but the 3 were cultivators, moving with remarkable speed. This area, typically bustling with guards, was now eerily vacant, making it nearly impossible for the miners to escape. Had it not been for the outbreak of conflict between the 2 families, Zhou might have found it challenging to depart. After a quarter of an hour, they finally burst forth from the tunnel, emerging into the outside world of the mine. Before them lay a desolate mountainous forest, overgrown with weeds and rarely trodden by human feet. We are finally out. Old Zhang gazed at the world beyond, inhaling the fresh air, his eyes moistening. How many years has it been? He had at last escaped that nightmarish mine. At that moment, Zhou realized that the spirit world outside the mine was a far cry from that within. The intensity of spirit energy outside was exponentially greater than that found inside the mine, corroborating his theory that a barrier had isolated the miners from the outside world. However, it seemed this barrier was solely aimed at the spirit energy, established to prevent the loss of spirit crystals from the mine. Do not rejoice too soon. Zhou cautioned solemnly. We have not yet truly escaped. The Huang family undoubtedly has patrols outside. We must remain vigilant. Follow me. Old Zhang took the lead. Following the route guided by his divine sense, the three navigated through the forest, cautiously evading the Huang family's patrols. Along the way, they encountered several dangers, but Zhou keen awareness enabled them to successfully evade each one. After a day and a night, the trio finally distanced themselves from the Blackstone mine, arriving at a relatively safe area. In the distance, the outline of a small town appeared on the horizon. It was Xianxia town, situated outside Qingfeng City. We have truly escaped, Old Zhang remarked. Zhou exhaled, relieved. For now, we are safe. Let us head into the town and rest. The three quickened their pace towards Xianxia town. From the direction of the Blackstone mine, sounds of booming clashes echoed, signaling that the Liu and Huang families were embroiled in an intense battle. However, Zhou remained unaware of these developments. Having successfully extricated himself, he embarked on a new journey. The sea is vast enough for fish to leap, and the sky high enough for birds to soar. Qingstone Town lies 1,000 miles on the outskirts of Qingfeng City. It is an ordinary border town, home to several thousand residents, most of whom are commoners from the spirit world, alongside a number of cultivators making their living here. Do not underestimate these commoners. Even the lowest among them possess cultivation at the saint level. Saints abound, and emperors are as common as dogs. Chapter 388, Cleansing Identities, 30,000 Spirit Stones. The town is not large, but it boasts all essential amenities. Inns, taverns, pawnshops, pharmacies, and weapon shops are all present. This is a necessary stop for entering Qingfeng City and serves as the first station for many visiting cultivators. The trio, weary from their journey, stepped into the town, immediately drawing the attention of several onlookers. It was not their cultivation that attracted attention. While Respect Realm cultivators are not weak, they are hardly regarded as powerful. Rather, it was their attire, markedly different from that of the local spirit world inhabitants. Look, here come a few stowaways. Tisk tisk, judging by their appearance. They must have escaped from the mines. Surviving such an escape is quite an accomplishment. Accomplishment? Without identity tokens, one cannot move freely in the spirit world. It is only a matter of time before they are captured again. The cultivators by the roadside pointed and whispered amongst themselves. Zhou expression remained calm, as if he had not heard their remarks. However, Hansi and Old Zhang wore troubled faces, still haunted by their recent escape from the mine. Hearing such comments only deepened their unease. Brother Zhou, Hansi whispered, can we truly establish ourselves here? Zhou replied nonchalantly, do not worry, since we are here, there will certainly be a way. He led them into the largest inn in the town, the Qingyun Inn. The lobby of the inn was bustling with patrons, various cultivators exchanging information about the spirit world. The trio approached the counter. Honorable guests, are you seeking lodging or dining? The innkeeper, a round-faced middle-aged man, greeted them with a genial smile, though his eyes were astutely observant. He discerned the trio's origins at a glance, yet displayed no sign of unusual reaction. Having conducted business in Qingstone Town, he had encountered all manner of people and had developed a keen eye. 3 rooms, Zhou stated directly. Additionally, I wish to inquire about certain matters. Please go ahead, esteemed guest, the innkeeper replied with a beaming smile. Zhou produced 10 low-grade spirit crystals and placed them on the counter. I seek to understand how one can obtain an official identity token within the spirit realm. The shopkeeper cast a discerning glance at the spirit crystal, a glimmer of understanding shining in his eyes. Indeed, the esteemed guest possesses a keen insight. Lowering his voice, the shopkeeper explained, within the spirit realm, identity tokens are categorized into 2 types, temporary tokens and official tokens. The temporary token permits activities solely within a single city, valid for a duration of 3 months, with a price tag of 1,000 inferior spirit crystals. Conversely, the official token grants the holder the freedom to traverse the entire spirit realm indefinitely, yet it comes at a steep cost. He paused momentarily. A minimum of 10,000 inferior spirit crystals is required. Furthermore, one must pass the scrutiny of the city lord's office, proving oneself neither a wanted criminal, a smuggler, nor an escaped slave from the mines. This examination process, he cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Chun, often necessitates some additional fees. Zhou Chun comprehended the implication. The so-called additional fees essentially entailed greasing the palms of the officials at the city lord's office, persuading them to turn a blind eye. And what if one were a smuggler? Zhou Chun inquired directly. The shopkeeper was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. Indeed, the guest is forthright. Smugglers wishing to cleanse their identities do have methods at their disposal. However, it requires not just spirit crystals, but also certain connections. Fortunately, our humble shop has some ties with the city lord's office and can facilitate an introduction. However, he raised 3 fingers. The price for a permanent identity token is 30,000 inferior spirit crystals, a fixed rate. Cash only. No other items will suffice as payment. 30,000 inferior spirit crystals. This amount is astronomical for an ordinary cultivator. Even for a respected cultivator, accumulating 30,000 inferior spirit crystals would take decades, if not centuries. Yet for Zhou Chun, he currently possessed 100,000 superior spirit crystals. One superior spirit crystal equates to 1 million inferior spirit crystals. Thus, 30,000 inferior spirit crystals were but a trifling sum for him. It was fortunate that Elder Zhang had guided him to the underground black market, where he exchanged 1 superior spirit crystal. Though he only received 80,000 inferior spirit crystals due to a hefty commission, the safety and lack of risk made it worthwhile. Deal, I require 3 tokens. Zhou Chun declared without a hint of hesitation. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. This guest's generosity suggested substantial wealth. Truly, the guest is straightforward. The shopkeeper's smile broadened. In that case, I will arrange everything for you. However, the process of cleansing your identities will take some time, approximately 3 days. During this period, I kindly request that you remain in our humble establishment. Though modest, it is entirely secure, and no one will disturb you. Zhou Chun nodded. Your assistance is appreciated. The shopkeeper, beaming with joy, promptly instructed his attendants to escort Zhou Chun and his companions to their rooms. Room 1, the top suite. Alone in his chamber, Zhou Chun sat cross-legged in meditation. On the surface, he appeared to be cultivating, yet he was actually contemplating his forthcoming plans. 3 days should suffice to finalize the identity tokens. Although all 3 had adopted disguises, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Subsequently, a spark of determination flickered in his eyes. The immediate priority was to devise a means to enhance his strength and seek greater opportunities. No matter how many superior spirit crystals one possesses, without sufficient cultivation, calamity is inevitable. Zhou Chun focused his thoughts, activating the opportunity panel system. A hum resonated as invisible waves of consciousness emanated from within him, sweeping across the entirety of Xianxia town. In the next moment, numerous translucent panels materialized before Zhou Chun, each displaying information about a different cultivator. He swiftly scanned through, searching for valuable targets. Soon, he pinpointed several intriguing individuals. Name, Xianxia. Level, 3rd layer of the respected realm. Fate, an untimely demise, blue. Destiny, an assassin of Bloodshadow Tower, skilled in stealth, ruthless and cold-hearted. 3 months hence, during a mission, he will be ambushed, severely injured, and ultimately slain by enemies, leaving no trace behind. Recent opportunity, in 7 days. He will slay a 5th-layer demon beast in the outskirts of Qingfeng City, obtaining a demon core and a mid-tier spirit-breaking elixir. Zhou Chun's eyes brightened. Xianxia's opportunity was rather ordinary. However, the mid-tier spirit-breaking elixir was precisely what he required at this moment. Suddenly, a panel caught his attention. Name, Murong Fei. Level, 9th layer of the respected realm. Fate, a prodigy of the heavens, rainbow. Destiny, the young master of Xianxia's sect, exceptionally gifted, with astonishing cultivation speed. To prove himself, he will participate in the Xianxia sect's outer door selection in 3 months, securing 1st place and successfully entering the sect. Within 5 years, he will break through to the quasi-immortal realm, becoming a true disciple of the sect, with a promising future ahead. Recent opportunity, in 10 days. He will discover an ancient cave in the depths of Xianxia mountain range, acquiring a low-tier immortal technique, the Xianxia immortal art. Breaking through to the 10th layer of the respected realm. A rainbow fate. Zhou Chun's heart raced. This marked the first time he had encountered a cultivator with a rainbow fate in the spirit realm. Moreover, Murong Fei's opportunity was incredibly tempting. Chapter 389. The 3-part ways, identity secured. The low-tier immortal technique Xianxia immortal art. If he could intercept this opportunity and trigger a 10,000-fold return with a stroke of luck, Zhou Chun's eyes gleamed with fervor. As night deepened, Xianxia town succumbed to tranquility, with only the inn's flickering lights piercing the darkness. The following morning, Zhou Chun emerged from his room and made his way to the inn's lobby. Han Si and Elder Zhang were already waiting there. Brother Zhou, Han Si stood up, What are our next steps? Zhou Chen seated himself, ordered a pot of tea, and spoke slowly. In 3 days, our identity tokens will be ready. At that point, I intend to journey to Qingfeng City. As for the two of you, he paused, gazing at Han Si and Elder Zhang. What are your plans? Han Si remained silent for a moment before responding. Brother Zhou, to be candid, my cultivation is too insufficient to establish a foothold in the spirit realm. I wish to remain in Qingxi town, developing gradually, and once my cultivation improves, I will consider further actions. Elder Zhang nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. After spending over 50 years in the mines, I have long lost hope. Now that I have regained my freedom, it is already the greatest fortune. I intend to find a place in Qingxi town to cultivate peacefully and enjoy my remaining years. Zhou Chen understood their perspectives. Although Han Si and Elder Zhang possessed commendable cultivation, they were indeed at a disadvantage within the spirit realm, especially Elder Zhang, whose cultivation had been crippled and foundation damaged. Seeking to further enhance himself would be akin to scaling the heavens, rather than accompany him on perilous adventures. It was wiser to find a secure location for quiet cultivation. I understand, Zhou Chen nodded. If that is the case, let us part ways here. He then produced 2 storage rings, presenting one to Han Si and one to Elder Zhang. This is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Han Si and Elder Zhang received the storage rings, probing with their consciousness. In the next moment, both widened their eyes in astonishment. Within the storage rings lay a staggering 1,000 superior spirit crystals. 1,000 superior spirit crystals equate to 10 million inferior spirit crystals. This wealth would sustain them comfortably in Qingxi town for hundreds of years. Brother Zhou, this is far too generous. Han Si's voice trembled. Elder Zhang was equally speechless with excitement. Zhou Chen waved his hand, saying, we have endured hardships together at the mine. These celestial crystals are rightfully yours. Take them and cultivate diligently. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the future. Han Si and Elder Zhang exchanged glances before solemnly bowing to Zhou Chen. Brother Zhou's great kindness will forever be etched in my heart. Han remarked, I too shall remember this, should a chance arise in the future. I will repay you with utmost sincerity. Zhou Chen smiled gently. There is no need for such formality. We are friends, are we not? The 3 shared a knowing smile and raised their teacups in a toast. To the Tao, to the future. The cups clinked together, producing a melodious sound. 3 days later, the innkeeper Qian Duoduo entered room number 1 with a beaming smile. Honored guest Zhou, your identity token is ready. He presented a jade plate of a serene azure hue. The plate was warm to the touch, emanating a faint spiritual glow, intricately engraved with a series of complex runes. This was the official identity token of the spirit realm. With it, Zhou Chen could traverse the spirit realm freely, no longer fearing capture as a stowaway. Thank you, Zhou Chen said, accepting the jade plate and probing it with his consciousness. Inside, it contained his basic information, name, cultivation level, and origin, all meticulously processed. It indicated that Zhou Chen was a scion of a modest family in Qingfeng City who had ventured out to seek a livelihood due to his family's decline. This identity was unobtrusive and reasonable, raising no suspicions. By the way, honored guest Zhou, Qian Duoduo continued, I have also learned of some news. 3 months from now, the Xianxia sect will hold a selection for external disciples. Any cultivator at the respect level or above may participate. The top 10 selections will become external disciples of the Xianxia sect. Given your cultivation, you should have a significant chance. Zhou Chen nodded slightly. The external selection of the Xianxia sect? This indeed presents a splendid opportunity. Moreover, Mirong Fei will also participate in this selection. If he joins as well, he might have the chance to engage with Mirong Fei and learn about his whereabouts. Thank you for the reminder, Innkeeper Qian. Zhou Chen took out 10 medium-grade celestial crystals and handed them to Qian Duoduo. The innkeeper's face lit up with joy as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Zhou Chen stored the identity token and exited the inn. The streets of Qingxi town were still bustling with activity, but Zhou Chen's mindset had transformed completely. There was an added composure and a diminished sense of worry, a confidence bestowed by his formal identity. He stepped onto the stone-paved road of Qingxi town, heading towards the distant Xianxia mountain range. Behind him, Han Si and Elder Zhang stood at the inn's entrance, watching him depart. Brother Zhou, take care. Until we meet again. Zhou Chen turned back, waved, and then vanished into the crowd. Qingxi town lay approximately 100,000 miles from Qingfeng City. For ordinary mortals, this distance would require several days of flight. However, for cultivators at the respect level, it was but a fleeting moment. Zhou Chen summoned his spiritual power, transforming into a streak of light, racing through the sky. He did not exert his full speed, but maintained a moderate pace, both to conserve energy and to observe the terrain and surroundings along the way. The ambient spiritual energy of the spirit realm was far denser than that of the Xianxia continent. Even during his flight, Zhou Chun could feel the spiritual energy continuously flowing into his body, nourishing his meridians and danshan. No wonder cultivators in the spirit realm were generally stronger than those in the lower realm. Zhou Chun mused. The concentration of spiritual energy alone was an order of magnitude greater. As he flew, he observed the villages and towns he passed, which were even more prosperous than Qingxi town. The streets were alive with throngs of people, bustling shops, and a scene of flourishing vitality. Furthermore, Zhou Chun noted that the number of cultivators in these villages and towns far exceeded that of the Tianxian continent. In the Tianxian continent, cultivators were exceedingly rare. It was considered remarkable for a small town to have a few qi refining stage cultivators. Yet in the spirit realm, even ordinary villages boasted numerous cultivators at the emperor and even monarch levels. Such was the spirit realm. Zhou Chun sighed. Indeed, some are born with privilege. After approximately an hour of flight, a magnificent city finally came into view in the distance. Qingfeng City. The city walls towered 100 feet high, constructed entirely of azure profound stone, radiating a gentle spiritual glow. The walls were inscribed with defensive formations, impervious even to a 10th-level quasi-immortal cultivator. At the city gates, dozens of armored guards stood watch, each one at the respect level. Countless cultivators entered and exited, some riding flying swords, others mounted on spirit beasts, and many simply soaring through the air. What a grand spectacle! Zhou Chun was astonished. The scale of Qingfeng City surpassed that of any city in the Tianxian continent. Just the walls alone stretched for hundreds of miles, encircling the entire city. Inside, towering buildings reached for the skies, permeated with spiritual energy, resembling a celestial realm. Chapter 390, Respect Level 5, Xianxia Mountain Range. Zhou Chun landed at the city gates, retracted his spiritual power, and walked into the city. While cultivators at the respect level could fly, it was prohibited to do so within the city premises. Only those at the quasi-immortal level and above were permitted to soar within the city. The guards at the gate glanced at Zhou Chun, scanned his presence with their consciousness, confirmed there was nothing amiss, and allowed him entry. Upon entering, the sights before him left him once again in awe. The streets of Qingfeng City were wide and clean, lined with spiritual trees that emitted a faint spiritual essence. The thoroughfare was bustling with a diverse array of cultivators, some clad in resplendent robes of Sect disciples, others in black cloaks as free cultivators, and yet others draped in animal hides as barbarian cultivators. The streets were lined with shops, Wanbei Pavilion, offering various magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans. The refining workshop, custom catering to all manner of weapons, covering everything below the immortal grade. The auction house, hosting auctions on the 15th of every month, welcoming all fellow cultivators to participate. Various signs and calls echoed throughout the streets, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Zhou Chun strolled along the thoroughfare, his eyes filled with wonder. Having cultivated for many years in the Tianxian continent, he considered himself well-versed in the ways of the world. Yet the splendor of the spirit realm exceeded his wildest imaginings. Even a humble shop here likely surpassed the treasures of the sanctified vaults of the Tianxian continent. Suddenly, he noticed a large gathering of cultivators at the entrance of the auction house. Have you heard? Today's auction features a rare treasure. It is said to be a mid-grade artifact of the respect tier, and there are also low-grade elixirs of the immortal tier. Hurry, let's go in. We'll lose our spot if we're late. Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow. An auction? It might be worth attending. Perhaps he could unearth some useful treasures. He entered the auction house, spending 1,000 low-grade celestial crystals to procure a VIP box. The interior of the auction house was exceedingly opulent, with a hall capable of accommodating over 1,000 patrons. Surrounding it were dozens of VIP boxes designated for esteemed cultivators. Seated within his box, Zhou Chun gazed down through the one-way transparent window, surveying the entire auction hall. Soon, the auction commenced. A stunning woman clad in red ascended the auction stage. She was the auctioneer, possessing a cultivation level of first-tier quasi-immortal. Esteemed friends, welcome to the 389th auction of Qingfeng Auction House. This auction features a total of 30 items. Among the treasures presented were spirit-level artifacts, celestial-grade elixirs, and ancient heritage jade slips. Without further ado, let us commence the auction of the first item. With a graceful wave of her hand, a longsword radiating ethereal light materialized upon the auction platform. A low-grade artifact of the esteemed tier, the flame sword. This blade embodies the essence of the fire element, wielding immense power, particularly suited for fire attribute cultivators. The starting bid is set at 1,000 low-grade celestial crystals. Each subsequent bid must exceed the previous one by no less than 100. No sooner had the words left her lips than bidders began to raise their paddles. 1001, 1002, 1005. The sound of competitive bidding echoed throughout the hall. Ultimately, the flame sword was sold for 3,000 low-grade celestial crystals. Following this, item after item was auctioned off. Zhou Chun remained a silent observer, carefully watching the proceedings. However, when the 20th item was unveiled, his eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. The 28th item, a top-grade elixir of the esteemed tier, the Spirit Ascendance Pill. This elixir aids esteemed realm cultivators in breaking through minor realm bottlenecks, with a success rate increased by 50%. The starting bid is 5,000 low-grade celestial crystals. The Spirit Ascendance Pill is precisely what Zhou Chun requires. Currently at the 4th layer of the esteemed realm, despite possessing ample celestial crystals and resources, he still seeks a catalyst to ascend to the 5th layer. This Spirit Ascendance Pill offers the perfect opportunity. 5,000. Zhou Chun raised his paddle decisively. Instantly, others in the hall began to counter his bid. 5,005. 6,000. 6,005. The price continued to escalate. Zhou Chun maintained his calm demeanor, persistently raising his paddle. 10,000. As the words escaped his lips, a momentary silence enveloped the hall. 10,000 low-grade celestial crystals was an astronomical figure for most cultivators. 10,000 once. 10,000 twice. 10,000 thrice. Sold. The auctioneer's gavel struck down decisively. Zhou Chun successfully acquired the Spirit Ascendance Pill. Shortly thereafter, an attendant from the auction house delivered the elixir to his private box. Zhou Chun exchanged 10 mid-grade celestial crystals for the pill and stowed it away. The auction continued. Yet Zhou Chun's interest had waned. He rose and departed the auction house, returning to the inn. Once back in his room, Zhou Chun retrieved the Spirit Ascendance Pill. Examining it closely, the elixir gleamed a resplendent gold, exuding a faint herbal fragrance. Within it resided pure spiritual energy and subtle alchemical patterns. A fine elixir indeed. Zhou Chun marveled, swallowing the pill whole before settling into a meditative posture to cultivate. 2 days swiftly passed. Eventually, Zhou Chun's aura stabilized at the 5th layer of the esteemed realm. He then left the inn, hastening towards the Xianxia mountain range. The Xianxia mountain range lies 30,000 miles north of Qingfeng City. It comprises a continuous expanse of mountains, enveloped in swirling mists and rich spiritual energy. Deeper within the mountains, peril abounds, with ferocious beasts roaming freely. Even quasi-immortal cultivators dare not venture too far. Yet, simultaneously, the Xianxia mountain range harbors countless opportunities, ancient caves, rare materials, and vestiges of antiquity. Each year, numerous cultivators embark on adventures within the mountains, seeking fortune. Some strike it rich overnight, while others meet their demise at the jaws of beasts. Here lies the paradise for cultivators, but also their hell. Zhou Chun soared through the skies, swiftly reaching the periphery of the Xianxia mountain range. From a distance, the mountains loomed majestically, with ethereal purple light flickering amidst the clouds. Truly, the Xianxia mountain range is magnificent. Zhou Chun thought to himself. The concentration of spiritual energy here surpasses that of Qingfeng City by threefold. He suppressed his aura, channeling his spiritual power as he ventured deeper into the mountains. Within the depths of the Xianxia mountain range, Zhou Chun cautiously navigated through the dense forest. The ferocious beasts deeper within were far more formidable than those at the outskirts. He had just encountered a 5th-layer crimson flame tiger, narrowly avoiding detection. Fortunately, Zhou Chun had promptly concealed his aura, preventing an encounter. The further he trekked, the stronger the beasts became. Zhou Chun furrowed his brow. It seems this place is indeed perilous. However, it is precisely due to such dangers that ancient caves remain undiscovered by other cultivators. He pressed onward, his senses alert to the slightest disturbances around him. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated ahead. A massive black bear burst forth from the underbrush, its eyes gleaming crimson, radiating a savage aura. 6th layer esteemed realm. Zhou Chun's expression darkened. This black bear was clearly the tyrant guarding this territory. It had detected Zhou Chun's aura and was charging towards him. Since evasion was futile, he would have to fight. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Zhou Chun's eyes. He unsheathed the void divine sword, which instantly erupted into a dazzling brilliance. The void 8 desolation slash. A rift in space materialized, cleaving towards the black bear. The bear sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade. Yet, the rift traveled too swiftly, striking the black bear with a decisive blow. With a sickening sound, the bear's body was cleaved in twain, blood gushing forth. A 6th-layer beast could not withstand even a single strike from Zhou Chun. After flying for half an hour more, Zhou Chun finally arrived at his destination. It was a valley surrounded by steep cliffs, shrouded in mist. At the valley's base lay a small lake, its waters crystal clear, emanating a faint spiritual aura. Beside the lake lounged a colossal beast. It was a black dragon, spanning 100 feet in length, its scales resembling black iron, exuding a chilling presence. 9th layer esteemed realm. As expected, it was here. Zhou Chun concealed himself within the nearby thicket, ensuring he did not disturb the dragon. He scanned the lake bed with his spiritual senses and swiftly detected an anomaly. Deep beneath the lake's surface lay an entrance to a hidden cave, concealed by a formation. That was the location of the ancient cave. To enter the cave, Zhou Chun would need to defeat the dragon. He frowned. A ninth-layer dragon is not easily dealt with. Moreover, engaging in battle here risks attracting other beasts, or even drawing the attention of Murong Fei. A swift resolution is imperative. Zhou Chen's mind raced as he retrieved a pill from his system space. It was an explosive spirit pill, granted as a reward during his time on Xianxia continent. Consuming it would temporarily elevate his cultivation by 2 layers, with no side effects. Zhou Chun swallowed the explosive spirit pill. Boom. A torrent of spiritual power erupted within him, causing his aura to surge. 6th layer esteemed realm, 7th layer esteemed realm. The void domain unfurled. Zhou Chun activated his domain, enveloping the entire valley. Within this domain, he was the sovereign. The dragon immediately sensed the disturbance, raising its massive head to gaze in Zhou Chun's direction. Roar. It unleashed a deafening roar, its colossal form leaping into the air, charging towards Zhou Chun. Just as planned, Zhou Chun brandished the void divine sword, meeting the dragon head-on. Void slash. Dozens of spatial rifts emerged from thin air, slicing towards the dragon from all directions. The scales of the dragon were incredibly tough, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. However, the void slash, infused with the laws of space, could bypass defenses and directly strike the essence. With a series of sickening sounds, several spatial rifts tore into the dragon's flesh, causing its scales to rupture and blood to spurt forth. Roar. In pain, the dragon became even more frenzied. It unleashed a torrent of black dragon breath, imbued with the essence of annihilation. Zhou Chun dared not confront it head-on. With a swift movement, he employed the technique of the formless celestial shadow to evade the onslaught. Chaotic prison. Zhou Chun activated the temporal laws of the chaos bell, causing the flow of time around him to slow dramatically. The dragon's movements became sluggish, as if ensnared in a mire. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Chun continued to channel the chaos bell. Chaotic suppression. The chaos bell erupted in resplendent brilliance, a terrifying force of repression enveloping the dragon. The creature's body was forcibly subdued, rendered immobile. Void slashing 8 desolations. Zhou Chun unleashed his most potent strike. The sword light shimmered with brilliance, fracturing the very fabric of space, infused with the power to obliterate all. With a thrust, the blade pierced through the dragon's skull, bringing about its demise. The dragon, at the 9th level of the sovereign realm, succumbed to Zhou Chun's full force in less than a quarter of an hour. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Chun sheathed the void divine sword, exhaling deeply. The effects of the explosion spirit pill were still in effect, and he remained at the 7th level of the sovereign realm. Time was of the essence. He immediately leapt into the lake. The water was icy and piercing, yet to a practitioner of the sovereign realm, it posed no challenge. Soon, he discovered the entrance to the hidden cave concealed by the array. It was a stone door, intricately engraved with ancient runes. Zhou Chun extended his consciousness, meticulously studying the arrangement of the runes. This was an ancient sealing formation. However, due to the passage of time, it had become fragmented, retaining only 30% of its original power. With my expertise in formations, I should be able to decipher it. Zhou Chun retrieved a formation plate and began to configure the array's dismantling. Half an hour later, with a crack, the sealing formation was finally unraveled, and the stone door creaked open. Without hesitation, Zhou Chun stepped into the cave. Inside, he encountered a profound passageway. Along the walls, luminous pearls were embedded, casting a gentle glow. Advancing along the corridor, he swiftly arrived at the core of the cave. Here stood a vast stone chamber, its walls adorned with inscriptions of cultivation insights and training diagrams. At the center of the chamber lay a stone platform, upon which rested an ancient jade slip. Purple mist celestial technique. Zhou Chun's eyes brightened as he hurried to the stone platform. He picked up the jade slip and delved into it with his consciousness. Boom. A torrent of information surged into his mind. It was a complete low-grade celestial technique, spanning from the foundation establishment stage to the true celestial realm. The technique centered on the essence of purple mist, capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transforming it into true purple mist essence, wielding immense power. A magnificent technique, Zhou Chun exclaimed in admiration. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting Murong Fei's opportunity, triggering 10,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Celestial Grade Supreme Technique Purple Mist Celestial Scripture, complete version. Zhou Chun's vision blurred, and he found an additional jade slip in his hand. The cultivation limit of this technique had been elevated to the 10th level of the true celestial realm. The 10,000-fold return was indeed formidable. Zhou Chun felt a wave of astonishment. This was the power of the system. Intercepting others' opportunities not only granted him the original treasure, but also triggered a 10,000-fold return, yielding even greater rewards. Zhou Chun stored the purple mist celestial scripture within the system space and turned to exit the cave. He needed to depart before Murong Fei arrived. Otherwise, being discovered could lead to unnecessary complications. Retracing his steps through the passage, he emerged back onto the lake's surface. Just as he reached the shore, a sound of slicing air echoed in the distance. A figure soared toward him on a sword, moving with incredible speed. It was a young man clad in a white robe, possessing striking features and an extraordinary aura. Murong Fei himself. Trouble. Zhou Chun's expression shifted. He anticipated Murong Fei's early arrival. According to the opportunity panel, Murong Fei was meant to arrive at noon. Yet it was still just the end of the SI hour. Could the opportunity panel have malfunctioned? A weight settled in Zhou Chun's heart. But he quickly realized it was not a malfunction, but rather a consequence of his slaying the guardian dragon, altering the original timeline. Murong Fei would have needed to engage in a fierce battle for 3 hours to defeat the dragon, but now that the dragon lay dead, he naturally required no struggle and had arrived ahead of schedule. Damn it! Zhou Chun gritted his teeth. Murong Fei had already spotted him. Murong Fei halted midair, his gaze keenly assessing Zhou Chun. Who might you be? What brings you to this place? Zhou Chun's mind raced as he quickly devised a response. I am Zhou Chun, a wandering cultivator from Qingfeng City. He clasped his hands in greeting. I was exploring nearby and inadvertently discovered that this dragon had been slain by someone. I hoped to see if there were any remnants left behind. I did not expect to encounter a fellow cultivator. A flicker of suspicion flashed in Murong Fei's eyes.